Chapter 1: The Woman in the Bar. 2027. August 30th, Jinling, 2:30 in the morning. Black Bat Bar, inside the bar. Zhou Siqing looked at the sexy young lady in the dance area and couldn't help but sigh. The most painful thing in life is that you can only look but not eat. It's fine if it's healthy, but if it's moldy inside, then it's useless. Therefore, for the sake of your health, you need to solve it yourself. I would rather break my body than hurt even a girl. Fawn. My roommate Zhao Gang the toolman returned to the bar with a tray. The two worked part-time in a bar. They were supposed to get off work at 2:30, but were notified to work an extra 10 minutes. Old Zhou, I'm going to go to the bathroom. There are some drinks in booth B25 that don't require cilantro. Can you help me deliver them first? Thanks. After saying that, Zhao Gang left the place. Without even thinking, Zhou Siqing knew what this guy was going to do. Zhou Siqing brought the drinks and snacks and came to booth B25. During the process, he was also teased by the fairy who didn't eat coriander. However, Zhou Siqing was already accustomed to it, so he just smiled and said nothing. There's nothing we can do about it, it's his fault for being so good at modeling. But deep down, I was thinking, if I have money one day, I will be like a dog if I don't eat coriander. After returning to the bar and putting down the plates, Zhou Siqing then cleaned the booth that someone had just left. Suddenly, Zhou Siqing felt a black screen in his eyes. Some strange information appeared in my mind. Intelligence Information Task System has been bound. Intelligence Information 1, there is 100 yuan in cash under the table in the V88 booth of the Black Bat Bar. It fell out of a woman's wallet when she was paying for it. Intelligence Information 2, rich woman Wen Shen is sad and frustrated due to family reasons, so she comes to the bar to get drunk. She will stay at your bar. Intelligence Information 3, tonight, the corpse-picking maniac Yang Wei will also come to this bar. He will target Wen Shen and attempt to bring her back to the hotel to duo Q and gain points. Task 1, please drive Yang Wei away completely, protect Wen Shen, and let her return home safely, or to a safe place. Tip, this woman is one of the noble people who will change the trajectory of your life, please hold on to her tightly. Task reward, physical strength enhancement, fighting skills plus Black Dragon 19 moves. Cash reward, 99.9 yuan. If the mission fails, the host will be punished by not being able to watch movies for 3 days and cleaning the women's restroom. Gue? Zhou Siqing rubbed his eyes subconsciously, trying to confirm whether it was true or not, but the virtual panel disappeared. This? Zhou Siqing could not hide his excitement, as he was no stranger to Tongzi. This is even lower than the probability of Louis Fei falling in love with you. He never thought that such enormous wealth would fall upon him. Zhou Siqing thought carefully about what had happened recently. I haven't been cheated on, broken up with, or suffered any kind of blow. Could it be because I went to my classmate's mother's house a few days ago and unclogged her sewer without charging her any money? After confirming that he was not dreaming, Zhou Siqing came to the V88 booth and began searching for the $100 under the table. Although it's only 100, it's better than nothing. Especially for college students who only have 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses, this is equivalent to a huge sum of money. Zhou Siqing had picked up a lot of things when he was cleaning the booths before. But it was just some sunglasses, bracelets, a forgotten cell phone and drunken party food. This is my first time picking up money. Zhou Siqing does not miss any corner. Soon, he saw a conspicuous red one. Zhou Siqing decisively took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. It seems to be true. Good, good. Zhou Siqing was overjoyed and put the 100 yuan happily into his pocket. Back at the bar again, Zhou Siqing just hoped that the rich woman named Wen Shen would show up soon. In a bar, there is an innocent man and a drunk rich woman. Combine the three, Zhou Siqing appeared to be terrifyingly calm on the surface, but his inner emotions were already becoming highly excited. The bar was still bustling. Zhao Gang finished using the restroom and returned to the bar. Seeing Zhou Siqing observing the beauty in the center of the stage, he smiled and said, "Old Zhou, this part-time job is good, isn't it? Not only are there beautiful women to look at, but there's also wine to drink. Isn't it much easier than that crappy supermarket part-time job you had before?" Hearing what his roommate Zhao Gang said, Zhou Siqing nodded. Just like he said, working part-time at a bar is really great. 20 per hour, you can look at all the beauties you want, with all kinds of black, white and red stockings to look at, and besides that, you can drink as much wine as you want. We're off work in 2 minutes. How about we not go back to the dorm tonight and go to a nearby internet cafe to have some fun? Zhao Gang winked and said, I charged a handful of Phantom God to give you a good time. Zhou Siqing was about to respond. Then he saw a plump mature woman in black stockings walking over with a glass of wine and a bag, and sitting down on the other side of the bar. The woman's face was slightly red, as if she was slightly drunk. She sat there, drinking alone, with her face in her hands. Name, Wen Shen, 40, 176 centimeters, D+, 60 kilograms. Hint, the bound object only desires to have a complete family. Following Sister Tongzi's reminder, Zhou Siqing's heart began to become uneasy. Damn, she is already 40 years old, but still so charming and beautiful. She is as fresh and lively as a college student. It really proves the two sentences that people often say. Age doesn't matter, an aunt can also be a sister. What aunt? She's obviously my sister. Seeing that Zhou Siqing didn't say anything and stared straight to the left, Zhao Gang couldn't help but become curious and looked in the direction he was looking. Seeing this, Zhao Gang immediately understood what was going on. He kindly advised, Old Zhou, don't look at it. This type of woman is not something you and I can handle. The new students will report in 2 days. I'll go play with some of the school girls then. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing was too lazy to explain. He said seriously, Gangzi, I won't go to Louvre Palace. I've already seen my Mona Lisa. After saying that, Zhou Siqing walked out of the bar and walked towards the woman in black stockings. What are you talking about? Zhao Gang was stunned. No, Lao Zhou, eh? Zhao Gang felt that Zhou Siqing forgot his friends for the sake of beauty, and at the same time found his behavior incomprehensible. Zhou Siqing boldly came to the mature woman in black stockings, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he finally mustered up the courage to speak. Hello, are you Wen Shen, Aunt One? After Zhou Siqing finished speaking, he felt a little uneasy. After all, the two were not familiar with each other, so he greeted her as a stranger. Asking the other person's name so abruptly still seems a bit awkward. The sudden voice made the mature woman in black silk stockings turn her head and look at Zhou Siqing. She felt a little strange, but she still responded politely, Little friend, I am Wen Shen, who are you? Zhou Siqing was a little excited. This auntie smells so good. There are no signs of aging on her face and she doesn't look like she is 40. Zhou Siqing took a deep breath and calmed down his restlessness. Aunt One, you should go home early. It's not safe here. Someone will come to harass you soon. Zhou Siqing said straight to the point without any unnecessary nonsense. Hearing the other party's inexplicable words, Wen Shen chuckled, Who are you, little friend? How come I have never seen you before? Do we know each other? Auntie, my name is Zhou Siqing. Zhou Siqing likes to tell little lies. Okay, let's get to know each other. Zhou Siqing? Wen Shen had drunk a lot of wine at this time, and her brain was a little confused. Her memory was not as good as that of Zhou Siqing. But she didn't think much about it. Since the other person called out her name for no reason and enthusiastically advised her to go home, he must be a good person. Wen Shen is a mature woman with lingering charm, bright facial features, soft lines, charming peach blossom eyes, and a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes that reveal her mature charm. Her long wavy hair was loose, and she had a plump buttocks under her slender waist. A tight dress, a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings and slingback high heels are very eye-catching. It's just that there are a lot of English letters on her stockings that Zhou Siqing can't understand. The exquisite makeup, exaggerated and plump figure, and D-plus bust make men's hearts flutter and blood boil at a glance. Wen Shen lifted her hair, and her fair face was covered with a drunken blush. She handed the wineglass to Zhou Siqing and said, Xiao Zhou, fill it up for me and have a drink with me. Auntie, please drink less. Zhou Siqing reminded. I'm fine. Wen Shen took out the car keys from the bag next to her and threw them directly to Zhou Siqing. If I get drunk, take me home. In Wen Shen's eyes, Zhou Siqing looked quite handsome and delicate. At first glance, he was the kind of child who hadn't experienced the world, so she felt particularly comfortable looking at him. So I let down my guard. Is this appropriate? Zhou Siqing took the car keys inside. The two of them exchanged less than 10 sentences before she asked me to take her home. She really wasn't afraid of surpassing her. In order to proceed smoothly, Zhou Siqing had to go back to the bar to find a bottle of wine and fill it up for Wen Shen. Just as he turned around, a young man with slicked back hair and wearing a dark blue suit walked over. Beauty, are you alone? The man came over and chatted with Wen Shen boldly when he saw that she had no companions. His ultimate goal was naturally to pick up the body and take it home. He has picked up many women, especially mature and charming women like this, who either quarreled with their husbands, had career setbacks, or were in a bad mood, divorced and lonely. As long as you pretend to care a little, the other person will obey you obediently. Do I know you? Wen Shen only took a glance and said to the man angrily, "Get out of the way, stay away from me." The attitude towards the two people was completely different before and after. "Ha, you've drunk too much." However, when the young man saw the rose gold Hermes bag next to Wen Shen, he instantly changed his mind. "Rich woman, if you take good care of her, you will be able to rest easy for the rest of your life." The young man knew very well that if he acted too early he would get to eat the meat and too late to drink the soup, or he might not even get to drink the soup and could only stare blankly. So the opportunity in front of you must not be missed. If I could pick up the body and take it home, and turn on the camera, I could live in a villa and drive a Mercedes for the rest of my life. The young man drooled in his heart. He already saw that wealth and glory were beckoning to him. When the man in a suit appeared, Zhou Siqing guessed that he was Yang Wei. Because he really looks flabby. He has seen many similar hookup scenes. Most of the women in this situation will be taken away by the men, even by foreigners. In the past, he would not have meddled in other people's business. But now, it's different. Zhou Siqing walked out of the bar and stood in front of Wen Shen. He is 1.8 meters tall, a whole head taller than Yang Wei. "Yang Wei, if you sexually harass me again, I will call the police." Looking at Zhou Siqing who suddenly appeared, Yang Wei asked doubtfully, "Do you know me?" Yang Wei carefully looked at Zhou Siqing in front of him, but he had no impression of this person. Yang Wei was a little confused. "Who are you? Go away and don't cause trouble. You're already called Yang Wei, and you still mess around every day. Aren't you afraid you'll get sick someday?" Zhou Siqing continued to mock him. "Don't let the day come when you stop calling yourself Yang Wei and start calling yourself AI Wei. Are you looking for trouble on purpose?" Yang Wei said angrily, "Go play somewhere else and don't meddle in other people's business. You'll know whether I'm nosy or not after I call the police. Ask Uncle Hat to retrieve the surveillance footage from the past month and take a good look at your achievements." Hearing this, Yang Wei subconsciously felt guilty. Could it be that this guy knows my background? After taking a look at Zhou Siqing who was meddling in other people's business, Yang Wei was about to fight back. At this time, Zhao Gang came over. 1v2. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Wei sighed in his heart. Such a sexy beauty was just given to someone else for free. Afterwards, Yang Wei's face turned pale and he left unwillingly. Chapter 2: The Woman in the Bar 2. "Old Zhou, I'm leaving too." After seeing Yang Wei, Zhao Gang left. Zhou Siqing turned around, snatched the wine glass from Wen Shen's hand and put it on the table. "Aunt Wen, please go home early. I told you it's not safe here alone. You saw that person just now with your own eyes." Looking at Wen Shen's plump breasts, even if you can't see inside, it still gives people endless reverie. Zhou Siqing couldn't take his eyes away. Secondly, her high heels had fallen to the ground. Gurgle. "It's so beautiful. My sister is really like Wu Zetian, a widow who made me lose Li Ji." Zhou Siqing finally understood why when he searched for career guidance for college students, all that came out were aunties. Go home? How can I have a home? I'm alone at home every day, how can it feel like home? Home is where I am. Wherever I am, that's home. Wen Shen spoke very loudly, and many people looked in their direction. "Xiao Zhou, thank you for helping me. Please have a drink with me." After saying that, Wen Shen drank the remaining wine in the glass. After drinking it, her pretty face flushed. Wen Shen stared at Zhou Siqing and couldn't help but recall the scene just now. Zhou Siqing's back standing in front of her gave her an unprecedented sense of security. This feeling made her feel safe and happy, as if no one could hurt her as long as he was there. I don't know if it was because of the heat or the drinking, but Wen Shen's forehead was covered with sweat and a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, revealing a unique charm. Wen Shen was so beautiful and attractive that Zhou Siqing could hardly control himself. Although he is not a virgin, he has developed a certain immunity towards girls. But when facing this type of woman, his immunity seems to be non-existent. It is easy to find a top-notch young girl, but it is not easy to find a top-notch mature woman. Such a mature lady's charm made Zhou Siqing stunned for a moment. "Auntie, please stop drinking and go home." Although Zhou Siqing had some other ideas in his mind, his first priority was to get her back home safely. Zhou Siqing wanted to get Wen Shen off his feet. In just a few seconds, she had already finished several glasses of wine. This is so scary. Wen Shen hugged Zhou Siqing with her backhand, buried her chin in his shoulder, and put one hand on his waist. Zhou Siqing was hugged tightly instead. Fit together tightly. Needless to say, it was so soft that Zhou Siqing's heartbeat began to accelerate in comfort. Wen Shen smiled sweetly, "Let's go to your house. I have nothing at home. I don't want to go back. Auntie, I'm afraid it's not possible to go to my house." Zhou Siqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. "My sister is at home, it's not convenient." Hearing this, Wen Shen said nothing, but stared at Zhou Siqing with a smile on her face. Zhou Siqing swallowed his saliva. "If you keep hugging like this, something bad will happen sooner or later." Then he gently pushed her away. Wen Shen shook her head. "It's not convenient, then let's go to the hotel." "Auntie, stop joking. You should go home." Zhou Siqing carefully supported Wen Shen. Wen Shen suddenly became excited. "I don't want to go home. It's too quiet at home. It's not as lively as here." Hearing this, Zhou Siqing said, "But home is safe. There are too many bad people here. Auntie, you will be killed. Aren't you here?" After saying that, Wen Shen picked up the wine and took another big gulp. "Auntie, you've drunk too much. Don't drink anymore." Zhou Siqing snatched the cup from her. What Zhou Siqing didn't expect was that Wen Shen fell into his arms. The next second, Wen Shen held Zhou Siqing's face with her drunken hands. She kissed him on the lips. Zhou Siqing was stunned. He didn't even know such a thing would happen. "I was kissed forcibly." Looking at the beauty so close to him, Zhou Siqing did not push Wen Shen away. "I used to scoff at it, but now I seize the opportunity. As a good young person in the new era, you cannot avoid what is coming. Very fragrant and soft." Zhou Siqing slowly immersed himself in it. He felt that everything before his eyes was like a dream, so unreal. But the touch of her lips showed that this was not a dream. A few minutes later, the two were still kissing. Their behavior is nothing new to other people. Zhou Siqing hugged Wen Shen tightly, unwilling to let go. Feeling her hot temperature and softness, Zhou Siqing silently accepted her emotions and indulged in them. He hasn't had sex for 2 months since breaking up with his ex-girlfriend in July. I have forgotten how it feels. Similarly, Wen Shen was also kissing Zhou Siqing hard. But her kissing skills are a little rusty. Wen Shen's height of 176 centimeters is already very tall among the crowd, especially with the high heels she wears. Fortunately, Zhou Siqing's height is over 1.8 meters, otherwise the two of them would look a little different. I don't know how much time passed until Zhou Siqing's cell phone rang and the two separated. Zhou Siqing felt his lips numb. "Little darling, how old are you this year? You look so young." Wen Shen panted, "I can be your mother." Wen Shen said while touching Zhou Siqing's face lovingly. September is still quite hot and people need to wear thin clothes. The few minutes of hugging just now were really clear and distinct. "Auntie, I'm a college student. I'm still in school, so I'm a little younger." Zhou Siqing subconsciously wanted to say it in a smaller tone. But he knew one thing very well: a man should never say that he is small. "Well, then you can drink with me. Talk to me. Accompany me." Wen Shen didn't say the last sentence. Because the tears in her eyes flowed out. "Auntie, why are you crying?" Zhou Siqing quickly wiped her tears and asked tentatively, "Is it because of family?" "Well, that bastard is just a beast. What's wrong with me sending him to jail? I just regret not sending him there earlier. I have been carrying it all by myself for so many years. No one can understand me. No one can understand me. Even the children I raised don't understand me, don't listen to me, quarrel with me, and even beat me. How can I be such a failure in life?" Wen Shen's expression revealed sadness, as if she had finally spoken out words that had been suppressed for a long time. After listening to Wen Shen's words, Zhou Siqing captured a key piece of information. Could the he Wen Shen was talking about be her husband? If so, then she is currently single. If I had grasped the situation well, I could have avoided 20 years of detour. Thinking of this, regardless of whether it was true or not, Zhou Siqing began to comfort her, go along with her, and coax her. Women are at their most vulnerable and saddest. This is often the time when people need comfort and a sense of dependence. As she spoke, Wen Shen fell into Zhou Siqing's arms again. The stronger a woman appears on the surface, the more fragile she is inside. Looking at Wen Shen's charming face, Zhou Siqing originally had no evil thoughts, but these thoughts emerged at this moment. Xiao Zhou, I think you have a good face. You look like a good kid. Have a drink with me. This time Zhou Siqing agreed and planned to have a drink with her. Zhou Siqing knew that if he didn't agree, Wen Shen would not give up tonight. However, Zhou Siqing was still cautious. He poured Sprite for himself and beer for the other person. Auntie, please put on your shoes before drinking. Zhou Siqing said. Well, it's okay. Let's drink first. Wen Shen got up from his arms and said dizzily. Okay. Zhou Siqing said. If it weren't for the system's prompt, Zhou Siqing would have found it hard to imagine that this was a 40-year-old woman. Time cannot defeat beauty. What gets old is age, but what is beautiful is the ant. A 40-year-old woman's appearance, temperament and potential are truly amazing. Especially the passionate kiss just now, it is really unforgettable. Much better than those ordinary little girls. Zhou Siqing walked into the bar and poured Wen Shen a glass of beer. Among all wines, this has the lowest alcohol content. At the same time, Zhou Siqing also poured himself a glass of Sprite. Auntie, let's toast. Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Cheers. Zhou Siqing thought that Wen Shen would just drink 1 or 2 glasses and that would be the end of it, but he didn't expect that she was actually a drunkard. The drinking never stops. In a blink of an eye, 2 bottles of beer were finished. Don't forget, she had just drunk a lot of other drinks. Seeing that she looked unsatisfied and still wanted to continue drinking, Zhou Siqing said worriedly, Aunt Wen, please don't drink anymore. Wen Shen shook her head and did not drink the wine that was passed to her lips. She passed it to Zhou Siqing's lips and said, You drink it. Looking at the wine in front of him, Zhou Siqing shook his head, Auntie, I don't. Before he could finish his words, Wen Shen pinched his mouth and forcefully forced the drink down his throat. Zhou Siqing coughed violently several times. He can't drink and gets drunk after just 1 glass of wine. Grumble. I could hardly bear her strong drinking. After being treated like this by Wen Shen, Zhou Siqing remembered a sentence. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Seeing Zhou Siqing like this, Wen Shen showed a charming smile. Ha, look at you, drink slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Zhou Siqing thought to himself, you forced me to do this. Zhou Siqing was really a little scared. Women of this age are really different from 18-year-old girls. He took off his work apron and walked out from the bar. Auntie, you are drunk. In an instant, his heartbeat accelerated violently, he felt excited and his mood was joyful. Zhou Siqing suppressed his inner excitement and did not dare to go any further. He was afraid that Wen Shen would notice and slap him. Aunt Wen, let's go out. This time Wen Shen was very cooperative. She leaned on Zhou Siqing and let him hold her. Zhou Siqing carried Wen Shen and slowly came out from the back door. Wen Shen leaned weakly against Zhou Siqing. It wasn't until a cool breeze blew by that I became a little more sober. Xiao Zhou, why are we out here? Wen Shen muttered, let's go back and continue drinking. Zhou Siqing coaxed, the bar is closed, let's go drink somewhere else. Yeah, okay. Wen Shen nodded. Women are indeed the most charming when they are drunk. His words and actions are also the most insane and deadly. It's normal before he gets drunk, but after he gets drunk, he will hug you and kiss you. For example, just now, he was almost suffocated by Wen Shen's kiss. There is still some traces of Wen Shen's lipstick on his lips. Zhou Siqing slowly helped Wen Shen down the stairs. Ah! Ouch! Wen Shen's body was shaking, and the high heels on her feet made her body a little unstable. Wen Shen accidentally fell forward and her legs split into 2. Zhou Siqing was quick to move. He grabbed her with one hand, steadying her body, and subconsciously pulled her plump body into his arms. Auntie, are you okay? Zhou Siqing asked with concern. He was really scared just now. Women of this age all have the habit of practicing yoga, so their body flexibility is quite good. Wen Shen, who was in a daze, didn't think anything of the split she had just done accidentally. Seeing Wen Shen didn't say anything, Zhou Siqing breathed a sigh of relief. If it hurt, he would have started screaming a long time ago. Since you're silent, that means everything's fine. Chapter 3 Home 1. Zhou Siqing is a pure and clear-minded college student. No matter what Wen Shen, the new acquaintance, did on the surface, he still respected her very much in his heart. Aunt Wen, which car is yours? Where do you live? No, I'll call a car and take you back. Zhou Xiqing was having a headache and it was a bit difficult to send Wen Shen home. If it really doesn't work, take her to a hotel. This way it's more convenient. We can wake up early tomorrow morning and just go there. Zhou Xiqing felt his pocket and found that he didn't even have his ID card with him. I'm not sure whether Wen Shen brought it with her, but I guess she probably didn't bring it with her. There was no way. Zhou Xiqing called out to Wen Shen several times in a row. Wen Shen seemed to have heard Zhou Xiqing's words, and then she slowly said white, Zhiyuan, 99. The car was a white Bentley Bentayga. After finding the car, Zhou Xiqing put Wen Shen in the back seat. Let her lie down. Following the navigation, Zhou Xiqing drove slowly to Shiha Garden. It is a single-family villa area. After entering, Zhou Xiqing took a long time to find the house number 99. Wen Shen closed her eyes and muttered something that Zhou Xiqing couldn't understand, and made a humming sound from time to time. When she spoke about the latter part, she seemed to have no more scruples. Whatever words came out of his mouth. After parking the car, Zhou Xiqing found the keys from her bag. Zhou Xiqing got out of the car holding Wen Shen. Holding a plump woman in his arms, he couldn't help but be absent-minded. The touch of the black stockings on his hands caused Zhou Xiqing's hormones to be secreted rapidly. It made him feel inexplicably excited and full of blood. Zhou Xiqing went to the first floor and found a room at random, then put Wen Shen on the bed. Then I found the remote control and turned on the air conditioner. Zhou Xiqing only took off Wen Shen's outer clothes and high heels, and did not touch anything underneath. After doing all this, Zhou Xiqing wanted to go home. He is a good man and would not do anything to take advantage of others in distress. Even though there is a grassland here waiting for him to explore. But he was still afraid that the gun might go off accidentally and cause murder. Apart from that, he was a bit timid inside and only dared to think but not to do. Before leaving, Zhou Xiqing watched it carefully again. She is already 40, but her skin is still so fair. She has everything she should have, and also things she shouldn't have. It's really not something that those little girls out there can look down upon. In other words, if you were asked to choose between Lu Yan and Zhou Dongyu, I believe most people would choose the former. After all, no one wants to sleep with a piece of wood every night. Not only is it uncomfortable, it also hurts. Zhou Xiqing had only seen women like Wen Shen in movies, but when he saw her in real life, he couldn't help but be moved. Zhou Xiqing exhaled, it's time to leave. At this time, Wen Shen on the bed began to move around and fell into madness. She tore off the xiaoliang that was covering her body, and kept muttering, I'm so thirsty. At this moment, her hair was disheveled and her face was flushed. I want water. Water. Seeing this, Zhou Xiqing hurried to the living room, opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of water. Back in the room, Zhou Xiqing gently lifted Wen Shen up and fed her some water. After Wen Shen took a sip, she spat out all the water onto Zhou Xiqing's face. Suddenly, Wen Shen grabbed Zhou Xiqing's wrist. The two fell on the bed together. Wen Shen's plump legs were wrapped tightly around Zhou Xiqing's waist. Auntie, what are you doing? What should I do? Wen Shen, who was already drunk, completely used Zhou Xiqing as an object to vent her anger. She forgot everything. At this moment, she seemed unable to control herself. Wen Shen tore Zhou Xiqing's clothes with all her strength, as if she was going to tear them apart. Not only did his hands not stop moving, but his mouth didn't stop either. Wen Xuanxiang held Zhou Xiqing's body and gave him a forceful kiss. The kiss made Zhou Xiqing breathless and had difficulty breathing. At this moment, Zhou Xiqing was sober and drunk. He felt that this was wrong, but it also seemed to be right. But I have really lost weight recently and I haven't had a full meal for a long time. The two of them were very passionate, and Wen Shen was saying dirty words. Zhou Xiqing was in a disadvantageous situation. It was a 6-point shot against the odds, and he was too lazy to resist. Just like that, Zhou Xiqing did not push Wen Shen away. At the beginning, he still maintained his so-called rationality and calmness. But slowly, he was also wrapped and swallowed up. The next day. Zhou Xiqing slowly opened his eyes and woke up under the warm sunlight. Looking at the stockings with English letters on his chest, Zhou Xiqing threw them on the ground. He felt completely powerless, like a deflated ball, as if all the air had been drained out of it. I feel too weak to turn over or get up. Why is it so empty? Then, last night's battle situation came to mind. Wen Shen was indeed crazy last night. She looked unconscious, but still so mad. For a young man full of vigor and vitality like him, it was completely irresistible. Zhou Siqing himself didn't know how many times this had happened. This woman doesn't look like she's 40 at all. Instead, she looks like a 20-year-old college student. Last night was an exceptional performance. Zhou Siqing subconsciously turned his head and glanced. Then he saw Wen Shen's beautiful face. She was lying on her side, her beautiful eyes staring at him, and it seemed that she had woken up earlier than him. Wow! Zhou Siqing was startled by her. He had no idea when the woman woke up. Sister, no, auntie, are you awake? Good morning. Zhou Siqing was so embarrassed that he couldn't raise his head, and he began to feel uneasy. No matter how you look at it, I got a great deal last night. Wen Shen was drunk last night and her brain was not clear. Now that she woke up, she was already sober. So this woman wouldn't think that I did something to her. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Zhou Siqing's face turned bitter and he started to have a headache. Chapter 4 Home 2. Sure enough, this is the pain after happiness. Suddenly, Zhou Siqing remembered that Wen Shen seemed to have a husband and a daughter. It really proves the saying, women are most likely to cheat when they are in a bad mood or sad, and of course this is also the time when they are most likely to fall in love. If Wen Shen's husband knew that she had framed him, would she take the initiative to be beaten by her husband? Or would she beat her husband back? That's not right. If the he Wen Shen was talking about was her husband, then she would be safe. Damn, what am I thinking about? The current problem has not been solved yet. Zhou Siqing suppressed the messy thoughts in his mind. Wen Shen just stared at Zhou Siqing, and the fragments of her memory from last night slowly merged together. Zhou Siqing? He was the little brother who drank with him. He also took the initiative to persuade himself to go home and protect himself from being harassed. I didn't observe him carefully last night, but now I look carefully, he is really small and young, almost as old as my daughter. Wen Shen's neck was red, and she wrapped herself in the quilt. Aunt 1, hour. Actually, it was an accident. Zhou Siqing lowered his head silently and said self-blamingly, you drank a little too much. I wanted to send you back and then leave. Who would have thought that if I wasn't careful? Zhou Siqing kept explaining. Wen Shen still has a vivid memory of the first half. She stayed at home after quarreling with her daughter in the evening. I felt bored later, so I went to the bar on impulse and wanted to have a drink to relax. Then I met Zhou Siqing. The two drank and talked, and he protected himself in the process and avoided being taken home by the strange man. What happened next was that I made him drink and kissed him. Speaking of kissing, my brain was really completely controlled by alcohol at that time. As for what happened next, it was already obvious now that both of them were lying on the bed. Wen Shen was too lazy to think about how the other party knew her. Yeah, it's okay. Wen Shen said calmly, I know what happened, you don't have to blame yourself. After saying that, Wen Shen blatantly got out of bed and found her cell phone on the floor. Looking at the lace bag on the ground, Wen Shen's expression was indescribably embarrassed. Time, 11:30. There was a text message her daughter sent her, saying that she would never go home and would live in school. Wen Shen sighed. The company was thriving, but family relationships were very bad. She often wondered if her career was developing too well, which led to the situation of her family. While Wen Shen was picking up the phone, Zhou Siqing immediately got out of bed, found his clothes and put them on. Wen Shen tilted her head and glanced at him, then said calmly, Did you wear it last night? No. Zhou Siqing was a little embarrassed. Let us not talk about whether to bring that thing with me or not. What happened last night was so rushed that I didn't have time to consider other things. Wen Shen frowned and pouted softly, I'm 40 years old, I shouldn't get pregnant again. Zhou Siqing didn't quite hear what she said and thought she was worried. Aunt 1, how about I go buy medicine? No need. Wen Shen smoothed the hair on her forehead and pushed it behind her ears. Step by step. Zhou Siqing looked at Wen Shen, and he began to understand what round and smooth as jade meant. Wen Shen's figure and height are perfect. She is so charming that it is hard to imagine that she is already 40 years old. If you go out with Wen Shen, most people really can't tell whether she is the sister or the mother at first glance. The snow-white beautiful legs made Zhou Siqing feel itchy and he wanted to touch them again. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Are you hungry? Zhou Siqing shook his head and said he was not hungry. Wen Shen looked at Zhou Siqing's silly look and couldn't help but smile. If you haven't eaten, I'll make it for you. Let's eat here together. Wen Shen said gently, like a mother speaking to her son. Zhou Siqing felt bad. He had already eaten it once and couldn't eat it again. He said, "And Wen, don't bother me. I'm going back to school." "Are you in a hurry?" Wen Shen asked, and then put on a piece of clothing. "If you are in a hurry, I won't keep you. I'll treat you next time." "Will there be a next time?" Zhou Siqing's heart beat faster. After such a night of fun, how could he dare to think about the next time? He already regarded last night as a one-night stand and a beautiful memory. But I didn't expect there would be a next time. Could it be that I conquered her with my heroic performance last night? In this case, I have to behave myself well next time we meet. Wen Shen was covered with clothes on her upper body and her lower body was exposed. However, she did not shy away and just stood there. A ball of evil fire rose up in Zhou Siqing, but he quickly suppressed it. He was still timid. After all, it was the other party who took the initiative last night, so he just went along with it. If the other party does not take the initiative, he dare not act rashly. "And Wen, I'll leave first then?" Zhou Siqing observed Wen Shen's expression carefully. "Well, drive slowly on the road. If you can drive, take my car back." Wen Shen said calmly, so calm that it made people uneasy. Even though something like that happened last night, in Wen Shen's heart, she didn't feel much regret or humiliation. If she was taken home by that strange man, she would call the police or even kill him. She thought Zhou Siqing had a good appearance and was young, and looked like a good boy. She felt a little guilty about ruining a good child. Not only that, she thought she was getting the upper hand. It feels like an old cow eating young grass. She is 40 years old and this child looks to be only 20 years old at most. So she pretended that nothing happened last night. "Aunt Wen, thank you." Zhou Siqing said thank you. He was not sure what this woman was thinking. It is always better to be humble. Just as Zhou Siqing walked to the door and opened it to go out, Wen Shen called him from behind again. "Weak. Zhou Siqing." Zhou Siqing turned around and said with a smile. "Then I'll call you Xiao Chang." Wen Shen curved her eyebrows and said, "Xiao Chang, you don't have to feel any burden or pressure about what happened last night, and don't take it to heart. Just pretend that nothing happened and do what you need to do. It was my fault last night. I shouldn't have asked you to drink. Just treat it as an accident." Hearing this, Zhou Siqing found it incredible. Looking at Wen Shen, whose facial features were dignified and whose temperament was both strong and gentle, he was speechless for a moment. Is this the rich woman? She just passed by so easily? Auntie, this? Could it be that this matter was just passed so easily? Zhou Siqing wanted to say something great. For example, "I would be responsible for you," but I swallowed the words back when they came to my lips. Because he thought again, saying such things to a rich woman would seem extremely childish, and he was not capable of taking responsibility. Wen Shen seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say, and said slowly, "I told you not to feel any burden. We can be considered acquaintances from now on, so let's add each other's contact information." Zhou Siqing nodded, saved Wen Shen's phone number, and then added her on WeChat. After doing all this, Zhou Siqing left the door. Looking at the empty room and Zhou Siqing who had already left, Wen Shen exhaled a breath of hot air. Wen Shen leaned weakly against the head of the bed. Her heart was strong, yet not that strong. What happened last night seemed like a dream to her as well. How can I not hate this child? We just met last night. We only knew each other for one night, although it was an intimate night. There seemed to be some kind of magic about Zhou Siqing. Not only was she not angry or disgusted with him, she even liked him a little. Is it a physiological liking? Or is it the liking of elders for the younger ones? Only then did Wen Shen realize that her body was covered in bruises and her bed was in a complete mess. That's crazy. The more Wen Shen thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. Then she sighed, "This kid doesn't know how to be gentle with women. It's just that he met me. Although I don't know how many times I experienced it last night, but looking at the battlefield in front of me, it must have been no less than 5 times. Young people are just very strong." Chapter 5, Mazar, the roommate. After leaving the villa, Zhou Siqing still felt a little dreamy. I was able to land safely. Unlike what was expected, Wen Shen was frighteningly calm, beyond ordinary people's calmness. He thought that the other party would beat and scold him after waking up, or even collapse and choose to call the police, but he didn't expect him to be surprisingly calm. Not only did he act as if nothing had happened, but his tone of voice was also gentle. It turns out that a 40-year-old woman is more broad-minded and has different thoughts from an 18-year-old girl. Last night was so exciting that I still can't recover. Although he couldn't understand why Wen Shen was so calm and composed, he was too lazy to think about it more deeply. It was the first time for Zhou Siqing to play cards with a woman like this, and it gave him a completely different feeling. This was something he had never experienced with his ex-girlfriend. Thinking of what Wen Shen mentioned about next time, Zhou Siqing couldn't help but feel excited. If I could really date a rich woman, I would be willing to drive a Bentley and live in a villa. I've been having stomach discomfort lately and need to eat something soft. Zhou Siqing, who was trapped in his fantasy, suddenly started to wake up. He thought about the system last night. Last night was too rushed and he hadn't had time to study the so-called system carefully. In his mind, Zhou Siqing saw that there was a skill that he had not received. The system has been activated, and intelligence information and tasks are randomly released every day. To do or not to do it depends on the host's wishes. Tip: the system automatically binds objects women with a beauty score of 90 or above, and objects with a beauty score of less than 90 will be bound according to the host's wishes. After successful binding, you can obtain one item from the woman. After successful binding, you will receive rewards for each task completed. Binding, intelligence, mission. The panel is clear at a glance. Zhou Siqing touched his chin and instantly understood what was going on. Intelligence is equivalent to letting you know something in advance, such as $100 under the table. The mission is a little more troublesome. Zhou Siqing remembered that there was 99 yuan that he had not collected. How do I get the cash? You can withdraw cash only when you reach 100 yuan in cash, and you are only 0.01 yuan away from the withdrawal target. Dynasty. Fourth tone. Zhou Siqing cursed in his heart. Isn't 99 yuan a lot of money? Why do you have to pay 100 yuan? This made Zhou Siqing recall the days when he helped CC. For the sake of that 60 yuan, the whole class worked together, but in the end, they failed because they were only 0.01 yuan short. They really got the hang of the decimal point. Maybe it was just bad luck, but he had become immune to this thing. Even if I can't get it for 99 yuan, at least I still have a skill. Zhou Siqing received the skill. In an instant, he felt full of strength. Zhou Siqing waved his fist. There is a breeze when punching, as if there is endless energy. Zhou Siqing was overjoyed. This skill came as soon as he said it. Not only did he have the necessary martial arts skills, but he also had the 19 hands of the Black Dragon, and his physical strength also increased to an extremely powerful level. For self-defense, there is no problem fighting 5 at one time. Zhou Siqing really wanted to find someone to experiment with. Especially the Black Dragon 19th move. Just hearing the name sounds awesome. But with a coup sound, Zhou Siqing put his thoughts aside. Don't think too much about it. Filling your stomach is the most important thing. I consumed a lot of energy last night, so I have to eat more. After checking the time, Zhou Siqing entered a Shaxian hotel. I ordered a deluxe business set meal and had a luxurious lunch. Although I didn't get any money, I got something more important than money. So, it's not excessive to be a little extravagant. After eating and drinking, Zhou Siqing took the bus and returned to school. Sitting in the last row of the bus, Zhou Siqing closed his eyes comfortably. I just don't know when Aunt Wen will contact me again. I will definitely have a good chat with her then. This kind of mature woman is not a little girl, you must be close to her and take the initiative. Brother Tonzi, please give me some support. Others are given calves, big horses, big villas, millions or tens of millions, but when it comes to me, I get nothing. I still owe 2,000 yuan. Thinking of the foreign debt, Zhou Siqing looked at the remaining 2,000 yuan in the quilt and couldn't help but sigh. 2,000 is not a lot, but for a college student like him, it is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. No one helped me to reach the top, so I borrowed money to reach the top. Academy of Arts, commonly known as the Art Academy. Male dormitory 211. I opened the dormitory door and found no one inside. Zhou Siqing packed his luggage. He came to school last night. After returning to the dormitory, without even having time to pack his luggage, he followed Zhao Gang to the bar to work part-time. After packing my luggage, the intelligence information was refreshed on time. Intelligence information 1, Su Kunji recently fell in love with a local female netizen in the game. In order to have food, he asked his family for a lot of money and transferred all of it to the other party. Intelligence information 2, Counselor Lu Wei will meet with Wang Yan, a junior student of the Film and Television Academy, at Hanjing Hotel at 8 o'clock tonight to play double queuing and gain points. The two will then leave at 8:10. Intelligence Information 3, in order to show off her good voice, Chen Jianing, the school beauty of the Conservatory of Music, will start a live broadcast of notes at 7 p.m. to sing. This information was beyond Zhou Xiqing's expectations. Zhou Xiqing couldn't imagine Su Kunji to be so silly, and he couldn't imagine the counselor to be so extravagant. Lu Wei is the counselor of his class. More than half of the students in the class don't get along with him, including himself. Moreover, Lu Wei has a wife and a family. His wife is very pretty and has a nice figure. She has come to the school several times. As the squad leader at that time, I had spoken to Lu Wei's wife several times, and she also knew me. I didn't expect that you, Lu Wei, would be this kind of person. The third message can be simply ignored. He has no money and can't spend even a little. Zhou Xiqing thought about it and decided that only the second message would work. After all, you don't want your wife or boyfriend to know about your affairs. At this time, the dormitory door was pushed open. My roommate Su Kunji came in with a plastic basin. Obviously he had just finished washing up. Seeing Zhou Xiqing in the dormitory, he asked curiously, "Old Zhou, what are you doing? Why are you still in the dormitory? If I'm not in the dormitory, where am I?" Zhou Xiqing wondered. "Didn't you see the WeChat message I sent you this morning?" Su Kunji put down the plastic basin, picked up a towel and wiped his face, and said, "Last time you gave my mother a massage, she said it was very effective, and she wants you to go again." When Su Kunji said this, he felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she is my own mother, and she is always thinking about other boys in her heart. He felt as if his mother's love had been taken away from him. But he had no way to deal with his mother's preference for Zhou Xiqing. "It's my own fault. I like to bring my classmates home to play." Hearing this, Zhou Xiqing took out his cell phone. After seeing the content of the message, he looked a little strange. "Okay, brother Jia. I'll be there right away after I finish packing." Zhou Xiqing smiled slightly. "It was pure coincidence that I met Su Kunji's mother." At that time, Zhou Xiqing was in urgent need of money, so he found a part-time job as a courier. As luck would have it, the valuable item he was delivering that day happened to be delivered to Su Kunji's mother. Gradually, there was a birthday party. Su Kunji invited everyone in the dormitory to his house to have fun, and it was then that he realized it was Su Kunji's mother. "By the way, when you leave, pick up my clothes and put them in the washing machine when you get home. The school's public washing machines are so dirty, and people are washing shoes and underwear there." "Damn it!" Su Kunji cursed, opened his laptop and logged into Steam. "Aren't you going back with me?" Zhou Xiqing asked. "No, go by yourself. I just came out of the house and don't want to go back. Besides, there is no fun at all at home." Su Kunji looked back at Zhou Xiqing and asked, "Where is Gangzi? Didn't he come back with you?" "No." Zhou Xiqing replied. "Okay then." Su Kunji logged into YY, and then a clip sound was heard. The sound gave Zhou Xiqing goosebumps all over his body and he frowned slightly. Is this the person Su Kunji is dating online? It's a voice changer. Su Kunji couldn't wait to put on his headphones, turned his head and urged, "Lao Zhou, go to my house quickly, don't forget to take my old clothes, they are in the bag." "Okay." Zhou Xiqing nodded. In fact, he also wanted to experience what it was like to go to his roommate's mother's house alone. After coming out of the dormitory, Zhou Xiqing scanned a small green car and rushed to the home of his roommate Su Kunji. At around 2 p.m., Zhou Xiqing arrived at the community. 22802. Knock knock. Zhou Xiqing knocked on the door. There were footsteps sounds from inside the door and the security door was slowly opened. The person who opened the door was Su Kunji's mother, Bing Jia. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure and stunning appearance. She is the type of girl next door, with a gentle temperament and a soft and gentle personality. At first glance, it gives people a feeling of pity. She tied her hair back in a ponytail, wore a red shirt with black shorts, black stockings on her legs, and slippers on her feet. You can clearly see the tiny black feet with red painted nails. At this time, Bing Jia's face was covered with sweat, her cheeks were flushed, and a few strands of hair were stuck together on her forehead. The slight expression on her face revealed that she was a little impatient. So feminine. For some reason, Zhou Xiqing's heartbeat began to speed up. Afterwards, Zhou Xiqing couldn't help but think of Leilei's mother. Bing Jia is not tall, but she has a pretty face and figure. Just looking at this face, she is already very feminine, especially considering her figure and status. What a charming charm. Zhou Siqing remembered a passage on the internet: understand Mengde, become Mengde, and surpass Mengde. Name, by Bing Jia, 41, 163 centimeters, d, 56 kilograms. Hint, the bound object may seem weak, but has a strong and independent heart. Chapter 6: Solving Washing Machine Problems. Xiao Zhou? You're here? Come in, come in. Seeing Zhou Siqing standing at the door in a daze, Bai Mingjie enthusiastically took Zhou Siqing's hand and pulled him into the house. A wonderful touch comes, and the hormones in the body flow rapidly. Aunt Bai's hands are so soft and warm. But Zhou Siqing quickly came to his senses. Sorry Aunt Bai, I played cards late last night and slept in this morning, so I didn't check my phone. It's okay. Auntie is very happy that you can come. Bai Mingjie smiled gently. Zhou Siqing smiled and said nothing, but his eyes slowly moved towards the center. I can't believe Aunt Bai is actually D? After seeing the contents of the panel, Zhou Siqing was slightly surprised. Could it be that Aunt Bai has been hiding her strength? Is she not as simple as she seems? It seems ordinary, but it is actually turbulent. Bai Mingjie saw that Zhou Siqing was staring at her without saying anything, so she couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiao Zhou, what's wrong with you? Bai Mingjie didn't dislike Zhou Siqing at all, she even liked him a little. This child is diligent, has good hands-on skills, and can give massages. He is many times better than my own son. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing said, Aunt Bai, I'm thinking about your shoulder. Is it still painful in the same spot as last time? Let me help you relieve the pain first. Hearing his words, Bai Mingjie couldn't help but smile. Okay, Xiao Zhou, let Auntie make a phone call first. The washing machine at Auntie's house is broken and can't drain water. I'll find someone to come and repair it. At the same time, the system refreshed the task. Task 1, please help Bai Mingjie solve the drainage problem inside the washing machine and massage her shoulders to relieve her pain. Cash reward, 500 yuan per day. Tip, the washing machine drain pipe is blocked by foreign matter. The reward for this mission gave Zhou Siqing 100% of his energy. With a daily income of 500 yuan, that is 15,000 yuan a month. Isn't this pure money making? Some people may look down on this 500 yuan, but for him, earning 500 yuan a day is a very difficult thing. Even earning 200 is a luxury. So, such a good task must be done. Bai Mingjie had already taken out her cell phone and was ready to make a call. But he was stopped by Zhou Siqing. Zhou Siqing said, Aunt Bai, let me help you drain the water, you don't need to find anyone else. Bai Mingjie was a little unconvinced. Xiao Zhou, can you do maintenance? Auntie, you know my hands-on ability. Zhou Siqing gave her a teasing look. Bai Mingjie's heart trembled at his look. Well. Okay, go and have a look, the washing machine is in the bathroom. Zhou Siqing was a little confused. He felt that Aunt Bai was weird. When he came to the bathroom, Zhou Siqing saw the washing machine in the corner at a glance. There is also a pink plastic basin on top, with colorful things in it. This? Zhou Siqing put the plastic basin on the ground. When he saw the clothes in the basin, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to bring clothes for Su Kunji. At this time, Bai Mingjie ran in hurriedly. Xiao Zhou, let me do it. Bai Mingjie picked up the basin a little nervously and walked out with a red face. Zhou Siqing shook his head, thinking it was no big deal. Following the system's prompts, he unplugged the washing machine, turned it over, and began checking the drain pipe underneath. There is a lot of water in the washing machine, so it is very heavy. It has to be placed 2 days in advance, and at least 2 people are needed to move it. Now all it takes is one hand. That's the benefit of being powerful. Sure enough, there were a bunch of balls of thread and some other things at the drain pipe below. Xiao Zhou, it doesn't matter if it can't be fixed. This washing machine has been used for many years and it's time to replace it. A voice was heard outside the door, and Bai Mingjie walked in slippers. She came to Zhou Siqing's side and squatted down. Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? This drain pipe is so dirty, stop picking at it. Zhou Siqing seemed not to have heard and said, Auntie, how long has it been since you cleaned this place? It's completely clogged. The drain pipe hasn't been replaced yet. Look, it's already black. Zhou Siqing stood up and washed his hands. Xiao Zhou, it's true. How did you find out? No wonder the water inside can't be drained out. It turns out the problem lies here. Bai Mingjie looked at the washing machine. So should we unclog it? Or replace the drain pipe with a new one? Bai Mingjie asked seriously. Zhou Siqing was looking at Bai Mingjie's back. Weird thoughts popped up in my mind. Damn, what are you thinking about? Zhou Siqing slapped his head. He came to Bai Mingjie's side and said, Auntie, there is no hardware store near you. It's too troublesome to buy it now. Clear it first, and it will still work. After a pause, Zhou Siqing continued, I see you have a lot of clothes to wash in the basin. It would be too tiring to wash them by hand. Women like to hear nice words and caring words. After hearing what Zhou Siqing said, Bai Mingjie couldn't help but touch his head. Xiao Zhou, I'll listen to you. If you need any tools, Auntie will get them for you. Zhou Siqing was not opposed to Bai Mingjie's action. Auntie, just take something longer. Longer? Bai Mingjie thought it sounded strange, but didn't think much about it. She then stood up and left the bathroom. Looking at Bai Mingjie's back, Zhou Siqing still felt a little excited. Call. Let's do the current task well first. Zhou Siqing calmed himself down. I don't know what happened, but his immunity has become much weaker. After a while, Bai Mingjie came with a pair of tweezers, chopsticks and scissors. Anyway, I brought over everything that grew at home. Zhou Siqing took the tools and started working. Tinkering with the drain pipe. Seeing this, Bai Mingjie also came to help. Xiao Zhou, is there something wrong with the inside of the washing machine? Zhou Siqing shook his head. No, the washing machine is fine, it's just the drain pipe that's blocked. That's good. Bai Mingjie felt relieved. Zhou Siqing followed up with a sentence, the washing machine has been used for a long time, so you should check it frequently. Bai Mingjie nodded. After tinkering with it for a while, Zhou Siqing plugged the drain pipe back in. Auntie, please try. It should be fine now. Bai Mingjie nodded and restarted the washing machine. After a few minutes, all the water inside the washing machine was drained. Bai Mingjie was in disbelief. She quickly opened the lid of the washing machine, knelt on the ground, put her head in and started to check. Xiao Zhou, you are so amazing. There really is no water in it. Zhou Siqing coughed lightly, turned his head away and did not answer. Did Aunt Bai do it intentionally or unintentionally? But he didn't dare to do anything out of line. This is obviously not polite. It doesn't fit his image as a perfect college student. Ahem, Aunt Bai, you'd better come out first. Although the scenery was beautiful, he was afraid that he would no longer be appreciating it, but taking pictures. Xiao Zhou, you are awesome, much better than my unreliable son. Bai Mingjie came out and clapped her hands happily. Then he praised Zhou Siqing. Xiao Zhou, you are not only good at hands-on work, but also good at observation. It took less than an hour to solve the problem. Bai Mingjie seemed quite proud when she praised. It was like he was praising his own son, or maybe he really treated the other person as his own son. Chapter 7, Domestic Violence Upstairs. Zhou Siqing smiled slightly and responded modestly, it's just luck, it's not a big problem. Bai Mingjie felt that Zhou Siqing was too modest, and her impression of him rose to a higher level. How can it be luck? Xiao Zhou, you are too modest. As they were talking, Bai Mingjie brought Zhou Siqing to the living room. Xiao Zhou, what do you want to eat? Auntie will get it for you. Bai Mingjie looked at Zhou Siqing. The more she looked at this child, the more she liked him. I want to eat noodles. Noodles? Noodles? Then I'll give you noodles. Bai Mingjie thought he was hungry, so he wanted to eat noodles. No, Auntie, don't bother me. Zhou Siqing waved his hand. He just said it casually. It would be great if it was really edible. Okay, you watch TV first, I'll go cut some fruit for you. After saying that, Bai Mingjie turned on the TV, then walked into the kitchen with her waist and hips twisted. Aunt Bai, I don't want to eat. As it concerns the 500 yuan per day, Zhou Siqing's attention is all on the massage at the moment and he has no mood to eat fruit. Let me give you a massage first. Zhou Siqing said. Bai Mingjie acted as if she didn't hear anything and went into the kitchen without looking back. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing sighed and sat on the sofa. As soon as he sat down, his cell phone vibrated. It's a WeChat message from Wen Shen. There are also 2 voice messages. Zhou Siqing converted it into text. Are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about something, and I'd like to treat you to a meal. Invite me to dinner? Zhou Siqing didn't expect the next meeting to come so soon. Seeing this news, Zhou Siqing recalled what happened last night. A feeling of heat rose in my heart. Wen Shen is already 40 years old, but her skin is as tender as that of a female college student, smooth, firm and fair. Sure enough, for a woman who has her own career, money and power are the best beauty products. Zhou Siqing agreed and replied with an okay. It's not too late to go to Hanjing Hotel after dinner. Wen Shen suddenly invited me to dinner, so she must have something to say. I don't know what to say, but I have to go anyway. What if she thought about it again? The other party also replied immediately and sent several 3-second voice messages. Okay. I'll send you the location tonight. If the distance is too far, I'll pick you up. Zhou Siqing replied, no need. Anyway, it's in Jilin, not too far away. If it's too far, I can take a taxi there. But as soon as he sent it, Zhou Siqing regretted it and cursed himself for being stupid. Why would you pretend to be a gentleman if you don't agree to such a good thing as a rich woman picking you up? When being picked up, say more nice things to bring both parties closer together and avoid unnecessary embarrassment during the meal. Fuck, what are you thinking about? Afterwards, Zhou Siqing wanted to click withdraw, but he was still a second too late. Wen Shen just sent a message saying see you then. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing had no choice but to follow up with an emoticon. At this time, Bing Jia came out of the kitchen carrying a large plate of fruit. Xiao Zhou, who are you chatting with? You are so focused. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing turned off his phone and said with a smile, no, it's a message from the class group. Okay, stop looking and eat some fruit. Bing Jia picked up a piece of fruit with a toothpick and handed it to Zhou Siqing's mouth. It's as natural as feeding your own child. Zhou Siqing felt a little weird because of her actions. But he still ate it in one bite. Is it sweet? Bing Jia asked with a little anticipation. Sweet and delicious. Zhou Siqing nodded in agreement. Bing Jia smiled, handed Zhou Siqing a toothpick, and said, here's the toothpick. Stick it in whatever you want to eat. Good. But even though he was eating, Zhou Siqing didn't forget his business. He said, Aunt Bai, eat the fruit later. I'll give you a massage first. After I finish massaging you, I have to go back to school. Okay then. Bing Jia nodded. This child has taken a lot of time to come here today. She knew that school would start in 2 days, and if the child went home early, he would definitely have other things to do. Bing Jia found a comfortable position and leaned on the sofa. Come here. Last time you gave me a massage, I felt very comfortable. With Bing Jia's permission, Zhou Siqing came behind her. Even though he had had a massage before, he was still a little excited. Zhou Siqing put his hand on his shoulder. The moment he touched Bing Jia, Zhou Siqing clearly felt her body tense up. Aunt Bai, I hope you feel better. Last time I saw you pounding your shoulders, so I wanted to make you feel better and not feel so sore anymore. As Zhou Siqing spoke, he started to operate. Although Bing Jia is only 163 centimeters tall, her body proportions are really good. The thighs and calves are of even thickness, a very standard pair of beautiful legs. What makes Zhou Siqing wonder is why Aunt Bai wears black stockings even at home. This made him a little confused. As Zhou Siqing was massaging, Bing Jia suddenly raised her hand and held it. Zhou Siqing did not stop because Bing Jia had also held it during the last massage. Bing Jia's pretty face was flushed. Xiao Zhou, who did you learn massage techniques from? At such a young age, he has such skills. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing answered honestly, Auntie, this is nothing. My mother has had shoulder pain for many years, so I taught myself. I want to relieve her fatigue and pain. Hearing this, Bing Jia murmured, what a filial child. I'm just pressing randomly, as long as you feel comfortable, it's fine. The fragrance of Bing Jia made Zhou Siqing reluctant to leave. Zhou Siqing slowed down his movements. He was worried about making unnecessary mistakes, so he quickly changed the subject. Aunt Bai, didn't you go to work today? Speaking of work, Bing Jia seemed overwhelmed. She said quietly, Auntie quit her job a long time ago and only found a job yesterday. I'm a salesperson at a jewelry store and will start work tomorrow. Oh. Zhou Siqing didn't ask any further. It seems that Aunt Bai's source of income is unstable. Zhou Siqing remembered the information about Su Kunji. This guy has been asking his family for money recently. As for whether Aunt Bai has a husband, he doesn't know. Anyway, I haven't seen her husband during the few times I came here. Could it be that Aunt Bai's husband is working away from home and supporting her and her son? Su Kunji's family situation is considered to be the best among the people in their dormitory. I eat and dress better than anyone else. It's simply the standard of the rich second generation. But now looking at it this way, it seems that is not the case. Just at this moment, a strange sound of pain came from somewhere, accompanied by a few sounds of ghosts howling. Hearing this voice, Bing Jia woke up instantly and the temperature on her face rose a little. She didn't expect the house to have such poor sound insulation. It would be fine if I just listened to it myself, but there are people here. Zhou Xiqing's reaction was quite natural. Because he had not only heard this sound before, but he had also practiced it last night. Zhou Xiqing pointed to the ceiling and said innocently, "And is there someone committing domestic violence upstairs? Should we call the police?" A single man and a single woman in the same room, with the addition of external sounds, really makes people imagine and feel excited. Hearing what Zhou Xiqing said, Bing Jia hurriedly pressed his arm and said awkwardly, "It's okay, let's not meddle in other people's business. After all, he is a pure child who has not experienced anything. If it were my own son, I would definitely not think so." Chapter 8. I understand. That aunt upstairs is so miserable, Zhou Xiqing said with heartache. After thinking for a few seconds, Bing Jia said seriously, "Maybe it's not domestic violence. There might be kids fighting upstairs." But the blush on her face betrayed her. "We don't have to worry about them." Bing Jia's heart was pounding. But the noise from upstairs showed no sign of dying down. Not only that, it became louder and louder. As if he did it on purpose for others to hear it. "Oh, so that's how it is. I'll go upstairs and remind them. They are already disturbing the neighbors by doing this." Zhou Xiqing touched his chin in a pretentious manner. "It's okay if it's during the day, but what if it's at night? And can you sleep?" Bing Jia was stunned and said unnaturally, "It's okay, it's normal for children to fight and play. This child is so pitiful. He looks like he's about to cry." Zhou Xiqing said. "Don't worry about them, just continue to massage your aunt." Bing Jia spoke unsteadily. "Okay." Zhou Xiqing didn't ask any more questions because he knew Bing Jia was a traditional woman at heart. Zhou Xiqing continued to massage Bing Jia, but then he asked another question. "Aunt your face is so red." Hearing him say this, Bing Jia's face became hotter and hotter, and she casually said, "It's hot." Bing Jia closed her eyes. After the incident just now, her mood had changed. An unprecedented embarrassment swept over her, and Bing Jia's delicate body became very uncomfortable. She didn't know why it happened suddenly. It took a full half hour before Zhou Xiqing's massage ended. "Aunt how do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Zhou Xiqing leaned over and whispered in her ear. The hot air from her breath made Bing Jia's body inexplicably restless. Bing Jia opened her eyes. The noise coming from upstairs made her feel shy. Mainly in front of a child. What's rare is that Zhou Xiqing is a simple and good boy. He didn't think about it that way and didn't do anything else out of line. "Xiao Zhou, Auntie feels much more relaxed now. Thank you for this afternoon." Bing Jia returned to normal. "Aunt you're welcome, but my massage can only give you temporary relaxation. It's not a cure for the disease. If you want to be completely cured, you still have to go to a regular hospital or seek treatment from a professional." What Zhou Xiqing said was true. Compared with professional massage therapists, he was still not as good as them. It would be great when your massage skills reach a higher level, when you can cure diseases and make people remember it for the rest of their lives. "Yeah." Bing Jia hummed, "I'll go to the hospital when my auntie gets paid." "Okay, it's getting late, Auntie, you should go to bed early." "I'll leave first." After massaging for most of the afternoon, it was time to leave. If he doesn't leave, he might try some other sports. After all, she is my roommate's mother, so I should still show her some respect. Bing Jia wanted to see Zhou Xiqing off. But the other person had already walked to the door, said auntie and goodbye, and then closed the door heavily. Looking at the empty living room, Bing Jia suddenly felt a sense of loss. Then she lay down on the sofa, imagining the scene just now in her mind. Fortunately, this child is innocent. If he is not innocent, how should I guide him? If he is guided in the wrong direction and develops bad values, will he gradually become a bad person? It's rare to meet such a good child. Bing Jia doesn't want him to become a bad child because of herself. The moment you walk out of the community, Zhou Siqing heard a notification tone in his ears and his phone vibrated for 1 second. Tip: the source of the reward funds is legal, and they are all earned from living a good life and making money from southern corn cobs. It was accompanied by a text message. Huashang Bank, your account number 0754, completed a transaction at 1702 on August 30th, with an amount of 599.9 yuan and a current balance of 600 yuan. Adding the previous 99.9 yuan, the total is 599.9 yuan, plus the 0.1 yuan in the bank card. The total amount is 600 yuan. Zhou Siqing looked at the text message and was still a little excited. It's not a dream, it's real money. From now on, you don't have to do anything every day and you can earn 500 yuan for free. This way you can earn 15,000 yuan a month. By the time I graduate from college, I can afford a low-end Mitsubishi 7. The biggest obstacle has been solved now, and Zhou Siqing feels like he has seen the light of day again. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Wen Shen called. Aunt One? Auntie has sent you the location, please check it out. Oh, okay. Deep alley. 6 kilometers from the destination. Zhou Siqing took a taxi and headed straight into the alley. It's a home-style restaurant. After entering the restaurant, Zhou Siqing saw Wen Shen ordering food from afar. Zhou Siqing walked over. Wen Shen is still sexy and charming tonight. A V-neck lace short-sleeve top, paired with tight high-waisted flared pants and beige high heels. Wen Shen when she is sober is completely different from her when she is tipsy and drunk. Now she looks a little cold and unapproachable. Zhou Siqing was a little nervous. The emotions, and mentality of a woman at this age are completely different from those of an 18 or 20-year-old girl. However, Zhou Siqing quickly relaxed himself. What is coming will eventually come, there is no point in being afraid. If you are timid, not only will you have no chance, but you may even be looked down upon by the other party. If I had been a little bolder, the outcome might have been different. He had thought it all out before coming. He would first clear up the misunderstandings between them, then test Wen Shen's attitude to see if there was any possibility of getting along. Logically speaking, if the other party really wanted to retaliate, they wouldn't wait until night. A husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace. She shouldn't kill him after playing poker. Aunt One. Hearing the voice, Wen Shen glanced at Zhou Siqing, then handed him the menu. See if there is anything you want to eat that suits your appetite. Oh. Zhou Siqing took the menu, ordered a few dishes at random, and returned the menu to the waiter. Aunt Wen, last night I actually. Zhou Siqing went straight to the point. Just as Zhou Siqing opened his mouth, he was stopped by Wen Shen's shaking head and shushing gesture the next second. Then a blush appeared on her face. When Zhou Siqing left this morning, Wen Shen went to check the surveillance at home. She looked around carefully from the living room to the room. After watching the show, Wen Shen was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a place to bury herself. Last night was simply crazy. How could I become like this, so indescribable? Was I so hungry last night? Although Wen Shen is strong inside, she is a woman after all, and she is still shy. Besides, she is not a little girl. She is already 40 years old. In front of a junior, she not only lost face, but also embarrassed herself. So when Zhou Siqing mentioned last night, she found it difficult to speak. Didn't I tell you not to take this to heart? Why did you suddenly bring it up again? Wen Shen raised her eyebrows slightly and spoke in a faint tone, seeming a little puzzled. At this time, the waiter brought a pot of hot water. Zhou Siqing looked like he wanted to apologize, and said, Aunt Wen, no matter what, I took advantage of you, and I want to sincerely apologize to you. Wen Shen stroked her hair and said gently, It's okay, you're just a child. I can understand the situation at that time. Zhou Siqing was stunned by Wen Shen's words. She could actually understand. The attitude is obvious. Therefore, in that instant, Zhou Siqing was suddenly not so scared anymore. It's good that I understand, I'm just afraid that you don't understand. Chapter 9 Auntie, let's be together. Aunt Wen, thank you for your understanding. I can actually take responsibility for you. After saying that, Zhou Siqing looked directly at Wen Shen. Auntie, why don't we be together? Zhou Siqing figured it out and decided to seize the only opportunity in front of him. Be thick-skinned. It can't be the same as this morning. If you are timid and afraid, you are not a man. It's not shameful to date a rich woman, because some people can't even afford that. What's more, the current employment situation is getting worse year by year, and the demand for chickens and ducks is even greater than that for cattle and horses. For example, my sister graduated with a master's degree, but only makes a few thousand yuan. With the change of his thinking and the built-in plug-in, Zhou Siqing became bolder. Wen Shen was choked by his words. A waiter passing by also looked at Zhou Siqing with strange eyes. I thought to myself, this kid really doesn't want to go to work for a single day. A real man. The waiter was not a fool. Just by looking at the woman's temperament, dress and the jewelry she wore, he could tell that she was not an ordinary person. On the other hand, Zhou Siqing, apart from being a bit handsome, looks all work and does not look like a mainstream person. Wen Shen was silent for a few seconds, then slowly said, "You are too young, I am almost your mother. Another thing, I think we just met? It's been too short." Wen Shen considers things more comprehensively and will not commit to someone just because of a casual word or a one-night stand. Besides, the other party is a child. Zhou Siqing's eyes lit up. She didn't reject me outright, which means there is a chance. Zhou Siqing said nonchalantly, "And one, I'm not young. You saw it last night, didn't you? Besides, I'm already a sophomore this year. Age is not a problem, and time is even less of a problem. We can get along slowly. I will show you what you want to know about me. Auntie, you have to understand that the secret for a woman to stay young is to find a younger man." Zhou Siqing stared at Wen Shen's charming face with a calm expression. Wen Shen's cheeks became hot and red. She coughed and said, "Then let me ask you, what do you like about me? What do you like about me? Is this me? Or this body of mine?" What Zhou Siqing was thinking was that he liked both of them. But it's just thought. Saying it like this without thinking will make you look a bit inferior. I like your personality, and one, as well as your mature temperament and beautiful figure. You are beautiful, intelligent, and considerate. You are much better than those little girls I know. Zhou Siqing looked at the wrapped fruit and felt itchy. It's no wonder he has such wrong thoughts. As a college student full of vigor and vitality, he is full of energy every day. Too much energy and nowhere to vent it. After listening to Zhou Siqing's speech, Wen Shen was moved for a moment, but only for a moment. If you are really with him, it's not just age that is tested. What's more, he has a daughter. If the two of them meet one day, embarrassment would be a small matter. He would definitely be looked down upon by his daughter. Wen Shen shook her head. "What you said is what a woman should have." Zhou Siqing also shook his head. "You are wrong, Aunt One. There are too few women who have these things. Although we have known each other for a short time, I feel that Aunt One, you have other excellent qualities that I have not discovered yet." After saying that, Zhou Siqing looked towards her neck. Moving down. "You also know that we have known each other for a short time, so it is even more impossible for us." Wen Shen did not notice his gaze. Still preaching to himself, just treat what happened last night as a dream and forget it. You are still young, study is the most important thing. When you graduate, come to my company. Is that okay? And the main reason I came to you tonight is to talk to you about something else. Wen Shen didn't really hate Zhou Siqing in her heart, she even liked him a little. Maybe it was because of his hard work last night, or maybe it was because I just got along well with him. Anyway, Wen Shen didn't hate it in her heart. "Auntie, I still have more than 2.5 years to graduate, so there's still plenty of time. I'm talking about now. I want to be with you now. The length of time is just one dimension, not the only factor in measuring feelings. It's just time. The first time I saw you again, I felt what future happiness would be like. It doesn't take too long to find your true soulmate, or to like someone," Zhou Siqing said firmly. Hearing this, Wen Shen smiled helplessly. Not only was she not angry, but she felt that Zhou Siqing was a little childish and cute. "Xiao Chang, how old are you?" Wen Shen asked. 21, Zhou Siqing replied. "You are 21 this year, and I will be 41 soon. When I am old, you will still be in your prime. When that time comes, will you still like your aunt as much as you do today?" After a pause, Wen Shen continued, "If we were together, people outside would talk about us. Auntie doesn't have many relatives or friends here, so she's not afraid of being talked about, and she won't care. And you? Can you do the same as your aunt? How will your parents react if they find out? Including your relatives and friends. Will they think you are a pervert? Can you bear such discussions and looks? Besides, you are still young, you can find someone to accompany you and grow with you. It is normal for children to have some exciting ideas. Wen Shen could understand. Although she may understand, if it is changed to other requests, she will agree. But Wen Shen still feels awkward about her girlfriend. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing also brought out his own reasoning. No, auntie, you said you don't care, so I won't care either. As for the parents, relatives, and friends you mentioned, I don't care even more. I am not popular and don't have many close friends. My father has been in poor health for many years, and my mother has been taking care of him in my hometown. My sister accidentally got into a car accident a few years ago and is no longer with us. I have been living with my sister in Jinling. My sister dotes on me very much. If she knew that I found a girlfriend as beautiful and outstanding as you, she would definitely be happy for me, even happier than me. Wen Shen was somewhat touched by what she heard, and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. This was the first time she learned about the child's family situation. Wen Shen was about to speak, but Zhou Siqing beat her to the punch. As for the age you mentioned, I have always believed that we live our lives for ourselves, not for others to see, let alone for others to judge us. Last night was not a dream, it was a signal from God for us to meet. I hope you can face the present and enjoy the present. No matter what the outcome of our future will be, living well now is the real good. The future is too far away, and no one can predict what will happen in the future. By the way, didn't anyone tell you that you don't look like 40, but rather like 20? Zhou Siqing gave it his all for the sake of his happiness in the second half of his life. Normally, he would not say these words, nor would he dare to say them. This is a different time. I dare not say anything now, but if I don't seize the opportunity, I would be really stupid. And Wen Shen is really beautiful. If you are together, you are not the one who suffers, you will only be happy. Zhou Siqing also wants to make Aunt Wen's daily life fulfilling and full. After hearing what he said, Wen Shen actually felt that there was some truth in it. Reason being reason, Wen Shen still maintained a bit of rationality. She shook her head. What you said makes sense, but we can't. As they were talking, two waiters came to the table with trays. Even though there were people around, Zhou Siqing still asked, Auntie, do you hate me? I don't hate you. Then why don't you agree with me being with you, Auntie? Zhou Siqing asked sincerely. Is it because of your old age? Before Zhou Siqing could finish his words, Wen Shen glared back at him. Don't mention him to me. I divorced him a long time ago and we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Wen Shen's voice was full of coldness. Zhou Siqing was overjoyed, his guess was absolutely correct. Then, he said seriously, Aunt Wen, I hope you can give me a chance to take care of you and provide for your old age. I've already missed your puberty, and I don't want to miss your menopause again. After saying this, Zhou Siqing felt that the only thing he had left was to put on the yellow hat and kneel down. The two waiters who served the dishes glanced at Zhou Siqing with gossip. There was something strange in his eyes. Facing Zhou Siqing's sincere gaze, Wen Shen didn't know what to say. The waiter seemed to be reluctant to leave and served the dishes slowly. Wen Shen couldn't help but say coldly, Can you be slower? By the time you guys are done, the food will be cold. Sorry. The two waiters lowered their heads and quickened their hands. Zhou Siqing laughed, but he was laughing in his heart. Aunt Wen, are you angry with me? Wen Shen lifted her hair and said, No, let's eat first and talk later. Auntie, you'd better agree, otherwise I can't eat. Looking at the table full of dishes, Zhou Siqing was also very hungry, but compared to the future, being hungry for a while was nothing. Wen Shen had no choice. It would be a lie to say that she had no feelings towards Zhou Siqing. A night of love is 100 days of grace. But she still finds it difficult to break through the moral bottom line in her heart. If I refuse directly, it won't have much effect, and he might even become even more aggressive. The more you can't get it, the more you love it. Since both of them are like that, she won't be without feelings, she will have some. Therefore, before and after having sex with Zhou Siqing, Wen Shen tacitly regarded him as someone close to her. I invited him to dinner tonight, thinking that we could get to know each other better. But she never thought of becoming Zhou Siqing's girlfriend. The key point was that she never thought that Zhou Siqing would ask her to be his girlfriend. Wen Shen had no reason to respond. After thinking for a few minutes, she said cunningly, Xiao Chang, do you really want to be with your aunt? Wen Shen has a gentle smile on her face. Seeing Wen Shen smiling like that, Zhou Siqing thought he was halfway to success. He nodded quickly, Yes, Aunt Wen, I want to be with you. As he spoke, Zhou Siqing picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it on Wen Shen's plate. Perhaps Wen Shen pretended to refuse because of her status and age. In fact, deep down, she is willing to be with me. Saying one thing and thinking another is a necessary element for every woman. Zhou Siqing thought narcissistically. Then he took a bite of the food. When he put it in his mouth, he felt that the vegetable tasted better than meat. Chapter 10-2 Requests. Are you really willing? Have you thought it through? Wen Shen stared at Zhou Siqing and asked again. As if confirming something. I'm willing to do that. I've thought it over carefully. Zhou Siqing chewed the food in his mouth slowly and nodded. He thought Wen Shen was asking him to think it over carefully so as not to regret it later. Okay, Xiaochang, since you want to be with me so much, from now on, you will be my godson. Wen Shen finished speaking slowly, then picked up the chopsticks and put a chicken wing into Zhou Siqing's bowl. What? Zhou Siqing looked shocked. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. The food in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor and he swallowed it immediately. Auntie, did you say it wrong? What godson? I am your boyfriend. Zhou Siqing said depressedly. What boyfriend? Don't you really want to be with your aunt? If you treat me as your son, we can be together every day. Wen Shen smiled gently. No, that's not what I meant. Zhou Siqing said. What do you mean? You didn't say you thought it through. A man should keep his word. Wen Shen said with a smile, so, you are not allowed to regret it. Grass, describing a kind of plant. Zhou Siqing was speechless. How could he possibly recognize Wen Shen as his godmother? This is totally against the rules. Looking at Zhou Siqing's innocent and cute appearance, Wen Shen couldn't help but smile. Little brat, young. Wen Shen stood up and sat next to Zhou Siqing, touched his head naturally, and held him with both hands. Wrap one of his hands in your palm. Zhou Siqing looked helpless. You got into the role so quickly? You will be my son from now on. Auntie really wants a boy. Zhou Siqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had said so much, but was shut up by her words. The being together that Wen Shen talked about was completely different from what he imagined. He really thought Wen Shen had figured it out. In the end, I thought too much. Zhou Siqing now understands that Wen Shen's affection for him mostly comes from family affection or other reasons. She has a good impression of me, probably the same as an elder's affection for a younger person. Don't worry, I will treat you just as well as your mother treats you, even 10,000 times better than her. Wen Shen spoke very seriously. After she heard about the child's family situation just now, she felt that he was very pitiful, and the maternal love in her heart was a little overflowing. Zhou Siqing was silent. Xiaochang, say something. Wen Shen continued to stroke Zhou Siqing's head. If it were anyone else, they would probably agree without hesitation. But Zhou Siqing still didn't agree. After all, if you have such a rich woman as your godmother, to put it bluntly, you won't have to worry for half your life. But after admitting it, many problems will be exposed. For example, once you acknowledge her as your godmother, you can no longer be her godmother. Besides, he has been back to his hometown. He also wanted to go back to his hometown to visit. Therefore, Wen Shen could not become his godmother. Even if we take a step back, Aunt Wen has a daughter of her own. Aunt Wen, please stop making trouble. I'm already 20 years old. Why do I need a godmother? Zhou Siqing was very depressed. It's okay. Didn't you say you don't care about other people's opinions? So what's wrong with you being my godson? No. Zhou Siqing refused. He already had a biological mother, so why would he need a godmother? If my mother who was far away in my hometown knew about this, she would definitely complain about it. Besides, if I really acknowledge this godmother, many things in the future will become difficult to handle and difficult to carry out. Therefore, Zhou Siqing never does anything that would cause trouble for himself. What's wrong? Don't you like being with your aunt very much? Wen Shen blinked. I like it, but I don't like to use the so-called mother and son identity. Zhou Siqing spread his hands and said, let's put it this way, Aunt Wen. I know that what I said is hard for you to accept for a while and you may not be able to react. Go home and digest it tonight, and give me an answer in a few days. Zhou Siqing was not afraid of her rejection. Whether she agrees or not is just a matter of time. At the moment, she just can't get over the hurdle in her heart. If she still can't get over it, then find a way to help her. Wen Shen froze and couldn't help but scold with a smile, "You kid." Wen Shen got a bit of a headache. She really couldn't understand this kid. Why did he want to find a woman older than him as his girlfriend? Normally speaking, shouldn't boys of his age like little girls? At worst, I like someone who was 1 or 2 years older than me, like an older sister. Why does his taste change when it comes to him? Popular tastes have become unique tastes. Does he really think that after exercising with me once, I have to be responsible for it? Xiao Chang, you don't have to be responsible for your aunt. I don't blame you. On the contrary, I like you very much. Auntie will be responsible for you. Wen Shen spoke every word very seriously. But when she saw Zhou Siqing remain silent, Wen Shen softened her heart again. So she hesitated for a few seconds and added, "Xiao Chang, how about this? If you can get first place in the class in this final exam, I will consider being your girlfriend." First in the exam? Zhou Siqing had no idea. For him, as long as he simply passed the exam, he would have no problem at all. It's a bit difficult to get first place. Zhou Siqing rejected this request. Regardless of whether he could get first place, the waiting time was too long. Today is only the 30th, and there are still several months until the final exam. He will miss home if he can't go back to his hometown for several months. Wen Shen probably guessed that Zhou Siqing would refuse, so she continued, "Then I'll change my request. If you can make 100,000 yuan within a month, I'll consider being your girlfriend and being with you. If you can't finish it, you will be my godson and completely forget what happened last night." This request is pure threat. Do you think you are a cool girl? Earn 2 million a day. Wen Shen's request was made because she believed that Zhou Siqing could not accomplish it at all, and secondly, she wanted him to quickly face the reality and turn back as soon as possible. It is impossible for a college student, or even an adult, to earn 100,000 yuan in a month. Zhou Siqing was silent, then nodded solemnly, "Okay, it's a deal, I will make 100,000 yuan. Zhou Siqing understood that Wen Shen didn't want to be his girlfriend now. That's why she made such an unrealistic request. For an ordinary college student, earning 100,000 yuan is simply impossible. Still within a month. Apart from getting involved in some dirty and gray stuff, Zhou Shichang really couldn't think of anything he could do to earn $100,000 in a month. But now, he already has. System. Since she doesn't believe me, I'll show it to her. Hearing Zhou Siqing agree to the request, Wen Shen said inwardly, "He is worthy of being my silly son." Because she believed that Zhou Siqing could not meet this requirement at all. On the surface, Wen Shen still had a smile on her face. She smiled faintly, "Let's eat first, the food is getting cold. After eating, Auntie will take you home." "Okay, godmother, Auntie, you should eat more too." Zhou Siqing also said it casually and almost said godmother. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and did not say the word godmother. He corrected it in time. Wen Shen had a smile on her face and kept picking up food for Zhou Siqing. In fact, she has selfish motives. After all, Zhou Siqing was the first man to touch her in recent decades. Although he is a little young, he cannot be my husband. But after all, you can always treat him as someone around you. The most important thing is that she doesn't hate the child. If he could really be my godson, it might be a good thing, and he could talk to me when I have nothing to do. Besides, she also has her own little secrets. And this little secret came into being when Zhou Siqing mentioned the word girlfriend just now. She couldn't rely on a daughter, so she wanted to have a son. Since we have met, it means it is fate. Wen Shen thought silently. Chapter 11: A Hug. During the meal, the two were silent, each with their own thoughts. Looking at Wen Shen's plump breasts, Zhou Siqing unconsciously recalled last night. Rich, pretty and good-looking. This is much more powerful than the girls in school. Although it is not clear how rich Wen Shen is, it is not difficult to guess just by looking at one car. At first he was worried about what the other party would do, but tonight's attitude was obvious. Wen Shen has a good impression of me. You should act within your means and do what you can, and when it's time to act, act. Zhou Siqing had already decided in his heart to take down Wen Shen. That's why he proposed that Wen Shen be his girlfriend. But when he thought of the 100,000 yuan, Zhou Siqing clenched his fists. After dinner, the two walked out of the restaurant. "Xiao Chang, where do you live? I'll take you home." Wen Shen took out the car key, pressed the unlock button, and the diamond-cut headlights flashed. It is particularly bright in this dark night. Zhou Siqing was about to agree when he heard a prompt tone in his ear. Task 1, send Wen Shen home, and find a way to kiss her so that she can feel your warmth. Task reward, 10,000 yuan. Zhou Siqing suddenly became energetic. This money came just in time. Ha! With this 10,000 yuan, we are one step closer to the goal of 100,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Zhou Siqing changed the subject and said, Anwen, let me take you home. You're sending me off? Wen Shen asked. I'll drive you back. Zhou Siqing said. Do you have a car? Wen Shen asked. No, what I mean is that I will drive your car and take you back. Zhou Siqing said sincerely. Wen Shen was amused by what Zhou Siqing said. Drive yourself home in your own car. Should we praise him for his thoughtfulness or say he is humorous? Wen Shen smiled and said, Xiao Chang, let me take you back. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if you take me back and have to go back again. It's okay, I'm not afraid of trouble. Zhou Siqing walked to the front of the car, opened the driver's door and sat in. Seeing this, Wen Shen smiled and stopped refusing. Zhou Siqing said goodbye to Wen Shen only after sending her to her doorstep. And 1, go to bed early. Wen Shen nodded and also reminded with concern, well, go slowly on the way back, and call me when you get home. Okay. Then and 1, can we hug each other before we leave? Zhou Siqing said this with some reluctance, but in fact he had already thought of a plan in his heart. School officially starts the day after tomorrow, and I will definitely see Wen Shen less often. Although it was only one night and they were together for just one day, Zhou Siqing's love for Wen Shen grew like weeds. I not only like her body, but also her soul, her whole being. Zhou Siqing has no experience in dating mature women. He wanted to try it once. Wen Shen nodded without hesitation and took the initiative to hug Zhou Siqing. Just when she wanted to let go, suddenly she felt something tight and her whole body was hugged tightly. Wen Shen is about 1.7 meters tall, which is not considered short, but she is still a little shorter than Zhou Siqing. Being hugged tightly by Zhou Siqing, Wen Shen's head was pressed against Zhou Siqing's chest. Xiao Chang, what are you doing? Let me go. Wen Shen looked flustered and her face flushed. She patted Zhou Siqing's back gently, signaling him to let go. How could Zhou Siqing let her go so easily? Feeling the soft pressure, Zhou Siqing thought of his ex-girlfriend. Compared to this, my ex-girlfriend has nothing and is no different from a piece of wood. Slowly, Zhou Siqing leaned down and his lips touched the tip of Wen Shen's nose. The moment she touched it, Wen Shen's body felt like it was electrocuted. You, go back soon. As soon as Wen Shen finished speaking, Zhou Siqing kissed her. The moment they kissed each other again, Wen Shen was dumbfounded and her mind went blank. Her beautiful eyes widened and she just stared at the other person. But Zhou Siqing breathed a sigh of relief. The mission is accomplished. But he didn't go too far, like sticking out his tongue or French kissing. There is a long time to go, a simple kiss will be enough, there are plenty of opportunities. Although she had experienced this once, Wen Shen still felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was in a daze and her brain was not clear last time, but now it is different, she is very clear-headed. But she hadn't been kissed for a long time and had forgotten what it felt like. She is now a novice, and when Zhou Siqing suddenly kissed her, she had a wonderful feeling. Zhou Siqing didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. She is indeed a mature woman. What she says is completely different from what she thinks. The two of them hugged each other like this. At the beginning, Zhou Siqing was teaching her, but later, Wen Shen took the initiative to ask for it. It was not until Wen Shen thoroughly felt Zhou Siqing's change that she broke free with a blushing face. What were you doing just now? Didn't we agree to just hug each other? Why did you kiss each other? She was a little afraid to look at Zhou Siqing. It was so embarrassing for her just now. Wen Shen hurriedly smoothed the hair on her forehead. Zhou Siqing stood there, cooperating very well and not saying a word. Originally, he just wanted to give her a quick kiss and then let go, but he didn't expect Wen Shen to take the initiative. So, you can't blame me for this, because you are beautiful and proactive. A minute later, Wen Shen returned to normal. Okay, you've done what you should do. Go back quickly. Wen Shen said lightly, pretending nothing had happened. After saying that, without waiting for Zhou Siqing's response, Wen Shen turned around and left alone. Watching Wen Shen leave, Zhou Siqing sighed softly. I guess Antoine is shy. He didn't know what to say. They are already 40 years old, but they are still so traditional and no less than me. It seems that I will have to teach her more in the future. The scent of Wen Shen still lingered in the air. The scene of her being honest with me last night involuntarily came to my mind. Zhou Siqing sniffed it and left. For some reason, Zhou Siqing found that his body was becoming increasingly out of control. He felt that he had more energy and was ready to fight to the end at any time. Some strange ideas gradually emerged. On the way back, Zhou Siqing vowed to get Wen Shen completely, not just her body. I just don't know if what happened last night can happen again. Putting his thoughts aside, Zhou Siqing walked back while opening the banking app on his phone. Refreshed the account. The original 600 yuan had an extra 1 in front and an extra 0 at the end. Looking at the 10,000 yuan that had already arrived in his account, Zhou Siqing couldn't help but smile, his face filled with uncontrollable joy. The happy smile didn't last long, and he gradually disappeared, returning to a calm expression. 10,000 yuan is still too little. In front of rich people, 10,000 yuan is like $1, which can be spent easily. A day in heaven is equal to 1 year on earth. Of course, I'm referring to money. Comrade, we still need to work hard. After calming down, Zhou Siqing took a taxi to Hanjing Hotel. Chapter 12 Lu Wei's Secret. 8 o'clock sharp. Zhou Siqing arrived at the hotel entrance. As soon as he arrived, Lu Wei and Wang Yan also arrived in time. The two of them blatantly entered the hotel hand in hand, looking particularly intimate. Seeing that the target had appeared, Zhou Siqing turned on the screen recording and followed in, intending to shoot the whole thing in one shot. As it was the first time Zhou Siqing had done this, he felt a little unfamiliar with it. I'm not afraid, really. Zhou Siqing's purpose was simple, he could ask for hush money in the future. Even if you don't want hush money, you should still get some benefits from it. Because once this matter is exposed, Lu Wei will definitely lose his job. As a counselor, Zhou Siqing doesn't know how much he earns a year. But if it costs 40,000 or 50,000 yuan, it shouldn't be a big problem. For this, Zhou Siqing did not feel any guilt at all. Dear counselor, it's strange that you like to disgust students. Every time you are asked something, you know nothing. When something happens, you play dead. You won't approve your request for leave, and on the contrary, you are disgusting. You like to take advantage of others and deliberately make things difficult for them. But as soon as this thought arose, it was instantly suppressed by Zhou Siqing. What if this bitch can't get over it and wants to swap places with me? The acts of secretly taking photos and extortion are illegal in themselves. Moreover, Lu Wei is also very smart. I have suffered many losses when dealing with him in class. Don't order a package with food and accommodation before you make any money in the end, otherwise you will be doomed. Damn it! Zhou Siqing cursed inwardly. He thought everything was too simple. But since he was already here, Zhou Siqing didn't want to give up, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. But there are huge risks behind doing so. It's really not worth it for just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Zhou Siqing was suddenly at a loss. He didn't know how to deal with this matter. It would be a pity to let Lu Wei go, but we can't be too ruthless. Zhou Siqing was conflicted. Thinking of what Lu Wei had done in class, he didn't want to let Lu Wei get away with it. Just when Zhou Siqing was hesitating, Lu Wei walked towards him. Zhou Siqing? Zhou Siqing was startled and turned around to see Lu Wei standing behind him. Hello, Teacher Lu. Zhou Siqing was a little embarrassed and said with a forced smile. It's really you. Lu Wei was shocked, and then he asked, what are you doing here? After standing on the stage for a long time, he developed the habit of moving his head back and forth to observe. He just turned his head out of habit and noticed Zhou Siqing's back. Lu Wei glanced at the phone in Zhou Siqing's hand and immediately understood what was going on. He said calmly, did you see everything? Yeah. Now that he was discovered, Zhou Siqing simply stopped pretending. Hearing this, Lu Wei frowned and stopped talking. After a moment's silence, Lu Wei felt in his pocket, took out a pack of cigarettes, took out one and handed it to Zhou Siqing. Zhou Siqing shook his head, not understanding what he was doing. Lu Wei lit a cigarette, slowly exhaled, and said softly, don't think too much, she and I are true love, we are very happy together, and we will get married when she graduates. Maybe, we don't have to wait until she graduates. After Lu Wei finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Wang Yan who was waiting at the front desk, with a happy smile on his face. Zhou Siqing was confused. What the hell are these two people? Brother, how can you bring happiness to others in just 10 minutes? You? Zhou Siqing wanted to say, but couldn't. He had a big question in his mind: weren't the two of them having an affair? School starts the day after tomorrow. She and I will come to the hotel tonight to discuss some things and leave soon, Lu Wei said calmly. Zhou Siqing felt contemptuous in his heart. What was the point of discussing it in bed? Lu Wei patted Zhou Siqing on the shoulder and said earnestly, I hope you won't make our affairs public. After a pause of a few seconds, he continued, my wife is home alone tonight, you can go. Huh? Zhou Siqing looked shocked. He felt like his brain was a little confused. No, this? Zhou Siqing felt that what Lu Wei said was shocking. What do you mean my wife is home alone? Is this something that can be said? Lu Wei sighed, I want a divorce, but my wife disagrees. She told me that she will divorce me when she finds someone who can possess her. Lu Wei stared at Zhou Siqing and grinned, I think it would be more appropriate for you to do this, because she knows you. This way, I can be free. Zhou Siqing was stunned and looked at Lu Wei in disbelief. What a weird family this is. Does Lu Wei have some kind of green hair fetish? Or was he testing me? He wanted to give me some evidence. In order to better control myself. Mr. Lu, stop joking. I won't tell anyone about your relationship with Wang Yan, don't worry. Zhou Siqing was about to take a step back. It's not appropriate for you to do this. The word possession that my sister-in-law said sounded just like something she said in anger. Why not? She already knew about my affairs outside. Lu Weiming took a puff of his cigarette and said, she is a smart woman. She would rather stay in a loveless marriage than get divorced because she knows it doesn't matter who she lives with. The reason is too far-fetched, said Zhou Siqing. Lu Wei looked sad, the main reason why she didn't divorce me was for the child, but that child is not mine. At this point, Lu Wei's expression became complicated, with a bit of anger and unwillingness. He said, my marriage to her was arranged by my family. When I married her, she already had a child, who was just born and was only 2 years old. Do you know how I felt when she was holding a child at the wedding? Lu Wei suddenly became so excited that his body trembled. He grabbed Zhou Siqing's shoulders with both hands and said, I was only 27 when I married her. Now I'm 32. Do you know how I have been living these past 5 years? I wanted to get rid of her a long time ago. Zhou Siqing was speechless. After saying so much, he ended up being the one to take over. Zhou Siqing had no interest in how Lu Wei became the savior or what the hidden reasons were. She and I sleep in separate rooms. She has severe insomnia and has to take sleeping pills every night to fall asleep. Lu Wei glanced at the time on his watch. At this time, she should have just finished taking the medicine. It's just right for you to go. Do you know what you are talking about? Zhou Siqing frowned. He could tell that Lu Wei was not joking. I know. If you go tonight, I will have a reason to divorce her tomorrow. Lu Wei looked at Zhou Siqing deeply, she is in the east room. Task 1, agree to Lu Wei's request. Task reward, 20,000 yuan. Oh my god. Isn't this just a joke? Zhou Siqing vomited blood, this is too much. Now I have to go even if I don't want to. I won't bow down for a few pieces of silver. But these 20,000 yuan can buy 50,000 pieces of rice, right? It's time to bow down. The development of the matter was completely beyond his expectations. Zhou Siqing thought of many things, but he didn't expect this to be the outcome. Lu Wei then took out his mobile phone and found a photo. Zhou Siqing took a closer look and saw that it was a dignified woman. As for who it is, there is no need to say. This is a photo without beauty filters, and her figure is indeed great. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong with you. She knows you, and she might be very happy then. How is it? Lu Wei just looked at Zhou Siqing, waiting for his response. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhou Siqing exhaled, step forward. No matter what, whether you go or not, it won't do you any harm. The worst outcome is being criticized by the whole school, having to write a self-criticism, and being placed on probation. Although one's private life is not frugal, one will not be expelled. Because all of this is guided by the other party, and the most you can do is not be able to resist the temptation. Besides, the system doesn't indicate any danger, so there's no problem. Zhou Siqing did not turn off the screen recording and also recorded part of Lu Wei's voice. In this way, Zhou Siqing agreed reluctantly. Practice is the only truth. Finally, Lu Wei told Zhou Siqing the location, password, etc. It's a win-win situation. You should have agreed to it a long time ago. After saying that, Lu Wei seemed to be liberated and left without looking back. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing shook his head. It really proves the saying, there is nothing strange in this world. Chapter 13 Sleepwalking. Lu Wei lives in a relatively high-end residential area, a 6-story villa with an elevator. Because it was at night, Zhou Siqing was not afraid of being recognized. Arriving at the door of his house, Zhou Siqing took a deep breath and said silently in his heart, I just did it for 20,000 yuan. The air around was so quiet that you could hear your heartbeat. Zhou Siqing entered the password and walked in carefully. When he came into the room, it seemed as if he had become the man of the house. Zhou Siqing felt like a thief. Slowly opened the bedroom door. Despite this, a slight sound was still heard. Zhou Siqing tried hard to restrain himself and waited for a few seconds before stepping in. The bedroom was dark, and the air was filled with a slight smell of alcohol. Zhou Siqing turned on the light of his mobile phone, walked to the windowsill and opened the curtains. The moonlight came in, and then I could see Sleeping Beauty on the bed. The woman on the bed was lying flat on her back, covered with a summer quilt. Perhaps because of the moonlight shining in, the person on the bed turned over to the side. Only then did Zhou Siqing see clearly that the woman was only wearing a cool summer nightgown, revealing a pair of beautiful legs. Zhou Siqing stopped wasting time and tugged at his collar. $20,000, here I come. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Wei. When Zhou Siqing approached, before he could take the next step, the woman on the bed seemed to be waiting for his arrival and pulled him over. The next second, Zhou Siqing fell on the thick and soft cotton. Zhou Siqing was stunned by the sudden moment. But he was in no mood to enjoy it right now. Not good. Damn it, I've been discovered. Zhou Siqing was completely panicked and cursed his bad luck inwardly. He subconsciously wanted to get up, but the other party held his body tightly. How can a person who has taken sleeping pills move? Didn't she sleep? Come to think of it, no normal person would go to bed after 9 o'clock. Lu Wei, you bastard, how dare you harm me? Zhou Siqing felt regretful. He no longer wanted to think deeply about it. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and go home to find his sister. But it's too late to say anything now. Name, Jin Shuang, 35, 173 centimeters, c. 50 kilograms. Hint, the bound object has severe psychological trauma. Because of a car accident, her sister passed away, leaving behind a 1-year-old daughter. She just wants to raise her sister's daughter and let her grow up happily. Zhou Siqing suddenly realized that the child was not his biological one. Similarly, he only now found out that the other person's name was Jian Shuang. The two had met before, but he really didn't know the other person's name. After thinking for a while, Zhou Siqing's desire to push her away wavered. He himself possesses the spirit of dedication in the New Era society, so he is willing to suffer losses when facing beautiful women. Besides, isn't the purpose of coming here tonight to want something? Thinking of this, Zhou Siqing gave up struggling and transformed himself. At this time, Jian Shuang's actions gradually became extreme. She hugged Zhou Siqing with one hand and kissed him with the other. Printed on Zhou Siqing's lips. Zhou Siqing clearly smelled the strong smell of alcohol on the other person. Lu Wei, we've been married for 10 years, and I haven't given it to you once. You are right. I have not fulfilled my duties as a wife, so I have thought it through tonight. Let's get a divorce. I will explain it to my family. It's just that before the divorce, I'll give myself to you as compensation to you for all these years. Zhou Siqing was stunned. Was this woman talking in her sleep with her eyes closed? The smell of alcohol in her mouth clearly showed that she had drunk alcohol before going to bed. Not only did he drink, but he drank a lot. Truth comes out when drunk. Damn, it turns out she thought she was Lu Wei. Etc. Wrong. What do you mean I never gave it to you once? Have they never had this since they got married? Then why is your name Lu Wei? Just change your surname to Yang. For a moment, Zhou Siqing didn't know whether to cry or laugh. In that case, did I make a profit or a loss? Just as Zhou Siqing thought, Jian Xuan was in a half-asleep, half-awake drunken state. When she heard the sound of someone entering the door just now, she subconsciously thought that it was Lu Wei who came in. When Zhou Siqing came to her side, she also thought it was Lu Wei who came to the bedside. Suddenly, Jian Shuang turned around. Suppressed Zhou Siqing. Relying on instinct, Jian Shuang worked hard. Bright red lips followed and the movements became frantic. With a snap, Jian Shuang's hands covered Zhou Xiqing's face. Then, the refreshing fragrance entered Zhou Xiqing's nostrils. Slowly he was also deprived of his sanity. Chapter 14 Shinihan. 1 hour later, Zhou Xiqing put on his clothes and covered Jian Shuang with a blanket. Then he left the community. Zhou Xiqing did not stay overnight. After you've done your good deed, leave immediately. The main idea is to do good things without leaving an aim. After leaving the community, Zhou Xiqing did not return to the school dormitory, but returned to the staff quarters. This is where his sister rents a house, and it is also their small home in Jinling. The family compound is occupied by medical staff. Under normal circumstances, the room will not be rented out to anyone except family members of the hospital. The reason why she was able to rent such a house was that her sister happened to know a head nurse, so she happened to rent it. The family compound is an old residential area, with the 5th floor at the highest and no elevator. It's already 11 o'clock. I wonder if my sister has finished get off work. I got home and knocked on the door. The door was opened quickly. A long-haired woman stood inside the door. "Brother, why are you back?" the woman said in surprise after seeing Zhou Xiqing. She hurriedly pulled Zhou Xiqing into the house. The woman was Zhou Xiqing's sister, Shinihan. The reason why they have different surnames is that they are not biological siblings, born of the same mother, and have no blood relationship. In the past, the older generation favored boys over girls, and if the first baby was found to be a girl, it would basically be aborted. Even if some people give birth to a child, they don't want to raise it and just give it away without even asking for any money. It's given to you for free. Shinihan was sent away by her biological parents when she was 4 years old. It was delivered to Zhou Xiqing's mother. Shinihan has been smart since childhood. She graduated with a master's degree from a 985 university. She is also beautiful and dresses simply, cleanly, and decently every day. I don't usually wear makeup and look completely natural. But this can't hinder her beauty at all. Shinihan is pretty and gentle, speaks nicely, and is just like the big sister next door. Even though there is no blood relationship, the love and tolerance for Zhou Xiqing remains the same. He was lucky to have such a beautiful sister. Zhou Xiqing also secretly vowed that he would find a girlfriend according to Shinihan's standards. Thinking back to when they were kids and playing together, Shinihan would often stuff her little feet, which were covered in white socks, into his mouth. Zhou Xiqing replied that he had nothing to do at school. When he came to the small living room, Zhou Xiqing saw instant noodles on the table. "Have you eaten? I'll order some takeout for you," Shinihan asked with concern. She guessed that her brother might not have eaten since he came back so late. "I worked overtime at the company today and came back a little late, so I didn't go buy groceries. I'll order some takeout for you and you can just eat it." Shinihan's tone was full of concern. "Sister, I've eaten. You don't have to order for me," Zhou Xiqing said. "Did you really eat it?" Shinihan was a little worried and asked again. "Really?" Zhou Xiqing said firmly. Shinihan nodded slightly and believed what he said. He put away his phone and returned to his seat to continue eating instant noodles. Seeing Shinihan eating instant noodles alone, Zhou Xiqing suddenly felt uncomfortable and had a bad feeling. Although Shinihan graduated with a master's degree, his monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan. I don't know if it's because of my major, but my salary doesn't match my academic qualifications at all, and is even lower than that of a bachelor's degree. In fact, 5,000 yuan can only solve the problem of food and clothing and daily expenses in a city as big as Jinling. As for saving money, it is very difficult. Zhou Xiqing stayed in his hometown for a month and came to his sister's place in August. During the more than 1 month of summer vacation, Shinihan would buy meat and vegetables and a lot of things every day after get off work. Extremely caring. Seeing that his brother was still standing there stupidly, Shinihan couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're standing there as punishment. Come over and sit down. We've only been apart for a day, and you're already unfamiliar with each other?" Shinihan was a little surprised. The day before yesterday he told himself that he would not go home after returning to school, but he suddenly came back tonight. "I ate it," Zhou Xiqing said. Looking at Shinihan in front of him, Zhou Xiqing came to her side, gently held her in his arms, and hugged her tightly. "Xiao Chang, what's wrong with you?" Shinihan was stunned when his brother hugged him without any warning. She stared at Zhou Xiqing blankly, her hands gently resting on his back. Shinihan did not resist and let Zhou Sicheng hold her in his arms. She wondered silently whether her brother had been bullied or wronged outside and wanted to find someone to comfort and rely on. Shinihan patted Zhou Sicheng on the back gently. The two hugged each other for a long time before separating. Shinihan took Zhou Sicheng's hand and asked with concern, "Xiaocheng, what's wrong with you? Did something happen at school?" "No." Zhou Sicheng shook his head and took a sip of the instant noodles on the table. "It smells so good." Shinihan. Seeing Zhou Sicheng eating so happily, Shinihan thought to herself, could it be that this brat hugged her just for her instant noodles? Thinking of this, Shinihan shook his head gently, with a helpless smile on his lips. "Why do you suddenly want to go home?" Shinihan raised his eyes and asked softly. "I missed you, so I came back to see you." Zhou Sicheng took 2 bites and returned the instant noodles to Shinihan. Shinihan felt warm inside when her brother said, "I miss you." She also took the instant noodles and took a bite. The siblings have a deep relationship and they don't dislike each other. Moreover, they slept in the same bed when they were young. "We slept together until the 3rd or 4th grade when we were forced to separate." "You miss me? Why don't I believe it? You miss my salary, right?" Shinihan joked, picked up his phone and transferred money to Zhou Sicheng. "I transferred 1,500 to you, plus the 1,200 I gave you the day before yesterday. The total is 2,700. Spend sparingly. Your sister won't get her salary until the 10th next month." Even so, if Zhou Sicheng really had no money, she, as his elder sister, would lend it to him even if she had to borrow it. "Sister, why are you giving me money?" Zhou Sicheng returned the money and told Shinihan that I have money. He now has more than 10,000 yuan in his hand, so why would he want Shinihan's money? If he hadn't found a suitable reason, he would have been thinking about transferring money to Shinihan. "If you don't have enough to spend, just tell me. Don't force yourself," Shinihan said with concern. "There are many things to spend in college. If you are dating a girlfriend and buying clothes and shoes, 1,500 yuan a month is not enough." She knew that her brother was not that lavish with his money, but she couldn't let that put her in a difficult position. Zhou Sicheng said it was okay. "Sister, I can earn money now. You don't have to give me living expenses every month. You can keep the money. After a few months, I will rent a bigger house for you. It's closer to your company, so you don't have to squeeze on the bus every day," Zhou Sicheng said very firmly. Shinihan was touched, and looked at his younger brother in front of him with more doting eyes. Being able to say these words, she realized that her brother had finally grown up a little. Shinihan couldn't help but feel relieved. But Shinihan didn't take his brother's words too seriously. He is still a college student. Where can he earn so much money to rent a big house for himself? What's more, she is very satisfied with the house she is currently renting. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, 1,200. But she did not discourage her brother's enthusiasm. Having ideas is a good thing after all. "Okay, I'll wait for you to move me to a bigger house." Shinihan picked up a sausage, cut it with scissors, and handed it to Zhou Sicheng. Zhou Sicheng took a bite. "Sister, you are getting more and more beautiful. I don't even want you to find a boyfriend." Looking at Shinihan in front of him, Zhou Sicheng couldn't help but praise her. Shinihan is so beautiful, regardless of whether the boys out there are worthy of her, most of them just look at her face. To put it bluntly, there is no sincerity, it's just lust. "How come you have become so good at speaking after just one day? Who did you learn from?" Shinihan said. "Sister, I'm telling the truth." Zhou Sicheng was eating sausage. Chapter 15 Comforting Shinihan. Shinihan smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. Your sister, won't be looking for a boyfriend recently." "Yeah." Zhou Sicheng believed what his sister said. Zhou Sicheng glanced at the instant noodles on the table and said caringly, "Sister, eat something good at home and don't always eat instant noodles." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shinihan felt warm in his heart at his brother's caring words. He didn't say anything else but just nodded in agreement. It was already past 11 o'clock, and Zhou Sicheng felt that he had talked enough. "My sister has to go to work tomorrow and she has the habit of going to bed early, so I won't disturb her for now." Moreover, Zhou Sicheng could clearly see that Shinihan seemed to be worried about something. "Although I don't know the reason, I won't disturb her for now." Zhou Sicheng stood up from the sofa. At this time, the system refreshed the task. Name, Shinihan, 27, 173 centimeters, B, 56 kilograms. Hint, the person you want to bind to is only interested in making money and giving his family a better life. Task 1, Shinihan is in a bad mood tonight due to work. Please comfort Shinihan and chat with her. Task rewards, English, Korean, daily life, Spanish, French, Russian, German, 7 languages. In an instant, Zhou Siqing stopped moving. Looking at the half-sliced sausage in his hand, he felt that it was not fragrant at all. This mission is too simple, and the rewarded skills are very practical. It's actually a foreign language. Foreign languages are good, but you have to learn them. It's good to learn one more subject. While Zhou Siqing was excited, he also felt a little distressed. What makes me sad is that my sister only has work in her eyes. Shinihan is different from other girls. At her age, when she loves to play, she likes to study and work hard. Seeing Zhou Siqing's uncertain expression, Shinihan couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Siqing came to his senses and sat back down. Shinihan is his sister and a very important woman to him. Since my sister is in a bad mood, even if it's not for the system's reward, as a younger brother I have to comfort her. "Sister, are you tired from work recently?" Zhou Siqing asked. After a pause, he continued, "Work is work. If you are not happy with this job, just quit." Hearing this, Shinihan shook his head helplessly. She just thought that her brother was too young and thought things were too simple. Most of Shinihan's stress comes from her leaders, but the rest is okay. She handles the pressure of her work and her relationships with colleagues very well. The company is large in scale and has great development prospects, so she wants to give it a try. It is now August and September, and a large number of graduates are looking for jobs. It is easy to resign, but it is very troublesome once you start looking for a job. It's okay. I'm doing well in this company. Shinihan smiled slightly. Then, she looked puzzled and said, "Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? You're just a kid. Just study hard and don't worry about the rest." Shinihan touched Zhou Siqing's head. "Sister, I can't help you with work, but I want to tell you that you shouldn't sacrifice yourself for work. I can also make money in school, and I can support you in the future." After Zhou Siqing finished speaking, he reached out and gently patted Shinihan's jade hand. "Jinling is so big, there are many companies, there is no need to hang yourself on a tree." Shinihan stared at Zhou Siqing blankly. The younger brother who she always took care of on weekdays could actually say these words to her tonight. It seems that he has really grown up. Shinihan blinked. "Do you think your sister is a wrong person? You are trying to comfort me. How much money can you earn at such a young age? Don't learn bad things and take crooked paths." Shinihan reminded seriously. "I won't. I still need to rent a big house for you, sister." "No, I need to buy a big house." Zhou Siqing also blinked. Shinihan laughed, feeling relieved. Whether he is just making empty promises or just trying to cheer himself up, no matter what, it is good that my brother can say such words and be so enthusiastic. I'm serious about what I say. Work is not everything. Don't waste your time and don't overwork yourself. Zhou Siqing looked serious and earnest. He said this not just to say good things for the so-called mission, but he really wanted to make his sister feel more relaxed. "Okay, sister, we'll listen to you." Shinihan smiled, and then she changed her tone, as if she remembered something, and said softly, "Brother, I want to discuss something with you." "No need to discuss, I agree to everything." Zhou Siqing blurted out. "I haven't even said anything yet, but you agreed. What if it's not a good thing and you don't want to do it?" Shinihan said with a smile. "Sister, you tell me." Zhou Siqing thought so too. What if his sister said something bad? Wouldn't it explode? Shinihan thought for half a second and said slowly, "I want to rent out the vacant room." "Sister, who do you want to rent it to?" Zhou Siqing added, "Man or woman?" Zhou Siqing has thought it over, and if it were a girl, she would also consider it. Look at the photos first, keep the good ones, otherwise, get lost. If you're a man, don't even think about it, just get out of here. It's a girl, a close friend of mine in college. I know her very well. She contacted me recently and wanted to stay with me for a few days. Shinihan asked Zhou Siqing for his opinion. If her brother didn't agree, she wouldn't let her best friend live in. Why doesn't she rent a house by herself? Zhou Siqing asked puzzledly. I'm a flight attendant. I fly to other cities most of the time. I just came here recently. She doesn't want to stay in a hotel and wants to come and stay with me for a few days. Shinihan explained. Okay, you decide, sister. Zhou Siqing said. Okay, I'll let her stay with us for a few days. Shinihan assured, she won't stay for long, maybe just a month at most. Yeah. Zhou Siqing didn't say anything else. After all, she was his sister's good friend, and it would be inappropriate for him to refuse her. Afterwards, the brother and sister chatted on the sofa for a while before separating. Go back to your room and go to sleep quickly. Don't lie sideways on the bed playing with your phone all the time. Shinihan warned. I know. You're as nagging as my mom. Zhou Siqing walked to the door of the room and said impatiently. An elder sister is like a mother. I am your mother outside. Shinihan put her hands on her hips and pretended to be serious. Okay, my mother's sister. Zhou Siqing cooperated seriously. You little brat, you only use weird words. Shinihan ran over with a smile, ready to hit him. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing hurried back to the room. After returning to the room, Zhou Siqing couldn't wait to try out his new skills. 7 languages. The first thing to be experimented with is the daily language. Apart from the commonly mentioned Bagayalu, Yumati and so on, he doesn't know the rest. Zhou Siqing randomly found some Japanese words on the internet and planned to translate them. The moment he saw the Japanese language, Zhou Siqing found that this passage of Japanese language flashed in his mind just like Chinese. Sweep. After completing the Japanese translation, he then tested English and Korean. Zhou Siqing breathed a sigh of relief only after finishing all the tests. He has mastered 7 languages. In this way, I can easily pass the CET-4 and CET-6, which I failed in my freshman year. Pretty. I finally passed the CET-4 and CET-6. Afterwards, Zhou Siqing spoke a sentence in English and then in Japanese. These languages sounded incredibly smooth and fluent in his mouth. Zhou Siqing was overjoyed. He could finally open his eyes and see the world. When I go abroad in the future, I won't have to worry about language barriers. More importantly, I can work abroad and no longer have to deal with those. There's even a chance I can be a translator. Zhou Siqing was so excited that he couldn't sleep tonight. I stayed up until about 2 in the morning before I fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he dreamed of the happy times abroad. I had a deep exchange with Sakura's sister and Kimchi's sister, and finally had a midnight snack with the blonde and blue-eyed sister. Zhou Siqing slept soundly that night. Chapter 16 Jong Seo. Zhou Siqing slept until he woke up naturally. When I woke up the next day, Shinihan had already gone to work early. The first thing Zhou Siqing did after getting up was to open the banking app. I made more than 30,000 yuan in just one day yesterday. In addition, there is a message from Lu Wei on Weixin. You got away with it last night. I'm going to divorce her this afternoon. Also, I will resign from my job as a counselor, and you will have a new counselor. Study hard, the future is yours. Zhou Siqing took a quick glance and closed his phone. It's a good thing for Lu Wei to resign. This way, no one will know what I did last night. Let this secret be buried in memory forever. After a quick wash, Zhou Siqing went out, planning to go back to school first. Zhou Siqing walked downstairs leisurely humming an English song. Before, I couldn't understand English, I could only listen to the music and the rhythm. When you hear it, you will unconsciously want to sway to the rhythm. Now that I understand, I realize that some English songs are really unbearable to listen to. Huang song doesn't even have lyrics. For example, this song, Booty, Music. Bah, it's immoral. Zhou Siqing spat casually. As luck would have it, a person suddenly appeared behind him. The saliva in his mouth landed on her calves. Suddenly, the two of them were awkward. Woman wearing pink yoga pants. She wore sneakers, an ice silk sun protective jacket on her upper body, a sun hat on her head, black sunglasses on her face, and her hair was tied up. Zhou Siqing really didn't mean to be so uncultured. Just now he just felt it coming and didn't think too much about it. The key point is that Zhou Siqing didn't expect that someone would suddenly jump out from behind him. Sorry, let me help wipe it for you. Zhou Siqing didn't look at the face of the person opposite him. He took out the tissue he carried with him and was about to step forward. Xiao Zhou? The woman asked uncertainly. Zhou Siqing stopped what he was doing after hearing that and looked up at the woman in front of him in confusion. Because she is wearing yoga pants, the woman's figure can be said to be quite good, and her graceful figure is outlined to the fullest. When the breeze blows, you can faintly smell a fragrance. When Zhou Siqing heard the woman calling him, he said directly, "Who are you?" Because the woman was wearing sunglasses, I couldn't see her face clearly. The woman took off her sunglasses and said with a friendly smile, "It's me." At the same time, Zhou Siqing heard the news. Name, Zhang Jiao, 35 centimeters, 165 centimeters, C+, 55 kilograms. Hint, the bound object dotes on his 13-year-old daughter too much, causing her to not be weaned and still have the habit of drinking milk every night. Zhou Siqing's heart began to beat rapidly. No. Is your system correct? I am a clear-minded university student. Zhou Siqing had no time to digest this news. I stood there in a daze for a moment. Xiao Zhou? Seeing this, Zhang Jiao called out softly. Aunt Jiang, it's you. Hearing the voice, Zhou Siqing reacted quickly. Zhang Jiao is like the landlord of the two siblings. The place where we live now was provided by Zhang Jiao. According to Shinihan, Zhang Jiao is a head nurse in the hospital. Because the two of them didn't have much in-depth communication, Zhou Siqing remained polite. Why call me auntie? Call me sister. Zhang Jiao was a little dissatisfied with the word auntie. Zhou Siqing immediately changed his words, Sister Jiang, I'm sorry, I was careless. As he spoke, he put the tissue in his hand on Zhang Jiao's leg. Sister, let me wipe it for you, sorry. Hey, it's okay, it's okay. Zhang Jiao stopped Zhou Siqing. Something's wrong. You can't wipe it well. Although it's covered by yoga pants, it still feels comfortable and soft to the touch. Zhou Siqing wiped it quickly and threw the garbage into the trash can. Then he checked it carefully again, and after confirming that it was correct, he said, Sister Jiang, I'll clean it for you. Okay, thank you, Xiao Zhou. Zhang Jiao lowered his head and glanced at him symbolically. She still had some impression of Zhou Siqing. Shinihan's younger brother. I met him once when we moved, and he would greet me when we met on weekdays. Overall, he is a very polite child. Sister Jiang, are you getting ready to go for a run? Zhou Siqing asked curiously, looking at her equipment. I ran this morning. I went to practice Pilates. Zhang Jiao smiled and said, I'm off duty today. I have nothing to do. Zhou Siqing nodded, okay, Sister Jiang, I won't bother you anymore. Okay, come over to my house when you have nothing to do. Zhang Jiao put on his sunglasses again. By the way, you, a college student, can tutor my two daughters. Definitely when I have time. Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Okay, then I'll leave first. Zhang Jiao waved his hand. Zhang Jiao said this with a smile, then twisted his waist and left the spot. Her plump buttocks swayed with her steps, her pants stuck to her, and Zhou Siqing couldn't help but take a few glances at Zhang Jiao's back. She has everything she should have, a standard beautiful young woman. It was like a ripe peach, and he wanted to pounce on it to quench his thirst. She already has 2 children, but she's still in great shape. Zhou Siqing remembered that when he first met Zhang Jiao, she was wearing a French V-neck lace dress with a curvy figure, flat shoes on her feet, and her hair was tied up. It makes me imagine what I was like at that time. It's not that I have any ideas or anything. This is just an instinctive reaction, in other words, it is human nature. Suddenly, Zhou Siqing remembered that he had been weaned for many years. Throwing aside the inappropriate thoughts in his mind, Zhou Siqing rode his bicycle back to school. School officially starts tomorrow, so travel is relatively free at the moment. 211 dormitory. Every time Zhou Siqing came to the dormitory and saw this house number, he felt speechless. Just as he reached the door and had no time to push it open, Zhou Siqing heard someone calling his name from inside. Driven by curiosity, Zhou Siqing also wanted to hear how the people inside were controlling him behind the scenes. Didn't Lao Zhou come back last night? Asked Zhao Gang in the room. No, he came to my house yesterday afternoon, and I asked him to bring my clothes, but he didn't. This bastard, I don't know what he's in such a hurry for. Su Kunji operated the mouse and keyboard, talking non-stop. You went to your house? Who was there? My mom. Your mother was home alone, and then Lao Zhou went alone? Yes. It's really 6. What's the meaning? Hey, it's nothing, I just suspect your mom. Zhao Gang had not finished speaking when the dormitory door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Zhou Siqing opened the door and walked in. What are you talking about? Gangzi, you're here too? Aren't you going to your part-time job? Zhou Siqing had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on Zhao Gang. The meaning of the look he gave Zhou Siqing was self-evident. Zhao Gang shut his mouth and didn't continue speaking. Su Kunji took off his headphones, turned around and said, "Old Zhou, what's wrong with you? You came to my house yesterday and didn't take my clothes back with you. I'm going on a date with Xiaomei tonight, and I don't know what to wear. Your washing machine is broken. You can't wash anything even if you take it there." Zhou Siqing said lightly. "Okay, I'll just wash it by hand." Su Kunji said reluctantly. "Wash your hands well and clean them thoroughly," said Zhou Siqing. "What a waste of time." Su Kunji stood up, put his arm around Zhou Siqing's shoulders, and said with a playful smile, "Old Zhou, I actually have something else I want you to help me with." "Well, you say." Zhou Siqing said. "I just want to lend you 400 yuan, is that okay with you?" Su Kunji smiled and said, "I need it urgently. I'll pay you back in a few days when my mom gets her salary." Chapter 17 Between Roommates. Before Zhou Siqing could respond, Zhao Gang suddenly interrupted, "Old Zhou, don't lend him money. He has only been in school for a few days and he is out of money. Who knows what he is doing? It's better to wash his feet than to lend him this money." Although Zhao Gang appears to be carefree towards Su Kunji, he actually has a grudge against him in his heart for a long time. Last semester, Zhao Gang brought meals to Su Kunji and treated him to guests, but he never returned any of the money. Not only that, I lent him 200 yuan during the winter vacation last year, and he hasn't paid it back yet. When I first borrowed your money, I promised you that I would pay it back when I got to school. But after I got there, I found out that there was nothing when I asked. Everything I wear and use are branded goods, but I still need to borrow even a few $100s. Zhao Gang even suspected that Su Kunji deliberately did not pay back the money. This is not the point. The point is that Su Kunji gets along well with you on the surface, but secretly looks down on you. Later, Su Kunji scolded Zhao Gang for being a big fool, a petty-minded person, a stingy person, and a poor guy. "I lent you money with good intentions, but in the end I became a miser and a pauper." From then on, Zhao Gang had a grudge against Su Kunji. Although he didn't say anything, he was actually unhappy with Su Kunji for a long time. "But we are roommates, we see each other every day, so it is not easy to show anything." "It's not Gangzi, I didn't ask you to borrow it," Su Kunji said dissatisfiedly. "Ha, you still haven't paid me back my money," Zhao Gang retorted. "Pay back the money. Ha, it's just a few $100s, not thousands. It's not like I won't pay you back. Do you mind?" Su Kunji frowned. He felt that Zhao Gang was looking for trouble. He then added, "Didn't I tell you that my mom hasn't received her salary recently and she's a little short of funds? Besides, you know what I did with my money. Ha, what's the use of that thing? It's not even as good as a hair from the line of fire." Zhao Gang remembered what he said before about opening the box. When he was a freshman, Su Kunji looked down on him. Not to mention food, daily necessities, clothes and shoes, even playing games is the same. This guy plays Go like he is superior to others and is full of superiority. Zhao Gang gradually realized that he and Su Kunji were not the same kind of people. Now that he had the chance, Zhao Gang was determined to mock Su Kunji no matter what. "Anyway, I'm better than you. Your game is just like a computer. You shoot at anyone you see. Is it useful? My dragon rejection can buy you 10 phantom gods." "Haha, really? I really do have a phantom god, and I hope you also have a dragon rejection. Okay, when I get it someday, you can call me daddy." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Seeing that the tension was growing, Zhou Siqing interrupted them in time. "Stop talking. Are you hungry? Do you want to go to the cafeteria?" Although the relationships in the boys' dormitory are not as complicated as those in the girls' dormitory, they are not much better either. Like their dormitory, there is no so-called grand brotherhood between roommates. We just have ordinary roommate relationships with each other. Let's go, Lao Zhou, let's ignore him," Zhao Gang said to Zhou Siqing. "Old Zhou, my 400 yuan?" Su Kunji said anxiously, looking at Zhou Siqing eagerly. "It's your turn." Zhou Siqing took out his cell phone and said with a smile. "Old Zhou, what are you doing?" Zhao Gang gently hit Zhou Siqing. Among the 4 people in the dormitory, Zhao Gang thinks that only Zhou Siqing is the same as him. Both of them come from poor families, rely on part-time jobs, and are single. "Beautiful old Zhou, I knew you were nice enough," Su Kunji shouted happily. He couldn't contain his excitement at the thought of continuing to open boxes when he came back. "Old Joe, wait for me for a moment. I'm going to the bathroom. Let's go to the cafeteria together when I come back." After saying that, Su Kunji walked out of the dormitory. Seeing Su Kunji leave, Zhao Gang was a little confused. "Old Joe, why did you lend Su Kunji money? You know his character. I borrowed money from him and haven't paid it back for more than half a year." This guy bragged about how rich his family was during his freshman year, and how his mother was a company manager who managed hundreds of people. In the end, he didn't even pay back the few $100s he borrowed. Zhao Gang criticized Su Kunji and sneered at his behavior. Zhou Siqing just smiled. "The reason why I lent him money was because Zhou Siqing thought of an interesting point. Bing Jia had been unemployed at home for several months and only recently found a job. Her son Su Kunji kept asking the family for money and even borrowed money from outside. What does this mean? This shows that the whole family depends on her mother alone. It is clear that Bing Jia does not have a husband." Zhou Siqing made a bold guess. "Old Zhou, you are still laughing. What will you do if he doesn't pay you back?" Zhao Gang frowned. Zhou Siqing smiled evilly when he heard this. "That's easy, I'll go back to his hometown." After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, the three of them planned to take a walk outside the school. "There's a new internet cafe opening opposite the school. Why don't we go there and have some fun? My laptop isn't very fun to use," Su Kunji suggested. Fearing that they would not go, Su Kunji added, "I'll pay for your internet, and you two can buy me some drinks." "Okay. Zhou Siqing and Zhao Gang agreed. It's also quite joyful to go online occasionally. On the way, Su Kunji and Zhao Gang were like real brothers, chatting and laughing enthusiastically. They were arguing in the dormitory a second ago, their faces were red and they almost got into a fight. The next second they became inseparable good brothers, talking and laughing. They obviously look down on each other, but sometimes they are as good as brothers. Zhou Siqing's attitude towards his roommates is indifferent and neutral. He will not deliberately try to fit in with others, nor will he deliberately be cold and indifferent. Su Kunji was bragging on the side. Zhao Gang rolled his eyes and said to Zhou Siqing stealthily, "Old Zhou, what did you do at Su Kunji's house yesterday?" "You guys?" He. Zhao Gang laughed obscenely. He had seen Su Kunji's mother before. She had an amazing figure, fair skin, and an attractive face. She was definitely a beautiful young woman. Especially for this group of energetic college students. It is indeed heart-stirring and makes people feel distracted. Seeing Zhao Gang's excited expression, Zhou Siqing smiled calmly. "No, his washing machine was broken and the water wouldn't drain, so I helped her fix it." Zhou Siqing did not say he was going for a massage. If he had, Zhao Gang would have continued to ask. Hearing this, Zhao Gang looked skeptical. "The washing machine doesn't drain water? Can you solve the problem of water draining? Are you going to help her mother unclog the sewer? Fuck fourth tone old Zhou. Zhao Gang's face was full of envy. He knew that Zhou Siqing had hooked up with a mature woman in black stockings the night before. Although I don't know what the final result will be, I can guess it pretty close based on the fact that Zhou Siqing didn't return to the dormitory at night. And now, this guy is hooked up with Su Kunji's mother. What are you thinking about? Zhou Siqing patted Zhao Gang's head and warned him, "Don't tell others nonsense if it's not true." "I don't need to say anything, men understand." Zhao Gang said this, feeling extremely envious in his heart. "Get lost." Zhou Siqing cursed. Amidst the laughter and joking, the system refreshed the intelligence information. Intelligence information 1, there is a bunch of blue baby's breath next to the trash can downstairs in the girls' dormitory building A3. There is a gold ring hidden in it. It was given to the goddess of the dance cheerleading team of the art college by a dog majoring in computer science at the neighboring Polytechnic University. The goddess was not interested in the dog and casually threw it into the trash can. Intelligence information 2, Tang Ming and Yang Yu are about to leave school, and Tang Ming plans to take Yang Yu to a hotel room to try out the new drugs he bought from abroad. Intelligence information 3, Zhao Ruizi lost her golden tabby kitten at the intersection of Nantong Street due to carelessness. It has been lost for 4 days. She is offering a reward of 10,000 yuan to anyone who finds the kitten, and also giving away a 1,000 yuan supermarket card for free. Intelligence information 4, Zhao Ruizi's golden tabby kitten was trapped under a sewer at the intersection of Nantong Street and will be rescued by cat lovers at 5 p.m. Zhou Siqing stopped. Yang Yu is his ex-girlfriend, but now he has no feelings for her at all. Zhao Ruizi was the boss's wife when he worked part-time at the supermarket. The kitten is raised by Zhao Ruizi and often wanders around the store. People who come to the store to buy things can pet the cats for free. Nantung Street is a little far from the school. Zhao Ruizi's supermarket is a little more than 2 kilometers away from the school, which is not too far. It was still early before 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so Zhou Xiqing thought he could just go there at 4 o'clock. So the most important thing at the moment is the gold ring. A gold ring can be sold for a lot of money no matter what. Even if you don't sell it, you can keep it for yourself or give it to someone else. Science and engineering men are rich, and they spend money like water. Trash can. Here I come. Zhou Xiqing suddenly lost interest in going online. He said to the two of them, "You two go first, I have something to do and we'll go later." "Old Zhou, what's the matter?" Su Kunji asked curiously. "My stomach feels uncomfortable, so I need to go to the toilet. Please save a seat for me when you go." Zhou Xiqing made up something. "Oh, that's fine." The two didn't think much about it. As they were talking, a gray Audi A4 came up from behind the three of them. Chapter 18, Beating. The Audi was driving very fast and honking its horn wildly behind us. Beep, beep, beep. The three of them remained indifferent and ignored it. They were not walking in the middle of the road, and there was still space on the side, enough for a small car to pass. The Audi car behind saw that the three people did not move, and honked the horn again as if it was irritated. After pressing it once, he continued to press it several times. The impatient Zhao Gang couldn't help himself. Honking the horn for no reason means you are either sick or deliberately looking for trouble. Zhao Gang immediately turned around and yelled, "Do you think the school is your home? Don't you understand that honking the horn is prohibited in school? Is it a big deal to have a car? I drove an Audi A6 when I graduated, which is a level higher than yours." "Damn!" Su Kunji also said. The Audi turned and stopped in front of them. The three of them were subjected to a real-life American stop. So crazy? Zhou Xiqing frowned. The license plate number of the car looked familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere. A boy with a height of 161 centimeters and curly hair got off the driver's seat. Seeing this person, Zhou Xiqing smiled. No wonder the license plate number looks so familiar. It turned out to be his former love rival. As soon as Tang Ming got out of the car, he started shouting at the three people. "Are you three fucking deaf? Can't you hear the sound of the horn? Your ears are not in good condition. Go get treatment immediately and don't run around on the street." Zhao Gang and Su Kunji held back what they were about to say and dared not say another word. They knew Tang Ming. Tang Ming's relative is the vice principal of the school, and basically no one dares to mess with him. In school, he is considered a rich second generation with money and power. Tang Ming also discovered Zhou Xiqing. Tang Ming ignored the two people beside him and mocked Zhou Xiqing. "Zhou Xiqing, you loser, wear your ears when you go out next time. If you do this again next time, I will hit you." Zhou Xiqing was amused. This idiot doesn't drive properly in school and even honks on purpose and thinks he's right. When he saw Tang Ming, Zhou Xiqing just felt unlucky. A girl got out from the passenger seat shortly after. At the same time, a voice came from the system: "The girl's appearance is below the binding standard, and cannot be automatically bound. Manual binding is required." Zhou Xiqing was a little surprised. Yang Yu is considered to be good looking, but I didn't expect that she couldn't even get 90 points. But he was not bound. Oh my god. Zhao Gang and Su Kunji quickly came to Zhou Xiqing and said in astonishment, "Old Zhou, isn't this your ex-girlfriend? What do they mean by this? Don't pay attention to it." Zhou Xiqing said calmly, thinking, what's the point, it's just a coincidence that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Seeing Zhou Xiqing remain silent, Tang Ming continued to press his case, "You coward. You were so scared when you saw your dad that you dared not speak. You deserve Yang Yu to break up with you." Tang Ming is most jealous of Zhou Xiqing's looks and height, and he is also his love rival. At that time, Yang Yu only cared about looks and not money, and she longed for the beautiful love she had in high school. Apart from having a little money, Tang Ming has no other advantages. At that time, Zhou Xiqing quickly got Yang Yu with his outstanding looks and good talk. Tang Ming was almost mad to death because the girl he had been pursuing for several months was won over by someone else in just 2 days. From then on, Tang Ming hated Zhou Xiqing. Later on, Tang Ming specially purchased some medicines from abroad that could help people grow taller and become more handsome. After eating it on the first day, I was admitted directly to the ICU on the second day and almost lost my life. Later on, the reason why Tang Ming was able to pursue Yang Yu was entirely because Yang Yu began to love money, clothes, cosmetics, and bags. Tang Ming also successfully pursued Yang Yu with his money. It's a second-hand item. I'm glad you like it. Anyway, I've used it wherever it should be used. Zhou Siqing certainly wouldn't spoil Tang Ming. Also, we were walking normally, and we hit you in the face? Are you a JB? Tang Ming relies on his family connections and often acts arrogantly at school. Others might be afraid, but Zhou Siqing would not. Zhou Siqing, you bastard, do you know how to speak? Yang Yu cursed. If Zhou Siqing hadn't been so poor at the time, she would not have broken up with him so easily. After all, handsome guys are hard to find. Zhou Siqing, you loser, you are just jealous. I'm jealous of your mom. CMN. Fuck you. Ugly bye, you look like a QR code. If you don't scan it, you don't know what you are. No matter how ugly I am, Yang Yu is mine. She didn't follow a poor bitch like you. She's a talented person, so let her follow you. This will also reduce a threat to the vast number of male compatriots. Zhou Siqing said sarcastically. Anyway, he was tired of playing, so it was not a loss. Breaking up with Yang Yu was considered a peaceful breakup. Fuck you. Tang Ming couldn't help himself and started to fight. Zhou Siqing was not a man who would suffer a loss. He punched Tang Ming twice in the face. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Siqing also wanted to try out how powerful and strong the new fighting skills he had learned were. Tang Ming screamed and fell to the ground. Tang Ming, who fell to the ground, did not retreat. He quickly got up and rushed forward again. Yang Yu, who was standing by, saw the two fighting and came to their side anxiously, shouting, "Stop fighting! Stop it, don't fight anymore." Seeing this, Zhao Gang and Su Kunji also started to stop the fight. Stop hitting me. Old Zhou, stop fighting. Tang Ming has connections in school, and it's not good for you. Zhou Siqing doesn't care what relationship Tang Ming has. The worst outcome is being fired, but Zhou Siqing is not afraid at all. Now that I have a system, I can still be happy. The three tried to mediate but to no avail. Coincidentally, a young woman came over in front of them. What are you doing? Stop it now. The young woman shouted to them, trotting over without caring that she was wearing high heels. Old Zhou, stop fighting, the teacher is coming. Su Kunji saw the young woman first. Hearing this, Tang Ming suddenly grabbed the collar of Zhou Siqing's t-shirt with strength he didn't know where he got from. Zhou Siqing kicked Tang Ming hard in the stomach, sending him flying. With a crisp sound, Zhou Siqing's clothes were torn open. Damn! Zhou Siqing didn't expect that a large part of his clothes was torn. I originally wanted to play with him, but I didn't expect to go too far. This time, Tang Ming did not rush up again. Instead, he lay on the ground, wailing in pain, spitting saliva from his mouth. Zhou Siqing came to Tang Ming's car and punched the left rearview mirror. Even though his clothes have been torn, he must bleed a little. The young woman ran up to him. After seeing Zhou Siqing's clothes torn and his face bruised and swollen, Tang Ming fell to the ground holding his stomach. The young woman also frowned. What year are you in? What class? What major? Who is your homeroom teacher and counselor? Tang Ming, lying on the ground, endured the pain, pointed at Zhou Siqing and shouted, I'm going to tell my uncle, Zhou Siqing, you're done. Chapter 19 Tang Ming's mother. Name, Li Yunting, 29, 152 centimeters, D+, 45 kilograms. Hint, the person you want to bind to is about to turn 30, and her family has been urging her to get married and go on blind dates recently, which has caused her to be in a bad mood every day. Li Yunting tied her hair up, revealing her fair oval face. She tied her hair into a low bun, revealing her fair face. She wore a V-neck dress with a fitted waist, revealing her snow-white arms, and white crystal high heels on her feet. Li Yunting is not particularly tall, but her outfit makes her look like an ethereal being. Zhou Siqing's eyes fell on Li Yunting. At this age, at this body shape. Since he can appear in the university, he must be a teacher. Zhou Siqing, if you dare to run, you are my grandson. Tang Ming was helped up by Yang Yu. However, his body was still unstable and swaying. Tang Ming barely stood up and said angrily, if you have the guts, come with me to the vice principal's office. Hearing this, Li Yunting frowned slightly. Fourth floor, Vice President's office. Li Yunting brought Zhou Xiqing and Tang Ming to the office door. This was Zhou Xiqing's first time to come to the principal's office, although he was a deputy principal. He didn't go to the police station for the fight, but ended up in the principal's office instead. Shall I knock for you? Or do you knock it yourself? Li Yunting just wanted to mediate between the two of them, and they shook hands and made peace. After all, calling the police is impossible as they are all students. Calling the police would have a bad impact on them, so they try to make small matters disappear and big matters small. But Tang Ming refused to agree. He had to come to the vice principal's office and say he wanted to teach the other party a lesson. Zhou Xiqing naturally would not be intimidated by Tang Ming and readily agreed to his request. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how powerful Tang Ming's so-called principal relative was. At this time, there were 2 women and 1 man sitting in the office. 2 mature women and a bald middle-aged man. Wen Shen, don't just look at it, pick up some food and eat it. You've come here with great difficulty, so you must eat well. My office is small, please don't be disgusted. Vice Principal Yu Hongshan looked at Wen Shen's plump and beautiful figure and said with a smile. His eyes and heart were filled with greed. He has slept with many girls in this position. But he had never tried a top-notch mature woman as old as Wen Shen. We had breakfast a little late this morning, so I'm not very hungry. You guys should eat more. Wen Shen replied gently. She was wearing a blue suit jacket today, with a super short hip skirt underneath, revealing her entire thighs and calves, and paired with Valentino nude flats. The snow-white beautiful legs make people's blood boil and they can't take their eyes off. Yu Hongshan was very itchy, but there was nothing he could do. This is his younger sister's best friend. No matter what he thinks, he can't say it in front of his younger sister. Wen Shen, just eat something first, I'll treat you well in the evening, said the mature woman on the other side of the sofa. Her appearance and figure are no less than Wen Shen's. The scale of some places is even more amazing than Wen Shen. It's okay. I'm not helping you just for a meal. Wen Shen joked. Hee, I know. The mature woman chuckled and then opened a bottle of sweet wine. Wen Shen, thank you for cooperating with our school. I would like to thank you on behalf of all the teachers and students. Yu Hongshan straightened up with a smile on his face. Wen Shen responded politely, You're welcome, Principal Yu. I'm also reserving talents for our company. Okay. Yu Hongshan's face was beaming with joy, not only because he had attracted investment to the school, but mainly because he had connected with Wen Shen. In this way, you can establish a connection with the other party for a long time. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Without waiting for the person inside to respond, the door was pushed open. Li Yunting outside was the first to walk in. Yu Hongshan was a little dissatisfied. After all, this was the vice president's office. And the knock on the door seemed like a warning. Before he could open his mouth, someone came in. What's going on? Yu Hongshan asked unhappily. Li Yunting didn't say anything. Tang Ming walked in soon after, followed by Zhou Xiqing. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Ming quickly ran to Yu Hongshan's side, as if he had found a backer. Tang Ming shouted in grievance, Uncle, someone hit me. He pointed at Zhou Xiqing and said, It's this loser. Uncle, expel him from school. Tang Ming is not only angry now, but also humiliated. I was just beaten up, but it was seen by several pairs of eyes. There is also a beautiful teacher among them. This made Tang Ming, who was always good at showing off, feel completely embarrassed. Li Yunting shook her head and walked out. The first thing Zhou Xiqing saw when he came in was Wen Shen and the mature woman drinking beside her. Zhou Xiqing didn't expect that he would meet Wen Shen in such an occasion. I can only say that there is a real bond between the two of them. I understand. Yu Hongshan nodded impatiently. This was not the first time his nephew had asked him for help with similar problems. Yu Hongshan cleared his throat and was about to question Zhou Xiqing. Zhou Xiqing went straight to Wen Shen and held her hand. The sudden action stunned everyone present. This scene made Yu Hongshan swallow the words he was about to say. And one, what a coincidence. Zhou Xiqing said affectionately. Xiao Chang? Why are you here? Zhou Xiqing's appearance also made Wen Shen a little confused. When Zhou Xiqing came in just now, she thought she was seeing things. It was such a surprise to meet Zhou Xiqing here. And one, I was bullied. Zhou Siqing became aggrieved and recounted what had just happened with exaggeration. Tang Ming was speeding in school, honking his horn, and I was almost hit by him. Auntie, you almost couldn't see me, Zhou Siqing said pitifully. Hearing this, Wen Shen's heart suddenly tightened, and then she discovered the torn clothes. Wen Shen asked with concern, Xiao Chang, are you okay? His clothes are so torn, he must have been bullied. A husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace after being together for a day, not to mention that Zhou Siqing has been kind to her more than 5 times. So she won't ignore it. When Xian turned around and said to Yu Hongshan, Principal Yu, how do you want to deal with this matter? There was a cold tone in her voice. Don't worry, I will handle this impartially. Yu Hongshan didn't expect that this boy was quite important in Wen Xian's eyes. Yu Hongshan turned around and glared at Tang Ming, who told you to honk your horn while driving in school. School is a quiet place, not a vegetable market on the side of the road. Apologize to your classmates immediately. Uncle, you? Tang Ming expressed his confusion. What happened to my uncle who has always doted on me today? He made me admit my mistake just based on what others said. I'm not wrong. Tang Ming was unconvinced. Seeing this, Wen Xian said to Tang Ming, your mother is here too, how do you want to explain? Mom? Zhou Siqing looked at the mature woman on the other side. There is a strong mature woman's charm between her eyebrows. Yulan, 44, E, 178, 67 kilograms. Hint, this bound object may seem cold on the outside, but in fact, he has a kind and sensitive heart. He likes to feel the worldly atmosphere alone and loves wine tasting. Zhou Siqing couldn't believe that Tang Ming's mother was so beautiful. She and Wen Xian are both of the plump and beautiful type. She has a dignified posture and bright eyes. His forehead is full without bangs, and his facial features are straight and both strong and soft. Only then did Tang Ming realize that his biological mother was also here. He hurriedly came to Yulan and complained, Mom, it's great that you're here. Your son was beaten. I can't count on my uncle, but I can always count on my mother. Yulan didn't even look at Tang Ming, she just spit out 3 words coldly, you deserve it. Mom? What's wrong with you? Tang Ming was confused, your son was beaten, shouldn't you care about him? Hearing this, Zhou Siqing took the opportunity to interject, if you want to care about me, then care about me. I was almost caught by you. Get lost. This is my mom, why should I care about you? FCK. Tang Ming was furious and said, you guys are wandering on the road like turtles, hindering other people. Is it wrong for me to honk the horn? And did I bump into you? Instead you beat me up. Tang Ming was furious. Are you mentally ill? We were walking on the side of the road, not in the middle. It was obviously you who started it first, and you said I hit you? Do you want me to take you to watch the surveillance? Even if I hit you, my actions are still legitimate defense. Zhou Siqing suddenly realized, oh, I understand. We were just walking normally, so you wanted to bump into us? You just admitted that you honked the horn. We only have 2 legs. How can we compare to your 4 legs? We are human beings, not machines. Isn't it normal for us to walk slowly? Would you honk the horn if your mother and uncle walk slowly? Ming. Tang Ming blurted out. After he finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. Yu Hongshan and Yulan looked at Tang Ming quietly. His eyes were full of disappointment. You are such a filial son. You're so awesome. Zhou Siqing said sarcastically. Tang Ming was confused by Zhou Siqing's consecutive words. He immediately burst into swear words, I'm heading inwards. Zhou Siqing's face turned cold instantly. Deep down, he is also a good mama's boy. So as a mama's boy, Zhou Siqing's goal in his heart quietly changed after hearing Tang Ming's words. Tang Ming, I'm Tian Wenjing. I've decided to go back to your hometown. I want to go deep into your hometown. Alright. Stop arguing. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Yulan's tone turned cold and she interrupted Tang Ming. How could she not know what kind of person her son is? It's a blessing that he doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble for others. Then Yulan said to Zhou Siqing in a gentle voice, I'm sorry, classmate, my son is too rebellious. I apologize to you on his behalf. Chapter 20 Gold Ring. Sister, look at my clothes. They are all given by your eldest son. Zhou Siqing tugged at the torn clothes. Yulan was overjoyed when she heard the name sister. I'm sorry, I'll compensate you for the money of your clothes. Yulan's face was filled with guilt. She picked up her phone and said, I'll add you on WeChat and transfer the money to you. Mom, what are you doing? Tang Ming was anxious. What kind of situation is it to have the prestige of both your own mother and your enemy? Shut up and stop making trouble here. Yulan said unhappily. Yulan sighed, feeling disappointed with her disappointing son. Zhou Siqing took out his cell phone and added Yulan's WeChat account. He felt strange. He thought that he could just use the QR code to transfer money, so why did he need to add WeChat? But this is exactly what I want. I will teach him a lesson. I'm really sorry. Yulan's sincere attitude made Zhou Siqing speechless. It's okay, it's okay. Zhou Siqing waved his hand generously. Finally, Tang Ming reluctantly said sorry. He was the one who was beaten into a pig's head, but he was the one who apologized. This made Tang Ming very unhappy. You are classmates, so you should value peace. Zhou Siqing, you are acting in self-defense, so I won't hold you responsible. But Tang Ming, you were speeding and honking your horn in school, so I will record a disciplinary action against you. You will have to write me a 2,000-word report. After listening to Yu Hongshan's words, Zhou Siqing felt very comfortable. Wen Shen also stood up from the sofa, gave Zhou Siqing a look, and then said, That's it. We still have things to deal with at the company, so we'll leave first. Zhou Siqing understood what he meant. Yu Hongshan and Yulan didn't want to keep them, so they just said goodbye. After walking out of the office, Wen Shen touched Zhou Siqing's t-shirt and said gently, Come on, I'll take you to buy new clothes. Zhou Siqing nodded and moved his gaze to the bottom of the mountain. So white. Whiter than wearing flesh-colored stockings. Little ghost, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Oh. Follow Wen Shen outside. As soon as they got in the car, Wen Shen asked again what had happened. Zhou Siqing restored the entire incident exactly as it happened. After listening, Wen Shen frowned slightly. It's not your fault. Kids nowadays tend to be impulsive. Don't bother with them. Luckily, only your clothes were torn. What if it was your face? What about other parts of your body? If you meet this kind of person again, take a detour. If you really have no choice, call me and I will protect you with the law. Wen Shen said these words very seriously. Zhou Siqing was touched and nodded twice. While feeling moved, Zhou Siqing suddenly remembered the gold ring in the trash can downstairs of the girls' dormitory. I was so busy fighting that I almost forgot about the important matter. There are not many opportunities like this, and Zhou Siqing doesn't want to waste it. Looking at Wen Shen, who was fastening her seatbelt, Zhou Siqing said, Auntie Wen, please wait for me. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Zhou Siqing got out of the car. Xiao Chang, where are you going? Wen Shen asked curiously. Zhou Siqing had already run far away by now and did not hear what Wen Shen said. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Zhou Siqing sped up. Arriving downstairs of the girls' dormitory. From a distance, Zhou Siqing saw the most conspicuous baby's breath in the trash can. Several girls passing by glanced at it, as if they felt sorry that such beautiful flowers were thrown away. Without further ado, Zhou Siqing covered his mouth and walked over. The reason why he covered his mouth was because he was worried that some girls would secretly take photos of him and post them on apps like Little Blue Book, where he would be discovered by the person he was photographed with. Or being treated as a bootlicker or other character. Because you never know what role you play in someone else's conversation. Zhou Siqing came to the trash can, looked around to see if there was anyone around, and then took the baby's breath in his hand. Then he quickly left this dangerous place. Coincidentally, it was on the balcony on the 4th floor of the girls' dormitory. A girl wearing a pink JK uniform witnessed this scene. The girl was not wearing shoes, her small white socks were on the ground. She was muttering, Is this guy Brother Chang? After finding a deserted place, Zhou Siqing took out the gold ring from inside. Open the box and you will see a label inside. 50,000 yuan. After seeing the price list, Zhou Siqing was stunned. He didn't know the current gold price, but it was really unusual for a college student to spend 50,000 yuan to buy a gold ring as a gift. He is so rich, but he still acts like a bootlicker and even chases girls from other schools. He is really brainless. Suddenly, Zhou Siqing remembered what a master had said. Money is for women to see, not to spend. Silly boy, you like surprises so much, but you gave me a surprise. It doesn't matter if you are rich or poor, as long as you are a bootlicker, you deserve to die. So, I accept your gold ring for you. No unnecessary movements. After putting away the golden ring, Zhou Siqing turned and left. As for the bunch of baby's breath, it went back into the trash can. Back in the car, Wen Shen asked Zhou Siqing what he had been doing just now. Zhou Siqing answered toilet. Wen Shen didn't ask any more questions, started the car and left the school. Wen Shen brought Zhou Siqing to Deji Square. The two got out of the car, and Wen Shen said, "Let's go." "Aunt Wen, are you bringing me here to buy clothes?" Zhou Siqing asked in surprise. Wen Shen locked the car and said with a smile, "Yes, boys your age all like to wear famous brands." Zhou Siqing didn't expect to come here to buy clothes. I heard that the cheapest thing among them is gold. This is his first time here, he usually just looks online. What you see most is a group of internet celebrities going there together to check in at the toilet. After actually entering, Zhou Siqing had a feeling that except for me, everything else was expensive. Especially his ragged clothes, which looked out of place. Wen Shen brought Zhou Siqing to the Paris Top 10 on the first floor. As soon as we entered, the Parisian salesgirl welcomed us warmly, and the salesboy next to us was entertaining other people. The salesgirls in this kind of luxury store are different from those outside. Everyone here has been properly trained and has a keen eye for talent. The salesgirls outside won't roll their eyes at you or be snobbish towards you. At most, they will look down on you and nag you after you leave. At least it wouldn't show up on the surface at the time. And those who are inside will not wait until you leave, they will look down on you and roll their eyes at you. They won't even take you seriously. Zhou Siqing followed behind Wen Shen. The salesgirl did not become less enthusiastic towards Zhou Siqing because of the clothes he was wearing. "Xiao Chang, take a look at which one you like." Wen Shen was rummaging through the clothes. "Anyone is fine. Please help me choose one, auntie." Zhou Siqing said with a smile. "Okay. Take a look at this." After a while, Wen Shen took out a white short-sleeved shirt, compared it to Zhou Siqing, and nodded with satisfaction. "Take it first, I'll pick one for you." "And one, this one will be fine," Zhou Siqing said, and glanced at the label. 11,800. Zhou Siqing's heart was filled with ripples. I have lived for more than 20 years, but I rarely wear clothes that cost only 1,000 yuan. Not to mention 10,000. Chapter 21 90,000. Wen Shen carefully selected 3 short-sleeved shirts and put them in Zhou Siqing's hands. "These are all good. There's a fitting room over there. Go in and try them on." "Good." Zhou Siqing could find no fault with Wen Shen's taste. She has seen more handsome men and beautiful women than she has eaten salt. Zhou Siqing picked up the clothes and walked into the fitting room. I changed the 4 short-sleeved shirts one by one. Expensive clothes are good. This fabric is really comfortable to wear. They are so much better than the clothes I bought from Pink Sixy for 9.9 yuan. After casually looking at himself in the mirror, Zhou Siqing began to become narcissistic. With this face, no matter what clothes you wear, it won't look ugly. But this handsomeness cannot be enjoyed alone. Zhou Siqing called out to Wen Shen, who was waiting outside. "Auntie Wen, please come in for a moment." Wen Shen didn't go far and was just outside the fitting room door. She thought that it shouldn't be as troublesome for a man to try on clothes as it would for a woman. "It will probably come out in less than a minute. That's why I'm waiting at the door." After hearing what Zhou Siqing said, Wen Shen said, "Xiao Chang, it's not appropriate for me to go in. You should change quickly and come out." "Auntie, you'd better come in, otherwise it would be too troublesome for me to go in and out to show you." Wen Shen thought so too, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she walked in. The moment he came in, Zhou Siqing was just changing into another piece of clothing. This scene made Wen Shen blush. Wen Shen felt inexplicably panicked. "Aunt Wen, how is it? Does it look good?" Zhou Siqing moved closer to her. "It looks good." The blush on Wen Shen's face did not fade. They were so close that she could even feel the warmth from Zhou Siqing. "I feel good too. Auntie, take a look at this one." After Zhou Siqing finished speaking, he changed into another one. During the change process, Zhou Siqing deliberately slowed down. It's like the whole person is dropping frames. When he was about to change to the third piece, Wen Shen stopped him. "Xiao Chang, you look good in any of them. You don't need to change," Wen Shen said softly. She really couldn't stand it anymore and her mind was not on the clothes at all. Wen Shen planned to come in and take a look and then leave. After all, there are other people out there. The two of them stayed in there for a long time, which inevitably made people think too much. Okay. Zhou Siqing changed back into his own clothes. Auntie, which one do you think looks good on me? They all look good. Don't choose. I'll buy them all for you. Wen Shen just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. She felt that this child had bad intentions. Bought them all? Zhou Siqing thought to himself, she is indeed a rich woman, she is generous and lavish in her spending. And one, just buy one. Zhou Siqing said politely. It's okay, buy two more so you can change into different ones. I have clothes, so you don't have to spend money on me, auntie. You don't have to be polite to me. I bought it if I said so. Task 1, accept Wen Shen's kindness. Task reward, based on how much Wen Shen spends on you, you will get 3 times the amount back. Zhou Siqing was not being polite. He was not just doing it for the mission, because if he continued to be polite, he would seem a bit pretentious. Okay, let's go out first. Wen Shen urged. Aunt Wen, you are too impatient. Zhou Siqing smiled. Wen Shen looked puzzled. What do you mean? Actually, Aunt Wen, I want to kiss you. This simple sentence made Wen Shen's face turn completely red. This child is so frivolous every day. He forgets what he said yesterday today. Actually, there was nothing wrong with kissing him, but he agreed to his request. Xiao Chang, have you forgotten what you said? As soon as Wen Shen finished speaking, Zhou Siqing hugged her and whispered in her ear, Aunt Wen, I didn't forget, but you didn't say no to kissing. You. Wen Shen was about to retort, but her lips were immediately blocked. Zhou Siqing didn't give Wen Shen a chance to speak and kissed her directly. Then, I started to get serious. The clothes in his hands fell to the ground. Wen Shen didn't dare to make a sound and subconsciously hugged Zhou Siqing's waist. It smells so good. This feeling, this scene, is so exciting. Zhou Siqing was immersed in it. I don't know how much time passed until I heard the salesgirl's voice outside. Sir, are you okay? There are other customers waiting outside. With your face, I think you look good in anything. The salesgirl smiled and kindly reminded me. Hearing the noise outside, Wen Shen shyly pushed Zhou Siqing away. Stop making trouble. Wen Shen said angrily. She wiped her mouth and straightened her clothes. Just now, when she was watching Zhou Siqing changing his clothes, some images involuntarily emerged in her mind. It was from that night. I'm going out, you hurry up too. Wen Shen recovered. Except for a little blush on her face, she looked like a normal person. Wen Shen was the first to leave the fitting room. Following closely behind, Zhou Siqing also walked out of the fitting room. The saleslady was smiling. People who come here to buy clothes will take photos in the fitting room and stay inside for a long time before coming out. But the situation of the two of them didn't seem like they were taking pictures inside. More like doing something else. This reminded her of a video she had seen on the internet. In reality, it was really the first time she saw it. Good-looking people look good in anything they wear. Handsome boy, this clothes suits you so well. The salesgirl praised. She didn't meddle in other people's business, after all, it was someone else's private matter. Wen Shen nodded. Zhou Siqing's height and face make him look like a clothes rack. You can look good in anything you wear. Let's pack it together. Wen Shen said generously. Hearing this, the salesgirl's heart trembled, thinking she had heard it wrongly. She asked unsurely, Ma'am, do you mean packing these 4 pieces of clothing together? The total cost of the 4 items is 19,719 yuan. Swipe the card. Wen Shen took out a bank card from her bag. Seeing this, the salesgirl was overjoyed and hurriedly took the bank card. This is too generous. She can make a lot of money from the commission of 4 pieces of clothing. Thinking about being able to get rid of her monthly income of 3,000 yuan, the salesgirl couldn't help feeling happy. Zhou Siqing was also happy. Aunt Wen cares about me, otherwise she wouldn't spend money on me. Not only that, the more she spends, the more cash back she'll get. After a while, the salesgirl returned the packed clothes and bank card to Wen Shen. Ma'am, your receipt. Please keep it. Wen Shen took the things and said, Come on, Xiao Chang, I'll take you to buy a pair of pants. Anything else? Zhou Siqing's mouth twitched, suppressing his inner joy. The salesgirl was full of envy. I wish I were a boy, so I could find a rich woman like this to buy me clothes every day. Not only the salesgirl was envious, but the salesboy next to her was also very envious. This guy is just a little more handsome than me, so I guess he may not be as good at his job as me. When will I be able to have such a good thing? The sales clerk and the saleswoman subconsciously thought that Zhou Siqing was duck. Afterwards, Wen Shen spent several thousand yuan to buy Zhou Siqing a pair of pants. After the purchase was completed, a prompt sound came from the system. The mission has been completed and the reward has been received. Next second, the phone in my pocket vibrated. Zhou Siqing couldn't wait to check the balance. His whole body began to tremble. During this trip, I spent more than 20,000 yuan on clothes and pants. Then he returned more than 60,000 yuan. Adding the existing 30,000, the amount has reached more than 90,000. It is only 10,000 away from Wen Shen's goal of 100,000. Password, can you believe this? He was a pauper just 2 days ago. The living expenses are 1,000 per month, and sometimes even less than that. He didn't even dare to use force when he was pulling his pants. And now, in just 2 days, the deposit has reached 5 figures. Although it's not a lot, it's much more than the previous 2 days. In the current social environment, you can only earn 5k a month by working very hard. It would take a long time to save up just 50,000 yuan. Zhou Siqing was so excited that he wanted to dance. His eyes turned fiery as he looked at Wen Shen. Zhou Siqing wanted to confront Wen Shen. This way you can go deep into it every day. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Zhou Siqing forced himself to calm down. No, hold it in for now. With such a hasty confession, Wen Shen might have thought that she had come into contact with a loan shark or borrowed money from a friend. It's unrealistic to think about making 90,000 in less than 3 days. Chapter 22 The Meaning of the Ring. Zhou Siqing resisted the urge to spend retaliatory amounts. For now, I will pay back the more than 2,000 yuan I owe. Back in the car, Wen Shen looked at the newly bought clothes and said with a smile, "Take off this one you are wearing and put on new ones." Good. Aunt Wen, thank you. Zhou Siqing said sincerely. No need to thank me. Wen Shen shook her head. A month later, the child became his godson. It's right to take care of him. Come on, change quickly. Wen Shen took out a black one. Zhou Siqing nodded and changed his clothes. Then he took out the gold ring. Zhou Siqing was glad that he did not throw away the box outside. Aunt Wen, this is for you. Zhou Siqing handed the jewelry box to Wen Shen. He had never thought of giving this gold ring to a specific person. You can give it to your sister, your parents, or even yourself or your future girlfriend. However, as long as you feel it and the atmosphere is right at that moment, you can just give it to anyone no matter who it is. After all, you can buy another one if it's sold out. It's not like you only have this one. Gold has a price and a market. What is this? Wen Shen put down her clothes and blinked. Such a small box could either be a ring or a necklace, but she was still a little curious. Open it and take a look. Zhou Siqing said with a smile, I'm giving it to you. Seeing Zhou Siqing's mysterious look, Wen Shen didn't hesitate any longer. She reached out and slowly opened the box. After opening, there was a gold ring inside. After seeing the thing inside, Wen Shen was stunned, with her hand hanging in the air. It feels like it's a bad idea to take it, and a bad idea to not take it. Because Wen Shen suddenly thought of a question. Where does a college student get the money to buy a ring? Or buy it for myself? The outer packaging is obviously new and has been bought no more than 3 days ago. Zhou Siqing saw Wen Shen pause and probably guessed what she was thinking. Although he did not reveal his image as a poor college student in front of Wen Shen. But it was indeed surprising that a college student took out a gold ring for no reason. She might think that she bought it with borrowed money. Or with purpose. Zhou Siqing felt helpless. Obviously this kind of thing was a very surprising thing, but now it has become something difficult to explain. Aunt Wen, this is mine. Zhou Siqing dragged out the last syllable, thought for 3 seconds, and lied, my family left it to me. Afraid that she wouldn't believe him, Zhou Siqing added, I want to leave it for my future wife, but you were so kind to me today, so I want to give it to you. After hearing this, Wen Shen glanced at Zhou Siqing. She roughly understood what the other party meant, and couldn't help but chuckled, take it back, it won't cost me much to buy you clothes. At the end, she added, "Don't think about repaying me." "Aunt Wen, don't you think highly of it, the gold ring?" Zhou Siqing asked sadly. Wen Shen shook her head, "No, don't think so." Hearing this, Zhou Siqing said in a threatening tone, "Then Aunt Wen, please accept it. If you don't, I will sell it. The money from the sale will not be 100,000, but at least tens of thousands." After hearing this, Wen Shen pursed her lips and found it a little funny. "Do you want to accept it? What if he really sold it as he said? No matter how much the gold price falls, it can at least be sold for tens of thousands. If he really managed to collect 100,000, that would be bad. Besides, this is also his intention." Thinking of this, Wen Shen looked at Zhou Siqing silently for a few seconds, then took the box from him. Wen Shen thought about accepting it temporarily and keeping it for him. This gold ring is engraved with delicate and intricate patterns, and is slightly more refined than an ordinary gold ring. Maybe it has some meaning. Zhou Siqing looked at Wen Shen's hand. Wen Shen's fingers were slender, white, and clean, without any accessories such as rings. Zhou Siqing couldn't help but say, "Auntie, why don't you try it on and see?" Hearing this, Wen Shen looked at the gold ring and then at Zhou Siqing. "Do you want to see me wear it?" Wen Shen asked. "This is originally a gift for you. Try it on and see if it fits you. If it doesn't fit, I'll sell it and give you a suitable one," Zhou Siqing said with a smile, his tone having changed. Wen Shen hesitated. She knew that there were etiquettes for wearing a ring. Rings worn on different fingers represent different meanings. For example, the index finger means that the person is unmarried single. The middle finger represents marriage and a loved one. Ring finger, marriage. Whether worn on the left hand or the right hand, the meaning is almost the same. Zhou Siqing didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Wen Shen was hesitant and didn't know what she was thinking, he took the gold ring and forced it on her ring finger. Wen Shen felt embarrassed and didn't know what to say. This kid probably doesn't know the meaning of putting a ring on a woman. Zhou Siqing picked up Wen Shen's jade hand and looked at it carefully for a few seconds. "Auntie, it not only fits you, but also looks good on you. What do you think?" Zhou Siqing was very happy. He was afraid at first that the ring was the wrong size, but he didn't expect it to be a perfect fit after he put it on. It was tailor-made for her. "It looks good." Wen Shen hesitated to speak. "Auntie, is it okay for you to wear it every day?" Zhou Siqing continued. Wen Shen pursed her lips, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said okay. Zhou Siqing nodded. However, in Zhou Siqing's heart, he still felt that this gold ring was not worthy of Wen Shen. The reason why she was given it to wear was to declare sovereignty. Zhou Siqing made up his mind. Wait a few months and buy a new ring for Wen Shen. "Aunt Wen, I gave you something suddenly, which might be a bit abrupt. I hope you don't blame me." Wen Shen touched the ring on her finger and was silent for a long time. After all these years, Zhou Siqing is the first man to put a ring on his finger. Even her husband from decades ago has never had one. "I don't blame you. I'm very happy that you have this thought." Wen Shen smiled gently. Just now she was thinking, if a child gives you such a valuable thing, or it is left to him by his family members, he must have made plans in advance. No matter what the purpose is, it is not harming yourself. "That's good." Zhou Siqing shrugged, looking relaxed. Then he looked at the time, realized that time was running out, and said, "Aunt Wen, please take me back." "Huh?" Wen Shen raised her head and looked at Zhou Siqing in surprise. "I wanted to keep him until evening and treat him to dinner. Please take me back to school. School starts tomorrow. I need to go back early to get ready." At this point, Zhou Siqing's eyes were full of gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie, for buying me the clothes." "Okay." Hearing this, Wen Shen nodded without thinking too much. Looking for cat, supermarket owner. The scene changed. Wen Shen sent Zhou Siqing back to school. Afterwards, she also returned home. Sitting on the sofa, Wen Shen raised the hand with the ring on it. She couldn't help but touch it. She had worn rings before, but only for the sake of beauty, decoration, and to appear noble in front of others. But now the ring on my hand has a heavy weight and is no longer so meaningless. It's not just a decoration anymore. Zhou Siqing rode his bicycle and arrived at the intersection of Nantung Street. When he came, he found a crowbar to facilitate prying the manhole cover. The time now is around 4 in the afternoon. The pet has been lost for several days, and Zhao Ruizi must be extremely anxious. According to prior intelligence, Zhao Ruizi's cat was under a sewer at this intersection. Zhou Xiqing had no idea which one it was. Therefore, Zhou Xiqing did not miss any sewer. He began to conduct a thorough inspection, opening every manhole cover to check. During the search, many passers-by looked at Zhou Xiqing curiously. They don't understand what the boy is doing. Is he stealing? Zhou Xiqing was also afraid that he would be caught as a thief. But when I thought about the $10,000, I just endured it. Finally, after half an hour, Zhou Xiqing finally found the kitten in a dark corner, in a broken sewer. Meow meow. The little kitten below also noticed Zhou Xiqing above, and started crying. It seemed to be begging Zhou Xiqing to rescue it. How did it fall down when it was so fat? Zhou Xiqing was puzzled. Although other golden-shaded cats can catch mice, it doesn't mean this one can. The one in front of me is nothing but cute. Zhou Xiqing pried open the manhole cover. Suddenly a strong nauseating smell hit me in the face. Zhou Xiqing almost vomited his lunch. Fortunately, he didn't have to go down. It's better to smell bad than to go down. Zhou Xiqing held his breath, reached out a hand and picked the kitten out. The kitten seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and held Zhou Xiqing's arm tightly with its 4 legs. Zhou Xiqing put it on the ground and then put the manhole cover back. After doing all this, Zhou Xiqing took the kitten to the supermarket run by Zhao Ruizi. Originally Zhou Xiqing wanted to call in advance to inform them, but after thinking about it, he decided to give the other party a surprise. After all, Zhao Ruizi gave him a lot of subsidies when he was working there part-time. A man and a cat were walking slowly on the road. The kitten also clung tightly to Zhou Xiqing's trouser leg. On the way, Zhou Xiqing bought another sausage and fed it to the baby. The kitten was crying on the road just now, maybe it was hungry. Bing Jia. Zhou Xiqing brought the kitten to the supermarket. There are quite a few people queuing up to check out in the supermarket. Most of them were men, and they looked at one-person woman with tacit understanding. They were holding either drinks or mineral water, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Some people even went further and only bought one lollipop. Why are there so many people here every day? Zhou Xiqing couldn't help but wonder, are these people here to buy serious things? I guess they all came to see people. Taking advantage of the fact that there were many people around, Zhou Xiqing did not disturb Zhao Ruizi. He walked into the supermarket, picked up a bottle of mineral water, and pretended to go to the front desk to queue up to pay. Zhao Ruizi didn't notice Zhou Xiqing. At the moment, she was standing at the cash register helping customers check out. Zhao Ruizi had long black hair that was smooth and shiny. She wore a halter top and white shorts that exposed her white thighs. She was wearing slippers. She had light makeup on her face, but it couldn't hide the 2 deep dark circles under her eyelids. He looked anxious, his eyes were haggard, and his whole body was absent-minded and out of shape. It was obvious that he seemed to be worried about something. When it was Zhou Xiqing's turn, there was no one in front or behind him and no one was paying. This is exactly what I want. Zhou Xiqing put the Coke on the cash register. 2 yuan. Zhao Ruizi scanned it casually with the scanner without even raising his head. Can I have a free drink? The sudden voice made Zhao Ruizi raise his head instantly. In fact, after hearing this, Zhao Ruizi wanted to curse. I was upset because I lost my pet in the past few days. Now there are people who actually ask her in person if they can dine and dash. No. Hey. Why is it you, Zhou Xiqing? Zhao Ruizi was about to refuse the other party, but changed her mind after seeing the boy in front of her. Can I exchange this cat with you? Zhou Xiqing smiled and then put the kitten on the cashier counter. In an instant, Zhao Ruizi's head began to buzz. It feels like when you are walking in an endless desert and are about to die of thirst, a 2L bottle of iced black tea iced suddenly appears in your hand. For example, I want to own a Mercedes-Benz E300, but the next second, you are sitting in the car, holding the steering wheel and controlling it. So when Zhao Ruizi saw the kitten for the first time, he was surprised and happy. Crying with joy. She was secretly worried during the missing nights these past few days. After all, cats are different from dogs. Dogs can find their way home by smell. But can cats do the same? The key point is that this cat is the one she spoils every day. If I throw it away, I'm afraid I'll become a stray cat forever. After accompanying him for so many years, Zhao Ruizi said he had no intention of giving up. After searching for the cat for 2 days without success, she posted a missing cat notice, offering a large sum of money to buy the cat. Unexpectedly, it was found the next day after it was posted. And he was found by someone he knew. Money! Zhao Ruizi's voice became excited. Zhao Ruizi put down the scanning gun, ignored the dirt on the kitten, quickly picked it up, stroked it, and even rubbed it with his face. To be honest, this scene made Zhou Siqing feel a little awkward. Although many men, women, young and old now treat their dogs and cats as their own children, Zhou Siqing still feels a little awkward. Maybe he has never had a pet and doesn't understand that feeling. Zhao Ruizi 3169D 54 kilograms. Tip: the person you are binding to is not a complete non-marriageist. She has been waiting for the man who belongs to her. When it is late at night, she likes to play games alone. She also likes to post updates on Douyin and chat with netizens. Excuse me, can I change the bottle of water now? Zhou Siqing continued to joke. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Ruizi said repeatedly, you can exchange anything in the supermarket. You can exchange it at will. Zhou Siqing chuckled. At the same time, I was also fantasizing about the wonderful thing of getting 10,000 yuan. He is not afraid that the other party will refuse to admit it, or just talk nonsense or something like that. I have worked here part-time many times. Zhao Ruizi is a very beautiful and sexy lady. She spoke softly, was pretty, intelligent, and treated him well, which left a deep impression on him. Chapter 24. Drink water. How did you find the money? Where did you find it? Hearing Zhao Ruizi's question, Zhou Siqing brought out the excuse he had prepared in advance. School starts tomorrow, and I wanted to come to your place to buy some things for school. I happened to be passing by the Nantung Street intersection when I heard a cat meowing under the sewer, so I went over to take a look. I only realized it was yours after I rescued it. At this point, Zhou Siqing smiled and said, hey, it just happened by chance. Zhao Ruizi didn't have any doubts at all. Zhou Siqing worked in the store before and knew Qianshan. She thought it was the effect of the missing cat notice, but she didn't expect it was the effect of fate. Zhou Siqing, thank you. Zhao Ruizi said with gratitude on his face, his eyes slightly red. It's nothing, just a small matter. She couldn't sleep well every night because of the loss of money these days. Sister, you have helped me a lot, no need to thank me. Zhou Siqing said sincerely. Zhao Ruizi's smile deepened. Just by looking at the child's face, she knew that he was a good child. I went out for something that afternoon and forgot to close the door. When I came back, Qianshan had already gone out. I have raised Qianshan for several years. It has been by my side from morning to night every day, and has accompanied me through countless days and nights. I have long regarded it as my child. Zhao Ruizi said seriously. As he was talking, a female clerk came over, took the money and put it on a stool. Then Zhao Ruizi took Zhou Siqing to the other side. Immediately, she pulled out a wad of cash from somewhere. Wrapped in a thick envelope. At least 10,000 to 20,000. Zhao Ruizi handed the money to Zhou Siqing and said, this is a little gift from me, please accept it. Looking at the envelope in front of him, Zhou Siqing pretended to be a saint. He did not take the money, but said politely, sister, I'm not doing this for your money. I know. Just take it if I tell you to. Zhao Ruizi said. No. Seeing this, Zhao Ruizi didn't waste time talking to Zhou Siqing. He took his hand and forcefully stuffed the envelope into his hand. Zhou Siqing subconsciously declined. Being an obedient child is a good thing. Take the money. No, no. Here, here. Sister, I'm not doing this for your money. I'm doing this for you. No. I'm not doing this for anything else. As they were refusing, they looked like a couple playing around. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside them. What are you doing? The sudden sound made the two stop what they were doing. Zhou Siqing turned his head and glanced. At some point, a person appeared beside them. Seeing the man in front of him, Zhao Ruizi stuffed the money into Zhou Siqing's pocket and asked curiously, Li Feng, why are you here? Li Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Ruizi. He rubbed his hands and said apologetically, Ruizi, I'm sorry, I didn't find Qianshan. I'll look for it after get off work tomorrow. I believe it must have found a place to hide. I printed out 100 more missing cat notices for you. I'm sure someone will see Qianshan. Then Li Feng's eyes were determined, and he said with a solemn oath, I will go to the nearby sewers and corners tomorrow to have a look, and I promise to help you find it. After saying these two sentences, Li Feng was full of expectations. He expected that these two sentences would surely bring tears of gratitude to the other party. Maybe she would throw herself into my arms and hug me tightly. And said, "I believe you, brother Feng." Li Feng thought happily. However, after waiting for a few seconds, it was unusually calm. The imagination was beautiful, but the other party just stood there indifferently, looking at him with a blank expression. Li Feng was stunned on the spot. What's going on? Aren't these two sentences enough to touch the heart? While Li Feng's face was full of question marks, Zhou Siqing couldn't help but smile with the corners of his mouth raised. Ruizi, what's wrong with you? Shanshan is so cute, you must not give up. Li Feng, what are you talking about? Shanshan has been found. Zhao Ruizi pointed at Shanshan on a stool not far away. Found it? When did you find it? Where did you find it? Li Feng was stunned again and said in confusion, Didn't you find it when I came here this morning? Li Feng turned and looked at Zhou Siqing. Damn it! Why is it this boy again? Isn't he a college student? Why isn't he in school? Li Feng cursed in his heart. 9 times out of 10, it was found by this kid. Li Feng thought so. What Zhao Ruizi said the next second confirmed his verification. Zhou Siqing found it. He has a connection with money. He found money in the sewer. Zhao Ruizi said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Li Feng felt extremely regretful. At first he guessed that the kitten would hide there, but he thought it was dirty and didn't go to look. He thought about waiting and looking for it somewhere else first, and then go there if he couldn't find it. I waited 3 or 4 times, but ended up being snatched away by others. Li Feng said a few nice words and praised Zhou Siqing generously. Zhou Siqing always kept smiling. In his eyes, Li Feng was just a brainless stranger. When he was working part-time here before, Li Feng always treated him as an imaginary rival in love and targeted him everywhere. There's nothing I can do about it, since I'm the most handsome guy in the audience. At that time, Zhou Siqing was only thinking about making money. Although I was attracted by the beautiful proprietress, I didn't have any excessive thoughts. To put it bluntly, the time and energy of the past cannot keep up with the current thoughts. Zhou Siqing smiled and said nothing about Li Feng's hostility. The phone rang and Zhao Ruizi answered the call. After she hung up, he said, You two can sit here for a while. There's a truck coming outside to unload things. I'm going to go get busy. After saying this, Zhao Ruizi walked towards the door. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing took the initiative and said loudly, Sister, I am strong, let me help you. And followed. Li Feng followed closely behind, I'm coming too. Zhou Siqing glanced at Li Feng. This look seemed like a provocation to Li Feng, and he also glared at Zhou Siqing. The two came outside. Zhou Siqing was quick to take the thing from Zhao Ruizi. Sister, let me help you. Looking at the sunny boy in front of him, Zhao Ruizi smiled faintly. Zhou Siqing, thank you. It was the first time that Li Feng saw Zhao Ruizi smile so gently. Not willing to be outdone, he started moving things out of the carriage. Seeing the two people scrambling to move things from the carriage, the driver was delighted. Originally he was only responsible for delivery, not unloading. It's just that the proprietress in front of me is so beautiful that I can't bear to help her. Now that someone comes to help me, I can't express my happiness enough. Zhou Siqing began to unload the goods. These things are child's play for him and there is no pressure at all. Just grab it with both hands and hold it easily without any effort. Seeing Zhou Siqing looking so relaxed, Li Feng thought he was pretending. A college student really thinks of himself as a Superman. When you are tired and your back aches, just go and cry. Crack, crackle, crackle, crackle. A few minutes later. Li Feng was so tired that his back and waist ached. He was originally a senior white-collar worker, the kind who sat in the office and boasted every day. It's really unbearable to do such tiring work all of a sudden. Zhou Siqing is just the opposite. His movements were so quick that the cargo in the carriage was visibly reduced. It gives people a feeling that the more you do, the easier it becomes. Especially when I saw Zhou Siqing picking up 4 baskets of fresh fruits with one hand. The people around were stunned. Zhou Siqing's movements and expressions seemed so easy in their eyes. It can be described by an idiom, make light of a heavy task. Are young people nowadays so fierce? Zhao Ruizi was even more stunned. Zhou Siqing? So powerful. When surfing the internet late at night, Zhao Ruizi would often come across contemporary crispy college students. These college students will develop all sorts of health problems if they are not careful, and they are so fragile that they will break at the slightest touch. Subconsciously, Zhao Ruizi also believes that today's college students do not have such good physical fitness. However, Zhou Xiqing in front of him was not fragile at all, but rather very powerful. Look at Li Feng again, he is out of breath, his face is red and his neck is thick, sweat is pouring down his face. Looks like it's about to fall down at any moment. Li Feng, don't move. Take a rest. Zhao Ruizi was worried that something might happen to Li Feng, and she didn't want to take the responsibility. Zhao Ruizi knew Li Feng's thoughts about him clearly. I'm fine, I can do it. Li Feng thought Zhao Ruizi felt that he was weak, so he said stubbornly. Hearing this, Zhao Ruizi shook his head and said nothing more. An adult is not even as good as a college student. My physical fitness is too poor. It's really a thin dog on the roadside. When Zhou Xiqing finished moving the last piece of cargo in the carriage, his waist was still not sore, his legs did not hurt, his face was not red, and he was not out of breath. Not only that, there was a hint of excitement on his face. The whole person is full of energy. Are you tired? Have some water. Zhao Ruizi considerately handed over a bottle of water and threw one to Li Feng. Sister, can you help me unscrew it? Zhou Xiqing said, pretending to be exhausted. Sure. Zhao Ruizi unscrewed the bottle cap. He has helped me so much, so just unscrewing the bottle cap is not too much to ask. Then can you feed me? Zhou Xiqing further said. Zhao Ruizi paused, but still nodded. Come on, open your mouth. Zhou Xiqing obeyed obediently. The scene in front of him immediately made Li Feng unhappy. Is that right? Chapter 25. Isn't it all for love? When feeding him water, Zhao Ruizi was afraid that Zhou Xiqing would choke, so he put one hand on his face. She kept saying that she cared about him and asked him to slow down. Aren't you tired? You like to exercise, right? I see you're quite strong. I'm not tired. I'm in great shape. I don't have the habit of exercising, but I do have the habit of studying every day. Is this true or false? Really, sister, do you want to try it? I'm not trying. Drink yours now. Hey, sister, slow down, control your speed. I almost choked to death. Seeing the two of them flirting, Li Feng almost fainted from anger. He felt very uncomfortable. Originally, I had no rival in love, but suddenly a college student appeared as my rival. What the hell is this? At first, Li Feng didn't take it seriously until Zhou Xiqing came to punch in for work diligently every night. In addition, he is always willing to work hard no matter what he does, coupled with his good looks and energy. Only then did Li Feng feel a sense of crisis. Why can a college student leave school easily every day? This is the biggest question in Li Feng's mind. I hadn't seen Zhou Xiqing for more than a month, and thought he had disappeared or something, but I didn't expect him to appear again. What is different from before is that this time Zhao Ruizi's concern for Zhou Xiqing is beyond the ordinary. He was so considerate that he even gave the other person water. Originally, I wanted to use the incident of Zhao Ruizi losing the cat to bring them closer. At the same time, it also made her understand that children are children after all, and when they encounter problems at critical moments, they still need mature men to solve them. Unexpectedly, this rare opportunity was lost again. Even though the other person is a college student, there are many cases of sister-brother relationships these days. Some college students are more extravagant than others. Li Feng sensed a strong threat. Ruizi, it's time to restock. Li Feng interrupted the two. Hearing this, Zhao Ruizi stopped what he was doing. Her pretty face blushed slightly. She put the water in Zhou Xiqing's hand and told him to drink it himself. Take it yourself. I'm going to get busy. Sister, let's go together. Zhou Xiqing took a sip of water and wanted to follow. Seeing this, Li Feng stopped Zhou Xiqing. Brother, can we chat for a while? Zhou Xiqing glanced at him and slowly uttered a word, okay. Come to the corner. There was no one around. At this moment, Li Feng didn't even pretend, and said directly, why are you, a college student, competing with me for a woman? Is it not okay for you to have a relationship at school? Why do you have to come out and compete with me? Don't you think it's too much? There are so many girls in the school, why can't you just find anyone? Why do you have to find someone outside the school? Or do you have some unknown fetish? Zhou Siqing was confused and said innocently, "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" "Ha, my meaning is very clear, just give up." Li Feng coughed lightly. "Whether you are looking for a girlfriend on campus or outside of campus, aren't you both looking for a girlfriend? It's all for love anyway, so why don't you look for one on campus? Do you think you can control the women out there?" Zhou Siqing understood what Li Feng meant. He said, "I married Lui Fei, and you married Dongbei Yujia, isn't it all for love? Since you're all looking for a girlfriend, why don't you go find one at school? Do you think you're too ugly? Do girls dislike you? Don't worry, as long as you have rice in your hand, the chicken will come by itself. How about this, you give up on your own initiative and go look for a job at school." At this point, Zhou Siqing patted Li Feng on the shoulder and said earnestly, "I'll help you find resources, and you can give me some of the agency fee when the time comes." "Ha, you have a lot of crooked ideas," Li Feng said with a wry smile. "Same here," Zhou Siqing said calmly. Li Feng took away Zhou Siqing's arm that was on his shoulder. "But I don't like chicken, it's too dirty." I shouted in my heart, "Wang Chao Lai Ma. Who does he think he is? A whore? Really? I like clean things too," Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Seeing his playful look, Li Feng wanted to punch him. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. My sister is still waiting for my help over there." Zhou Siqing said this and passed by Li Feng. "Wait a moment." Li Feng took out his wallet and took out dozens of banknotes from it. "You're just after money, aren't you? I'll give it to you." Li Feng shook the banknotes. "Take this money. I hope you can be more restrained in the future." Zhou Siqing never expected that the other party would do this. "Brother, are you serious?" Zhou Siqing took his money. He would rather accept it than refuse it, especially since it was given to him for free. "I won't feel bad about spending this money anymore." "Nonsense." Li Feng changed his tone and said, "Why don't you pretend with me? You pursued Zhao Ruizi just for money. Do you really think I don't know what you are thinking? What about you?" Zhou Siqing asked back. "I'm different from you. I'm doing this for her happiness. I want to be with her for the rest of my life." Li Feng looked at his empty wallet and felt heartbroken. That's $1,000. But for future happiness, these are all small things. Li Feng continued, "I will give you the salary next month. I hope you will not come here again when you get the money. You are still young and cannot control a woman like Zhao Ruizi." Zhou Siqing didn't say anything, looked at Li Feng with contempt, then turned and left. Zhou Siqing felt that Li Feng was too stupid. He wanted to get rid of him with just a few $1,000s. Did he really think he was a child? What does it mean to be unable to grasp it? If I can't hold it with one hand, can't I use both hands? Did you remember? Li Feng shouted from behind. Zhou Siqing was too lazy to respond and walked away without looking back. Li Feng thought that Zhou Siqing was too proud to let go of his pride, so he took his silence as his tacit agreement. He believed that no college student could resist the temptation of money. Then Li Feng patted his old waist and left. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Feng has left the supermarket. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, he won't stay here for a long time. There were only Zhou Siqing and Zhao Ruizi in the huge supermarket. "Sister, this thing is too heavy for you to carry. I'll help you." "Okay, put it on the left." "Is this the place?" "Yes, right here." After moving the things, Zhao Ruizi produced a bottle of drink like a magician. She stretched out her fair arm, handed the drink in her hand to Zhou Siqing, and said, "Zhou Siqing, thank you for your hard work." Zhou Siqing took a look at the drink and took it. "Thank you for today. Don't leave later. I'll treat you to dinner." Zhao Ruizi looked at Zhou Siqing gently. "Sister, you are too polite. Actually, there is no need to bother." Zhou Siqing said politely, then checked the time on his phone. "School starts tomorrow, I have to go back early." The reason he said this was because he was sure that Zhao Ruizi would continue to invite him. As expected, Zhao Ruizi said somewhat unhappily, "Today you not only helped me find the money, but also helped me unload and restock the goods. I didn't even have time to thank you properly. You can't leave tonight no matter what you say." Furthermore, Zhou Siqing obeyed her words. "Well, okay, sister, I'll listen to you." "Don't listen to me, listen to you. I'll take you to whatever you want to eat," Zhao Ruizi said as they walked. Zhou Siqing followed behind. I have to say, Zhao Ruizi's back is really beautiful. Tight buttocks and a pair of fair thighs. Passing by the front desk, she suddenly thought of something and took out a card from the cashier drawer. Oh, by the way, I'll give you a consumption card from our supermarket. Every time you come to make a purchase, just swipe this card. There's a 1,000 yuan limit on it. When it's full, give it to me and I'll give you a new one. Okay. Zhou Siqing took it in his hand. Well, you haven't told me what you want to eat. Zhao Ruizi came to the entrance of the supermarket. Just when she was about to go out, she found that the supermarket door had been closed from the outside. Zhao Ruizi pulled the handle of the glass door. It's over. We are locked in here. Zhao Ruizi's supermarket has two doors, inner and outer. There is a glass door inside and a rolling shutter door outside. Zhou Siqing was also a little dumbfounded. I finally got to have a meal alone, but I was treated like this. Chapter 26 Locked Inside. Don't worry, Sister Zhang must have thought that no one was in the store and closed the door and left. I'll ask her to come back right away now. Zhao Ruizi took out his cell phone and made a call. This Sister Zhang is too unreliable. Zhou Siqing complained in his heart. Zhou Siqing then came to the door and was about to use brute force to pull it open, but suddenly stopped. Living in the same city is not necessarily a bad thing. It's no better than eating alone. After all, there were people around when we were eating. There are only two of them in the supermarket right now. Truly achieve no one disturbing you. Zhao Ruizi finished the call. Zhou Siqing, Sister Zhang will be here soon, let's wait for a while. Sister, actually there's no need for that. We don't have to worry about food and drink when we're locked in, and it's no big deal to stay there for a night. Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Zhao Ruizi nodded in agreement. Except for the soft Simmons bed, everything else is available here including toilet and kitchen. Come with me. Zhao Ruizi whitewashed his finger. Zhou Siqing nodded and followed her. The two came to a compartment on the first floor. The sliding door outside looked like a Japanese sliding door. Enter inside and feel brand new. A small bed, a coffee table, a microwave, a small pot, a small refrigerator, and a minimalist kitchenette. Everything you need is available. This should be Zhao Ruizi's resting place, and it can be considered her small home. Zhou Siqing likes places like this very much. It's exactly like the secret base I had as a child. As soon as I entered and had no time to sit down, the system issued a new task. Task 1, Zhao Ruizi suffers from hypoglycemia. She will faint in 31 seconds. Find a way to hug her and replenish her body. Task reward, advanced massage techniques, including acupoint massage, tuina, etc. Skill attributes, everything can be pressed. Zhou Siqing is smart. Massage? Although I know a little about massage, I only know the basics. Like, push, rub, knead, roll, shake, he can't do it at all. The mission is not difficult and the rewards are generous. The only difficult part is giving a hug. The next second, Zhao Ruizi's body seemed to have lost support and he staggered to the ground. A perfectly healthy person suddenly falls to the ground, which is enough to scare people who are not mentally prepared. Zhou Siqing immediately supported her. Sister, are you okay? Zhou Siqing gently laid Zhao Ruizi down on the small bed, then went outside to get some juice and candy. Prepare to replenish it when she wakes up. Zhou Siqing slowly lifted up Zhao Ruizi's soft body again. Zhao Ruizi smells delicious, not to mention the touch. The beautiful legs under the white shorts are even more seductive. And Zhao Ruizi is not that skinny beauty, she has a bit of plump body. Sister, wake up. Zhou Siqing called out and shook her gently. At this moment, Zhao Ruizi closed his eyes tightly, as if he was asleep. Like Sleeping Beauty, to be exact. To no avail, Zhou Siqing put Zhao Ruizi back on the bed. Looking at the beautiful lady lying on the bed, all Zhou Siqing can do now is wait. He is not a miracle doctor and does not understand the condition. I shook her just now, thinking I could wake her up. The result was that it was of no use at all. The only thing we can do now is to wait. Zhou Siqing turned sideways and looked at Zhao Ruizi. When I was young, I didn't know how good my sister was, and I wasted my time finding the beautiful woman. Charming face, beautiful red lips. Zhou Siqing felt uneasy and simply stood up and walked around the room. However, he knew that he must not cause serious harm because of this momentary impulse. If you do well this time, there will be countless opportunities in the future. So, don't rush into this. Zhou Siqing opened his phone and watched some short videos to kill time. By the way, he searched for the symptoms of hypoglycemia and the time it takes to recover. If it's fast, it will take 1 to 20 minutes. If it's slow, it will take several hours or even days. Just as Zhou Siqing was searching, Zhao Ruizi's eyebrows on the bed trembled slightly. Zhao Ruizi made a charming sound and her beautiful eyes slowly opened. Zhao Ruizi stared at the ceiling in a daze. In an instant, all the memories flooded into my mind. Zhou Siqing. Zhao Ruizi called softly to Zhou Siqing, who was beside the bed. Hearing the voice, Zhou Siqing immediately turned off his phone, turned around and looked at Zhao Ruizi in surprise. Sister, you finally woke up. Are you okay? I was scared when you fainted suddenly just now. Zhao Ruizi smiled faintly and said, I'm fine, it's just an old illness. Sister, I prepared some drinks and candies for you. Which one do you want to eat first? Zhou Siqing brought the things over. Help me up first. Zhao Ruizi whispered. Oh, okay. Zhou Siqing put the things on the table. Zhao Ruizi was helped up by Zhou Siqing. He looked at the things on the table, picked up the drink and took a sip. A light sweetness spread in her mouth, bringing a sense of warmth to her. Zhou Siqing, thank you for helping me again. Zhao Ruizi tilted his head and glanced at Zhou Siqing. Sister, can you call me Xiao Chang or brother? I always feel strange when you always call me by my full name. Hearing this, Zhao Ruizi smiled and exhaled a breath of fragrance. Okay, from now on I'll call you Xiao Chang. Zhao Ruizi also felt that he should change his address. It does seem awkward and unfamiliar to always call someone by their full name. Zhou Siqing hummed, and then said, Sister, you must be hungry now, how about I make you a mark-set meal? Give you some energy. Great. Zhao Ruizi had seen this way of eating on the internet, but had never had the chance to try it. Now hearing Zhou Siqing say this, she really wanted to try it and see if it tasted good. Wait for me for a moment. Zhou Siqing went outside and took turkey noodles, fried rice cakes, crab sticks, rice balls, cheese, and milk from the shelf. Afraid that she wouldn't be full, I gave her a few taro-flavored ice breads. However, Zhou Siqing did not treat himself badly. After getting a bucket of instant noodles, he also took a lot of grilled sausages, braised eggs, etc. Make yourself a super luxurious instant noodle. After finishing, Zhou Siqing put the instant noodles in front of Zhao Ruizi. Looking at the 2 buckets filled with instant noodles on the table, Zhao Ruizi felt a little strange. Xiao Chang, what are you doing? Sister, you won't charge me any fees, right? Zhou Siqing smiled. No, I'll treat you. Zhao Ruizi shook his head slightly. Try it quickly and see if it tastes good. Zhou Siqing urged, putting the chopsticks in front of her. Zhao Ruizi picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. How is it? Zhou Siqing asked impatiently, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Zhao Ruizi nodded. The taste is quite complex, slightly salty and spicy. But it suits her taste. Chapter 27 Untitled. The two of them ate and chatted in a joyful atmosphere. Although it was instant noodles, it still tasted delicious. Instant noodles are a strange thing. If you don't eat them for a while, you'll feel particularly craving for them. He didn't know whether Zhao Ruizi's food tasted delicious or not, but Zhou Siqing himself enjoyed it very much. Zhao Ruizi took a sip of water and asked, Xiao Chang, let me ask you something. Do you have a girlfriend now? Zhou Siqing stopped what he was doing, sighed, and said, No, I'm single. In today's class, there is no such thing as boyfriend or girlfriend. It's all about money and sex. To put it nicely, they are a couple. To put it bluntly, they are a drinking and eating couple. When it comes to so-called true love, there is only 1 person out of 10 who has it. Ah, no way? Zhao Ruizi was surprised. You are so good-looking and a college student, how could you not have a girlfriend? Yes, but she got together with a rich second-generation guy. Zhou Siqing smiled bitterly. Let's wait and see, maybe it will be available soon. Zhou Siqing's eyes were full of meaning. Hearing this, Zhao Ruizi actually felt a little bit of the same feeling. She had an online romance, and although she was not seduced, she was still cheated of money. In reality, all the men she meets are after her body. None of them come from the heart. This made Zhao Ruizi very distressed. Is there no good man in the world? She just wants to find a man with whom she can communicate effectively, share joys and sorrows, and understand and accompany each other. As for beauty, ugliness, poverty, wealth, she ranked behind. Her requirements are very low, but even so, she still can't meet the right person. So, she was waiting too. Sister, why are you asking me this suddenly? What? Do you want to introduce someone to me? Zhou Siqing sipped his noodles. I'm just asking casually. Zhao Ruizi raised his drink and said, the past is the past. Look forward. The road ahead is long but bright. Zhou Siqing smiled slightly and raised his drink to clink it lightly. Thank you, sis. I should be thanking you. Zhao Ruizi smiled. The one you're waiting for may have already arrived. Zhou Siqing joked. Zhao Ruizi didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. The phone on the table vibrated. Zhao Ruizi didn't think about it anymore and picked up his phone to look at it. Xiao Chang, we can go out now. Zhao Ruizi said when he saw the caller, and then answered the call. Zhou Siqing stuffed the remaining ice bread into his mouth. Okay, stop eating. Zhao Ruizi couldn't help but say after hanging up the phone and seeing Zhou Siqing was still eating. Zhou Siqing asked what happened. Let's go out to eat soon. You eat so much, what if you get full? Zhao Ruizi also finished the bowl of noodles. Zhou Siqing smiled and said, I have a big appetite, I can eat a lot. Okay, let me see how much you can eat. If you can't finish it later, don't go back tonight. Zhou Siqing thought, is there such a good thing? Before leaving, Zhou Siqing carefully wiped the dining table and took the garbage out. Zhao Ruizi's eyes changed when he looked at Zhou Siqing. Although they don't say it, women actually care about these small details. The two of them stayed together for 40 minutes. When he came out, Zhao Ruizi felt a little reluctant. Sister, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Let's go. The two came to a Mercedes-Benz C260. Zhao Ruizi took out a pair of flat shoes from the back row and changed out of his slippers. Looking at Zhao Ruizi's delicate feet, Zhou Siqing took the initiative to put her slippers into the car and closed the door for her. Zhao Ruizi was stunned, but didn't say anything. After seeing these two small details, she suddenly felt an inexplicable liking for him. Then the two of them went to a barbecue restaurant and had a simple meal. When we came out of the barbecue restaurant, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Ruizi sent Zhou Siqing back to school. A second before they separated, Zhou Siqing hugged Zhao Ruizi tightly. Sister, I'm leaving. Bye. Zhou Siqing waved his hand. Zhao Ruizi's face was still flushed. She waved and said, Bye, put the money you have with you in a safe place when you get to the dormitory. Don't let your roommates see it. Okay, sis. Yeah. Zhao Ruizi smiled warmly at Zhou Siqing and left the school. Only after Zhao Ruizi's car completely disappeared into the night did Zhou Siqing turn around and return to school. As soon as Zhou Siqing turned around, a figure appeared in front of him. Zhou Siqing was subconsciously startled. Before I could see who the person was, he had already spoken. Old Zhou, are you really hooking up with a rich woman? Zhao Gang's voice rang out. Hearing that it was Zhao Gang's voice, Zhou Siqing immediately started cursing. Gangzi, are you fucking sick? Why are you waiting at the school gate to pick up customers in the middle of the night? You didn't return to school until 10 o'clock at night either. We are different. What's the difference? Oh, by the way, Lao Zhou, did Tang Ming give you any trouble? Zhao Gang asked. No. What are you doing here so late at night? Zhou Siqing asked curiously. Oh, I'm going to work as a courier. Zhao Gang put his arm around Zhou Siqing's shoulders. Would you like to join us? 180 a night. No. Zhou Siqing refused. He would rather work with Sister Biscuit for one episode than do that kind of thing. Not to mention 180 a night, even if it was 1800, he wouldn't go. This kind of hard work is not something that college students can do. To put it bluntly, even if Ultraman goes there, the red lights will flash. In the morning, you may be Hui Wen Jia, but in the afternoon, you become Hawking. Express loading and unloading, basically all the items unloaded are large items. There are also some large items like refrigerators, washing machines, tables, etc. At that time, I worked for a whole night just for 180 yuan. As a result, I spent 160 yuan just on medicine the next day and stayed in the dormitory for 3 days. Okay, forget it if you don't want to go, but can you tell me who that woman was just now? Zhao Gang said enviously. She was driving a Mercedes, right? She is the supermarket owner. Zhou Siqing said clearly. Oh my god. Could it be that you are working part-time as the supermarket owner? Zhao Gang was surprised. Yes. Zhou Siqing answered honestly. Then why didn't you let me go at that time and told me that you were very tired working in the supermarket? Zhao Gang was indignant. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing smiled slowly. You're working part-time at the supermarket, how can I eat alone? Answer me, huh? After saying that, Zhou Siqing raised the corner of his mouth, ignored Zhao Gang, and entered the school. Zhao Gang was stunned after hearing this. By the time I realized what was happening, Zhou Siqing had already walked away. Finally, Zhao Gang shouted the word grass loudly from behind. Grass. Chapter 28, Han Guomei. Late at night, dormitory 211. Su Kunji was wearing headphones and operating the mouse and keyboard attentively. Another roommate, Ma Lo, was watching anime on his phone. Zhou Siqing was lying on his small bed in the dormitory watching short videos. Through various channels such as People You May Know, he found Zhao Ruizi's Douyin, Happy Little Ruizi. The updates posted by Zhao Ruizi are all about birds singing, flowers blooming, beautiful scenery, and sad texts. The photo released only showed the back, without showing the face. Although there are no photos showing her face, I can already form an image in my mind just by looking at her back. Zhou Siqing found a video with the fewest comments. Don't let your teammates down, and work hard to become the king. The battle record on the picture is equipped with a red page. Zhou Siqing typed 2 words under the video. Come on carrot carrot. But after waiting for an hour, there was no response. Didn't she say she loved chatting at night? What's going on? Zhou Siqing gradually felt sleepy and decided not to wait any longer. Turn off your phone, bury your head in the quilt and go to sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Zhou Siqing was woken up by his enemy roommate. Old Zhou, hurry up. There's a message in the group asking us to gather at the reporting office. The junior students are coming in one after another, hurry up. Zhou Siqing got up sleepily. After seeing Zhao Gang, Zhou Siqing asked curiously, Gangzi, you worked part-time all night last night. Aren't you sleepy or tired now? Bullshit. I worked there for 3 hours and was almost exhausted, so I came back early. Zhao Gang complained, saying that he would never do such an inhumane part-time job again and would not go no matter how much money he was offered. This kind of work is just for making a living. After hearing what Zhao Gang said, Su Kunji laughed secretly. Zhou Siqing was speechless and could only give him 2 words. Flying. After a quick wash, Zhou Siqing and his group came to the playground. At 9 o'clock in the morning, there were quite a lot of new students registering. Looking at the rows of freshmen, Zhou Siqing suddenly felt like he had missed something. He couldn't say what it was, but he just felt like he had missed something. Under some parasols. Zhao Gang acted like an enthusiastic senior, helping every junior who came to report. Zhou Siqing sat under a parasol, browsing his phone leisurely. Su Kunji and Malu were under the parasol on the other side. Zhou Siqing felt a little tired from watching videos, so he closed his eyes and rested. Zhou Siqing himself is not interested in such collective matters. He doesn't like crowded and noisy places. He likes to be alone and quiet. Hello, Annie, please tell me. I seem to be here to report to Germany. Just as Zhou Siqing closed his eyes to rest, a girl came over. Hearing the voice, Zhou Siqing opened his eyes, only to see a girl with long black hair and bangs in the middle. Sweet girl. The girl's knitted short-sleeved cardigan clearly reveals the halter necklace inside, and the high-waisted mid-length skirt shows off her snow-white, slender legs. Oh shit. Too lustful. This was the first time Zhou Siqing saw a girl dressed like this in real life. Are today's schoolgirls so open-minded? If so, then I would. Park.In, South Korea 1973 b 47 kilograms. The bound object likes Longwei history very much, so he traveled thousands of miles to Longwei to study, and came to Jinling, the capital of 3 provinces and the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Stick? It turns out he is not a local. Zhou Siqing looked at her for a few seconds. Sure enough, every Jurchen in Han State had a comb. Her hairstyle is very similar to that of a certain Chinese actress. Zhang Yuanying. Park.In's Chinese is not very good, and she speaks a mixture of Korean and Chinese. Except for Zhou Siqing, who could understand, everyone else present was stunned. Zhao Gang looked even more confused. It's okay to speak Mandarin? Zhao Gang reminded silently. He thought Mandarin shouldn't be that difficult. A grown man like him can speak it clearly even with a strong local accent. Not really. Park-in-ya explained anxiously and gestured a few times with her hands. Her impatient look is really cute. Zhao Gang couldn't listen any longer, so he turned to Zhou Siqing and said, "Old Zhou, what is this woman talking about? Could it be from Xiao Ri's side?" Before Zhou Siqing could open his mouth, Zhao Gang blurted out Bagayalu. Gossip and pressure? Park-in-ya had a big question mark. She really didn't understand what these four meant. She thought the other person was greeting her, so she replied, "Hello." The word mudhowl made Zhao Gang laugh so hard. "Look, Lao Zhou, this woman might really be having a little life. She just said hello to me. I don't like the daily life, but I do like girls. Hey, I saw on the internet that the girls there are very gentle and caring. It is said that they also accept 2 girls to serve 1 man. If you ask me, wouldn't it be nice to have a girlfriend like this? You can bully her and play with her at will. She's on our land anyway, so it won't be a big deal if he dumps her later." Zhou Siqing couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted Zhao Gang, "Stop talking nonsense, she is Han Guaran." "What?" Zhao Gang looked incredulous. "Look at what you just said, is that human language?" Zhou Siqing teased, "You are so useless." Zhao Gang scratched his head, "I'm just kidding, do you think I'm that kind of person?" Zhou Siqing ignored him. "But no matter what people say or how much they argue, there are 4 things I want to complain about in my daily life. Manga, anime, musical." Zhou Siqing stared at Han Gua's sister in front of him, looking at her carefully. Oval face, light complexion, and pointed nose. A sophisticated and standard Korean girl. "Hello, are you here to report?" Korean Zhou Siqing spoke fluent Korean. It's true that it's good to know more languages. Zhou Siqing's fluent Chinese not only shocked Park-in-ya, but also stunned Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang was a little dumbfounded. He suspected that Zhou Siqing had watched too many movies, which was why he said that. Park-in-ya covered her mouth with her white, tender and slender hands. "Do you look like a con too?" Park-in-ya was slightly excited. Being away from home or in a strange country. It is really exciting and happy to meet compatriots from your own country. Zhou Siqing neither nodded nor shook his head, and repeated the question, "Are you here to report?" "I am like that." Park-in-ya nodded repeatedly. "Give me your ID card and admission letter." Zhou Siqing smiled. Park-in-ya nodded twice and took out her ID card and admission letter. After confirming her identity, Zhou Siqing took her to the girls' dormitory. Seeing Zhou Siqing and Park-in-ya walking away, Zhao Gang stood there feeling very depressed. After waiting for most of the morning, a pretty schoolgirl finally showed up, but she was a foreign girl. On the way, Zhou Siqing considerately pulled her suitcase. Park-in-ya was carrying a school bag and kept asking questions beside me. I want to know if Zhou Siqing is from the same country as me. What disappointed Park-in-ya a little was that Zhou Siqing was not Han Guaran. But fortunately, he can speak Chinese. Zhou Siqing communicated with her smoothly. "My name is Park-in-ya, what's yours?" "Zhou Siqing." "Oh, Zhou Siqing." Park-in-ya silently memorized the name in her heart. Park-in-ya smoothed her hair and said, "You are my first friend here. Nice to meet you. You are also the first Han country friend I know," Zhou Siqing said after hearing this. Chapter 29 Appa. Park-in-ya's little face was filled with a happy smile. She had made a complete plan before coming. Even though I made a strategy, I still felt unsure. After all, going to a strange country is not just about acclimatization and eating habits, but more importantly, communication. She had studied Chinese before coming here, but didn't master it. I only learned the basics. Now, after communicating with Zhou Siqing, Park-in-ya gradually felt more at ease. It turns out that the people here are so kind. Park-in-ya pulled her phone out of her backpack and pointed at it. "Your phone? You have a cell phone number?" Zhou Siqing was surprised. "Yeah, I still have some regrets. It's a blessing for me," Park-in-ya said in her broken Chinese. Zhou Siqing didn't expect that this girl was only a little bit unsatisfactory in terms of language. The rest are well prepared. Zhou Siqing added her WeChat ID and phone number. "Just stay with me and talk about Hanwhan. As for Chinese, I will teach you personally when I have time." Zhou Siqing really couldn't stand the Chinese she was speaking. He was afraid that he would not be able to help laughing. "Okay." Park In-ye was attracted by Jo Sicheng's handsome appearance. The most important thing is that you have a common language with him, can talk to him freely, and have a sense of topic, so you don't feel so lonely. The key is other people too. When you arrive at the girls' dormitory, go find the dormitory manager to register first. I paid the deposit and received the dormitory key. After getting the key, the two of them came to the dormitory door. 207. Jo Sicheng pushed open the dormitory door and was greeted by two boys. Schoolgirl, we are leaving. Bye. If you need anything, please contact me on WeChat. I'm always here. After the two boys finished talking, they turned around and found Jo Sicheng, and then saw Park In-ye behind him. The two boys gave Jo Sicheng a look. Only men can understand this look. Park In-ye hid behind Jo Sicheng due to social phobia. After entering the dormitory, I found that it was full. Park In-ye was the last to arrive. The dormitory is a standard 4-person room with a bed and a desk underneath. When they came in, the other 3 girls in the dormitory looked at them at the same time. On the bed next to the door, the girl was dressed simply and had 2 large suitcases filled with fruits and a large bag of snacks. The bed is close to the balcony. The girl is tall, with red hair, shorts and short-sleeved shirt, and fashionable clothes. She is sitting on a chair with her snow-white legs crossed, playing with her mobile phone, and there are several cups of milk tea and cut fruits on the table. Another girl was talking on the phone on the balcony. When she saw a new person coming in, she hung up the phone and hurried over. Pow Park In-ye? The girl who called said with a warm smile. It's Pu, Park In-ye. Jo Sicheng corrected. Oh, sorry. The girl was a little embarrassed. Jo Sicheng said it was okay. Then the 4 of them began to introduce themselves. When the red-haired girl was introduced, a voice came from the system. Qianjingjing 19171 be 50 kilograms. The bound object lacks fatherly love and longs to have a father. Jo Sicheng was stunned immediately. Is this correct? Hello, my name is Qianjingjing, and I'm from Jilin. My name is Chen Yanan. Zhang Shui. Park In-ye kept bending and nodding, her attitude showing her humility. Her name is Park In-ye, Han Guerin. She is a very nice person. Please bear with her. Jo Sicheng introduced Park In-ye. The 3 women were shocked. It is rare to have a foreign roommate. Okay. Qianjingjing nodded and handed the milk tea in her hand to Park In-ye. Park In-ye looked at Jo Sicheng. Seems to be waiting for his consent. Jo Sicheng explained it to her in Korean. Please accept this as a gift for meeting you. Kong sang, Smite Park In-ye was flattered. She bowed quickly and took the milk tea. It's okay, it's okay. Qianjingjing was surprised. The other party was too polite, making her feel a little embarrassed. Then, Qianjingjing asked inexplicably, is she your girlfriend? Ah. Park In-ye said she didn't understand. Her Chinese is very poor. Apart from saying hello and understanding some Chinese, she can't speak anything else. Chinese is too difficult to learn. A few months is not enough. No, I'm a sophomore. Jo Sicheng was puzzled. He couldn't understand how Qianjingjing knew that he was Park In-ye's boyfriend. Oh, thank you for your help, senior. Qianjingjing said politely. Jo Sicheng replied, you're welcome. But the more he looked at Qianjingjing, the more she looked like someone with an indescribable sense of familiarity. The girl who was on the phone pulled Park In-ye aside and spoke to her using a mobile phone translator. Judging from their facial features alone, Park In-ye's 3 roommates don't look like bad girls, because they give people a very good feeling. Jo Sicheng chatted with them briefly before leaving the dormitory. Before leaving, Park In-ye was reluctant to leave. Appa? Jo Sicheng felt particularly moved when he was called Appa. Appa. Park In-ye shook the phone in her hand, the meaning was self-evident. Jo Sicheng smiled at her and sent her a message on WeChat. Seeing the message in the dialog box, Park In-ye smiled especially sweetly. She quickly responded with a voice message. As soon as he came out of the girls' dormitory, Jo Sicheng heard someone calling his name behind him. Jo Sicheng turned around curiously, wanting to see who it was. In the girls' dormitory, he knew no more than 5 girls. Brother Chang, a girl wearing a rattan-colored JK plaid skirt, trotted over. The lush and green legs are exposed. The girl was not wearing shoes, revealing her white feet. Her nails were painted with pink nail polish and she was wearing cute slippers on her feet, which looked soft and cute. When the girl ran to Zhou Siqing, she seemed very nervous. "Why are you here?" Zhou Siqing's face turned cold the moment he saw the girl. "I?" Zhou Siqing's cold look scared the girl. Name: Su Zhizhi 20 C166 45 kilograms. The bound object only desires to be forgiven and to be valued. Under the seemingly cute appearance, there are actually huge concerns hidden. Whenever he sees Su Zhizhi, Zhou Siqing always thinks of his little sister. "My beloved sister passed away, but her heart is still beating." Clearly he had left, yet it seemed as if he had never left. As time went by, Zhou Siqing himself almost developed a kind of shadow. "If you have something to say, just say it now." Zhou Siqing calmed down. "Well, do you have time next week?" Su Zhizhi carefully observed Zhou Siqing's expression, fearing that he would be unhappy in the slightest. "I don't know. There should be, and there shouldn't be. It's too early for you to ask." Zhou Siqing said calmly. "This statement is true. No one can predict what will happen in the next few days. What if there is something that needs to be done suddenly that day?" "Well, my mother's birthday is next Sunday," Su Zhizhi said weakly. "Then what?" Zhou Siqing said. "Would you like to go home with me? My mother misses you and Sister Rihan very much." Su Zhizhi hesitated and took a long time before saying it. Both little hands felt a little at a loss as to what to do. "Let's talk about it later." Zhou Siqing paused, neither refusing nor agreeing. Hearing this, Su Zhizhi fell silent. Seeing her expression, Zhou Siqing asked again, "Anything else?" Su Zhizhi was silent for half a second, then she mustered up the courage to say, "Yes, I want to go around the school with you." After she finished speaking, her pretty face flushed. "No, I'm waiting for you at the reception reporting office. You can go on your own." Zhou Siqing rejected her. Oh, Su Zhizhi was a little disappointed. "Let's go." Before leaving, Zhou Siqing gave Su Zhizhi a fake smile. Su Zhizhi looked depressed, and the loss in his heart was difficult to express in words. "I guessed the final result, but I still feel sad." After seeing Zhou Siqing walking away, Su Zhizhi also turned around and entered the dormitory building. Chapter 30, Sprained Ankle. Intelligence Information 1, at 1:29 p.m. today, on the steps in front of the library, Li Yunting will be distracted and sprain her ankle. She will be in so much pain that she cannot stand and will feel depressed. A man passing by will plan to carry Li Yunting away. Intelligence Information 2, there is a ticket for the concert of Star XXX in the trash can at the entrance of the art college. It was accidentally thrown away by a parent of a new student. Intelligence Information 3, because of lack of money and jealousy, Chen Yan plans to start a live broadcast in the dormitory, secretly filming private videos of roommates changing clothes, and posting them on Black Materials, Xiaophijian and other websites to earn extra money. Except for the first piece of information, Zhou Siqing only treated the remaining two pieces of information as gossip. He doesn't like celebrities, and the only celebrity he knows is our brother G. At that time, I also particularly liked playing basketball. I want to learn some techniques from it. As for the secret filming, Zhou Siqing said he was powerless and could not help. Could it be that he really went to find Chen Yan's roommates and told them that they would be secretly photographed? They won't believe it if I tell them this. Chen Yan is the class life committee member. The other three girls in her dormitory are all prettier than the other. When it comes to Chen Yan herself, it's not good enough. Not to mention her figure, her appearance alone is more than one level lower. It's normal for her to feel jealous living in a dormitory like this, but it's wrong for you to take secret photos of her. The only thing Zhou Siqing felt sorry for was Qiu Lily. Qiu Lily is a student with the figure of a young woman. Sexy and gentle, big thunder, great body, love to learn. She has long hair and likes to wear tight skirts. There were even a few times when Zhou Siqing raised the club. Are we going to meet on the website? Forget it, I'll just take a screenshot for them when the time comes. Zhou Siqing thought enthusiastically. Back at the reception desk, there was a constant stream of new students. The number of people is several times more than before. Even though it was not yet afternoon, there were still a lot of people reporting. Because it is an art college, there are mostly girls. At this moment, several seniors are selling campus cards to the new students who have just reported. They would talk to every freshman one by one. The freshman waved his hands and shook his head to refuse, and then moved on to the next target. Because there are so many people, there will always be people who want to apply for a card. Seeing this scene, Zhou Siqing finally understood what he had missed. It's money. It's money. Money. When he just started his freshman year, he didn't understand and thought he couldn't make much money doing this. But later I found out that if it costs 100 yuan to apply for a campus card, they can conservatively get a commission of 20-30 yuan, or maybe even more. He remembered a senior who used his campus card to buy a BMW 3 Series in full after graduation. He doesn't rely on his family and he can drive a BMW right after graduation. It's really enviable. Even the younger brother following him mentioned the Magotan and Sagitar. Zhou Siqing secretly thought it was a pity that he missed the opportunity to make quick money. Unlike other people, who might be thinking about making friends or getting a girlfriend, Zhou Siqing is more interested in making money. Zhou Siqing vaguely remembered a sentence from XXX, the richest man. She doesn't like money, but every moment that touches her requires money. That's the reality. In this day and age, you need money to do anything. Even love is the same. But fortunately, another 500 yuan arrived in my account today. Zhou Siqing was lazy all morning. The time soon came to 12 noon. The other people in the dormitory were busy with their own things. Some of them were flirting with schoolmates, while others were sleeping on the table. Zhou Siqing did not disturb them and went to the cafeteria alone, planning to go to the library after lunch. So after having a delicious meal, Zhou Siqing arrived at the entrance of the library at the right time. Zhou Siqing observed secretly. He would wait until the man showed up before he showed up. Because the protagonist often enters the scene at critical moments. Let people remember it in their hearts. On the stairs. Li Yunting covered her right ankle in embarrassment and pain, and even her left foot was bumped. Just now when she was going down the stairs, she was distracted and missed a step, accidentally spraining her ankle. Just now she was able to stand up and walk a few steps while enduring the pain, but now the pain is so excruciating that she can't stand up. Li Yunting sat on the ground, took off her high heels, and threw them on the ground in annoyance. I shouldn't have worn you. I'm so pissed off. Li Yunting suddenly felt helpless. She didn't know what to do. Whether at school or at home, Li Yunting just felt that she was really unlucky and everything was going wrong. Life seems to be against me at every turn. It's so annoying. Li Yunting said angrily. At this time, a strange man came over. What's wrong with you? The strange man approached. Li Yunting also saw the strange man. Although she felt helpless, she still didn't want to ask strangers for help. The strange man came to Li Yunting's side and found her sprained right foot. Are you okay? Let me help you. The stranger said enthusiastically, extending his hand to help. No need. Li Yunting shook her head, I've already called someone. Hearing this, the stranger's hand stopped in mid-air. He wanted to say something. At this time Zhou Siqing came over. I'm sorry, Teacher Li, I'm late. Zhou Siqing looked apologetic, then picked up Li Yunting like a princess. Ah. Li Yunting didn't understand what Zhou Siqing was saying. The moment she was picked up, her mind was confused. Zhou Siqing picked up the high heels thrown far away. Li Yunting is short, and when Zhou Siqing hugged her like this, her whole body was in his arms. You? Li Yunting was shocked. She didn't expect that the classmate who had fought with her that day was here. He even hugged himself. But I don't even know him. At most it is a teacher-student relationship. What are you doing? Put me down. Li Yunting said in a low voice subconsciously, shyly. An unexpected princess hug brought her a subtle feeling. Especially when she said I was late, her first reaction was shyness. Li Yunting recalled a scene between the male and female protagonists in a romantic TV series. Bye buddy, we're leaving now. The strange man was disappointed when he heard this. He thought it was his chance to be in love, but it ended before it even began. Afterwards, Zhou Siqing carried Li Yunting to a deserted lawn. Li Yunting has a little flesh on her legs. The touch of Susu Fufu is really not poking. Zhou Siqing just put her down. The pain in Li Yunting's feet came again, causing her to stand unsteadily. Li Yunting instinctively put her hands on Zhou Siqing's back. Because she was short, she couldn't put her arm around Zhou Siqing's shoulders. Li Yunting's face flushed, and because she was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, she looked uniquely beautiful. Li Yunting's face turned even redder because she was too close to Zhou Siqing just now and now her hands were on his body. Teacher Li, are you okay? I didn't expect to meet you in the library. Zhou Siqing didn't think much of it, he just pretended to be surprised. Seeing that Li Yunting was unsteady, Zhou Siqing slowly helped her sit down with one hand. I'm fine. Li Yunting endured the pain. I heard what you said to that person just now. I just wanted to cooperate with you, teacher. Please don't blame me. Zhou Siqing explained seriously. I don't blame you, but why did you bring me here? Li Yunting asked curiously. She looked around and there was no one in sight. You didn't say where you were going, so I can only take you here temporarily. While speaking, the system refreshed the task. Task 1, Li Yunting sprained her ankle. Please help Li Yunting relieve her ankle injury. Task Reward, Universal Glue Repair, Glue Application Technique. Skill Attributes, this skill will give you unique glue skills such as sticking, gluing, coating, patching, and hitting. You can fill any missing places, hit any place you want, touch any imperfections, and every time you finish it, it will be extremely solid. Chapter 31 Press JO. Zhou Siqing feels that this skill is a bit useless. Glue, referred to as glue. As the name suggests, it means using glue to help others, help yourself, and help all places that have holes, deflation, and need to be repaired. The main thing is repairing glue and applying glue. Who here doesn't know how to do it? Zhou Siqing felt that the system had already thought of all his escape routes. With this skill, you can set up a shoe repair stall. Not only can we repair shoes, but we can also mend tires. Zhou Siqing took a look at Li Yunting's little feet, thinking about how to relieve her injuries. Ice? Massage? Thinking of massage, Zhou Siqing's eyes lit up. The massage skills rewarded by the system are not comparable to ordinary massage. Medically, massage is theoretically not allowed. Even if you want to press it, you have to wait until 48 hours, otherwise it will increase the risk of capillary rupture. But it's only in theory. Teacher Li, let me help you. What can you help me with? Heal your JO. Last night's massage skills finally came in handy. Zhou Siqing also wanted to try how powerful he was. There is no need to say much about Bing Jia's appearance and figure. Except for the unexpected short height, everything else is almost perfect. When God closes a door for you, he will open a window for you. That's not true. A short woman doesn't necessarily mean she is ugly. On the contrary, as long as you are beautiful, it doesn't matter. And some people particularly like this type. No, just take me back to the office. There's a medicine box inside and I can do it myself. Li Yunting's face turned red and she said a little embarrassedly. Teacher Li, please don't do it yourself. What if you use the wrong method and cause secondary injury to your ankle? Zhou Siqing said solemnly. I know how to massage. I'll help you relieve your injuries here first. It will be quick. Li Yunting is a teacher at the school, so Zhou Siqing naturally cares about her very much and can't bear to see her get hurt. What if she has a serious ankle sprain and has to stay at home for 10 days or half a month? Not only did I feel uncomfortable, but the students also felt uncomfortable. However, Li Yunting suddenly thought of a problem. A question popped up in my mind. How do you know my last name is Li? Li Yunting looked at Zhou Siqing in confusion. Li Yunting looked at Zhou Siqing carefully, her eyes full of surprise. She remembered meeting him only once. The only time they crossed paths was when he got in a fight. But that day I didn't have the chance to introduce myself or tell them my name. So how does he know now? He called her Teacher Li one after another without seeming to be unfamiliar with her at all. Li Yunting didn't react at first, but she did later. The funny thing is, I don't even know his last name. Zhou Siqing delayed for a few seconds. You can't say that you have Laurel. I was so focused on the task that I completely forgot about the details. This time Li Yunting grasped the key point. Speak. Li Yunting asked. Zhou Siqing shrugged and chuckled. Teacher Li, it's normal for me to know you. Not only do I know you, but everyone in my dormitory knows you. The reason I answered this way was to arouse her curiosity first. Sure enough, Li Yunting was intrigued. She asked, how is that possible? I feel like you are lying to me. How dare I lie to you, Teacher Li? I met you when I was a freshman. It's been a year, and you're still as beautiful and charming as ever. Zhou Siqing said bluntly. What do I smell like? Li Yunting raised her eyebrows. Just, fragrant, intellectual, and elegant. Zhou Siqing suddenly moved closer. Li Yunting sneered at Zhou Siqing's teasing. Let's get to the point. You have seen me, but how did you know my name? Did someone tell you? Then Mr. Li, please don't blame me after I tell you. You said, I don't blame you. Zhou Siqing laughed dryly and said, I thought you were so beautiful, so I went to the school's official website to look you up. You? Li Yunting was speechless for a moment. She didn't know what to say. Zhou Siqing followed up by saying, Teacher Li, I don't have any other ideas. I just think you are charming and beautiful, so I want to get to know you. And the school's official website only has your resume and basic information, nothing else. Zhou Siqing was afraid that Li Yunting would think he was a BT, so he explained to her immediately. Li Yunting calmed down and began to believe what he said. She was also a college student, so it is easy for her to understand that boys have some strange thoughts and behaviors. They don't really care about anything, they are just simply curious and gossiping. I know. What about you? Li Yunting wanted to ask him what his name was. Zhou Siqing guessed what she wanted to ask. Teacher Li, my name is Zhou Siqing, and I'm in the first class of the Conservatory of Music, sophomore year. Li Yunting nodded. Soon, the pain in my feet came again. Ah. Li Yunting couldn't help but groan in pain. Teacher Li, are you okay? Zhou Siqing could see that Li Yunting's sprain was not a minor one. Otherwise, why would you cry out in pain? Teacher Li, now that we know each other, can you trust me? I can really help you relieve your pain. Li Yunting also knew that now was not the time to show off her strength, but she still kept in mind the principle that men and women should not have physical contact. What's more, the identities of the two people to each other. Teachers and classmates. Thinking of this, Li Yunting's pretty face turned red. He may have good intentions, but he is a student and he is the teacher. It's not just the difference between men and women. Zhou Siqing, can you carry me back? Li Yunting requested. I can carry you back. Zhou Siqing said. Li Yunting looked happy, but the next words made her look gloomy again. This is too far from the office. I don't even know which building your office is in. Besides, there is a small bruise on your foot. If you don't treat it, you can only walk in a week. This is the fastest case. If it is slow, it will take half a month or even a month. Li Yunting's expression changed. Her parents urged her to get married every day, and she couldn't stay at home at all. Recently she has been considering renting a house near the school. After listening to Zhou Siqing's 2 sentences, Li Yunting slowly agreed. She comforted herself in her heart. It's just a foot massage, nothing else, and he is also helping himself, it's for his own good. Okay, hurry up then. Zhou Siqing felt relieved when he got Li Yunting's agreement. The next step is to get started. Li Yunting's face was already flushed. She has never been held hand by a boy in her life and has no idea how it feels. Now, the feet have experienced it first before the hands. I'm going to start the massage. Zhou Siqing reminded him. He could see that the other party was very nervous. Yeah. Li Yunting slowly closed her eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing no longer hesitated. Li Yunting was extremely nervous and shy at the same time. I've known him for less than a day, but the close contact between us is almost as close as that of others in a week. Li Yunting always felt vaguely that something was wrong. Li Yunting opened her eyes and glanced at Zhou Siqing. Seeing him massaging seriously, Li Yunting was in a trance for a moment. It seems that foot massage can only be done by boyfriends and girlfriends or close friends. Li Yunting groaned. Zhou Siqing's technique is indeed powerful. To avoid embarrassment, Li Yunting pretended nothing had happened and took out her cell phone calmly, ready to use it to cover up the embarrassment that had just occurred. Zhou Siqing laughed secretly in his heart. He responded very naturally to Li Yunting's call just now. However, Li Yunting looked a little naive, as if she had never experienced anything before. He was just using normal techniques just now. Zhou Siqing could sense that Li Yunting was in a weak state at the moment. Chapter 32 Professor Li. Teacher Li, why did you leave your students and run away alone in the office that day? Zhou Siqing's words distracted Li Yunting, who was pretending to play with her mobile phone. I won't leave. I can't help you solve the problem if I stay inside. Li Yunting looked up and answered. That's not necessarily true. If you stay there, you can at least be a witness. The vice president is his uncle. Can you bear to see me being bullied by them? Hearing this, Li Yunting put down her phone and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't think much about it that day." "Did they do anything to you?" "Not yet, I can't say for sure in the future." Zhou Siqing said this, but his eyes were still on his feet. "If they want to retaliate against you, just come and find me." Li Yunting thought about it and made a promise to Zhou Siqing. "Really? That's awesome. Thank you, Mr. Li." Zhou Siqing was so happy that he moved much faster. Li Yunting couldn't bear it anymore and the last syllable of her words was drawn out. Li Yunting tried hard to calm herself down. She found that she had absolutely no strength left. Not only her body, but also her mouth, so the tone of her voice became gentle. "You're welcome." In order to help Li Yunting stand up quickly, Zhou Siqing kept kneading her. "My hands and mouth are never idle." Zhou Siqing kept talking to Li Yunting. During the subsequent conversation, he learned that Li Yunting was a new professor at the school last year. Being a professor at the age of 29 is not just a matter of intelligence and talent, it also involves some power and background. So when Zhou Siqing heard that Li Yunting was a professor, he worked even harder. "Teacher Li, I will call you Professor Li from now on," Zhou Siqing said with a smile. "No, just continue to call me Teacher Li." "That's fine. Teacher Li, can I come and play with you when I'm free?" "Teacher Li, if I have any questions I don't understand, can I ask you for help in the future?" If you like figure painting, you can always come to me." Li Yunting tried hard to keep herself calm. It took more than half an hour for the massage to end. Zhou Siqing let go reluctantly. The blood energy value in his body has reached 90%. It was obviously just a massage, but Li Yunting always screamed a few times intentionally or unintentionally, and the key was that the sound was not loud. Fortunately, it was during the day. If it was at night, it would be hard to say. When standing up, Zhou Siqing bent over as hard as he could. "Teacher Li, please move your ankle and try to feel it." In fact, Zhou Siqing has been doing a serious massage. "I just want Li Yunting to get better soon. The other party is a professor, and it would be a loss for the school if he didn't come to school for one day." At this moment, Li Yunting was lying flat on the lawn. He took off his glasses and put them aside. After hearing Zhou Siqing's words, Li Yunting put on her glasses again and sat up. It's just that he lacks physical strength, like a puddle of mud. After another minute, Li Yunting slowly regained some strength. Li Yunting moved her feet a few times and found that the pain in her feet was not as severe as it was an hour ago. "Zhou Siqing, where are my shoes?" "Here." Zhou Siqing knew what she wanted to do and immediately put on her high heels. Li Yunting stood up slowly. "Although there is still some pain in my feet, it is much less painful now than at the beginning." "It's amazing." Li Yunting looked delighted. Li Yunting thanked Zhou Siqing. He really wasn't joking or had any other intentions. But it's really about massage, it's really about helping yourself. However, thinking of the delicate moan just now, Li Yunting felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Zhou Siqing did not laugh at himself or anything. Not only that, he deliberately found topics to resolve his embarrassment. Thinking of this, Li Yunting felt more favorable towards Zhou Siqing. Similarly, Zhou Siqing increasingly felt the power of his skills. It took less than an hour of massage, during which he deliberately slowed down the speed, but he was able to restore Li Yunting's feet to this state, which is really great. "Zhou Siqing, thank you. If you weren't here, I really wouldn't know what to do." Li Yunting thanked Zhou Siqing again, her tone full of gratitude. "It's a small matter," Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Then he changed the subject and kindly reminded, "But don't be too happy too soon, Mr. Li. You can walk now, but you can't walk around and exercise frequently. If you get hurt again, you'll have to walk with crutches even if Su Bingtian comes. Besides, you were wearing high heels." "Ah." Li Yunting was shocked. "Is it really that serious?" Yes. Zhou Siqing nodded seriously. Li Yunting wanted to ask what to do, but Zhou Siqing answered her first. "So, Mr. Li, as a student, I want to do good things. I will carry you back." "Li Yunting. Is this okay? The office is quite far from here." Li Yunting was a little worried. "It's okay. I'm strong and have plenty of energy. Come on. Zhou Siqing squatted down. Seeing this, Li Yunting no longer hesitated. She believed that Zhou Siqing would not lie to her because the massage just now was the best example. The moment he carried Li Yunting on his back, Zhou Siqing felt a lot of pressure, but secretly happy at the same time. There is motivation only when there is pressure, and Zhou Siqing wants to bear this pressure alone. On the way, the two talked. Some students passing by glanced at them. After arriving at the office, Zhou Siqing put Li Yunting on the sofa. It is a private office with all the necessary facilities, including a 2-meter bed, which should be used for lunch break. Zhou Siqing found the medicine box for Li Yunting. Zhou Siqing, thank you. You're welcome. Well, I'll add your prestige. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. Zhou Siqing naturally wanted it very much and agreed. After adding the prestige, Zhou Siqing noticed the black slingback high heels on the floor. Somehow, the heel of the high heels had cracks. Like it's about to break. Maybe it was because of a sprained ankle that the high heels were accidentally badly damaged. Zhou Siqing thought about it, picked up the high heels on the ground, and said enthusiastically, "Teacher Li, your heel is about to break. I'll take it back and fix it for you." Li Yunting, who was applying medicine with her head down, raised her head. Can he repair shoes? This was a bit beyond Li Yunting's expectations. He not only does massage but also repairs shoes. Can you repair shoes? Li Yunting asked half doubtfully. Yes. Zhou Siqing nodded. I can fix it for you, leave it to me. Even so, Li Yunting still felt that something was inappropriate and felt uncomfortable in her heart. No. Chapter 33 A Day's Loot. Zhou Siqing pointed to the crack on the heel and said, Teacher Li, your heel is already cracked. You might sprain your ankle again the next time you wear it. What will you do then? I'll just ask a shoemaker outside to fix it. Li Yunting pursed her lips. Why don't you come to me? I'll take it back today and fix it tomorrow. Seeing Li Yunting's hesitation, Zhou Siqing added, Teacher Li, are you still worried about me? It's just repairing a pair of shoes. What do you think I can do, Mr. Li? Seeing Zhou Siqing was so enthusiastic, Li Yunting didn't know what to say next. Li Yunting hesitated for a moment and agreed, okay. I agreed verbally, but I still had a weird feeling in my heart. Seeing that she agreed, Zhou Siqing put down his high heels and took the cotton swab from her hand. Teacher Li, let me apply it. I will leave after I finish it. Zhou Siqing knew that he had to be more proactive towards the teacher so that she would leave a good impression of him in her heart. After all, teachers like students who are well behaved and proactive in learning. Okay. Li Yunting couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards the enthusiastic classmate Zhou. Thank you for this afternoon. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Li Yunting will never forget the helplessness she felt at that moment. Saturday is free, I'll treat you to dinner, Li Yunting invited. Okay, Teacher Li, but you don't have to treat me to eating out, just invite me to the school cafeteria. Zhou Siqing replied. Okay, Li Yunting nodded, thinking that this child really cares about others. However, the next second, Li Yunting found that Zhou Siqing was staring at her intently. Feeling Zhou Siqing's fiery gaze, Li Yunting quickly discovered what he was looking at. Li Yunting buttoned her clothes with a flushed face. She didn't even know when the buttons were unbuttoned and didn't notice at all. It's so embarrassing. Li Yunting's face flushed. Zhou Siqing smiled awkwardly and shifted his attention back to his feet. After applying the ointment, Zhou Siqing carried Li Yunting to the bed again. Although the bed is small, at least it is more comfortable than the sofa. Zhou Siqing took out his cell phone, checked the time, and knew it was time for him to leave. Teacher Li, when you get home from get off work in the evening you can wear flat shoes and walk home, but you have to walk slowly. Zhou Siqing reminded him worriedly before leaving. Li Yunting nodded and said okay. Goodbye, teacher. After leaving the office, Zhou Siqing still couldn't calm down. But fortunately, Zhou Siqing looked at what he had in his hand. It can be considered as today's spoils. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhou Siqing couldn't help but raise his head whenever he recalled his experience of the previous hour. It's still summer now, and Zhou Siqing bent down slightly. He waited until there was no one left and dared to stand up. As for the things in your hand, you dare to take them out openly, so are you afraid of being talked about? A person of integrity is not afraid of his own shadow. He took it back to glue, mend and repair it, not to beat it. After arriving at the dormitory, Zhou Siqing put her high heels in the locker and locked it. He didn't leave it outside because he was afraid that there would be a night master in the dormitory. On the other side, the office. The door is closed. Li Yunting, lying on the small bed, took off her outer clothes. Her heart was pounding at this moment. Li Yunting thought about herself being carried like a princess, her muffled moans, and the massage that lasted more than half an hour. Her face became hot. During her 10 years at school, she never had a romantic relationship and her eyes were only focused on exams and studying. A good student in the eyes of teachers and a good child in the eyes of parents. Li Yunting has never experienced what it feels like to be in love. But today, she seemed to feel it slightly. The feeling of being cared for and protected. The appearance of Zhou Siqing seemed to open the door to Li Yunting's love. Li Yunting buried her head in the quilt and began to think wildly. If he wasn't a student. In fact, it is also possible to have a teacher-student relationship. Oh, still no. Too small. Chapter 34 Enthusiastic Senior. After packing up, Zhou Siqing walked out of the dormitory. There are obviously many more students reporting in the afternoon than in the morning. Because it is an art college, the proportion of female students is extremely high. Just take a quick look and you will see some girls with good looks and figures. Zhou Siqing came to the door. It is impossible for him to be lazy all day. Junior, are you here alone? I'll help you. Seeing the nice schoolgirl, Zhou Siqing transformed into a smiling boy, greeted her with a smile, and enthusiastically helped her with her luggage. The schoolgirl looked up and found that Zhou Siqing was handsome and his smile was contagious. In addition, Zhou Siqing's outfit gave people a sense of affinity. Sometimes, being taller and more handsome does help. If you help the female students with their luggage and you are not good looking, they will probably think you are trying to flirt with them and will be wary of you. Before understanding your three views, what we look at is your facial features. It's a bit heartbreaking, but it's the fact and the reality. If you are handsome and good at talking, it will be different. For example, Zhou Siqing now has a very clear goal, and his targets are girls who are not ugly but not very beautiful either. After one trip, 9 out of 10 can be successful. They thought of Zhou Siqing as a hit-up man, but they were also hoping for further developments in their hearts. Men and women are the same, they all like good-looking and beautiful people. I helped the schoolgirl carry her luggage and took her to the dormitory. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome. Then Senior, can I add you to my prestige? I just came to school and there are some things I don't understand. Can. After adding prestige, Zhou Siqing returned the same way. Zhou Siqing returned to the school gate and continued to act as an enthusiastic senior. While chatting with these junior high school girls, I found that they are really naive. If you can sell campus cards or something like that, you can definitely cheat everyone. Hello, junior brother. Just as Zhou Siqing continued to take the female students back to the dormitory, two girls came over and talked to Zhou Siqing. The two girls in front of me have oval faces, slim figures, and pear-shaped bodies. They are different. The slim girl was wearing a tank top and a short skirt, exposing her thighs and calves. She was wearing slippers and her toenails were painted with pink nail polish. The girl is already as tall as Zhou Siqing. The pair of straight and white long legs under the cold white skin are really eye-catching. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the best legs, and this is without wearing high heels. With a perfect figure and long legs, anyone who sees him will be confused. If this leg is wearing high heels, it will only be a decisive blow. Zhou Siqing couldn't help but take a look. MD, these legs are really longer than my life. What kind of supermodel height is this? A pair of legs is almost catching up with other people's height. The other one is even more heavyweight. The girl with a pear-shaped figure is relatively shorter and has a more graceful figure. She is wearing a long suspender skirt and still wearing slippers. But some areas of her are just too exaggerated. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is the god of thunder. If you get hit, you might get a concussion. Zhou Siqing really wanted to get closer to her to confirm it for everyone. Because it is in the south, girls are generally petite and shorter in height. Therefore, when Zhou Siqing saw the two of them for the first time, he was stunned for a second. Especially the one who was as tall as me. At least 1.8 meters tall. Song Tian 22 b 53 kilograms. The bound object has a masochistic tendency. Zhang Yan, 171 f 60 kilograms. The bound object is keen on painting and often climbs to the top of the mountain to paint alone. Zhou Siqing was numb. This is my senior sister, she is beautiful and graduated beautifully. But what does it mean to like being abused? Zhou Siqing couldn't figure it out. Mainly because I don't have time to think about it now. Hello, senior sisters. Is there anything I can help you with? Zhou Sicheng continued. Such a beautiful senior sister came to see him just to apply for a card and join a group. He called her senior sister, which seemed more intimate than senior sister. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yan. She pointed to the slender girl next to her and said, her name is Song Tian. We are juniors and she is your senior. That's right, junior brother. We would like to invite you to join our Arts and Literature Club. Today is the day for new students to report to school. The two of them came here just to hang out, and the department hadn't recruited new people for a long time, or to be more precise, it hadn't recruited boys for a long time. The department is full of girls, and there is no masculinity at all, so I thought of recruiting some boys. They looked for a long time but couldn't find a suitable boy. Either too ugly or too greasy, or I just keep thinking about that. Then they saw Zhou Sicheng. They were attracted by Zhou Sicheng's sunny and handsome appearance, which was much better than some narcissistic and greasy boys. As a senior student, Jiang Yan is still conscientious and responsible. She mistakenly thought Zhou Sicheng was a freshman, so she said enthusiastically, "Where's your luggage, Junior? We'll help you carry it and take you to the dormitory." "Sorry, Senior, I'm not interested." Zhou Sicheng replied with a smile. What Zhou Sicheng said was true. He had no interest in the so-called student union and community departments. He is an extremely socially anxious person who doesn't like to talk. For those who love socializing and making friends, joining a community department is a good choice. You may not learn any technical skills, but you will definitely learn something about the ways of the world. Jiang Yan and Song Tian were stunned at the same time. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he agree? In the end, he refused without even thinking about it. Junior brother, do you have any concerns? You probably don't know much about our department yet. Our department is full of girls. If you join, you will be the only male favorite in our department. We will all protect you. Jiang Yan said seductively. Yes, Jiang Yan is our minister, and I am the deputy minister. We both sincerely invite you to join us. If you agree now, you can come in right away without an application. Song Tian's words were indeed sweet, and Zhou Sicheng was excited to hear them. Jiang Yan is the type of queen, and she speaks in a cool and clear voice. Zhou Sicheng would not be mesmerized by the voice, he said. No, I have a lot of private things to do. Oh, it's okay. Joining the arts club won't affect your personal time. Are you a freshman? Jiang Yan asked again. No, I'm a sophomore. Zhou Sicheng replied. Then you, junior brother, should have heard of our art department. We hardly recruit anyone every year. Jiang Yan blinked playfully. Does this sentence imply that you don't cherish this opportunity? Zhou Sicheng thought to himself, what does this have to do with me? But seeing as how pretty the senior sister was, Zhou Sicheng naturally had to give her face. He said, don't bother the senior sister, I really don't have this plan. How about this, the guys in my dormitory might be interested. Your dormitory? Is it your roommate? Yes, I think they will. As soon as Zhou Sicheng finished speaking, Zhao Gang approached him. Old Zhou, what are you talking about? Zhao Gang stared at Jiang Yan and drooled. Seeing Zhao Gang's stupid look, Zhou Sicheng curled his lips. It was as if he had never seen a woman in his life. The senior invites you to join the Arts and Literature department. Do you want to join? Zhou Sicheng said. I'll go in. Zhao Gang answered without thinking. Immediately, Zhou Sicheng introduced Zhao Gang to Jiang Yan. He is your roommate? Jiang Yan immediately passed Zhao Gang over in her mind. She had seen too many ordinary men like him. Yes. Jiang Yan said nothing and took out a folded flyer from behind her. Take a look at the content above. We are different from other departments. Every student who joins us can learn a lot. My prestige is on it. You can add me if you think so. Zhou Sicheng took it and glanced at it roughly. Wow, now every department has flyers. The flyers record various events held by the department, as well as various group photos. Just as she said, there were only girls on it. Chapter 35 No Class Meeting. After Jiang Yan and Song Tian left, Zhao Gang snatched the flyer and took a look at it. Lao Zhou, this department is great, much better than the sports department I joined. They are all pretty girls, not a single man. No, I want to join them. Zhao Gang said excitedly. Zhou Sicheng glanced at him and said, look at you, you are so useless. Her prestige is on it. Do you dare to add it? I dare. Why shouldn't I be afraid? Zhao Gang took out his mobile phone and was about to scan the code, but Zhou Xiqing's next words made him pause. Added and then what? Do you know what to say? Do you want to start here? Or do you want to start well? What if they don't let you in? What will you do? If you're not embarrassed by then, I'll be embarrassed for you. Zhao Gang was suddenly speechless. Zhou Xiqing's words were like a bucket of cold water, chilling him to the core and extinguishing all of Zhao Gang's enthusiasm. Come to think of it, if she had let me in just now, she could have just said it directly. Not giving a direct answer is actually a disguised rejection. Thinking of this, Zhao Gang's energy and spirit disappeared. Zhou Xiqing shook his head upon seeing this and ignored Zhao Gang. Zhou Xiqing spent most of the afternoon receiving new students. He would not only help his female junior students, but also his polite male junior students. I was busy until 7 in the evening before I finished. There was no notification of a class meeting in the class group, so they returned to the dormitory first. In dormitory 211, Su Kunji showed off his achievements of the day. Let me tell you, today I added 14 schoolmates in total. Su Kunji said proudly. Come, let me show you this face in this figure. TSK. And this, he's really flirty, wearing a hip skirt when he's only a freshman. TSK, only quantity but no quality. Zhao Gang said disdainfully. You know nothing. Let's solve the problem of quantity first, then quality. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Su Kunji waved his hand and came to the side of Zhou Xiqing. Old Zhou, how was your performance today? No, just one more. Zhou Xiqing said. Is it true? Why don't I believe it? Hearing that Zhou Xiqing only added one, Su Kunji became even more proud. Lao Zhou's guy is worth 10 of you. The girls Lao Zhou added are foreigners. Zhao Gang couldn't stand Su Kunji's pretentious look. Oh my god, Lao Zhou, you are awesome. You even had a Western meal. Su Kunji was very curious. Do you have any photos or something? Show me. Why should I show you? Send your 14 to everyone in the dormitory group first. Zhao Gang sneered. I won't even show it to you. Fuck, who cares? I don't care what your name is. I sent it to Lao Zhou. Sending it to you, a country bumpkin, will scare the girl to death. I see MN Zhao Gang pounced on Su Kunji and the two started fighting. Will you show it to me? No. If you don't give it to me, I'll get you. The dormitory was not big to begin with, and with the noise they made, the space around it became even smaller. The dormitory was in chaos, and Zhou Xiqing came to the balcony. After a while, another roommate, Ma Lu, hurried to the balcony. Zhou Xiqing, check the group chat. Zhou Xiqing opened his phone and looked through the chat history in the group. Counselor Lu Wei brought in a new member. After pulling the new member in, Lu Wei transferred the group owner status to the new member and then left the group chat. This operation left the students in the group confused. A few brave students directly raised question marks in the group. Teacher, why did you quit the group? Dower, no, teacher, why did you quit the group? Before we could chat for a few sentences, everyone in the group was muted and all members were at class meeting on the 5th, everyone take a rest tonight, and tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, the students will have classes with the next class. As soon as the news came out, many students who were diving in deep water were instantly exposed. Because I was banned, I had to join another group chat. There are usually several student groups in college, and counselors and classmates are in the same group to facilitate notification of news and activities. Another is the group chat where there is no counselor. College students love gossip, and at this moment the group has started chattering, discussing what is going on. Because there was no prior notice, the students in the group all looked confused. Except Zhou Xiqing, no one in the class knew about the resignation of Counselor Lu Wei. So Zhou Xiqing quickly guessed what was going on. He looked at the calendar and saw that the 5th was a Sunday. Zhou Xiqing guessed that the person Lu Wei brought into the group should be the new counselor. Thinking about it, he clicked on the other person's profile picture. Gender, female. The new counselor is a woman? Zhou Xiqing thought silently, then clicked on the other party's space, wanting to go in and see what the new counselor looked like. The owner sets the permissions. You need to answer questions to access his/her space. Question 1. What is my name? Question 2. What is my daughter's name? Zhou Siqing was speechless. What era is this? Why are we still doing this? He entered a few names at random and exited. Because there was no class meeting, the students in the group went out to eat, drink and have fun after gossiping for a while. After all, this is the last night when we can come and go as we please. Zhou Siqing's dormitory is no exception. Although we didn't go out for fun, we still ordered barbecue takeout on a AA basis. I had a happy night without any worries. The 2 days passed quickly. September 4th, Saturday, 7 a.m. Zhou Siqing was brushing his teeth and washing his face in front of the mirror. I went to see Li Yunting for 2 consecutive days, but she was not in the office. Zhou Siqing couldn't help but wonder what she was doing. At first he thought he had arrived too early and Li Yunting was not in school. I went there once in the morning, noon and evening, but she was still not there. Zhou Siqing couldn't help but wonder narcissistically whether the other party was shy and hiding from him because of what happened that day. Zhou Siqing spent day and night repairing Li Yunting's high heels with glue, and now they are extremely sturdy, firm and reliable. Zhou Siqing plans to go to Li Yunting's office again today. If there was still no one there, he would call Li Yunting and ask her where she was. After washing up, Zhou Siqing came to the door of Li Yunting's office with her high heels wrapped up. I knocked on the door, but still no one answered. Zhou Siqing decisively called Li Yunting. Buzz buzz buzz. Teacher Li, where have you been these days? It's been so hard to find you. Xiao Zhou, the teacher has asked for leave these 2 days and is looking for a house to move to. Do you need help? Not for now. I've already found a house and just moved in last night. Okay, then congratulations to Teacher Li on moving into your new home. Thank you, teacher. Please come back next Monday when you are free. Good. After a brief chat, Zhou Siqing hung up the phone. After taking a look at the shoes in his hand, Zhou Siqing had to return to the dormitory and hide the high heels again. In the past 2 days, the intelligence information released by the system has been quite insignificant. Either the price of eggs in this supermarket has dropped, or the price of houses in XXX has fallen. Zhou Siqing almost treated it as news. Just at this moment, the system refreshed today's information. Chapter 36 New Intelligence. Intelligence Information 1, at 12 noon today, Su Kunji went on a date with a female netizen whom he had known for less than a month. In order to have a good meal, he specially booked a Japanese restaurant, but was stood up by the female netizen in the end. Intelligence Information 2, due to extreme lack of money and the failure of his online love, the frustrated Su Kunji will go to Jin Dafu jewelry store where Bing Jia works at 4 p.m. to ask for money. Intelligence Information 3, Wen Shen will have her period on her way back from a social event at Hanong Hotel at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and it will cause moderate pain. Intelligence Information 4, Jong Seo, a junior at the Conservatory of Music, has a boyfriend who is cheating on her, so she plans to go to Moha Bar tonight to have fun and get revenge on her boyfriend. She will be taken away by a boy from the sports university at 12 a.m. Intelligence Information 5, at 9 o'clock this morning, at the West Campus Library, Zhou Lily accidentally dropped her meal card while borrowing books. It will be picked up by the administrator and placed at the front desk at 9:41. Zhou Siqing felt inexplicably happy with every message. In his mind, Zhou Siqing had a sense of satisfaction as if he were prying into other people's privacy. Although he couldn't make money from the intelligence information today, he still didn't feel disappointed. My current financial situation can sustain me for a while, and there are still more than 20 days left before a month. So don't rush. The only person who made Zhou Siqing feel exploded was Su Kunji. No wonder this guy didn't return to the dormitory last night. He probably went home to get money to book a restaurant and a hotel. Brother Jia, hey, let me say something about you. Zhou Siqing sighed at Su Kunji's empty bed. Then, Zhou Siqing focused his attention on the third point. Aunt Wen will have her period and it will be painful. Zhou Siqing wondered whether he should prepare hot water in advance so that he could have a romantic encounter with Wen Shen. Zhou Siqing is self-aware and knows that Wen Shen is really treating him well and cares about him. But if I want her to take the initiative to play poker with me every day, the possibility is still too low. Wen Shen is 40 years old, almost past the age of a young girl or a young woman. She has become very rational and sober. If I hadn't obtained the system halfway, I would never have had any contact with Wen Shen in my life. So sometimes you just need to take the initiative. Because it's much easier than chasing a strange girl. In the end, it still comes down to this: it is better to talk to a rich girl about your true feelings than to accompany her to grow up. Thinking of this, Zhou Siqing became determined. Now that you have a system, you must be confident. Not only Wen Shen, but also by Bing Jia and the bar need to be visited. Su Kunji was so angry that I wonder what his mentality would become. It's okay if you don't go crazy, but what if you do go crazy? Zhou Siqing had seen Su Kunji get frustrated while playing games. Throw the mouse, throw the headphones, slam the table, and smash the keyboard. It seems like he has a rage disorder. A weak woman like Aunt Bai will definitely be bullied by her own son. For by Bing Jia's safety, Zhou Siqing decided to go despite the danger. He had met Jong Seo once. She was a junior in college. She is one of the most beautiful girls in the music conservatory, not to mention her looks and figure. A very beautiful senior. Now that he had such an opportunity, Zhou Siqing would never let her get away with it. If you want to eat, you have to eat it first. Zhou Siqing looked at the time. It was exactly 10 o'clock. Zhou Siqing bought a bag of brown sugar, took his winter thermos cup, and went to the water room to get a cup of hot water. To avoid burning his mouth, he added a little mineral water. After preparing the brown sugar water, Zhou Siqing went to the library. There are quite a few people inside, all of them are students who love learning. Zhou Siqing gave them a big thumbs up in his heart. If you don't learn, there are plenty of people who will. There was a little girl sitting at the front desk, and Zhou Siqing said directly, "Hello, did Xiao Lily's meal card fall here?" Wait a minute. The girl at the front desk found the meal card. She did not hand it over to Zhou Siqing immediately, but asked cautiously, "What is your relationship?" "She's my girlfriend." Zhou Siqing said shamelessly, "We are all from the Conservatory of Music." "Give it to me." Zhou Siqing smiled. The girl at the front desk looked at the meal card and then looked at Zhou Siqing. In the end, she gave the meal card to Zhou Siqing. She thought Zhou Siqing was handsome, and the girl in the photo on the meal card was also very beautiful. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, there must be something right. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Zhou Siqing took the meal card and left the library. The girl at the front desk was very happy after hearing this, and praised Zhou Siqing for being polite. But when I think about it carefully, I always feel that something is wrong. In the afternoon, Zhou Siqing arrived at Hanong Hotel at the right time. A group of people came out from the hotel entrance. Men and women. Zhou Siqing saw the graceful Wen Shen at first sight. Her beauty is not just about appearance. There are many beautiful women, but there are different levels of beauty. For example, a woman like Wen Shen has a unique temperament that is charming and sexy. Perhaps because of work, Wen Shen had her hair tied up today, behaved elegantly, and wore a white professional work suit with black high heels. As for whether there were any silk threads or not, Zhou Siqing couldn't tell. You need close observation and contact to know. When they came out, the waiter at the door bowed slightly. After the others had left and only Wen Shen and the female secretary next to her were left, Zhou Siqing walked over with the thermos cup. Looking at the thermos in her hand, and thinking about the moment when Wen Shen would take out the brown sugar water when she had abdominal pain during her period, she would probably be very touched. Who said drinking more hot water is useless? I'll show you how useful it is later. Ant 1. Zhou Siqing called out. Wen Shen, who was about to get on the bus, heard the voice and immediately looked up. When she saw that the person coming was Zhou Siqing, a refreshing smile appeared on Wen Shen's beautiful face. "Xiao Chang, why are you here?" Wen Shen was half surprised and half suspicious. It was really unexpected to meet Zhou Siqing in such a scene. "Ant 1, today is the weekend and I happened to pass by here." Zhou Siqing said it very naturally, without any unnecessary nonsense or deliberate reasons. "The more you say this, the more it seems to be true." Wen Shen nodded when she heard this without thinking too much. Only she knew her itinerary and she had not revealed it to Zhou Siqing. So it's normal to meet him here by chance. "Where are you going?" "Why not get in the car with me?" Wen Shen invited. "Okay." Zhou Siqing had the same idea and nodded in agreement. At this time, someone behind called Wen Shen's name again. "Wen Shen, wait a minute." A gentleman with glasses jogged over from the left rear. Running up to him, the man with glasses panted, "Wen Shen, I'll go back to the company with you. My dad has given me the project at hand." The man with glasses said this with a smile, deliberately giving people a very friendly feeling. In fact, there were some greed and evil thoughts in his eyes, but he did not show it. However, after glancing at Zhou Siqing next to him, his eyes turned into contempt, without any disguise. Sorry, I won't go back to the company. Something happened at home and I need to go back to check it out. Wen Shen refused in disguise. Okay, then I'll treat you to a meal some other day and we can talk about work. No need, someone will contact you specifically about work matters. Ah, this. The man with glasses was instantly embarrassed. He didn't expect Wen Shen to give him no face at all. It's nothing. We'll leave first. Your driver is waiting for you over there. Wen Shen said and got into the car. The man with glasses wanted to say something, but held it back and then looked at Zhou Siqing coldly. Zhou Siqing also glanced at the man with glasses, then got into the car. He didn't even have to think about it to know what this bespectacled guy only referring to the characters in the book wanted to do. It turns out that there are really like-minded people in this world. But alas, not only did I eat it, I would eat it again right away. Chapter 37 You Need Warmth. After getting into the business car, Zhou Siqing asked. Aunt One, who is the guy with glasses just now? His name is Chu Shengyan, the son of our partner. Wen Shen said lightly. Oh, that guy makes me feel uncomfortable. Auntie, please stay away from him in the future. Zhou Siqing said. Wen Shen could tell that Zhou Siqing didn't like Chu Shengyan very much. Well, I didn't have much contact with him, but I had more contact with his family. Zhou Siqing nodded. Women have a sixth sense, and so do men. Chu Shengyan looks like he is only 1 or 2 years older than me, and he undoubtedly likes Wen Shen. I can guess it just from what he said about going to the company and having dinner. If it is really as I thought, then I will go back to his hometown to explore. If your hometown doesn't work, go to your neighbor's house. If your neighbor doesn't work, go to your relative's house. The biological mothers and sisters of the rich second generation should not look bad. Zhou Siqing thought to himself and made plans in his mind. Xiao Chang, you haven't told me where you're going yet. I want to get inside you. Hearing this, the female secretary who was driving the car raised her head and glanced at the rearview mirror. Who is this person? He is so bold that he even dares to tease his own boss. Stop it. Wen Shen blushed. This child is disrespectful and doesn't pay any attention to what he says. Don't forget there are other people in the car. Wen Shen felt that she had spoiled him too much from the beginning. It was obvious that the two didn't know each other before. Wen Shen thought that if she continued like this, serious consequences might occur. I negotiated the terms with him. There is no deterrent now, and there will be no deterrent after I become his mother. Thinking of this, Wen Shen became like a queen. I deliberately reduced the frequency of talking to Zhou Siqing. Now, it was Zhou Siqing's turn to be confused. It was quiet for about 10 minutes. Just when Zhou Siqing couldn't help it. Wen Shen frowned and suddenly cried out in pain. She leaned weakly on the seat. Aunt One, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Zhou Siqing knew that the opportunity had come. I'm fine. Wen Shen pretended to be calm, but the cold sweat on her forehead betrayed her. At this moment, Wen Shen only felt a piercing pain in her abdomen. Wen Shen knew that she didn't have a stomachache. Although menstruation occurs every month, it came relatively quickly this month. Wen Shen raised one hand and placed it on her belly. Wen Shen's abnormality was also noticed by the female secretary who was driving. Boss One, what's wrong with you? I'll stop the car for a moment. No need, just drive. Wen Shen said, then she thought of something and asked, Xiao Chang, you haven't told me where you are going yet. Aunt One, I'll go to your house. After saying this, the female secretary looked at the rearview mirror again. Xiao Chang, Auntie is not feeling well today, let's do it another day. Auntie, where do you feel uncomfortable? Is it your stomach? Yeah. Wen Shen nodded. Auntie, did you catch a cold from the food you ate at noon today? Zhou Siqing asked knowingly. No, kid, you don't understand. Wen Shen shook her head. Why don't I understand? If it's not a stomachache, then Auntie, you have relatives coming to visit. Zhou Siqing said directly. You? Wen Shen thought that this child was really smart as he could think of this. Speaking of relatives, Wen Shen felt even more pain. Mr. Wen, you shouldn't have drunk alcohol and eaten seafood at noon today. The female secretary said angrily and worriedly while driving. Xiao Zhu, drive your car carefully. Wen Shen stopped the female secretary from continuing. Aunt Wen, are you crazy? Don't you know what day your relatives are coming? Zhou Siqing's voice rose a few notches, with obvious blame in it. When Zhou Siqing heard that Wen Shen drank alcohol and ate seafood at noon, he felt that Wen Shen was really stupid and really didn't care about her life. I didn't know I would come today, Wen Shen said, a little aggrieved. According to her calculations, it would take at least 3 or 4 days, but who knew it would suddenly come today? Suddenly, Wen Shen thought of the crazy night when the two of them went crazy. And he didn't take any safety measures that night. Could it be because of that night? Aunt Wen, let me help you. Kid, stop making a fuss. It's normal for a woman to have relatives over. Just bear with it and it will pass. I'm not making a fuss. If you hold it in any longer, you'll be in so much pain that you. Hearing this, Wen Shen found it a little funny, but felt warm in her heart. Xiao Zhu, please pull over. Zhou Siqing said directly to the female secretary. Oh. The secretary obeyed subconsciously. By the time she realized what was happening, she felt that she had been too obedient. Task 1. Wen Shen's menstrual pain is aggravated by her consumption of beer and seafood. Please help Wen Shen relieve her menstrual pain. Task Reward, Pure Yang Body. Skill attributes, increase the yang energy in your body, your complexion will become better and better. When you come into contact with women, they will feel at ease and warm. When yin and yang complement each other, you will become stronger and stronger. Wow! Zhou Siqing became even more excited. This is a passive skill. Even if there was no mission, he would help Wen Shen. Now that there is a mission, he will work even harder. After taking a look at Wen Shen, who was in unbearable pain, Zhou Siqing said hurriedly, Aunt Wen, please hold on for a while, I will be back soon. After saying that, Zhou Siqing got out of the car. I ran more than 500 meters and found an 811 convenience store. I bought a hot pack and 2 boiled eggs. When she returned to the car, Wen Shen's face had turned pale. Aunt Wen, I'm here. Zhou Siqing didn't expect it to be so serious. The pain is so severe that it doesn't feel like menstruation, it feels like dysmenorrhea. Auntie Wen, let me put it on for you. Zhou Siqing held the hot pack in his hand. I can do it myself. Wen Xuanqiang said calmly. Let me do it. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Zhou Siqing said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. After all, there was a third person present besides the two of them. Wen Shen didn't say anything else. She was in so much pain that she didn't want to refute. Zhou Siqing glanced at the female secretary. The female secretary is not pretty but not ugly either. She is the kind of person who is obviously smart and capable, not just a pretty face. After all, the situation of a woman looking for a secretary is essentially the same as that of a man looking for a secretary. Men look for capable women, and women also look for capable women. Zhou Siqing lifted up the clothes and slowly put them on Wen Shen. Not only was there one on the front, but there was also one on the back. After pasting it, Wen Shen looked at Zhou Siqing in surprise. This kid knows a lot. In fact, before coming, Zhou Siqing did a little homework. For example, how to relieve pain after a woman's period, what to eat and what not to eat, etc. Chapter 38 Warming Up. After a few minutes, Zhou Siqing asked with concern, Aunt Wen, are you feeling better? It's hard to say whether it's a psychological effect or the method is effective. Wen Shen did feel that her abdomen wasn't as painful as before. Zhou Siqing took the brown sugar water. Auntie, please drink some brown sugar water. Zhou Siqing handed the cup to her. You prepared brown sugar water? Wen Shen showed a surprised expression on her face. Wen Shen was very surprised, and even more unexpected. This kid is really thoughtful. This is something I prepared specially for you, Zhou Siqing said sincerely. Xiao Chang, thank you, Auntie. Wen Shen was moved by Zhou Siqing's behavior. Wen Shen took the cup. While taking over, her hand accidentally touched Zhou Siqing's hand. Suddenly, Zhou Siqing immediately held her hand. Aunt Wen, your hands are so cold. Zhou Siqing was stunned. Although September is no longer summer, it is not very cold either. The temperature outside is still around 28 or 29 degrees. The weather is such that everyone is wearing short sleeves and short skirts. I'm fine. Wen Shen spoke weakly and pulled her hand away. I'll just drink some brown sugar water and I'll be fine. Wen Shen said softly. I know, but Auntie, you have to understand how to combine the inside and the outside. What? Aunt Wen, let me warm you up. Wen Shen looked confused. That's it. As he said that, Zhou Siqing held Wen Shen's hand tightly. Because Wen Shen was holding the cup in her right hand, Zhou Siqing's two hands now completely covered her left hand. Feeling Zhou Siqing's heat, Wen Shen's pretty face turned red. Aunt Wen, you can drink it later. I'll warm you up first. Without waiting for Wen Shen to respond, Zhou Siqing put the cup aside. Wen Shen sitting in the seat felt that this was not a good idea. But his hands were really warm. Surprisingly, the female secretary sat in the driver's seat, playing with her cell phone without saying a word. Zhou Siqing didn't let go until Wen Shen's hand gradually became warm. Now that the top is warm, it's the turn of the bottom. It's like using a heat-blocking baby, one on the front and one on the back. Aunt Wen, let me warm your feet. Zhou Siqing looked at Wen Shen's black high heels with red soles with burning eyes. I just don't know if Aunt Wen's high heels are broken and whether they need to be glued. Well, okay. After Wen Shen felt the warmth, she would not continue to act stubbornly. At this moment, Wen Shen just wanted to stop feeling so painful. The torture of pain is something that no woman can bear. After applying a hot pack and drinking brown sugar water, the pain was significantly reduced. Seeing Wen Shen agreed, Zhou Siqing excitedly picked up her high heels. It turns out that Wen Shen was wearing SW. It looks like she is not wearing anything, but in fact she is wearing it. This is high-end stockings. Zhou Siqing helped Wen Shen take off her high heels, and then took off the high heels on the other foot. Wen Shen closed her eyes and did not resist Zhou Siqing's actions. Everything that needs to be done has been done, so what's the big deal if it's just taking off your shoes now? She was wondering if the child would continue to push his limits. After warming up the hands and feet, the next one might be the Son of God. What if he offered to warm me up, would I agree? Zhou Siqing changed his approach. Wen Shen also opened her eyes at this time. Because she felt as if her legs were in the air. Xiao Chang, you. Wen Shen was speechless. She saw her feet were held in Zhou Siqing's armpits. Wen Shen was shocked by Zhou Siqing's behavior, as she had been walking in high heels for the entire morning. Not to mention whether it has any smell, even putting it in the armpit is not right. Wen Shen subconsciously wanted to pull it away. You don't have to do this. It's okay, Auntie, trust me, your hands and feet won't be cold soon. Xiao Chang, Auntie is much better now, let's put her down first. Wen Shen tried, but found that she couldn't take it back. Auntie, why are you shy? No one is watching us. I'll do this so you can get better faster. However, Zhou Siqing still put down one foot and started to massage her with his hands. Seeing this, Wen Shen simply stopped struggling. After a while, Wen Shen's abdominal pain was relieved a lot. The numbness and coldness in the body also disappeared a lot. As her condition improved, Wen Shen shyly withdrew her other foot. In the process of retracting, she accidentally stepped on Zhou Siqing's stomach with her foot. Auntie, please drink some brown sugar water. Eat an egg to replenish your energy. Wen Shen blushed and hummed. Wen Shen actually felt a little happy inside being taken care of by such a young boy. This kid thinks of himself as a child, even though he is obviously older than him. Zhou Siqing also realized that no matter how powerful Wen Shen was. But she is a woman after all. Thank you, Xiao Chang. I'm much better now. Actually, Auntie, we still have one last step to take. Wen Shen took a bite of the egg and said incomprehensibly, what's the last step? Auntie, your body is not warm yet. After hearing this, the blush on Wen Shen's face deepened a lot. What he said now was exactly the same as what he had just thought. The female secretary sitting in the front row opened the door and got out of the car without saying a word. Seeing this, Wen Shen's blush remained unchanged. Xiao Chang, stop making trouble. We are outside. Besides, I am much better now. But she really didn't expect that she would become much better because of Zhou Siqing's warmth from both inside and out. This child not only looks secure, but also does things in a secure way. Auntie is just joking with you. Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Not only has the mission been completed, but the key is that this time's efforts and hard work will definitely win Wen Shen's favor and gratitude. Maybe she will feel even more touched. Therefore, this 1 hour of effort is definitely worth it. Xiao Chang, let me take you back to school. Zhou Siqing looked at the time. 3:11. Including the time on the road, it's quite fast to reach 4 o'clock. Well, auntie, please take me to Jindafu. Okay. Wen Shen nodded. Soon, the female secretary also returned to the car. When getting in the car, Zhou Siqing smiled at her, and the latter blushed. Chapter 39 Unfilial Son. It was exactly 3:40 when we arrived at Jindafu. The two got out of the car. Xiao Chang, auntie has something else to do this afternoon, so I can't accompany you for now. When Xian's tone of voice was much more intimate than usual, auntie will meet you alone in a couple of days. Okay, Aunt Wen, can I come to your house to see you later? When Xian hesitated for half a second and said, of course you can, but I may not be at home that day. You have to inform me in advance. Thank you, Aunt Wen, I wish you were my girlfriend. When Xian smiled and didn't respond. She found that this child was particularly innocent and cute sometimes. Of course it is impossible to let such a good boy be your boyfriend. How great it is to be a son. He can take care of me every day and provide for me in my old age. You are the younger generation, and auntie is your elder generation. Auntie is doing this for your own good. Besides, you haven't fulfilled the bet between us yet, come on. When Xian said this on the surface. But a different voice came to my mind, what if he finishes it? This has never happened before. Zhou Siqing really wanted to tell Wen Shen that the bet had actually been completed long ago. Good boy, no matter what, auntie will always be by your side. Wen Shen touched Zhou Siqing's head. In the eyes of outsiders, they really look like a mother and son. Suddenly, Zhou Siqing grabbed Wen Shen's hand and kissed it. After the kiss, Wen Shen glared at Zhou Siqing and returned to the car with a shy expression. Looking at Wen Shen walking away, Zhou Siqing laughed. Perhaps Wen Shen's heart has been shaken and confused. Thinking back to what had just happened, Zhou Siqing couldn't help but feel intoxicated. Especially the feel of that pair of beautiful feet in stockings. It's really wonderful and cool. The only drawback was that there was a third person present. If it were just me and Aunt Wen, who knows what thrilling things might happen. This way, your chances will be greater. Zhou Siqing didn't expect that after spending one night with Wen Shen, she would spend the rest of her life with him and accept him. Even though she wanted to do so, Wen Shen was not that kind of woman. And a woman like that might not be a good person. Someone like Wen Shen is more normal. Thinking of this, Zhou Siqing looked down. There's still 1 month left, hold on. At the entrance of Jindafu jewelry store, Zhou Siqing saw a beautiful woman and a young man. It was Bing Jia and his son Su Kunji. After not seeing her for a few days, Zhou Siqing felt that Bing Jia had become more beautiful again. No, it became sexy and charming. Due to work requirements, Bing Jia wore work clothes and black stockings and high heels today. It was clearly just an ordinary work suit, but it looked like a uniform on her. Gives people a feeling of picking up the pole. At this moment, Su Kunji was standing next to Bing Jia, and the two seemed to be arguing. Mom! It's only 3,000 yuan, not much, give it to me quickly. No, son. I can only give you 1,000 yuan. Think about it. Didn't I give it to you last night? What can I do with 500 yuan? I don't understand. What's the difference between 3,000 and 1,000? Can't I just not ask for the money next month? Son, Mom can only give you this much money. You have to know that we need money for food, clothing, daily necessities, etc. There are too many things to spend. All right. Hurry up and give me the money. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at us if we waste time here? Su Kunji was a little impatient. At this time, many passers-by were looking in their direction. Su Kunji himself has the image burden of an idol, and it is really embarrassing for him to be stuck in a stalemate here over a few $1,000s. Mom, give me the money first. Seeing her son like this, Bing Jia sighed helplessly. Her man passed away early, so she gave all her love to her son. But I didn't expect that what I got in return was only rebellion and ignorance. The son whom I raised with great effort simply doesn't listen to me and doesn't understand me. It was fine when I was young, but I'm still like this when I grow up. Think about the pressure and oppression of life, and then look at your own son who still looks like he has not grown up and is rebellious. Bing Jia just felt powerless and at a loss. She couldn't stop the tears from welling up in her eyes. Good son, how about I give you 2,000 first? I thought my son would back down a little after I said this, but I didn't expect that he would become even more aggressive. It's already 2,000, what's the difference of 1,000? Give it all to me quickly. What time is it now? Are you still my mother if you are still hesitating? You. Bing Jia pointed her finger, wanting to curse but unable to. If you don't know how to transfer money, give me your phone and I'll transfer it myself. After saying that, Su Kunji started to snatch the cell phone bag from Bing Jia's waist. He didn't understand what was wrong with his mother, who always listened to him. He asked for 3,000 yuan but took a long time to give it to me. In the past, people would give 5,000, let alone 3,000. Son, what are you doing? Bing Jia stepped back while trying to stop Su Kunji. When she stepped back, she was not careful and fell to the ground. Zhou Siqing, who was not far away, saw this scene and cursed the chef. Because sometimes, he himself is also a mama's boy. Anyone in this world can harm you, except your mother. Zhou Siqing thought Su Kunji would stop and help Bing Jia up. Unexpectedly, Su Kunji just kept snatching the cell phone bag around his waist. Zhou Siqing took a deep breath and walked over. He knew that Su Kunji suffered from rage disorder. Others would curse while playing games, and would slam the keyboard or the table to simply vent their anger on the spot. But Su Kunji is different, he will keep smashing. The money you spend on smashing keyboards and mice in one semester can buy a brand new iPhone 16. Bing Jia sat on the ground helplessly, her eyes full of disappointment. She didn't understand why her son became like this. Become strange, become frightening and scary. Aunt Bai. Zhou Siqing had already walked up to Bing Jia. The word auntie Bai instantly attracted the attention of the mother and son. Zhou Siqing, why are you here? Su Kunji felt even more embarrassed now. He never expected Zhou Siqing to appear suddenly. My roommate actually saw me asking for money. It's still in the same state. Zhou Siqing resisted the urge to punch. Brother Jia, why are you so disrespectful to your aunt? Zhou Siqing grabbed Bing Jia's arm and helped her up. Su Kunji frowned and said, what are you talking about? This is my biological mother. How am I disrespectful? Su Kunji calmed down. Mom, my roommate is here, transfer the money quickly and we'll leave. Bing Jia didn't say anything and took out her cell phone from her bag. She no longer wanted to engage in meaningless preaching. Bing Jia knew clearly that her son would not give up until he got the money today. Brother Jia, how much money do you need? Aunt Bai and I will each give you half. Zhou Siqing said suddenly. After hearing this, Su Kunji didn't think much and said directly, I don't want much, just 3,000. To prevent Zhou Siqing from having wild thoughts, he deliberately added, I want this money for a useful purpose. Okay, I'll give you 1,500, and Aunt Bai will give you 1,500, is that okay with you? Old Zhou, do you have money? Well, I made some money working part-time during the summer vacation. Oh. Su Kunji neither refused nor agreed. Seeing Su Kunji's hesitation, Zhou Siqing smiled and said, just ask Aunt Bai to pay me back the money. Really? Su Kunji's eyes lit up. This was the question he had just been thinking about. Is this true? Zhou Siqing quickly transferred 1,500 yuan to Su Kunji. Su Kunji was overjoyed when he received the money. Lao Zhou, you were such a good brother, so kind. Turning around, Su Kunji said anxiously, Mom, where's your money? Transfer it to me quickly. Bing Jia sighed and transferred the remaining 1,500 yuan to her son. After receiving 3,000 yuan, Su Kunji didn't stay for half a second, turned around and walked away. Looking at her son's back, Bing Jia was disappointed. She seemed to have lost all her strength and her body went limp. Aunt Bai. Are you okay? Chapter 40 Getting Wet. I'm fine. Bing Jia's body became weak. The scene just now made Bing Jia doubt whether that was still her son. All those years of love and care were really wasted. Auntie, are you crying? Zhou Siqing touched his pocket. Without a tissue, Zhou Siqing wiped the tears from Bing Jia's eyes with his hands. Standing in front of Bing Jia, Zhou Siqing's tall figure gave her unprecedented comfort. Bing Jia was a little embarrassed. I spoiled this child since he was young. He is a little disobedient. I am sorry to make you laugh. It is said that family disgrace should not be made public, and the ugly incident just now was seen completely. Fine. Zhou Siqing said in surprise, I just didn't expect Brother Jia to be so radical. Hearing Zhou Siqing's words, Bing Jia smiled bitterly. Who can I blame? I can only blame myself. Seeing Bai Mingjia's pitiful appearance, Zhou Siqing comforted her, but Aunt Bai, don't take it to heart. I guess he really has something to borrow the money for. When the night comes, he will take the initiative to admit his mistake to you. Bai Mingjia shook her head. Deep down, she also hoped that her son would admit his mistake to her. But that's impossible. Given his temperament, you should be thankful that he doesn't continue to make you angry. Then, Bai Mingjia thanked Zhou Siqing. I'll return the money to you when I get my salary next month. If it weren't for this good boy, her rebellious son might have done something excessive. Don't worry. In fact, you don't have to pay back the money with money. Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Xiao Chang, what do you mean by this? Bai Mingjia didn't understand. It's nothing, you just don't have to pay the money back in a hurry. Zhou Siqing smiled. Thank you, Auntie. Bai Mingjia looked Zhou Siqing up and down. I wish my son could be so obedient and well-behaved. Aunt Bai, the weather is a bit hot. Let me buy you a drink. Zhou Siqing pointed at Xingbak next to him. By the way, turn on the air conditioner and cool down. Hearing this, Bai Mingjia nodded. The two came to Sex Buck. Zhou Siqing ordered 2 cups of macchiato. The clerk finished it quickly. After finding a seat and sitting down, Zhou Siqing handed Bai Mingjia a glass of cold drink. Auntie, it's just a drink, I'll treat you. Bai Mingjia took the cold drink from Zhou Siqing. The weather was already hot, and they had just had a fight, so she was really thirsty and hot. After taking another sip of the cold drink bought by Zhou Siqing, Bai Mingjia was instantly surrounded by a sense of satisfaction. This kid treats himself really well. How nice it would be if my son could be like him. Bai Mingjia had extravagant hopes in her heart. Zhou Siqing sat next to Bai Mingjia and held her hand. While comforting him, he chatted with her about family matters. Auntie, how is your job? Is it tiring? This job is pretty good, not too tiring. Bai Mingjia laughed dryly. She didn't say everything. Only she knows whether it's hard work or tiring. Because she was a newcomer, she had to wear high heels and stand there for 8 or 9 hours every day, morning, noon and night. There are performance indicators and various exams every month, and in addition, there are also incentives for bosses to spend. Especially the kind where a middle-aged man is accompanied by a young and beautiful girl. In her eyes, Zhou Siqing is just a child. It is not good to tell him too much about work, and it is more inconvenient. Aunt Bai, why did you quit your previous job? It's not that the aunt resigned, it's that the job closed down. Auntie, please tell me. Bai Mingjia sighed, and then told the story. Bai Mingjia's previous job was as a manager in an interior design company. The monthly salary is over 10,000 yuan, and there are various bonuses at the end of the year. Later, as the real estate industry went into recession, fewer and fewer people bought houses. The company also suffered the biggest impact, which was bankruptcy. Even though the company went bankrupt, there were still 4 months' wages that had not been paid. It is a sunset industry, and Bai Mingjia is already 40 years old. So it is impossible to find a related job because the company will not want you at all. There was no other choice. Bai Mingjia had to find a job that could barely support her family. After listening, Zhou Siqing said nothing. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Su Kunji was used to living a life of lavish spending and luxury. It's the same principle as asking for money. Previously, Su Kunji asked for 5,000 yuan per month, so asking for 10,000 yuan would probably not be a problem. Because her mother's salary can support it. But now, it is not the case. Zhou Siqing suddenly understood. Aunt Bai, you should tell Su Kunji about your situation. Bai Mingjia didn't say anything, just kept looking down at her phone. Seeing this, Zhou Si asked, Auntie, what are you looking at? Bai Mingjia turned off her phone. Nothing. Xiao Zhou, why don't we go out first? That's fine. As soon as they stepped out. Haven't taken many steps yet. The raindrops from the sky poured down heavily. It was a sudden rain. Auntie Bai, let's go back to the store first. It's raining too hard. Zhou Siqing shouted. The sky was clear and the sun was shining just now, but it suddenly started to rain heavily. Zhou Siqing cursed inwardly, feeling unlucky. Xiao Zhou. Bai Mingjia called out. The sudden downpour made both of them a little dazed. Zhou Siqing pulled Bai Mingjia back to the Xingbak store again. In just 1 minute, both of them were soaked. It's raining so hard. Auntie, let's wait until the rain stops before we go. After speaking, Zhou Siqing noticed Bai Mingjia's hair and clothes. Bai Mingjia's wet hair stuck together, and the rain on her hair slid down her hair ends across her chin. Both sides of her cheeks were flushed by the rain. Her whole body exudes a fragile beauty, like a white rose wilted by a rainstorm. In fact, this is not the most important thing. The clothes Bai Mingjie was wearing were also soaked by the rain. Zhou Siqing could almost see the outside of the wheel hub. What a fruitful result! This is still in a closed situation. Bai Mingjie raised her hand and gently wiped her face. At this time, Zhou Siqing held her hand. Feeling the delicate touch mixed with the warmth of rain, Zhou Siqing pinched it hard. Xiao Zhou, what's wrong with you? Bai Mingjie's face flushed. Aunt Bai, it's not a good idea for us to hide here all the time. We don't know when the rain will stop. I just hailed a taxi. We'll rush out when the car arrives. Xiao Chang, why are you taking a taxi? I want to take you home. Your clothes and hair are all wet. It will be harmful if you don't wash them. Bai Mingjie was a little stunned. She had not expected any of this. Although he thought carefully, he also had to consider the actual situation at the moment. Xiao Zhou, that won't work. Auntie still has to go back to work. It's okay, Auntie, just take a leave. Zhou Siqing said indifferently. Soon, he said seriously, rainwater is acidic and contains dust and various germs. If you don't clean it in time, bacteria will grow on your body. Hair will become itchy if it is corroded by rainwater for a long time. Your hair will be in great pain then. I'll take you home and give you a hot bath first. The key is that your clothes are also wet. If your colleagues see you when you go back, they will laugh at you. After hearing these few sentences, Bai Mingjie was moved and felt that there was some truth in what he said. It's hard to take leave for this job, so why not just forget it? Zhou Siqing didn't say anything when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took a Didi and arrived. Zhou Siqing stopped talking nonsense, grabbed Bai Mingjie's hand and rushed out. Chapter 41 Bathroom. Entering the car, Bai Mingjie was a little worried. Xiao Zhou, this is not a good idea. There's nothing wrong with it. At worst, I can just quit. It's easy to find a job like that anyway. Zhou Siqing didn't care. Although there was a bit of selfishness in it, he really wanted to make Bai Mingjie feel more comfortable. After all, being soaked by the rain made your body sticky and uncomfortable. What if you catch a cold? There was no other way, so Bai Mingjie asked for leave from her leader on Weixin. Bai Mingjie, who was soaked all over, looked a little helpless sitting in the car. The wet clothes had already outlined her figure. Zhou Siqing was inexplicably excited. He couldn't help but slowly move closer and lean against Bai Mingjie. After returning home, Zhou Siqing went to the bathroom to wash his face first. Xiao Zhou, Auntie will take a shower first, and then you can go. After being drenched by the rain twice in a row, Bai Mingjie felt really uncomfortable. Clothes and everything stuck together. Yeah, okay. Zhou Siqing nodded. Bai Mingjie sat on the sofa and changed her high heels. There was rainwater in the high heels and the stockings on the legs were already soaked. Back in the master bedroom, Bai Mingjie took off her clothes and stockings again. Soon, a sound was heard in the bathroom. This voice made Zhou Siqing slightly agitated. At this moment, Bai Mingjie's voice came from the bathroom. Xiao Chang, help me get the shower gel from outside. The one inside is all used up. Zhou Siqing immediately perked up. He was just thinking about how to take the relationship to the next level. The next second, the opportunity came. Zhou Siqing found the shower gel and went to the bathroom partition door and knocked. Bai Mingjie opened the partition door and stretched out a hand. The scent of flowers coming from inside made Zhou Siqing intoxicated. He felt a flame inside his body. Xiao Chang, where's the shower gel? Here. Zhou Siqing just handed the shower gel to Bai Mingjie, but before he could let go, Bai Mingjie seemed to use all her strength to pull him in. In fact, Bai Mingjie was shy and just wanted to get the shower gel quickly. But she didn't know that Zhou Siqing didn't let go at all. Due to inertia, Zhou Siqing was also pulled in. Bai Mingjie exclaimed. She was clearly just taking some shower gel, why did she bring the person in as well? Zhou Siqing also looked confused. After being pulled in, his eyes moved to the fruit trees under the branches. The visual impact made Zhou Siqing stunned. The temperature on Bai Mingjie's face rose, becoming hot and red. You go out first. Bing Jia hid in the corner shyly. His eyes looked like he wanted to eat him. Bing Jia felt fear and panic. Oh, okay. Zhou Siqing was also at a loss for what to do with this sudden situation. The bloody plot in the TV series actually happened to me. I don't know why, but Zhou Siqing felt inexplicably refreshed and didn't find it a melodrama at all. When a melodramatic plot happens to you, it is no longer melodramatic, but rather a particularly refreshing feeling of luck. Zhou Siqing hopes that there will be more good things like this from now on. Zhou Siqing turned around and immediately turned back. "Aunt Bai, let me rub your back for you." "Goodbye, Xiao Chang, go out and watch TV first." Bing Jia was very embarrassed. "No, the TV isn't as good as yours, Aunt Bai." Zhou Siqing smiled honestly. I don't look good either." Bing Jia's face turned red, and the tone of her voice became a little abnormal. "Go out and wait for me, don't look at me here." Bing Jia turned her head to the side and spoke in a tougher tone. Bing Jia's mind was blank at this moment. She felt that she had left a bad impression on the child today. What if he turns bad? Am I the culprit? Bing Jia, who is traditional at heart, is still thinking about her own mistakes. If Zhou Siqing knew this, he would probably laugh out loud on the spot. "Aunt Bai, are you nervous?" Zhou Siqing took a step forward. "I didn't, I was just afraid of you." Bing Jia didn't continue speaking. She found that Zhou Siqing was getting closer and closer. Zhou Siqing grabbed her hand again. "Aunt Bai, why are you afraid of me?" I'm afraid you'll learn bad things." Bing Jia's heart beat faster. I don't know why, but every time he got closer, I got more excited, as if I was expecting something. Now that he was standing in front of her, she not only did not resist, but instead felt slightly excited. Zhou Siqing secretly laughed in his heart when he saw Bing Jia's performance. He was just betting that Bing Jia was actually lonely. After all, a 40-year-old woman who has been without the company and care of a man for many years will have that desire in her heart. Fortunately, I won the bet and Bing Jia did not turn against me. If you lose the bet, just apologize sincerely and then back out, and then say something nice afterwards. Anyway, no matter what the result is, I won lose anything. Bing Jia had already closed her eyes, and she was too embarrassed to open them again. After waiting for a while, I found that there was no movement. Bing Jia opened her eyes dazedly and saw Zhou Siqing staring at her closely. "Xiao Chang, if you're fine, just go out," Bing Jia said. Zhou Siqing laughed secretly. Bing Jia's age is totally inconsistent with her personality. Thinking of this, Zhou Siqing held Bing Jia's hand and hugged her tightly in his arms. Zhou Siqing was extremely excited. "This is my roommate Ma Zhe." Bing Jia remained indifferent and did not push Zhou Siqing away. Zhou Siqing hesitated for a few seconds, and a sense of guilt arose in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to take advantage and get closer to her. But she looked like she was letting herself be manipulated. Isn't this just a pure test for the cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Zhou Siqing took a deep breath, as if Aunt Bai had never resisted from the beginning. Is she really lonely and cold? Or does she have that need? I was just going with the flow. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhou Siqing stopped hesitating. Zhou Siqing kissed Bing Jia on her lips. My aunt was abused again. Bing Jia's traditionally yet open-minded personality made Zhou Siqing's heart beat faster. In fact, it cannot be entirely blamed on Zhou Siqing. Bing Jia had been suppressed for decades, and after what he did, it seemed as if the Pandora's box deep in her heart was opened. Although she rejected him mentally, her body responded to him. Zhou Siqing gradually became bolder. Bing Jia was very shy at this time, and he actually kissed her on the mouth. For a moment, she even forgot to push Zhou Siqing away. Bing Jia felt confused. She didn't know how to guide. She prefers the feeling of being hugged to kissing. That feeling of oppression. At this moment, the showerhead placed aside fell to the ground with a plop. The falling sound woke Bing Jia up first, and she pushed Zhou Siqing away. Zhou Siqing also came back to his senses. He pursed his lips awkwardly. You are so brave. Get out now." Bing Jia was extremely shy, but she still wanted to say it out loud. "I'm sorry, Aunt Bai, I didn't know it would be like this." Zhou Siqing admitted his mistake. "Go ahead and hit me." "I won't hit you, you can go out first." Bing Jia softened her heart. "Oh, okay." Zhou Siqing tactfully retreated after hearing that. I just got a great deal, that's enough. After all, this thing can't be rushed. When he returned to the living room, Zhou Siqing found that his body was wet. Zhou Siqing felt a little uncomfortable. Recalling the scene just now, Zhou Siqing's mind began to become uneasy. After a while, Bing Jia came out. She was dressed in pajamas. Cover your body tightly. But certain areas also stood out perfectly in Zhou Siqing's sight. Zhou Siqing was a little disappointed. He was still thinking about the other party coming out wearing a bath towel. Xiao Chang, I've prepared pajamas for you, go ahead. Bing Jia was a little shy, as what had just happened was still vivid in her mind. Good. Zhou Siqing came to the bathroom, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. He couldn't tell whether it was the smell of shower gel or Bing Jia's own smell. There was no ink stain, so Zhou Siqing simply rinsed it. After washing, he felt his body was warm. It was as if there was a flame that wanted to rush out. Back in the living room, Bing Jia was watching TV. When she saw Zhou Siqing coming out, she was still a little shy. Xiao Zhou, are you hungry? I'll go make you something to eat. Bing Jia asked. Zhou Siqing glanced at the time. It's already 5 o'clock. Time flies. Zhou Siqing thought to himself. Auntie, please stop doing that and let me eat your lower body. It will be faster this way. Zhou Siqing said. 5 o'clock is a little early for dinner, but it's actually okay. If you are hungry at night, it is okay to have a midnight snack. Okay, if you like it, then Auntie will cook it for you. After Bing Jia said that, she went into the kitchen. Boil the pot, add water, noodles, and eggs. Soon, a bowl of steaming noodles was ready. Bing Jia brought the noodles over. Zhou Siqing didn't hesitate and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Seeing Zhou Siqing wolfing down his food, Bing Jia suddenly felt a sense of happiness in her heart. Bing Jia wiped the sweat from her forehead and turned on the air conditioner. Just when Bing Jia continued to want to say something to Zhou Siqing, the familiar voice continued to ring out. Bing Jia naively thought that the air conditioner was broken, but it turned out not to be the case. In fact, I haven't screened for almost a week since the last time it happened. Bing Jia thought they were aware of the disturbance. But I didn't expect it to be the case. They seem to be intentionally starting in the afternoon time slot. It's exactly the same as last time, just at a different time. But this time was different. Not only was Xiao Zhou here, but they had just kissed. Thinking of this, Bing Jia's face turned hot and red. Zhou Siqing, who was eating noodles, put down his chopsticks and asked curiously, "And is there another domestic violence incident upstairs?" Bing Jia looked embarrassed. How could this be domestic violence? She was embarrassed to say what she was doing. She couldn't explain it. Xiao Zhou, this is not something we should be concerned about. It has nothing to do with us. Just eat your noodles. Bing Jia said this, picked up the remote control and turned up the TV volume to maximum to cancel out the sound of domestic violence. Zhou Siqing nodded. I think we should call the police. First, domestic violence is wrong, and second, it disturbs the public. Xiao Zhou, forget it, let's not meddle in other people's business. Bing Jia's cheeks were getting redder and redder. Aunt Bai, what's wrong with your face? Bing Jia's condition at this time was similar to that in the bathroom. She looked charming, and Zhou Siqing couldn't help but feel moved. Zhou Siqing still felt very excited about what had just happened in the bathroom. Unfortunately, the time is too short. It ended before the main show even started. It's hot. Bing Jia said casually. Then Auntie, let me fan you. Zhou Siqing came to Bing Jia and blew some air, then blew some air with his hands. The noise from upstairs did not abate at all, with no sign of slowing down. Just like last time, it was meant to be heard by others. This is the second time Bing Jia has felt so embarrassed in her decades of life. Her face was getting redder and redder. Xiao Zhou, you don't need to fan me, there's air conditioning here, just eat quickly and go back to school early after you finish eating. Okay. Zhou Siqing responded. However, while eating noodles, Zhou Siqing always looked at the ceiling intentionally or unintentionally. Zhou Siqing's action of raising his head made Bing Jia feel embarrassed and shy. Of course she knew what the child was looking at. Bing Jia couldn't help but complain. Not doing it in the morning, not doing it in the evening, but having to do it at the right time, and there are children here. Bing Jia was restless, so she went back to the bedroom on the pretext of charging her phone. After waiting for a while, Zhou Siqing also followed in. This was the first time Zhou Siqing entered Aunt Bai's bedroom. The interior is simple and it is obviously the room of a woman living alone. Bai Mingjie sat on the edge of the bed looking at her cell phone. When Zhou Siqing came in, Bai Mingjie didn't notice anything. She was startled until she heard a sound in her ear. "Xiaozhou, are you full?" Bai Mingjie asked. "Yeah." Zhou Siqing hummed. "Aunt Bai, I've called the police." Zhou Siqing said with a righteous look on his face, "The aunt above is too miserable. I can't listen to it anymore." Bai Mingjie was startled. "Xiaozhou, you." She didn't expect that this child had such a strong sense of justice. But Bai Mingjie didn't have much to complain about. "At worst, I can wait for the police to come and explain it to them." Bai Mingjie sighed. She felt that there were some things that she should talk to the child about. "Xiaozhou, Auntie knows that your starting point is good, but some things are not what you think. What if the aunt upstairs is not being abused, but is happy?" Bai Mingjie was at a loss for words, as she couldn't express that kind of thing well. "What do you mean?" Zhou Siqing pretended not to understand. "That is, they are normal." Bai Mingjie felt that such things should be discussed openly. So that it won't happen again next time and it won't be embarrassing. Chapter 43 Teach you. Let this child understand some things and avoid going astray in the future. This had already happened once in the bathroom just now, but I didn't have a good enough reason at the time. Even though it was all his fault, he had to let him hand him something. "Then Auntie, please tell me. I'd like to hear it." Zhou Siqing said. "It's this." Bai Mingjie thought carefully, but when she opened her mouth to speak, she found that she had no idea where to start. On the one hand she was shy, and on the other hand she didn't know where to start. "You can't just say that they are doing that." Zhou Siqing didn't say anything, just waited quietly. After a few seconds, Bai Mingjie reorganized her words. "Their voices are actually for the family. Every woman, every man, goes through it. This is a normal phenomenon." Bai Mingjie finished speaking haltingly, and she found that she was really not good at expressing herself. Especially when talking about this kind of thing. "Auntie, what do you mean they are doing it for the family? They're having a baby. Shouldn't you go to the hospital to give birth? They are in the bridal chamber. Auntie, should you understand what I'm saying? And you will do this kind of thing in the future." What Bai Mingjie said was a little difficult to put into words. Zhou Siqing nodded this time. "Oh, I understand." What surprised Zhou Siqing was that Aunt Bai would actually talk to him about matters between men and women. Maybe she was afraid that she would think too much, or maybe she was afraid that she would learn bad things in the future. Most women of this age are traditional. The fact that Aunt Bai could tell me so much showed that she had me in her heart. Like when we made out in the bathroom? I guess so. Bai Mingjie blushed and quickly said seriously, "Your first priority now is to study, don't think about this all day long." "Aunt Bai, why don't you teach me?" Zhou Siqing had the heart of an apprentice. "Teach you? Teach you what?" Bai Mingjie was puzzled. "That's the one you just mentioned." "No." Bai Mingjie's face was burning hot as she recalled the scene in the bathroom. "I told him not to think about this, but I didn't expect he was still thinking about it." What I said not only failed to guide him, but instead increased his curiosity. This gave Bai Mingjie a headache. "Why not?" "I really can't." Zhou Siqing laughed in his heart. "Xiaozhou, you will learn it naturally when you have a girlfriend." "Auntie, girls nowadays are not as pretty as you, so I don't want to find one." "Then Auntie can't do that either." Bai Mingjie blushed, and she pretended not to hear what Zhou Siqing said next. Zhou Siqing found it funny. Women like Bai Mingjie are not like young girls. They are casual pua, or at worst, they are paid to conquer others. Women of their age need to change psychologically. Bai Mingjie felt that she had a point but couldn't express it. It would be fine if she could say something else. But she is really not suitable for this kind of thing between men and women. And at this moment, the voice came again. Zhou Siqing was really convinced this time. There was already a flame in my body, and now I heard this sound in the current environment. His flames burned even more fiercely. Looking at Bai Mingjie in front of him, Zhou Siqing felt his hormones become more intense. Shit! What's going on? Zhou Siqing could feel that his body was a little out of control this time. However, this time the sound disappeared quickly. Even though it was quick, Bai Mingjie was still very shy. Looking at Bai Mingjie's chest, Zhou Xiqing said, "Aunt Bai, can you teach me how to kiss a girl?" "I have never kissed a girl," Zhou Xiqing said without blushing. This child actually wants to learn how to kiss. "No, you already had it in the bathroom. You can't kiss me anymore. I'm your elder and you should respect me," Bai Mingjie said in a low voice. "Auntie, I have always respected you. You respect me, you kiss me in the bathroom?" "Aunt Bai, I was also confused at the time. You are a good boy. You should treat me as your elder, not as your peer." Thinking of the bathroom, Bai Mingjie decided to educate him again. "The kiss you're talking about is something that only boyfriends and girlfriends can do. We can't." "Oh." Zhou Xiqing pretended to be disappointed for a moment. "Then I won't kiss you, can I just kiss your face?" "It still doesn't work." Zhou Xiqing understood that it would be a little difficult to get Bai Mingjie in front of him to agree to a kiss. After all, the two of them have little time to spend together and know each other. Looking at the changes in Zhou Xiqing's expression, Bai Mingjie noticed his disappointment. "Xiao Zhou." Bai Mingjie felt a little bit reluctant. After all, he had helped me and it was just a simple kiss, not to mention they had already kissed each other in the bathroom. It's happened once anyway, so what's the big deal if it happens a second time? What is the difference if it happens once or twice? Anyway, it's a kiss on the face, not on the mouth. Many foreigners kiss each other on the cheek when they first meet. Thinking of this, Bai Mingjie said, "Xiao Zhou, Auntie promises you. But you have to remember, this is the only time." Hearing this, Zhou Xiqing was overjoyed. This was something he had not expected. "Aunt Bai, I'll listen to you this time." "I will listen to it this time and I won't listen to it next time," Zhou Xiqing thought secretly in his heart. Bai Mingjie naturally couldn't hear Zhou Xiqing's thoughts. She touched Zhou Xiqing's head. "Xiao Zhou, come on." Bai Mingjie's tone became hesitant, "You can only kiss on the cheek." "Okay," Zhou Xiqing said with a smile. Bai Mingjie blushed and closed her eyes. Looking at Bai Mingjie's tempting lips, Zhou Xiqing couldn't wait to stand up. This is much clearer than in the bathroom. Bai Mingjie's heart beat faster and she was extremely nervous. Originally, she would not agree to Zhou Xiqing's request. But at least he had helped me, and they had kissed once in the bathroom by some strange coincidence, so I agreed. "Xiao Zhou, I hope you can take this as a lesson and not be too, well." Before Bai Mingjie could finish the word want, Zhou Xiqing threw her onto the bed. Bai Mingjie's body tensed up, even more nervous than when she was in the bathroom. Even though they had agreed to kiss each other on the cheek, he actually had the guts to kiss himself on the mouth. "I originally wanted to say a few words of reprimand, but now my mind is blank." Zhou Xiqing's dominance made Bai Mingjie regret it. "This is not in the bathroom, this is in the bedroom." "Aunt Bai, don't be nervous. You are educating me. It'll be nothing." Zhou Xiqing's words were like the devil's whispers, making Bai Mingjie gradually lose her mind. Chapter 44, asking for money again. Bai Mingjie passively continued to kiss Zhou Xiqing. Bai Mingjie patted Zhou Xiqing on the back, trying to remind him to let go. She suddenly felt a little regretful. Although she was a single woman and had no husband, she couldn't say she was sorry or anything like that. "But you shouldn't just agree to kiss him. That's a bit outrageous." Bai Mingjie felt that she was corrupting the child. Zhou Xiqing stopped again. "Aunt Bai, you are educating me. You are a teacher. Don't think too much about it, there's nothing wrong with it. You are single, I am single, we are normal and legal." After hearing what he said, Bai Mingjie still felt a little uneasy. "But there aren't so many buts." After saying that, Zhou Xiqing blocked her mouth again. After a long time, Bai Mingjie completely collapsed in Zhou Xiqing's arms. "Xiao Zhou, it's been a long time. You should have experienced what it feels like to kiss a woman." Bai Mingjie spoke in a pleading tone. Even though no one at home could see her, she still felt shy. "Okay, Aunt Bai, I understand." Zhou Xiqing was unwilling to give in. He wanted to go further, but he just didn't feel right. More often than not, there is no reason. If I don't handle it well, it would be terrible if Bai Mingjie turns against me. Zhou Xiqing sat up from the bed. Bai Mingjie tidied her pajamas and got up from the bed. "Auntie has taught you today. You can't behave like this again in the future," Bai Mingjie said. "Auntie, I like you. Well, Auntie likes you too. Really? Then Auntie, let me kiss your face again. Zhou Siqing smiled. No. Bing Jia couldn't help but retort when she saw that he refused to change. You are so brave. Bing Jia pretended to be angry. If you do this again, I will leave. Okay, I won't kiss you, and bye, next time. Zhou Siqing glanced at her. Well, don't do this next time. You should do this kind of thing with your girlfriend. What's the matter? What to do? Zhou Siqing teased. It's a kiss. Bing Jia felt that he did it on purpose. Zhou Siqing chuckled. He was just joking with Bing Jia. He had been very satisfied with the past few dozen minutes. No matter what kind of rice or meat it is, you have to eat it bite by bite. Auntie, actually Zhou Siqing wanted to talk about something else, but before he could finish his words, there was a knock on the door outside the living room. The knock on the door was very strong. Boom boom boom. Who? Bing Jia was subconsciously startled. She doesn't have many friends or close friends, and the number of visitors to her home does not exceed 5 a year. Bing Jia looked at Zhou Siqing. Zhou Siqing shook his head, even more confused. I'll open the door. Zhou Siqing nodded and stayed in the room. Coming to the living room, Bing Jia opened the security door. The person standing at the door was Su Kunji, holding a cup of milk tea in his hand. Seeing that it was her son, Bing Jia was very happy. She thought her son had changed his mind and came home to apologize to her. But how did he know I was home? Son, why are you here? Come in. Coming to the living room, Su Kunji lay down on the sofa. He drank milk tea and said, Mom, transfer me another 2,000 yuan. What? You want money again? Bing Jia was a little confused. Didn't he just ask for it? Son, didn't Mom just give it to you? Mom, it's been a few hours and I've spent all my money. Please give me another 2,000. Su Kunji disagrees. Just now, Zhou Siqing gave me 1,500, which was equivalent to sharing some of the money in my mother's hands. So now my mother still has money. Tell me the truth, where did you spend the money? I put it to good use. Tell me what's useful. Su Kunji was speechless. He certainly couldn't say that he used it on games and women. I use it for happiness. Mom, you are so nagging. Give me some more. If you don't give me 2,000, then give me 1,500. No. If you don't tell the truth, you won't get a penny from now on. Bing Jia said firmly. I recently found a girlfriend. There was some problem at her family and I wanted to help her. Su Kunji made up a story. That won't work either. If there's a problem at your girlfriend's home, let her family solve it themselves. Mom, why are you so heartless? Su Kunji was impatient. He couldn't understand why his mother still didn't agree after he said so. It's a good thing to help others, but we must also consider our own situation. Our family is not a bank. We don't have that much spare money. For the first time, Bing Jia felt that her son was not only rebellious, but also a little brainless. Putting aside how your 1,500 yuan can help her, this reason alone is too outrageous. What if after you help someone, they turn around and run away the next day? There are many examples of this kind, and no one wants to meddle in other people's business. Besides, a girlfriend is not a wife, not to mention that it is a love during college. Bing Jia was afraid that Su Kunji would meet a scammer, so she began to educate him earnestly. Of course Su Kunji wouldn't listen. He knew that if he asked for money on Wei Xin's behalf, his mother would definitely not give it to him, so he met her in person to ask for it. Mom, I went to your workplace to look for you, but they said you weren't there at all. They said you ran off with the big boss. I don't believe it, and I'll come home to find you. Mom, please give me some money because I trust you. Your son needs it urgently. Bing Jia's face turned pale, but she still said, Don't worry about my business. Take care of your own business first. My own is fine. I'm your mother. If you don't even trust your mother, who else can you trust? For some reason, Bing Jia felt inexplicably sad when she heard the second half of Su Kunji's words. What does because I trust you mean? She felt that this sentence itself was weird. I want the money to be really useful and not be wasted. Su Kunji was a little anxious. If I say no, then it's no. Zhou Siqing was inside the room, leaning against the door. He heard the conversation outside clearly. Zhou Siqing was a little surprised that Su Kunji was really a filial son in private. He was so filial. You think about money every day, but the key is that you just have to make it today. Zhou Siqing couldn't understand what Su Kunji spent the money on and why he spent it so quickly. Task 1. Su Kunji asked by Bing Jia for 2,000 yuan. Please lend by Bing Jia 2,000 yuan. Task reward, 20,000 yuan. When Zhou Siqing heard about this task, he suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity. Su Kunji gave himself and Bai Bing Jia a chance. If he could master it, Su Kunji would be like delivering him to his door. Zhou Siqing had an idea in his mind. He took out his cell phone and sent a few messages to Bai Bing Jia in the living room. Aunt Bai, is brother Jia back? Aunt Bai, come to the room. I have something to talk to you about. It's about money, come here quickly. Bai Bing Jia, who was arguing with Su Kunji, took out her cell phone and looked at it. Then she said, you sit in the living room by yourself and are not allowed to go anywhere. After giving the warning, Bai Bing Jia returned to the room. Chapter 45 Continue Massage. When Su Kunji saw Bai Bing Jia return to the room, he thought his mother came back to the room to get money for him. Su Kunji became slightly excited, as his mother was a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Su Kunji lay back down on the sofa and threw the Michelle Bingcheng in his hand into the trash can. With the money in hand, who wants to drink this stuff? In the other room. Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? Why are you giving me money? As soon as Bai Bing Jia returned to the room, Zhou Siqing showed her the screenshot of the transfer. Aunt Bai, please speak a little more quietly so Su Kunji doesn't hear you. Zhou Siqing made a hushing gesture. I don't want your money. Bai Bing Jia understood and lowered her voice. Aunt Bai, Su Kunji will definitely not give up until he gets the money. Give him the money first. Zhou Siqing has already made up his mind to see if he can eat Bai Bing Jia's food tonight. This opportunity is so rare. It is easy to borrow money, and the key is to take this opportunity to further develop the relationship with Bai Bing Jia. I wasn't quite there yet just now. If I help her again this time, she will definitely remember my kindness. Xiao Zhou, I'll return the money to you. Auntie has money. Aunt Bai, please stop making trouble. If you have money, Su Kunji asked you for 3,000 yuan and you couldn't take it out for a long time. No. Bai Bing Jia was speechless. For the first time, she lost face in front of a junior. But what the child said was true, he really had no money. And she has already arranged where to spend her money. For example, this money can be used to pay off the mortgage. Use this money to pay off the car loan. As for the remaining money, which could be a few hundred or a few thousand at most, use it to maintain your life. Her son asked her for money, but she couldn't afford it. It's ridiculous that she is an adult and doesn't even have a few $1,000s. Aunt Bai, take it. It's only 2,000, not 20,000. You can return it to me later. Bai Bing Jia was deeply moved. This kid is really great. At this time, Su Kunji came to the door and knocked. Mom, hurry up. Su Kunji urged. Bai Bing Jia said immediately. When she wanted to go out, Zhou Siqing suddenly hugged Bai Bing Jia. Auntie, let me kiss you again. Without waiting for Bai Bing Jia's consent, Zhou Siqing kissed her on the lips. Bai Bing Jia immediately became flustered. It was too late for her to stop it. The kid was praising him just now, and the next second he became scary. My son is still outside the door. How dare he? Bai Bing Jia tried hard not to make any sound. It would be over if Su Kunji heard it. Bai Bing Jia started to whimper. Bai Bing Jia responded to Zhou Siqing passively. And Su Kunji outside the door always felt something was wrong. It's just to get some money, it shouldn't be so slow. Mom, hurry up. After a few minutes, Su Kunji vaguely heard a sound coming from inside. Mom, are you in there? Open the door. Bai Bing Jia finally came to her senses when Su Kunji knocked on the door again. She shyly pushed Zhou Siqing away. After relaxing her expression, Bai Bing Jia walked out. After Bai Bing Jia left the room, Zhou Siqing pursed his lips. He is a moral person. As for poaching and putting labels on people, he is not interested in that at all. Just like Aunt Bai, it's just because she is also single. That's all. Outside the living room. Mom, why is your face so red? And your lips, they look swollen to me. Mom, what on earth were you doing in your room? Su Kunji felt a little uncomfortable and always felt like he was losing something. It's okay, I accidentally drank the scalding water. Bing Jia said calmly, and then transferred the money to Su Kunji. This is the last time, spend it sparingly. Bing Jia said disappointedly. She already knew what kind of person her son was. You're my mother, what's wrong with asking you for some money? Su Kunji felt very happy when he received the money. He knew that his mother was rich, and she had been pretending to be poor to herself recently, mostly for show. The ultimate goal is naturally to save money. But how could I? I will graduate from college in less than 2 years, and my carefree days will not last long. When you get out, you will be like a beast of burden. Since that is the case, of course I'll be happy too. Another point is that he wants to prevent his mother from keeping a gigolo or something like that. Now Su Kunji has a strong aversion to girls. The money he asked for was basically used to order JS and princess hostesses. After Su Kunji left, Bing Jia returned to the room in a daze. Aunt Bai Zhou Sicheng called out. Xiao Chang, thank you, Auntie. Bing Jia smiled bitterly. Seeing this, Zhou Sicheng told Bing Jia about Su Kunji's doubts. Aunt Bai, have you ever thought that Su Kunji asked you for 5,000 yuan in just one day? 5,000 yuan is almost enough for someone's living expenses for 3 months, or even more. He wants so much money. What if he learns bad things outside? Or makes friends with the wrong people? Bing Jia thought about it and it seemed to be true. Although he asked for a lot of money in the past, he basically asked for it once a month, and she could fully afford it at the time, so she didn't ask any more questions. Now that I think about it, today was a bit of a strange day. What on earth could cost 3K in 2 hours? Xiao Chang, do you mean he is lying to me? Bing Jia was a little unbelievable. Zhou Sicheng neither nodded nor shook his head. Because he was not sure what Su Kunji was doing. Auntie, I feel weird anyway. Except for packing pens, everything else about Su Kunji's dormitory is fine. Zhou Sicheng said, his hands becoming restless. Yeah. Bing Jia nodded. I began to pay attention to my son's behavior. If his son was really like what Zhou Sicheng said, then his world would have really collapsed. Bing Jia now only hopes that her son is just spending money lavishly. There are no other bad habits. Zhou Sicheng saw Bing Jia's sadness and said, Auntie, let me give you a massage so you can relax. After just one afternoon, Bing Jia was exhausted. Zhou Sicheng helped Bing Jia sit down on the bed. Start massaging her. Xiao Zhou, why do I feel that your massage skills have improved again? Bing Jia closed her eyes. I recently learned a lot from an online teacher, Zhou Sicheng said. So that's how it is. I don't know if it was because the massage was too comfortable or Bing Jia was just tired, but she actually fell asleep in Zhou Sicheng's arms. Looking at Bing Jia who had fallen asleep, Zhou Sicheng began to massage her thighs. Chapter 46 Bar Jong Seo. 3 hours later, Bing Jia gradually fell asleep. Zhou Sicheng also left Bing Jia's home and returned to the school dormitory to change into clean clothes. In the afternoon, my clothes were wet by the rain and I didn't have time to wash them, so they gave off a smell. The dormitory was empty. Zhou Sicheng changed his clothes, went outside and took a didi. Moha Bar is more than 3 kilometers away from the school. Zhou Sicheng did not go directly to the bar, but came to a place 2 kilometers away from Moha Bar and booked a room for more than 3,000 yuan. Although there is a hotel next to the bar, Zhou Sicheng wants to find one with a more comfortable bed and better sound insulation. After placing the order, Zhou Sicheng still felt a little painful. But after thinking about the battle tonight, he didn't think about it anymore. But this hotel for 3,000 a night is really good. The only downside is that it's expensive. After booking a room, Zhou Sicheng arrived at the bar on time. 11:30. When we entered the bar, there were quite a lot of people. There are a lot of students, and some foreigners. After searching around, Zhou Sicheng still couldn't find Jong Seo. Is it in the toilet? Or is it too early? After Zhou Sicheng waited patiently for 20 minutes, he still did not see Jong Seo. Is there something wrong with the system? Or maybe someone got there first. Zhou Sicheng did not let go of any girl. If he saw a girl who looked like him, he would go up and say hello. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and Zhou Sicheng finally saw Jong Seo in a booth in a corner. JK sailor uniform, white lace garter stockings, Mary Jane ballet shoes. The outfit can be said to have maximized the attack speed. There were 3 men and 2 women sitting next to Jong Seo. It seemed like they were here to form a party. The table was full of beer. Zhou Siqing was just about to shamelessly go over and say hello, but at this moment Jong Seo stood up and left the booth. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing followed him all the way to the toilet. On the way to the toilet, Jong Seo was approached by countless boys. The main reason is that Jong Seo was so awesome tonight. Her appearance is outstanding in itself, and her outfit is also outstanding. Even without her looks, her figure and the outfit she wears can quickly make people feel inflated. Any man would be envious when seeing it. Every boy who approaches me has the determination to accept the fact that I am toxic. The hormones in Zhou Siqing's body were also flowing. Jong Seo just smiled faintly in the face of the constant chats and eager looks from people around him. Zhou Siqing followed him to the toilet. He pretended to wash his hands at the sink. When Jong Seo came out, Zhou Siqing slowly walked up to her and said, "Lady, can I ask you a question?" Zhou Siqing deliberately lowered his voice, and his voice was somewhat magnetic. He was not sure whether the senior in front of him remembered him. But it doesn't matter whether she remembers or not, I'm here to rescue her tonight anyway. Jong Seo, who was washing his hands, turned his head and glanced at Zhou Siqing. Jong Seo 22 centimeters 171 centimeters 56 kilograms. The bound object loves music, cycling, and pursuing freedom. Although he had drunk some wine, Jong Seo was still sober at this time. After looking at Zhou Siqing for a few seconds, Jong Seo asked uncertainly, "From the art academy?" "The smell on you gives me a sense of familiarity. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Zhou Siqing was stunned for a second. "Is this okay?" As expected of a senior, she is extraordinary in my memory and still has an impression of me. However, Zhou Siqing did not admit it. "Anyway, it's better to keep it mysterious." "Beauty, I don't know you." Zhou Siqing smiled and teased, "Are you worried about something tonight? I can have a drink with you. I have a drinking party." Jong Seo wiped the water droplets on his hands with a tissue, then turned around and stared at Zhou Siqing intently. "Beauty, if you're scared, just tell me," Zhou Siqing challenged. Sure enough, Jong Seo, who was already in a bad mood, said directly after hearing this, "I'm afraid of you? Okay, let me see how much you can drink." Because in her mind, it doesn't matter who she drinks with. The friends they found came to tonight's drinking party with them. "Let's go." After saying that, Jong Seo walked out first. Looking at her graceful back, Zhou Siqing smiled and said, "Let's go." There were 3 men and 2 women in the booth. "Wena, why hasn't your friend come back yet?" said a dark-skinned boy, crossing his legs. The girl named Wena was Jong Seo's friend, and it was she who brought Jong Seo here tonight. She went to the bathroom and will be back soon. Zhou Wena took a sip of wine and said while chewing something, "Well, don't forget what you promised me tonight." "Okay, that's enough. I've told you so many times. I'm only introducing you to it. Whether you can get it or not depends on your own ability. Besides, it's good enough that I informed you in advance," Zhou Wena said impatiently. She had dyed purple hair, half-arm tattoos, and had tongue studs, ear studs, and lip studs. Makes her look like a typical society lady. "I can get it, provided you two don't make trouble," said the boy. "Stop being weird, Xin and I didn't cause any trouble." Hearing this, the boy didn't say anything. In this way, they waited for more than half an hour, but Jong Seo still did not come back. The dark-skinned boy looked at his watch and became impatient. Before coming, he planned to take Jong Seo to the hotel at 12 o'clock. It's almost 1 o'clock now, and there's still no progress. The hotel costs more than 200 yuan a night and he doesn't want to waste it at all. Before coming to the bar, Zhou Wena informed him that a new friend was coming and asked him if he wanted to have a new girlfriend. Then after looking at Jong Seo's photo, he became horny. The girls in the art college are so young. Great figure too. He decided that he must eat the other person tonight. "Wena, go check on your friend and see where he is. Why hasn't he come back yet?" Zhou Wena stood up, sent a few messages on her mobile phone, and then went to the bathroom. However, before she reached the restroom, she saw Jong Seo lying in a boy's arms with her head resting on his shoulder. Zhou Wena was shocked and walked over immediately. Jong Seo's voice was very loud at the beginning, saying that he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk or 10,000 cups without falling down. But after 3 glasses of wine, it stopped working. Another person who is not doing well is Zhou Siqing. Because he doesn't drink, his alcohol tolerance is about the same as that of girls. Zhou Siqing patted his head. He drank a little too quickly and his face started to turn red. Damn, shame on me. I almost drank with a girl. Looking at Zhong Simiao in his arms, Zhou Siqing patted her face. Seeing that she didn't react, he picked her up. Zhou Siqing was a little suspicious that the other party was deliberately giving him the opportunity. She seemed much more sober by the second drink. After finishing the third cup, he fell down immediately. It fell squarely into his arms. If Zhong Simiao continued to insist on drinking, who knows who would be the one to fall down. Zhou Siqing hugged Zhong Simiao and slowly left the bar amid the envious and jealous gazes of others. Just when he was about to go out, Zhou Wen blocked him. Who are you? Put my friend down. Zhou Wen shouted. Zhou Siqing glanced at her. Her appearance is acceptable, and she can accept the earrings and lip studs, but this tattoo is really hard to accept. She is my girlfriend, don't meddle in her business. Zhou Siqing said casually, walking around Zhou Wen. Boyfriend? Zhou Wen stood there in a daze. Only when she saw Zhou Siqing completely disappear did she come to her senses. Came outside and hailed a taxi. Zhou Siqing carried Zhong Simiao to the hotel that had been prepared in advance. Chapter 47, Can't Let Others Take It Away. Inside the deck. The dark-skinned boy yelled, She has a boyfriend? When you messaged me yesterday, didn't you say that her boyfriend was cheating on her and they were about to break up? How should I know? Anyway, that boy looks handsome, much more handsome than you. Grass a kind of plant say something useful. I don't think that man is her boyfriend, because I have seen her boyfriend before and he is not that handsome. Zhou Wen said after thinking for a few seconds. Then why don't you stop it? I can't stop it. Tell me where they are and I'll go. Where are you going? They left a long time ago. They must have arrived home by now. Fuck. The boy felt heartbroken for the first time when the beautiful piece of meat that was about to be in his hands was snatched away. That feeling is really uncomfortable. Seeing him like this, Zhou Wen couldn't help but laugh at him. It's what you deserve. You can't blame others for your own incompetence. Hearing this, the boy's face turned ugly. But it was too late to say anything now. The boy hurriedly took out his cell phone and wanted to cancel the hotel reservation. It's more than 200 yuan. Wouldn't it be nice to buy some meat? Zhou Wen shook her head and instantly felt that the drinking party in front of her was boring. Then she left the bar with another close friend. Hotel. Zhou Siqing threw Zhong Simiao on the bed. Took off her shoes. After experiencing it once, Zhou Siqing did not hesitate and dare not take action like he did the first time. He doesn't feel any guilt now. After all, this is something that both of us are willing to do. If you want to take revenge on your boyfriend, then I can help you. If you are happy, I will be happy too. Why not? Helping others is a virtue, and Zhou Siqing decided to pass on this virtue. After looking at her for a few seconds, Zhou Siqing untied the bow on JK's chest. The next morning, bright sunshine shone through the window. Zhou Siqing was awakened by a call from Zhong Simiao's WeChat. In fact, her cell phone kept ringing last night. It was fine at the beginning, but I got annoyed at the end, so I turned on silent mode for her phone. The first thing Zhou Siqing did when he woke up was to check the time. 10:02. After a night of making love, Zhou Siqing was in a very good mood. What makes him most beautiful is Zhong Simiao. It was her first time. This is a good harvest. After all, this is not a SPA, so don't just use what others have left. She groaned all night long, and Zhou Siqing was almost forced to surrender several times by her voice. Zhong Simiao put on her clothes. She looked at the suspender stockings and threw them into the trash can. Zhong Simiao is not wearing any makeup at this moment. I don't know why, but she looks more stunning without makeup than with full makeup. Zhou Siqing put on his clothes, got out of bed, picked up the mineral water on the table and took a sip. Let's have breakfast first. After saying that, Zhou Siqing went to the door and picked up the breakfast that the waiter had brought to him on the ground. Zhong Simiao looked at Zhou Siqing expressionlessly. She had already woken up in the second half of the night. This bastard actually played with himself all night. It still hurts now. Are you from the art academy? Zhong Simiao looked at Zhou Siqing with disheveled hair. Yeah. Zhou Siqing spoke quickly. You're so good. Zhong Simiao was speechless. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing was too lazy to maintain his mystery. Come here and have some breakfast. I'll call a car for you and take you back to school later. Zhou Siqing said lightly. Humph. Zhong Semiao picked up half a corn and started chewing it. The hotel's breakfast is quite rich, with pumpkin porridge, eggs, corn, grilled sausage, wonton bread and so on. The only downside is that I took it too late, so it was a little cold. Zhong Semiao glanced at the layout of the hotel. It was a little different from the hotels she had stayed in before. This one looks not only big, but also luxurious. Zhong Semiao asked curiously how much it cost. Zhou Siqing looked at her and said, 3,000, it's worthy of your first time. Zhong Semiao suddenly became unhappy, boring. After breakfast, Zhong Semiao simply packed up and prepared to leave the hotel. Before leaving, Zhong Semiao warned Zhou Siqing not to talk nonsense at school. Boys like to show off their achievements. At first she thought it was a game, but it turned out not to be. Zhong Semiao cares more about what others think of her, so she doesn't want to become a black spot at school. Don't worry, it won't happen. Zhou Siqing didn't plan to continue associating with Zhong Semiao. It was just a one-night stand and there was no emotional foundation between the two. After the exercise, Zhou Siqing was afraid that the other party would harass him. It was her first time after all. Hearing her say this, Zhou Siqing was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. Seeing Zhou Siqing's indifferent and relaxed expression, Zhong Semiao felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She had a feeling that the boy in front of her might be even worse than her ex-boyfriend. Don't worry, my mouth is tighter than some parts of your body. What are you talking about? Zhong Semiao understood the hidden meaning of his words. I hope you keep your promise. Biting her lip, Zhong Semiao opened the door. However, as soon as she took a step forward, she stepped back. How much prestige do you have? I'll add you. Zhong Semiao said a little embarrassedly. You called a taxi for me, so please tell me the last digit of your cell phone number and the license plate number. Zhong Semiao said in a low voice without looking at Zhou Siqing. Zhou Siqing raised a smile and told her about Wei Xin. After adding the prestige, Zhong Semiao left the hotel without looking back. After leaving the hotel, Zhong Semiao felt that he had suffered a great loss. She wanted to take revenge on her boyfriend. Why did he cheat on her? If you cheat, then cheat and spend your own money. Spend your own money and buy yourself a hat. Then I will also put a hat on him. In order to take revenge on her boyfriend, she deliberately found a friend who often hung out in bars. Then, Zhou Siqing's figure flashed in her mind. Zhong Semiao tried not to think about it. She opened her phone, found her boyfriend's WeChat account, said scumbag. Let's break up, then blocked and deleted him. Inside the hotel on the other side, Zhou Siqing simply washed up and left the hotel. But before leaving, Zhou Siqing accidentally noticed the white suspender stockings in the trash can. Another souvenir? Don't throw this thing away. In order to prevent someone from stealing and selling it, Zhou Siqing picked up the garter stocking and put it in his pocket. I thought about returning it to Zhong Semiao the next time we meet. Today is the weekend and my sister is at home, so Zhou Siqing plans to go home. When I arrived at the family compound, the system released today's intelligence. Intelligence Information 1, Wenhua Road East Welfare Lottery, scratching a specific scratch card can win 5,000 yuan. Intelligence Information 2, Zhang Jiao's pursuer will come to the family compound to harass Zhang Jiao at 1 p.m. today. Intelligence Information 2, Song Tiantian spent a lot of money on weight loss drugs, which resulted in her only eating one meal a day now. Intelligence Information 3, Yang Yu couldn't stand Tang Ming's second, so he entertained himself in the dormitory every night. Intelligence Information 4, Tang Ming's beautiful mother Yulan will be accidentally hit by a car while crossing the zebra crossing at the Jingfeng Square intersection at 5:40 this afternoon. Intelligence Information 5, Xiu Lily was very anxious after realizing that her meal card was lost. Chapter 48 Daily Life. 5 pieces of information, one of which can be found as a leak. Even if it was only 5,000, Zhou Siqing was very satisfied, as it offset the cost of last night's hotel room. When Zhou Siqing got home and just entered the room, he found a small and cute ragdoll cat lying on the sofa. It lay there cutely, as if it was sleeping. Where did the cat come from? Zhou Siqing remembered that his sister didn't have a cat. At this time, Shinihan came out from the kitchen. You're here. The lunch will be ready soon. Sister, when did you get this cat? Zhou Siqing asked. It's Weiwei's, your sister's best friend. Shinihan explained, she moved into our house last night and she didn't even have time to pack her things. Where is she? I'm going to work and will be back in the evening. Zhou Siqing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. There were a lot more things in the living room, including several large suitcases and large cardboard boxes. The letters SF are printed on the carton. Among them, the high-heeled shoes at the door were the most eye-catching. There were 8 or 9 pairs scattered there, with black and flesh-colored stockings stuffed inside. A lot of stuff, like moving house. It doesn't look like a temporary stay, but a long-term residence. Zhou Siqing thought to himself. There was suddenly a new person in the house, and she was his sister's best friend, so Zhou Siqing felt a little awkward. When I go home on weekends later, I feel like I can no longer be as free and unfettered as before. Zhou Siqing walked over and touched the cat. It lay there docilely, its fur clean and smooth, and its body well groomed. It's obviously a princess cat at first glance. Zhou Siqing picked it up and took a look, and it turned out to be a female cat. After rubbing its head, Zhou Siqing put it down and went to the kitchen. What Zhou Siqing didn't know was that while he turned around, the kitten performed a backflip. Shinihan was busy in the kitchen. The weather was hot and there was no air conditioning in the kitchen, so she was already sweating profusely. Zhou Siqing walked closer and smelled a fragrance. Sister, let me help you. Zhou Siqing prepared to take action. No, just go and rest outside. Shinihan pushed Zhou Siqing out of the kitchen. Come over and serve the dishes later. Shinihan's tone was gentle, but it revealed an aura that could not be refused. Zhou Siqing stopped insisting and returned to the living room to play with the cat. 10 minutes later, Zhou Siqing helped bring out the dishes one by one. I don't know if it was because of the heat or the smoke, but Shinihan's pretty face was faintly flushed and there were tiny beads of sweat. Zhou Siqing helped her wipe the sweat off her face. The food on the table is delicious and tasty. Sis, there are only 2 of us. We can't eat that much. It's okay. If I can't finish it, I'll bring it to the company tomorrow. Shinihan untied her apron, revealing her slim figure. What about tonight? Zhou Siqing couldn't wait to start eating, even though he had already eaten at 10 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go out for dinner tonight. Your sister Wei Wei will treat us. Shinihan said with a smile. Oh. But he didn't have that blessing because he had to attend a class meeting when he returned to school in the evening. After lunch, Zhou Siqing helped clean the house. Brother, please help me bring the suitcase in. Shinihan said to Zhou Siqing while mopping the floor. She has a lot of clothes that she doesn't wear. I'll wash them for her later. Zhou Siqing was a little confused when he saw his sister tidying up things for others like a nanny. Sister, she will go home in the evening, let her clean it up herself. It's okay. I have nothing to do anyway. Besides, they asked me to tidy it up. They don't look down on us, so we shouldn't look down on them either. No. Zhou Siqing felt that his sister was a bit of a good person. Stop, go to the door and tidy up her high heels. They're too messy. Suddenly, Zhou Siqing was speechless. After packing up his things and talking to Shinihan for a while, Zhou Siqing left home. Shinihan thought about having dinner together tonight so that Wei Wei could get to know his younger brother. My brother is busy, so I guess I'll have to wait until next time. As soon as Zhou Siqing reached the first floor, he saw a strange man standing in the corridor. The man was wearing a neat suit, had his hair combed back, was holding a rose, and had an expression of happiness that was hard to conceal. Zhou Siqing recalled today's intelligence information. It seemed that Jong Seo's pursuer had followed him here. Thinking of this, he stopped and stood in the corridor to listen to gossip. Sure enough, the next second, Jong Seo opened the security door and walked out. Song Shangtian, why are you here again? Jong Seo said helplessly. Sister Yao, I really like you. Song Shangtian said sincerely, look, your favorite blue rose. I don't like blue roses, so please don't come and give me any more. And secondly, I like to eat blueberries, not roses. Jong Seo frowned slightly and felt speechless looking at the man in front of him. If he wasn't the son of the department director, I would have scolded him long ago. Right after graduating from college, I started to like women older than me. I had clearly said that I was divorced and had 2 children, but he not only did not give up, but became more and more proactive. Song Shangtian was embarrassed for a moment. In fact, he overheard Jong Seo chatting with others that day and he bought it because she said she liked blue roses. I didn't expect that I had heard it wrong. Jang Seo said blueberry, not blue rose. Go away and don't come here. We are still colleagues, Jong Seo said, and closed the door depressedly. Song Shangtian looked at the closed door, sighed, then turned and walked out of the corridor. But soon he turned back and knocked hard on the security door. Soon there was another sound from inside. Stop knocking. I'll call for help if you keep knocking. Please don't come to my house and harass me anymore. Song Shangtian seemed not to hear and kept knocking. Then, Jong Seo slowly opened the door and stuck his head out. What do you want to do? Sister Yao, please give me a chance. I really love you. Jong Seo felt sick of hearing this. She was 30 years old and couldn't stand listening to such confession. Jong Seo wanted to close the door, but Song Shangtian held it tightly. Sister Yao, please believe me. Song Shangtian persisted. Song Shangtian, let me go, don't make me hate you. Song Shangtian's appearance made Jong Seo feel extremely disgusted. Let me in, I have something to tell you. I'll leave after that. Song Shangtian said shamelessly. Jong Seo is now feeling scared, as she is the only one at home and her 2 daughters have already gone to cram school. She is an unarmed woman and no matter how strong she is no match for a man. If you dare to come in, I will call the police. Jong Seo threatened. Song Shangtian pretended not to hear anything and kept trying to get in. Sister Jiang, Zhou Sicheng came down the stairs and shouted. Zhou Sicheng. Jong Seo said happily. When Zhou Sicheng appeared, she felt like she had seen a savior. Hearing the voice, Song Shangtian turned around and saw Zhou Sicheng, frowned and shouted, Who are you? What are you doing here? Song Shangtian was full of hostility. He really wanted to leave just now, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered a sentence, Don't give up easily, just hold on a little longer, in case you succeed. In order to express his enthusiasm and determination, Song Shangtian decided to try again. What if she is moved by this? I'm here to see Sister Jiang. Zhou Sicheng said calmly. You called me Sister Jiang? You don't deserve it. Song Shangtian sneered. I didn't provoke you, did I? Zhou Sicheng was speechless. This guy treated him as a love rival. Ha, if you don't want to mess with me, get out of here. Brother, I have something to say to you, if you have something, don't be rich, and if you don't have something, don't be sick. Thanks. Song Shangtian subconsciously said thank you. No. But he soon realized the meaning of this sentence. Song Shangtian said angrily, You are kidding me? I will not let you go today. As he said that, Song Shangtian put down the blue rose and rushed towards Zhou Sicheng with his fists raised. They start fighting as soon as they disagree on something. How direct. Zhou Sicheng, be careful. Jong Seo was worried that Zhou Sicheng would be beaten, so he hurried over. Zhou Sicheng's face turned cold and he pulled Jong Seo behind him. In fact, he didn't want to have a conflict with the other party. Zhou Sicheng felt that this person was somewhat abnormal in his brain and his actions were extreme. Chapter 49, Bastard. Let my mom go. Get out. Zhou Sicheng grabbed Song Shangtian's fist and with a little force, he was unable to move. Song Shangtian screamed, and the expression on his face was more painful than if he had eaten poop. He just felt a sharp pain, as if his bones were about to break. Zhou Sicheng looked at him expressionlessly. I had held back just now, otherwise I would have sent him flying with one punch. After letting go, Zhou Sicheng kicked him. With a bang, Song Shangtian fell to the ground. Zhou Sicheng only wanted to use his own force for self-defense. Now we live in a society ruled by law, and hitting people is wrong. Looking at Song Shangtian curled up on the ground, Zhou Sicheng was too lazy to pay any attention to him. And at this moment, Jong Seo finally realized the importance of having a man at home. She looked at Zhou Sicheng and felt inexplicably safe. Jong Seo blushed and took Zhou Sicheng back to the house. Come in with me. Good. Zhou Sicheng glanced at Song Shangtian lying on the ground and said 2 intriguing words to him. Idiot. When he entered the house, Song Shangtian's scream just now made Jong Seo worry uncontrollably. Zhou Sicheng, is he okay? Jong Seo asked with a pale face. She was actually afraid that Zhou Sicheng would get into trouble. Don't worry, Sister Jiang, he's fine. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. Zhou Sicheng reassured her. That's good. Jong Seo was wearing a yellow vest dress today, paired with flat high heels. Zhou Sicheng's appearance surprised Jong Seo and made him happy at the same time. If Zhou Sicheng hadn't come, who knows what the situation would be like now. Zhou Siqing, thank you, sister. Jong Seo said gratefully. Fine. Sister Jiang, I actually came to see you for something else. Zhou Siqing said. Well, you go ahead. Jong Seo took out a can of drink from the refrigerator and handed it to Zhou Siqing. I'll pay the rent. Zhou Siqing said. Hasn't your sister been paying the rent? And it's still early for the rent to be paid. Jong Seo asked. I earned a little money, so I'll pay it off for my sister first. It doesn't matter if I pay it early or late. Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Okay then, add me on WeChat. Jong Seo looked at Zhou Siqing and thought what a good boy he was. The two of them had little interaction, so Zhou Siqing didn't say any unnecessary words and directly transferred the money to her. While transferring the money, Song Shengtian outside the door supported himself on the ground with his other hand and struggled to stand up. He looked at the tightly closed security door and left the place in embarrassment. Sister Jiang, you are so beautiful. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Zhou Siqing really had nothing to say, but he still praised her. The two of them rarely contact each other. Except for last time and today, they usually don't see each other. In order to show his good image, Zhou Siqing is naturally very polite. This beautiful sentence made Jong Seo stunned. No matter whether you are a man or a woman, as long as you are praised, whether it is intentional or unintentional, you will feel more or less happy inside. You can talk. Come back next time and I'll buy you something delicious. Delicious? Speaking of eating, he actually wants to drink more. Zhou Siqing thought silently, his eyes moving towards the location of the two peaks. Okay. Zhou Siqing responded. I'll take you there. Jong Seo walked Zhou Siqing to the door. Coming back and sitting on the sofa, she couldn't help but think of what happened outside just now. This kid is really good, as kind as his sister. I didn't make a mistake in choosing him. It was right to rent the house to the siblings. Normally, outsiders are not allowed to live in this housing estate, and it is not rented out to anyone. Jong Seo met Shinihan by chance, and after learning about her situation, she rented the house to her out of kindness. The family compound looks a bit old from the outside, but the condition inside is much better than most old and dilapidated houses. The geographical location is not in a remote area. In the huge city of Jinling, you can rent a house with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 2 bathrooms for 1,200 yuan, which is a very good value for money. In Jong Seo's heart, Zhou Siqing left a very good impression on her. I just remembered it before, but now I have a deep impression of it. After leaving the family compound, Zhou Siqing came to the lottery shop. He wants to try that scratch ticket. Once a period of time has passed and someone buys the scratch ticket, then the fun begins. That's 5,000, not 500. After entering the lottery shop, Zhou Siqing bought the scratch ticket for 20 yuan according to the system's prompt. Zhou Siqing's palms began to sweat. He was nervous because of excitement. From small to large, the largest number I have ever scratched is 100. Just think about scratching out 5,000 in one go. It would be a lie to say I'm not happy. Zhou Siqing slowly scratched the scratch card. After it was opened, the face value was actually 5k. Wow, buddy, you're awesome. A passerby couldn't help but praise Zhou Siqing after seeing his appearance. It's just luck. You can do it too. Zhou Siqing responded with a smile. Zhou Siqing handed the scratch card to the boss. Sure, little brother. You've won the most in the past 2 months in our store. I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat. Zhou Siqing opened the payment code and went straight to Jingfeng Square after receiving the money. One was for Tang Ming's mother, and the other was that he wanted to come here to buy something. For example, toilet paper, toothpaste, laundry detergent, etc. Especially toilet paper, Zhou Siqing wanted to buy more. There is no way. Toothpaste and laundry detergent are better. At least they won't be used up in 3 days. But the same cannot be said for toilet paper, which is like rice, it is used just like eating and is used up very quickly. Toilet paper is like a currency in the dormitory. You can leave RMB on the table for a whole semester and no one will take it, but it's different for toilet paper. Zhou Siqing opened his phone and checked the message. It turned out that it was Miss Hangua who sent him a message. Niuyu, good morning, Appa. Niuyu, good afternoon, Appa. Niuyu 0, I get along well with my friends, and I start training tomorrow. Niuyu, can we meet? Zhou Siqing smiled. The training she was talking about was actually military training. Zhou Siqing replied to Park Inya. By the way, I asked her out of concern whether she was used to eating Chinese food and which one tasted better than kimchi. After replying, Zhou Siqing looked at the time. 17:58. Before buying anything, Zhou Siqing first came to the zebra crossing and waited for Yulan to appear. The next second, Yulan, wearing a black hip skirt, appeared on the zebra crossing with her hips twisted. A four-wheeler was driving in front of her right. Very fast. Yulan was suddenly panicked. She wanted to leave, but it was too late. Seeing that he was about to be hit, Zhou Siqing grabbed Yulan into his arms to prevent her from being knocked down. In that split second, everyone was a little confused. "Auntie, are you okay?" Looking at Yulan in his arms, Zhou Siqing said with concern. Yulan was still frightened. For just a few seconds, she was unable to react and was completely terrified. Looking at Zhou Siqing, who suddenly appeared, Yulan paused and was about to say thank you. But not far away, there was a roar. "Asshole! Let my mom go!" Chapter 50, Uncomfortable Tang Ming. Zhou Siqing, are you looking for death? Tang Ming, who was following behind, was very angry at the moment. He even wanted to kill Zhou Siqing. In his heart, his mother was like a goddess. So he couldn't tolerate his mother having close contact with Zhou Siqing. Before Zhou Siqing could speak, Yulan in his arms corrected him. "Xiaoming, how do you talk to your classmates?" Tang Ming's face didn't look good. Ever since the last fight, he has included Zhou Siqing in his list of enemies. Therefore, the tone and attitude of speaking are not very good. "Mom, he took advantage of you." Tang Ming suppressed his anger. Yulan's pretty face turned slightly red and she broke away from Zhou Siqing's arms. There were quite a few people standing at the intersection at this time, and Yulan felt even more embarrassed. "You two come with me." Yulan led them to a place with few people. Yulan was still in shock. It was really scary just now. The car showed no sign of slowing down. If Zhou Siqing hadn't appeared, I would really have been lying on the road. Yulan patted his chest, feeling extremely scared. Yulan held Zhou Siqing's hand tightly and thanked him deeply. "Thank you for saving Auntie." Zhou Siqing was also secretly happy because Yulan's hands were so soft. It's a completely different feeling from other women. Looking at Yulan's plump figure and her tall and plump snow-capped mountains, he really wanted to hug her. "Auntie, it just happened to me," Zhou Siqing said easily. "No matter what, it was you who saved my aunt," Yulan said with a smile. "That's true, but then again, this fully proves that my aunt and I are destined to be together." Zhou Siqing smiled. After hearing this, Yulan's face turned red, and she felt a little closer. "What a bullshit fate, Zhou Siqing, stop talking nonsense." Tang Ming was furious. How could his mother be destined to be with him? This is absolutely impossible. Tang Ming was filled with regret. Why did he have so much free time playing with his phone? Otherwise, he would have saved his mother himself, and Zhou Siqing would not have had the chance to save her. When I'm done with the rescue, maybe I can ask my mom to buy me a new car. If that doesn't work, I can get a little more living expenses next month. Thinking of this, the more Tang Ming looked at Zhou Siqing, the more he disliked him. "Xiaoming, speak more clearly." Yulan corrected again. She felt a little embarrassed. The child spoke without any respect, and kept swearing and using dirty words. The key point is that he is cursing his savior. This made Yulan very embarrassed. She felt that she had not educated Tang Ming well. Tang Ming stopped talking, but his eyes were fixed on Zhou Siqing. "Are you here to shop too? Why don't you come with us? By the way, if you want to buy something, your aunt will buy it for you." Yulan changed the subject. "Okay, Auntie, I'll go shopping with you, but don't worry about the things, I can buy them myself," Zhou Siqing said. "Okay." Yulan agreed. Zhou Siqing nodded and glanced at Tang Ming. Tang Ming was unhappy, but he didn't dare to go against his mother's wishes. But he just couldn't stand Zhou Siqing's pretense, and then he blurted out, "He's really good at pretending." "Brother Tang, you are so rude. Don't talk nonsense. Be civilized." Zhou Siqing didn't want to argue with Tang Ming, but he always took advantage of him. "I like to talk, I love to talk, do I need you to teach me?" Tang Ming sneered. "You can say it, but before you say it, can you think about whether your thing works or not?" Don't surrender in less than 5 seconds. Zhou Siqing raised the corners of his mouth and said meaningfully. Hearing this, Yulan blushed suddenly. Tang Ning began to feel guilty. They are all normal people, and the internet is well developed nowadays. Some words can be understood instantly. Okay, little kids, what are you talking about? Yulan blushed and interrupted them. Let's go. Tang Ning suppressed the urge to beat Zhou Siqing to death. He didn't know whether this guy was just speaking casually or knew something. No matter which one it was, Tang Ning felt extremely bad and uncomfortable. Arriving at a nearby shopping mall, Yulan bought a short-sleeved shirt for Zhou Siqing. The reason for buying it was because of the last fight. Yulan transferred money to Zhou Siqing, but Zhou Siqing forgot to collect it. She mistakenly thought that the child was generous and had a broad mind. This is a good opportunity to make up for it. Tang Ning refused to do anything when his own mother bought clothes for his enemy. Mom, what clothes are you buying for this grandson? Tang Ning asked angrily. What do you mean by grandson and grandfather? Xiaoming, watch your mouth. Yulan scolded. She didn't understand why her son was becoming less and less cultured. All he says is dirty words. Last time you tore someone's clothes, is it wrong for mom to compensate him? But he broke my rearview mirror, isn't that wrong? Speaking of the rearview mirror, Tang Ning said in a tough tone, pay me the money quickly. Okay, you tell me how much. Zhou Siqing said. To be clear, this time Tang Ning found his opportunity. 2,000. Tang Ning bet that Zhou Siqing couldn't come up with 2,000 yuan. The average living expenses per person in the school is only 2,000 yuan. The better and wealthier ones can afford 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, and those above that are the second generation of the rich. But there are also some that cost more than 1,000 yuan, or even less. For example, Zhou Siqing standing in front of him. He had heard from Yang Yu a long time ago that Zhou Siqing was just a poor boy. So Tang Ning wanted to embarrass Zhou Siqing. Payment code, I'll scan it for you. Zhou Siqing smiled. What are you sweeping for? Xiaoming, don't go too far. Yulan said. Tang Ning was immediately unhappy. Mom, I tore his clothes and I paid for it, so he smashed my rearview mirror, shouldn't he also pay for it? What did I do wrong? Yulan wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhou Siqing. Brother Tang is right, I should compensate him. Zhou Siqing didn't waste any words and readily paid the 2,000 yuan. Tang Ning was a little surprised when he received the money. This poor boy actually has money? The money was transferred so smoothly. He didn't expect that Zhou Siqing actually had 2,000 yuan. No, it's 2,500 yuan. Tang Ning thought about this number for a while. 250? Who are you scolding? Tang Ning said subconsciously. What are you talking about? Zhou Siqing was puzzled. Yulan also looked at her son with strange eyes. No one present spoke. Who was scolding him? Zhou Siqing, I asked you to transfer 2,000, not 2,500. Oh, my hand slipped. You did it on purpose. Ha ha. Zhou Siqing was too lazy to pay attention to Tang Ning anymore. Okay, it's just 500 yuan more. Yulan used her prestige to transfer the extra 500 yuan to Zhou Siqing. It's just that an extra zero is added at the end. Tang Ning, who was standing aside, noticed the white short-sleeved shirt on Zhou Siqing. Is it fake? Tang Ning thought to himself. He had seen this short-sleeved shirt but didn't buy it. A short-sleeved shirt cost more than 10,000 yuan, but he had so many other things to spend money on at the time that he couldn't bear to buy it. Tang Ning wouldn't believe that Zhou Siqing could spend 10,000 yuan to buy a piece of clothing. If this is true, I'll be pissed. Tang Ning said confidently. Then, while Zhou Siqing turned around, Tang Ning secretly took a photo of his back. He wanted to post it on the internet so that people would mock Zhou Siqing severely. Wearing fake goods? Then you will be ridiculed by everyone. After buying clothes, they went to the supermarket. After Zhou Siqing bought his own things, he also bought some necessary things for military training for part.If. Zhou Siqing was surprised that the kimchi girl did not have any problems with the local climate. After buying the things, Yulan paid first. After coming out, the three of them walked side by side. As they walked, Tang Ning, who liked to play with his mobile phone, fell behind. Good boy, tell your name to Auntie again. Zhou Siqing. Yulan. In fact, this was the real acquaintance between the two. As Zhou Sicheng and Yulan were talking, their bodies moved closer involuntarily. And Zhou Sicheng's hand would touch Yulan's jade hand from time to time. This made Yulan's pretty face blush, but she didn't react or resist at all. After walking around for a while, Zhou Sicheng's phone in his pocket vibrated. 211 graduate student at Lao Zhou, where have you been? It's already 7 o'clock, and the class meeting will start at 7:30. Come back soon. Zhou Sicheng reacted after seeing the message in the dormitory group. I was so busy shopping that I completely forgot about the class meeting. My future girlfriend is also my girlfriend. Auntie, I have to go. Thank you for the clothes you bought for me. So soon? We have a class meeting tonight at 7:30. 7:30? Yulan took out her phone and took a look. Dear, Auntie will take you back to school. Ah? How can this be possible? Zhou Sicheng was delighted. It's okay. Yulan smiled gently. Stop playing with your phone. I'll take you back to school. Yulan shouted to Tang Ming behind her. Tang Ming was startled and quickly turned off his phone. After having Xiaomei, I almost forgot about my mom. Mom, I'll be home later. No. You go back with Xiao Zhou. Take a test. Why? Tang Ming refused. No reason. Yulan said firmly. Finally, Tang Ming got on the car reluctantly. When getting into the car, Tang Ming wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but Zhou Sicheng got there first. Soon, Yulan sent them to school. Zhou Sicheng glanced at the time. It was 7:20. He should still have time to go back to the dormitory. Zhou Sicheng simply said goodbye to Yulan. Well, take your time, there are still 10 minutes left, there's still time. Yulan said. Okay, Auntie, goodbye. Zhou Sicheng said and got out of the car. Tang Ming in the back row seemed to understand something. He asked, Mom, you're not sending me back to school just for this guy, are you? Yulan nodded and did not deny it. Yes, this child has a class meeting at 7:30. If I don't send him off, he will be too late. This one sentence made Tang Ming very angry. Who is the biological son? Mom, you're so awesome. Tang Ming had no idea what to do. Deep down, she had a lot of fear of her mother, which she had developed since she was a child. Of course your mother can do it. It's a 30-minute journey, and your mother drove there in 20 minutes. Tang Ming couldn't stand Yulan's boasting anymore. Without even saying hello, he got out of the car and walked towards the school. As he walked, Tang Ming hated Zhou Sicheng in his heart. They have only known each other for a few days, and his mother is so nice to him. Tang Ming could imagine that if they had known each other for a month, his mother would have adopted Zhou Sicheng as her godson. Thinking of this, Tang Ming felt even more uncomfortable. He felt he had to take some action. Otherwise, if he continues like this, his mother will really be deceived by him. Tang Ming thought that the only solution was to use force. Although it is not recommended, he couldn't think of any good solution. Force, simple and violent. It's strange that you like to get entangled with your own mother. Tang Ming thought angrily. Zhou Sicheng returned to the dormitory and put down the things he bought, including the stockings he bought this morning. After taking Qiu Lily's meal card, Zhou Sicheng tidied up his appearance a little and then rushed into the classroom. You don't have to take class meetings seriously, but it is necessary to take seriously the class meeting held on the new counselor's first day in office. If you go too late and the new counselor starts to use force on you, you will be in trouble. From a distance, before he even entered the classroom, he could hear the noisy noise coming from inside. When Zhou Sicheng pushed the door and entered the classroom, the students thought the teacher had come and the classroom became quiet instantly. After seeing that it was Zhou Sicheng, he continued chatting. Zhao Gang and his friends had already reserved a seat for Zhou Sicheng. Where is Zhao Gang? Zhou Sicheng asked curiously. I went out to buy something. Mao Lu replied. Su Kunji was playing with his mobile phone intently and didn't say anything. It's already 7:30, and you still dare to go out to buy things. Zhou Sicheng thought. Soon, Zhao Gang came in carrying a convenience bag. Come, drink some water. Zhao Gang gave each person a bottle. Looking at the ice dew on his hand, Zhou Sicheng didn't understand his operation. Su Kunji teased, Oh, the moon rose from the west tonight, and you bought us some water? Go! 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 After distributing the ice dew, Zhao Gang came to the front, took out Nutri Express and Red Bull and distributed them to them. Seeing this, Su Kunji cursed, "Fuck. Zhao Gang, you are not a poet." Zhou Siqing was also amused by his actions. After all this time, Zhao Gang bought it for the girls and also bought them a few bottles of ice dew. Give the girls Red Bull and buy us ice dew. Be a decent human being. Su Kunji kept teasing. Zhou Siqing really didn't know who the girl sitting in front of him was. He had just come in a hurry and had no time to go and see. After distributing the water, Zhao Gang returned to his seat and sat down. "Which one in front do you like?" Zhou Siqing asked. "Yes, tell me now. Please speak more quietly." Zhao Gang lowered his voice. "Okay, tell us now." Hearing this, Zhao Gang didn't hesitate and glanced at the girl in the baseball cap in front of him. "Chan Yidua? Isn't this Chiu Lily's roommate?" The girl in the baseball cap has long hair, and the cap really looks good on her head. Zhou Siqing guessed that the person sitting in front should be from Chiu Lily's dormitory. If that's the case, then it's easy. "Don't tell anyone, she is my girlfriend," Zhao Gang said proudly. Zhou Siqing was confused. How could Chen Yido be interested in a rough guy like him? The key is, when did the two of them hook up? You can fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself. Zhao Gang, if Chen Yido is really your girlfriend, just call her. Zhao Gang's face turned red, and he coughed twice in embarrassment. He whispered, "A future girlfriend is still a girlfriend, isn't she? Anyway, I let you know in advance just to remind you that you are not allowed to have any ideas about her in the future. You can do whatever you want with the rest," Zhao Gang added. Zhou Siqing felt that Zhao Gang was too outrageous. Where does he get the confidence to be sure that the other person is your future girlfriend? "Zhao Gang, just say this to us, and don't tell anyone else, otherwise people will think you are an ice cube." Zhou Siqing also complained. "Hey, old Zhou, you don't understand. Let me tell you, Before Zhao Gang could finish his words, the classroom door was pushed open. The classroom suddenly became quiet. Chapter 52, Clip In. So beautiful? Holy crap, this is our new counselor? Hey, Lao Zhou, why are you looking down? Look at the new counselor. Zhou Siqing finally understood what it meant to be terrified. The moment the counselor pushed the door open, Zhou Siqing looked at him curiously. However, this glance almost scared him to death. The new counselor is Jian Shuang. Zhou Siqing rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. How is this possible? Zhou Siqing only felt like there were 50,000 ants crawling on his body. He knew in advance that the counselor would be changed, so he was not surprised at all from beginning to end. But at this moment, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. The counselor is a beautiful young woman in her 30s. She wears glasses and looks gentle. She is wearing a cheongsam, which is very pleasing to the eye. She gives people a strong sense of contrast. Jian Xuan wrote his name on the blackboard and said, "This is my name. I am your new counselor, but not the head teacher." Zhou Siqing wondered what the difference was. "I will spend the next 3 years with you all." After Jian Shuang finished speaking, there was a shout from the audience. Afterwards, Jian Shuang briefly talked about the precautions and activities in the new semester on the stage. If you have any questions, you can contact me on WeChat, or go directly to room 304 of the Academic Affairs building to find me. After saying that, Jian Shuang wrote down his cell phone number, which was also his WeChat number, on the blackboard. The students below all said hello. Well, I've said everything I need to say, and you all know me. Now, it's my turn to get to know you. Jian Shuang glanced around. Who is the monitor? After these words were spoken, some looked at each other, while others looked to the back. Lao Zhou, the counselor is calling you, stand up quickly. Zhao Gang reminded in a low voice. Are you stupid? I resigned before the holiday last semester. Zhou Siqing glanced away. At that time, Mr. Liu didn't agree with you. Besides, our class hasn't elected a new one, so you are still our monitor. Zhou Siqing didn't listen. He felt inexplicably nervous. He was not sure whether Jian Xuan was awake that night or whether she knew herself. Damn, this bastard Liu Wei is really trying to trick me. Zhou Siqing felt like vomiting blood. She had seen people inheriting their father's business, but this was the first time she saw someone inheriting her husband's business. Damn it, that's bullshit. Zhou Siqing complained while calling it awesome. Don't we have a class monitor in our class? Jian Shuang raised his voice a little. Yes, teachers have them. They are here. Zhao Gang raised his hand for Zhou Sicheng. Then why don't you stand up? Aren't you giving me face? Hearing this, Zhou Sicheng had no choice but to stand up. He had wanted to keep a low profile until the class meeting was over, but it seemed that was not going to work. Zhou Sicheng began to feel inexplicably nervous, as if he had cheated on his wife and felt guilty about it. He prayed that the other party would not recognize him. The moment he stood up, Jian Shuang stared at Zhou Sicheng for a few seconds, then raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Okay. Where's the deputy monitor?" Immediately, a girl stood up quickly. Jian Shuang looked at the two and nodded. "Well, let's start with the monitor and the deputy monitor introducing themselves, and then you can introduce yourselves one by one." Zhou Sicheng started first, followed by the deputy class leader. All 40 students in the class stood up one by one. The sight of Jian Shuang standing on the stage with his arms folded across his chest reminded Zhou Sicheng of his high school homeroom teacher. After the introduction, Jian Shuang exchanged a few words of greeting and clapped his hands and said, "Okay, today, in addition to you and me, I will introduce to you the new members of our class." A new member? The students below started whispering, thinking that there was a new student. The classroom door opened and a young woman came in. To be precise, she has the face of a young girl and the figure of a young woman. When Zhou Sicheng saw the girl coming in, he was stunned. Jian Yan. Isn't she a junior? Zhou Sicheng thought curiously. Jian Yan, who was standing on the stage, greeted them in a familiar manner. Suddenly, the boys started howling like wolves, while the girls were more envious and jealous. Whether it's a figure or a face, she has it all. Even Malu, who has always been an honest man, was now fascinated by Jian Yan. In this day and age, you can't do it without a weapon. Old Zhou, isn't this the senior from the day we reported as freshmen? Yes. Zhou Sicheng smiled, but it was more of a bitter smile. I met so many familiar people this evening. Jian Shuang clapped her hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. This is your junior senior Jian Yan, who will also be your class assistant from now on. She will be responsible for your studies and other professional issues. If you have any questions about studying or taking exams, you can ask her for help. After Jian Shuang finished speaking, Jian Yan introduced herself on the stage. She also put up an advertisement. The Art and Literature Department is recruiting new members. Su Kunji was the first to raise his hand, and the other boys followed suit, expressing their desire to join. Zhou Sicheng was unmoved, and Zhao Gang felt nothing either. Although it is recruiting new members, not everyone can get in. Cards on looks, height, all kinds of cards. What puzzled Zhou Sicheng was that they were already sophomores and still had class assistants. Aren't these only available to freshmen? To put it bluntly, some class assistants really want to improve their abilities, while some do not, they just do it for fun. Zhou Sicheng felt that Jian Yan in front of him was interesting. You have to prepare for an internship next year when you are a junior. If you don't want to do an internship, you can take the postgraduate entrance examination. Doing other things also takes time. Also, you are the director of the Art and Literature Department, and now you have become a class assistant. Zhou Sicheng really admires her energy. Finally, Jian Shuang said some irrelevant words and the class meeting ended. The class meeting that could have been completed in an hour lasted more than 2 hours. Zhou Sicheng was the last one to come out among the crowd. He breathed a sigh of relief only after he completely walked out of the teaching building. Jian Shuang probably doesn't know what happened that night. Otherwise it wouldn't be so peaceful. Although he thought so, Zhou Sicheng was also thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Because we can't always be as safe as tonight. After coming outside, he found Xiao Lily. Xiao Lily was holding a long flute in her hand and standing in an empty space aside, as if waiting for someone. She was wearing a stepmother skirt that showed off her sexy and curvaceous figure, and Birkenstocks on her feet. It's so tempting. Compared to Jian Yan, it's as big as a cow. Waiting for someone? Zhou Sicheng approached. Yes. Xiao Lily replied. Xiao Lily 2170 F61. The bound object loves to play the flute and is often troubled by his own bear. Play the flute? Zhou Sicheng first glanced at her mouth, and then saw the flute in her hand. I was just overthinking it. This flute is not that XIAO. Ever since getting the system, Zhou Sicheng felt that he had changed. What do you want to talk to me about, squad leader? Have. Zhou Sicheng took out the meal card. Looking at the gap between the mountains, he really wanted to put his meal card in it. Your meal card. Zhou Siqing smiled and stretched out his hand. Chapter 53 Invisible Coins. Meal card? Is it mine? Xiao Lily's eyes revealed surprise. It's yours. In the past, he might have kept this meal card for himself to save money. But never mind now. He didn't care about the little money in the meal card, and doing so would be beneath his dignity. If you return the money to others proactively, they will remember you well. Thank you, Xiao Lily said softly and reached out to take the meal card. She had been searching for it for 2 days, yesterday and today, but couldn't find it. It was driving her crazy. Losing the meal card is no big deal, the main thing is that there is a lot of money in it that has not been spent. Why should I say thank you? Zhou Siqing asked back. Xiao Lily was stunned. She said uncertainly, what should I say then? I mean, how should I thank you? Xiao Lily followed up. Zhou Siqing wanted to say that helping classmates is his duty and you don't have to say thank you. But now after hearing what she said, Zhou Siqing immediately changed his mind. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to a meal. Okay, then I'll treat you now. Xiao Lily nodded and said. Now. Zhou Siqing actually hadn't eaten dinner either. But there is no point in eating it now, and the time is short. It's better to save the time for the weekend or a romantic evening. It's a bit late. You can treat me next weekend, but it can only be you. Don't stand me up. Girls like to bring their close friends or girlfriends with them. Of course, Zhou Siqing must put an end to this. Eating is called eating when 2 people are together. What does it mean when a third person comes? No. Xiao Lily smiled faintly. On weekends she likes to lie in the dormitory, or go out to play the flute with a few good friends. Because of Big Bear, she gets a lot of attention every time she goes out. She enjoyed it at first, but over time, it became a pain. So Xiao Lily deliberately reduced the frequency of going out, but she would not break her promises for things like meals. Well, don't think too much about it. Won't. It's just a meal, not a problem for Xiao Lily. Zhou Siqing felt a little shameless. Just to pay back your meal card, you have to ask someone to treat you to a meal. Just return it. It was him who found the meal card. As they were talking, Xiao Lily's roommates came over. Leading the group was the girl in the baseball cap. Shenidwa 21167 C51. The person being bound just wants to become rich due to family circumstances. Hey, why are you two chatting? Said the girl following Chen Yido. Could it be that they have talked about it? Jia, what are you saying? Xiao Lily blushed. In the dormitory, she loves gossip the most. Now that she has discovered that Zhou Siqing and I are together, given her personality, she will gossip about me for a week at the latest. Hey, actually you two are quite a good match. Last semester I thought you two were a match made in heaven. Wang Jia said jokingly. Girls like to ship couples, and Wang Jia is no exception. Zhou Siqing didn't feel anything after hearing this. He only knew Xiao Lily last semester and had no contact with her. Still talking. Xiao Lily pretended to be angry and hit Wang Jia lightly. While they were playing around, Zhou Siqing's roommates also happened to gather over. It wasn't a coincidence, it was Zhao Gang who followed Chen Yido here. Old Zhou, you are here too. Zhao Gang said in surprise. Why are you two here? Zhou Siqing asked. I was afraid that Gangzi would suffer, so I came here with him. Why are you here too, Lao Zhou? Su Kunji replied with a wink. Zhou Siqing was speechless. What was he afraid of being at a disadvantage? He probably just came here to laugh at Zhao Gang. Okay, I was just joking. Wang Jia saw someone coming and stopped Xiao Lily. Xiao Lily glared at Wang Jia and warned her not to talk nonsense. I'm not saying this, but you are so rich, class monitor. Wang Jia then said enviously. After hearing this, everyone present was confused and didn't understand what it meant. Jia, what are you talking about? Xiao Lily asked curiously. The sudden words you are so rich are very puzzling. I have money? How do you know? Zhou Siqing became interested. From your clothes. One piece of clothing costs more than 10,000 yuan. Aren't you rich? Wang Jia said casually. You're mistaken. My clothes are fake. Zhou Siqing refused to admit it. TSK, you can fool others, but you can't fool me. My brother is in Putian, How could I not know whether the clothes were fake or not? My brother has sold tens of thousands of the ones you are wearing. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing remained silent and did not answer. He didn't expect Wang Jiajia's brother to be so awesome, and Wang Jiajia was also very connoisseur and could tell at a glance. The clothes he was wearing were exactly what Wen Shen bought for him that day. Xiao Lily and others were also silent. Xiao Lily couldn't help but take a look, and Chen Yido was also briefly shocked. Having seen thousands of clothes on the internet, they don't find them strange, but they will still be surprised if they see someone wearing them in real life. Zhao Gang and Su Kunji stood there, completely stunned. Su Kunji remembered the 1,500 yuan Zhou Siqing lent him. At that time, he said he earned it from a part-time job, and he believed it. But can the clothes worth 10,000 yuan also be earned by working part-time? What kind of part-time job is this? It earns so much money. Su Kunji suddenly felt uncomfortable. He was not stupid. It was impossible for him to earn 10,000 yuan no matter what part-time job he did. Thinking about the clothes he had shown off before, Su Kunji inexplicably felt like a clown. Zhao Gang's brain froze. When did Lao Zhou become so rich? He even lost the desire to talk to Chen Yido. In the whole dormitory, Zhao Gang thought that only Zhou Siqing was the same type as him. But now it seems that is not the case. Because he has no money, Zhao Gang feels a little inferior deep down. We can share happiness and sorrow, but we cannot share both happiness and sorrow. Zhou Siqing did not explain. This invisible way of collecting money made him feel good. After they left, Chen Yidwa couldn't help but ask, what brand are his clothes? Bali family, don't you know? Wang Jiajia asked puzzledly. The two women shook their heads. I thought you all knew. Suddenly, Wang Jiajia felt that she was in trouble. On the way back to the dormitory, Chen Yido kept thinking about Zhou Siqing. Perhaps she had found the right person, someone who didn't have to be sold or oppressed. After returning to the dormitory, Zhou Siqing took out the things he had bought and went downstairs to the girls' dormitory. After a while, Park-In-ya came out in her pajamas. Appa. Zhou Siqing handed the things to her and said, just call me by my full name. The call of Appa gave him goosebumps all over his body. Oh, Park-In-ya took the bag and looked at it. Is this Senmo? The stuff you use for military training. There's sunscreen and everything. After the explanation, Park-In-ya looked very happy and she hugged Zhou Siqing. At this moment, there are also many couples hugging each other. Park-In-ya was not imitating them, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Go back. I'll take you to eat something good after your military training is over. Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Chapter 54 Outrageous. After delivering the things, Zhou Siqing bought a bucket of instant noodles when he returned to the dormitory. He felt hungry because he hadn't eaten tonight. When I returned to the dormitory, I felt depressing inside. Only Malu was watching anime, laughing from time to time. Zhao Gang and Su Kunji were standing and sitting respectively, both with gloomy faces. Looking at their appearance, it was not difficult for Zhou Siqing to guess. It's just a piece of clothing, isn't it? If I drive a BBA car myself one day, they will be miserable. If this is really the case, I'd better consider moving out. Are you back? Zhao Gang raised his head. Well, the dormitory is so quiet today? Zhou Siqing said casually. Hey, old Zhou, how did you buy these clothes? Take them with you. Zhao Gang grinned. He thought that since Zhou Siqing could afford such expensive clothes, he must have found a way to make a fortune. After Zhao Gang finished speaking, Su Kunji also looked at Zhou Siqing. To tell you the truth, the clothes were bought for me by someone else. Zhou Siqing didn't want to pretend to be cool, so he answered Zhao Gang truthfully. Hearing this, Zhao Gang didn't believe it. Oh, take me with you, brother. I promise I'll be obedient. Even if you are as obedient as a dog, I can't lead you because the clothes were not bought by me, and secondly, I have no way to make money. Zhou Siqing didn't want to say any unnecessary nonsense. I can't really tell them that I have a system. If I really told them, I would probably get them to report me and send me to a research organization for dissection. Zhao Gang's smile froze and he was too embarrassed to speak. He thought Zhou Siqing deliberately didn't take him with him. Lao Zhou, when did you buy the clothes? I've never seen you wear them before. Su Kunji asked. He was somewhat envious of Zhou Siqing, and at the same time jealous. It was just the first day of school, the girls didn't say anything, the key point was that he found a way to make money. Zhou Siqing replied to them, the clothes were bought for him by his sister. She bought more than one piece, 4 pieces in total. The two were skeptical. If Zhou Siqing really became rich overnight, they would be very upset. Old Zhou, what does your sister do? Can you tell us? Zhao Gang asked shamelessly. I don't know, and it's not convenient to disclose. Zhou Siqing poured hot water into the instant noodles, and then took out the ham sausage that he had treasured for many years. You are stupid. We definitely can't do Sister Zhou's job. Even if you want to do it, you can only watch from the side. Is it true? Zhao Gang was a little disappointed, and then he asked, Hey, Lao Zhou, can you let your sister take me under your wing, and I will be her subordinate? Zhou Siqing was instantly annoyed. When you pass the postgraduate entrance examination, I will take you with me. Zhao Gang curled his lips and said, Old Zhou, I have taught you part-time after all, there is nothing you can't say. Zhou Siqing immediately laughed, this is a company secret. You can't tell it even if you are my son. The first word was dog, and the second word was son. Zhao Gang's face turned unsightly. Su Kunji originally wanted to please Zhou Siqing and get information step by step, but now that Zhao Gang was asking random questions and messing things up, he became anxious. In his heart, Su Kunji looked down on Zhao Gang. Now that he had been treated like this by Zhao Gang, he looked down on him even more. Zhao Gang, if you have no brains, just stop talking. Old Zhou's sister is older than us. What can you do if you really go there? Zhao Gang wanted to retort, but he had nothing to say, so he just said something else awkwardly, but Lao Zhou, you have to have a sense of boundaries. Zhou Siqing took a sip of water, totally not understanding what he meant. What does it mean that I have a sense of boundaries? What are you talking about? If you meet Chen Yidua alone tonight, I will easily overthink it, and you are making me lose face by doing this. But fortunately, Yidua didn't say anything the whole time. Zhao Gang added. Zhou Siqing was speechless. What was he talking about? You think too much. I was meeting Qiu Lily and gave her a meal card. Hearing this, Zhao Gang was embarrassed. Zhou Siqing just thought it was funny, and after finishing his instant noodles, he returned to bed. There are messages from Jong Seo, Park-In and other women on Weixin. Zhou Siqing replied one by one. The main point is, don't take the initiative, don't refuse. Before going to bed, Zhao Gang lit a cigarette and went to the balcony. He took a deep breath and blew out a smoke ring. Chen Yidua is really a good girl, but I discovered her too late. It would have been better if I had discovered her earlier last year. Su Kunji turned off the computer and prepared to wash up and go to bed. Suddenly, he saw Zhao Gang looking like a lovesick boy, and he felt contempt for him in his heart. Stop talking about being attracted by beauty. After saying that, Su Kunji walked out. You know shit. You just rely on your family. Zhao Gang cursed. Turning around, he said to Zhou Siqing, did you hear that, old Zhou? Don't have any thoughts about Chen Yidua. She's mine. Come on, stop talking. I'm not interested in her. But I would like to ask you, how did you fall in love with her? Was it because of her face? Or her figure? Zhou Siqing asked curiously. Hearing this, Zhao Gang told her about what happened on Saturday when he went to the hotel to work part-time and met Chen Yido. Yido is a good girl. She is as hardworking as I am. You haven't seen how capable she is. That day, after I finished my part-time job with her, I went back to school, and she went to work at a nearby convenience store until midnight. I must grab such a good girl. I want to marry her and grow old with her in this life. Zhao Gang said confidently, expressing his desire for the future. In your eyes, having a part-time job makes me a good girl? You don't understand. The way she works really moves me. Think about it, how many girls can be self-reliant nowadays? How many of them are willing to endure hardships and work hard? Zhou Siqing tried to hold back his laughter. Seeing how angry he was, it was difficult to persuade him any further. Okay, I support you, come on. Hee hee, why didn't I notice her earlier? Zhao Gang blew out a smoke ring. Go to bed. Zhou Siqing said impatiently. Zhao Gang was too nagging tonight. They were strangers who had nothing to do with each other last semester, and the only relationship between them was that of classmates. In the blink of an eye, I was thinking about marrying her. It's pure threat really. I know, but Lao Zhou, you have to help me. How can I help you? Don't you know Chen Yidua's roommate? Please ask her out for me. Don't you have her contact information yourself? No. Then how did you know that he stayed in the convenience store for half the night? I followed him secretly. Zhao Gang's old face turned red and he said a little embarrassedly. 6. Don't be silly, just help me ask her out, and don't worry about the rest. Besides, go to bed quickly. You have early classes tomorrow. Why sleep? College life is incomplete without staying up late. Do you know how it feels when I look up after staying up late and see your cell phone lights on? It's so comforting. Yes, but tomorrow is Monday, and your life will not be perfect if you haven't been cuckolded at least once. Fuck. What do you mean, Lao Zhou? Although today is Monday, the dormitory is still active until 1 in the morning. After a busy night, Zhou Xiqing still got up very early the next day. Sent a message to Li Yunting, telling her to return the shoes. Afterwards, Zhou Xiqing got dressed and went out. When he was a freshman, he had the habit of jogging in the morning, but he couldn't stick to it every day. But whenever he has time, he will get up early and run for a while. At 6:30 in the morning, there were a lot of people exercising on the playground. There are people who like to stay in bed, and there are also people who are self-disciplined. After running, I went to the cafeteria to have breakfast and returned my shoes before class. While running, Zhou Xiqing saw a familiar figure and then sped up. Chapter 55 Surpass You. Teacher Li, it's really you. Zhou Xiqing said in surprise. As expected, the person wearing yoga pants and a tank top was Li Yunting. She didn't wear glasses today and her hair was tied up. As expected, she is a teacher. She looks good in whatever she wears. Not only is the front protruding, but the back is also warped. I can't imagine how good this figure is. The most important thing is that the face is pretty. Li Yunting, who was concentrating on running, turned her head and glanced. Because of her myopia, when she looked at Zhou Xiqing, she felt that he was a little blurry. But the familiar voice made Li Yunting think of Zhou Xiqing. Zhou? Classmate Zhou? Li Yunting asked uncertainly, moving closer. It's me. Zhou Xiqing observed that Li Yunting couldn't see clearly, so he asked, Teacher Li, you are nearsighted, why don't you wear glasses? Zhou Xiqing was afraid that Li Yunting would not be able to see the road and fall. It's okay to run slower. I don't like wearing glasses when running. Li Yunting said breathlessly. With the restraint of the vest, Li Yunting's jump amplitude when jogging is not very large, but it is still a little. After all, it stands out too much. Li Yunting's face flushed. She asked, Are you here to run, too? Yes. Okay, let's run together. The two ran side by side. As they ran, Zhou Xiqing deliberately fell one step behind and followed her. Zhou Xiqing smelled the fragrance. It's also following the Chanel style. But Zhou Xiqing is not that despicable, he gives an epic lung-beating performance. He just followed normally. Zhou Xiqing's behavior made many boys envious. This guy is so lucky to be following such a beautiful girl. In fact, most boys go for morning jogging mainly to attract the opposite sex. The second is exercise. If you can attract someone, that's better. If you can't, just treat it as exercise. All in all, it's not a loss. But some people not only fail to attract anyone, but also exhaust themselves. After going around in a circle, Li Yunting didn't realize that Zhou Xiqing was not around. Because of long-term running, Li Yunting's physical strength is quite good. Although it is a bit of a burden, when you actually start running, you won't feel too tired and it's quite relaxing. The bulge in the middle of the clothes makes people's eyes light up. It is morning, the time of the day when yang energy is strongest. You, a grown man, are following me? Hurry up and overtake me. Li Yunting couldn't help but say when she noticed Zhou Xiqing following her. Teacher Li, are you letting me overtake you from behind? Yeah, come on. Are you sure you want me to pass you? Li Yunting felt that what he said was a bit strange. If you don't mind my slow running, just follow me obediently. If you want me to overtake, I will overtake. If you don't let me overtake, I will follow behind. Hearing this, Li Yunting said nothing. She always felt that what he said was not right. After running the third lap, Li Yunting stopped running. Normally speaking, running 2 or 3 laps is enough, which can exercise the body without making you too tired. Li Yunting's cheeks flushed and she wiped the dense beads of sweat on her forehead. Zhou Xiqing was also sweating a little. After wiping himself, he wiped Li Yunting's face. Oh, that's dirty. I'll do it myself. Li Yunting shyly pushed Zhou Xiqing's hand away. Due to sweating, a large area of Li Yunting's vest was wet. Even some parts of my yoga pants were soaked with sweat. Zhou Xiqing took a look at the apartment layout. Just a glance. Teacher, please wait a moment. Zhou Xiqing returned to the dormitory and took out her high heels. While Li Yunting is here, return the things to her quickly. You never know when the shoes hidden in the closet will be discovered. The other 3 people in the dormitory were all fast asleep. The first person to wake up was Su Kunji. He saw Zhou Xiqing taking something, so he said, "Old Zhou, please bring me a potato shredded roll and a sausage, and also get me a hot and sour soup, thank you. And me, just bring me some xiaolong bao. I want to drop the crumb cake." Zhou Xiqing looked at them and said, "Call me dad and I'll take care of you." This is such a typical big daddy behavior that it would be too much for no one to say anything. Father. Dad. Master. Zhou Xiqing agreed with relief, then took his things and left the dormitory. Li Yunting attracted a lot of attention as she stood there. All the boys passing by took a glance at her, some out of curiosity, some out of respect. "Teacher Li, let's go." It was naturally impossible for Zhou Xiqing to take out his shoes outside. Of course Li Yunting knew what he was holding, and the blush on her face did not fade. When he arrived at the office, Zhou Xiqing took out his high heels. Li Yunting took a look. Not only were the high heels repaired, they even became very shiny and clean. "Did you brush my shoes?" Li Yunting asked. "Yes, otherwise there would be a smell of glue in the shoes," Zhou Xiqing said. "Oh." Li Yunting believed it and admired Zhou Xiqing's attention to detail. Then she put the shoes away. Seeing that the mission was completed, Zhou Xiqing didn't want to stay any longer. "The main reason is that I don't have time and I have to eat and go to breakfast. Teacher, I'm leaving now." Li Yunting tried to persuade him to stay. "Have you had breakfast? If not, come eat with me and we can leave after we finish. I bought a lot and I can't finish it all by myself." "Okay then." Zhou Xiqing agreed. After breakfast, Li Yunting cleaned up the garbage. Zhou Xiqing was also preparing to take the garbage out. Before leaving, he turned around and said, "I want to run with the teacher, just like this morning, with the teacher running in front and me chasing behind, slowly overtaking. If you want to run with the teacher, then let's run together." Li Yunting didn't understand the meaning of this sentence and thought he wanted to run with her. "But I'm afraid of surpassing the teacher," Zhou Xiqing said worriedly, with an unspeakable secret. "It's just running. It's okay to overtake me. Everyone has their own running style and rhythm. You don't have to follow my rhythm and follow behind me." Li Yunting understood what he meant. But she was thinking, am I that scary? They don't even dare to surpass me in a jog. "Teacher Chow, this is not going well." Zhou Xiqing swallowed. "It's okay, if you want to overtake me, you can wait for me in front," Li Yunting said with a smile. "Okay, then I will work hard and try to surpass the teacher this time." After saying that, Zhou Xiqing left the office. Li Yunting shook her head and smiled, always feeling that Zhou Xiqing's words were very interesting and funny. Chapter 56, Inside the Cafeteria. The morning classes ended and it was soon time for lunch. Zhou Xiqing came to the second floor of the cafeteria. A new 10 yuan buffet window opened on the second floor, and he planned to try it. After choosing the items, Zhou Xiqing heard a female voice speaking from the side, her tone sounding uncertain. "Zhou Xiqing?" Zhou Xiqing turned around and said in surprise, "Xiao Lily? When did you come? Did you skip class?" Today Xiao Lily is wearing a tight short-sleeved shirt and jeans. Her jeans and short-sleeved shirt are tight-fitting, which makes her figure look particularly prominent. Zhou Xiqing really wanted to ask her why she didn't wear looser clothes. But if you think about it carefully, a Thor of his size would look the same no matter what clothes he wears. Xiao Lily seemed to be struck by what he said. She nodded slightly and said, "I came out early because I felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach. But I didn't skip classes." Xiao Lily denied. "Your stomach is uncomfortable. Can I rub it for you? I know how to massage," Zhou Xiqing said jokingly. Xiao Lily was too shy to respond, and instead asked, "You're here to eat too, right? How about joining us?" Zhou Xiqing was just joking with her, so he naturally nodded in agreement after hearing her say that. The two of them found a random seat and sat down. The moment he sat down, Zhou Xiqing was stunned. Xiao Lily's breasts were pressed on the table. Maybe she felt uncomfortable, so she pulled her clothes down and leaned back a little. Zhou Siqing was amused by her. No, sister, do you really not know how strong you are? What are you looking at? Xiao Lily tied her hair up to prevent it from falling while eating. Nothing, eat. Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Xiao Lily wrinkled her nose and said, look if you want to. You guys are all the same anyway. You are wrong. Boys are different from each other. I look at you with appreciation, without any evil thoughts. This shows that you are charming. Zhou Siqing said seriously. Xiao Lily pouted, it sounds like the truth. Zhou Siqing found that Xiao Lily was somewhat interesting, and not the big-breasted and brainless girl that people often said she was. The two of them ate and chatted. Zhou Siqing spoke less, so it was mainly Xiao Lily who did the talking. She asked Zhou Siqing where he picked up the meal card and said that she had searched everywhere but couldn't find it. I didn't even know when I lost my meal card. I only remembered it when I was getting ready to eat. Xiao Lily said coquettishly. Zhou Siqing couldn't help laughing. Zhou Siqing, what are you laughing at? Xiao Lily picked up a piece of rice with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. It's nothing, I found it in the library. Zhou Siqing stopped laughing. Hearing this, Xiao Lily said depressedly, oh. Look at my brain, I forgot about the library. I just went to borrow a book the morning before yesterday. Yes, you just left and I found your meal card. Do you think we are destined to be together? Zhou Siqing stared at her and said. Yes, I think so. Xiao Lily spoke hesitantly. There seemed to be other meanings in what he said. I think so. Think about it, we hardly talked to each other during our freshman year. What we said this afternoon and last night is as much as the entire freshman year. Zhou Siqing put down his chopsticks. You were the class monitor in your freshman year and were very busy. I couldn't talk to you even if I wanted to. Xiao Lily blinked and muttered. Zhou Siqing nodded. He was indeed busy during his freshman year. He was either in class or playing games in the dormitory. Besides, he had a girlfriend at that time. Zhou Siqing felt like he was giving up the entire forest for a tree. I'm going to buy a cup of milk tea. Do you want some? Xiao Lily stood up. Zhou Siqing said he didn't want to drink. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? You eat so much and drink milk tea. When asked by Zhou Siqing's soul, Xiao Lily panicked and said, I'm just thirsty. I didn't eat much. Really? Zhou Siqing looked at the braised pork rice that was almost finished, and the fried skewers next to it, and then looked at Xiao Lily. The meaning is self-evident. The flesh is really well grown. It doesn't grow on the body at all, but all on the chest. Zhou Siqing doesn't look like F, but more like H. After her lie was exposed, Xiao Lily's face turned red. Compared with other girls, she did eat a little more. Even if you eat a lot, your body won't gain weight. After discovering this, Xiao Lily started eating with peace of mind. For this purpose, she set a goal to eat all the delicacies in the world. Be a food blogger. Xiao Lily found an excuse, I didn't eat in the morning, had a light meal at night, and ate more at noon to supplement nutrition. You are older, so whatever you say is right. Zhou Siqing agreed. What do you mean? Don't believe me? Are you making fun of me? Xiao Lily questioned. I'm praising you. It's a blessing for a girl to be able to eat. Zhou Siqing said. This sentence made Xiao Lily feel unconfident. Am I really a big eater? No, I'm kidding. You don't eat much like this. Xiao Lily is 167 centimeters tall and weighs 100 kilograms, which is just right. Maybe because of her big breasts, she looks a little fat. Most guys still like girls with a little bit of flesh, not only because it is comfortable to hug, but also because it is very. Damn! Why are you thinking in the wrong direction again? Zhou Siqing promptly dispelled the thought in his mind. Your figure is envied by most girls, and boys too. Real? Real. Xiao Lily smiled. She was not anxious about her figure. The only thing she was worried about was her bear. No matter what clothes I wear, they are bulging. She likes to wear hanfu, but gave up because of big reasons. At this time, Chen Yido and Wang Jia came over with things in their hands. The two put down their things. You two, is there really something going on? Wang Jia was the first to joke with a smile. Oh, Jia, be normal. Xiao Lily blushed. She never expected that the two of them would come. Old Zhou, squeeze in. Zhao Gang also followed, and so did Ma Lu. Coincidentally, one person was missing from each dormitory. Yeah. Zhou Sichen continued eating. During the meal, Zhao Gang tried to talk to Chen Yido intentionally or unintentionally. The other party just politely replied with an oh, or ah, and it was obvious that he didn't want to talk to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang did not give up and continued to be shameless. A smart person would understand what is going on at a glance. Except for Ma Lu, everyone present could see what Zhao Gang was thinking. After eating, Zhou Sicheng picked up the garbage and left the cafeteria alone. After leaving the cafeteria, today's information was refreshed. Intelligence Information 1, at 1 p.m., Wen Shen was tricked and lacked a translation assistant, so her company will miss a batch of overseas orders, with a loss of 10 million renminbi. Intelligence Information 2, Wallace has a big clearance sale today, with a discount of 80 yuan for purchases over 100 yuan. Intelligence Information 3, at 4 p.m., Zhao Ruizi will receive a counterfeit bill when checking out. Intelligence Information 4, Bing Jia will be embarrassed by her boss before leaving get off work because her performance is not up to standard. Intelligence Information 5, in order to make money quickly, Su Kunji participated in a fake order activity on his mobile phone. Chapter 57 Jiang Yan's Attributes. Task 1, help Bing Jia solve her troubles. Mission reward, a BMW sedan. Considering the complicated relationships between people, Bing Jia's boss Wang Chong has become your younger brother. Zhou Sicheng was stunned for a few seconds. Is this even possible? If you had told me earlier that you had such a miraculous ability, you might as well have made Ma Yun Huateng your sworn brother. But it's just something I can think about. Maybe this function has limitations and can only be used once a month. Well, it saves me a lot of trouble this time. Zhou Sicheng was in a good mood, and the mission reward was essentially free. I just don't know what model of BMW it is, as long as it's not a 1 Series. However, the last piece of information left Zhou Sicheng speechless and surprised. Su Kunji is becoming more and more stupid. Being brainless is a small matter, being depraved is truly hopeless. Various anti-fraud videos on mobile phones, computers, and televisions cannot resist the greedy heart. Zhou Sicheng focused on the first piece of information. Anti-Wen will miss a batch of orders, because of the translation. Zhou Sicheng was thinking, is it possible that the other party also has no translator? What kind of reason should he find to help Wen Shen? The more you help, the more guilt and remorse you will feel. Zhou Sicheng believed that Wen Shen was not the kind of person who would not be grateful and would take things for granted. Zhou Sicheng glanced at the time, 12:03. Without wasting any more time, he called Wen Shen. As soon as the call was connected, Wen Shen's haggard voice came from the other end of the line. Zhou Sicheng explained his purpose. Auntie, I want to give you some local specialties. Xiao Chang, today is Monday, aren't you in school? Yes, we have time at noon. Wen Shen disagreed, and only agreed after Zhou Sicheng's much persuasion. I'm afraid it will affect your studies. No delay. Finally, Wen Shen told Zhou Sicheng the location of the company. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Sicheng asked for leave from his class assistant Zhang Yan. I'm in the cafeteria, come and talk to me. If you don't come, I won't approve it for you. Zhou Sicheng cursed inwardly. If he wasn't afraid of Zhen Shuang, he wouldn't have asked Zhang Yan for leave. He really thinks he is the class teacher. Returning to the cafeteria again, Zhang Yan was the only one sitting there eating. She was wearing a gray pencil skirt and black framed glasses. Creating a contrast, huh? Compared to Qiu Lily, Zhang Yan shows off her figure openly. It's so white and so big. It happened twice in a row. Zhou Sicheng couldn't bear it. He is a little dizzy from milk. Zhang Yan looked at Zhou Sicheng curiously. Why didn't I see you that night? I'm sitting in the back. Zhou Sicheng said casually. Zhang Yan couldn't help but smile, and said considerately, why are you taking Monday off? Something happened. Zhou Sicheng responded with a smile. What's the matter? As a class assistant, she had to fulfill her responsibilities. Zhou Sicheng suppressed his inner impatience and said with a sly smile, this is an important event in life, do you want to get involved, senior sister? Zhou Sicheng's smile is naughty, the kind of naughty that girls like. Hearing what he said, Zhang Yan followed with a smile and said, you dare to tease the class assistant, believe it or not, I won't approve you? Senior, I'm just joking with you. Hasn't your boyfriend ever played a joke on you? Zhou Siqing said. Jiang Yan glanced at Zhou Siqing and asked, "Who told you that I have a boyfriend?" "Senior sister is so beautiful, but you don't have a boyfriend?" Zhou Siqing said in surprise. "Does a pretty girl have to have a boyfriend?" Zhou Siqing remained silent. He came to ask for leave, not to gossip. "If you don't want to talk to me, forget it. I'll take your leave and leave the counselor to me." Jiang Yan wiped her mouth with a tissue, stood up and said, "Thank you, senior." Zhou Siqing stood up. Zhou Siqing was very tall. When Jiang Yan stood up, she looked up at him slightly. "Are you asking for leave to leave school?" "Right. Add me on WeChat and bring me some stuff. I like to eat that, drink that, or that." After being in the cafeteria for a short while, many people looked at them. Many of them knew Jiang Yan, and they greeted her with a smile and joked that she had a new handsome boyfriend. Jiang Yan nodded calmly, and at the same time her vanity was somewhat satisfied. Having a boyfriend who is presentable is also a proud thing. From the conversation, Zhou Siqing roughly guessed Jiang Yan's nature. She is the clingy type. During the conversation just now, she asked me to buy this and that, and also said that she was allergic to this and couldn't buy it, and that she didn't like this and shouldn't buy it. "Don't worry, senior sister. I will buy all the things you mentioned. In addition to these, even if you want the stars in the sky, I can pick them down for you," Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Jiang Yan smiled and said with a straight face, "Scumbag. You are so sweet. Just because someone is sweet-talking makes me a scumbag? I'm an innocent boy, okay? I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, you can have a physical examination. Can you not be so perverted?" Jiang Yan chuckled and hit Zhou Siqing, scolding him, "Don't think that just because you are familiar with me, you can push your luck. I am not only your senior schoolmate, but also your class assistant. I am half your class teacher." The two of them walked out of the cafeteria chatting and laughing. Jiang Yan moved closer to Zhou Siqing unconsciously, without even noticing it. The intimate actions of the two were seen clearly by Su Zhizhi, who rushed over from the dormitory to eat. Su Zhizhi saw Zhou Siqing and Jiang Yan laughing and giggling over there, flirting like a young couple. This made her feel very sad. Su Zhizhi, who already had a lack of appetite, now had even less appetite. Pouting, Su Zhizhi left with an empty stomach and feeling disappointed. After chatting with Jiang Yan for more than 10 minutes, Zhou Siqing said goodbye to her. Before leaving, Jiang Yan reminded him, "You must return to school before 12 o'clock at night. I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory." "Okay, got it." Zhou Siqing got a taxi outside the school and rushed to Wen Shen's company. Renan Technology Company, Limited is located in the heart of Jinling. It took 40 minutes to get there from school, including the traffic jam and waiting time. After arriving, Zhou Siqing was surprised that the buildings outside the company were old and the highest one was only the 12th floor. Zhou Siqing walked in and the officer from the security department did not stop him. Arriving at the front desk on the first floor, Zhou Siqing said his name, and the receptionist enthusiastically took him to the office on the 12th floor. Obviously Wen Shen had given instructions in advance. Chapter 58 Wen Shen is crazy. I knocked on the door, and a sexy, charming, and seductive beautiful lady came out. A pink shirt paired with a white mini skirt, transparent crystal high heels, and slightly wavy long hair draped over the shoulders. The hip skirt does not reach the thighs, revealing the beautiful white legs. His shirt was bulging and his gold-rimmed glasses were worn upside down. What is most eye-catching is her fragrance and bright red lips. It makes people want to hug it tightly and take a bite. After closing the door, the woman glanced at Zhou Siqing and licked her red lips. Zhou Siqing swallowed his saliva. What a fairy! He felt his hormones starting to surge. The woman gave Zhou Siqing a charming smile, turned around and walked away in her high heels. Lianyu 32-169 C plus 55 kilograms. The bound object is often lonely while working hard. Lianyu? Shopping. Putting aside all distractions, Zhou Siqing opened the door and walked in. Wen Shen, sitting in the boss chair, has more aura than when she is outside. She was wearing a neat black suit, with her long legs crossed and high heels on. At this moment, Wen Shen looks like a strong woman. Sexy queen. Zhou Siqing felt like he had really become a little kid. You're here. Wen Shen glanced at Zhou Siqing. He has a handsome face, a body that is neither fat nor thin, and even his height is the same. It's not the kind that's as exaggeratedly high as a bamboo pole. Everything about Zhou Siqing's appearance conforms to Wen Shen's aesthetic. In fact, there are many boys like him, but there is nothing I can do, I just like this one. Wen Shen suddenly felt that it would be nice to have Zhou Siqing as her little husband. He can satisfy himself no matter what the emotional value is. Thinking of this, Wen Shen's heart began to beat fast. At the same time, it also made her feel uneasy. Forgot to speak for a moment. Of course Zhou Siqing didn't know what Wen Shen was thinking. Seeing that she was slow to speak, he thought she was worried about the translation. He then said, "And one, is there any problem with the company?" Wen Shen put away her thoughts and said, "It's nothing." "Don't stand there like an idiot. Sit down." Zhou Siqing sat on the sofa. Wen Shen poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Zhou Siqing. Just as she was about to ask what local specialties Zhou Siqing brought, there was a knock on the door, and then the female secretary Zhu Xiaoye walked in. "Mr. Wen, customers from France, Germany and Spain have come to our company," Zhu Xiaoye said anxiously. "So fast? Have you found the translation?" Wen Shen was stunned. "I only found one person who can translate into German," Zhu Xiaoye said hesitantly. "Has the translator arrived at the company now?" He's here, in the conference room." "Oh." Wen Shen sighed. It was actually useless to find one. Wen Shen was in no mood to ask what Zhou Siqing brought. "Mr. Wen, the translation machine is ready. How about we?" "The machine is too slow and wastes too much time, and the translation is not accurate." Wen Shen denied it. As long as there is a slight mistake in a sentence, it will change the meaning of the whole sentence. This is not a game of house, even the slightest mistake cannot be allowed to occur. Wen Shen sighed, thinking that she was a little too confident. She didn't expect that foreign customers would suddenly come to investigate cooperation, and 3 of them at once. "Did we agree to travel together?" "The translator happened to be sick and had to take a temporary leave. We recruited from outside at high prices, but we couldn't recruit anyone. At first I thought the price was too low and no one came. When it was raised to 20,000 a day, still no one came. Forget it, maybe they have brought an interpreter with them, let's go out first." Wen Shen turned to Zhou Siqing and said, "Xiaocheng, I'm going to go out for a while, you can play in the office first." After tidying herself up a little, Wen Shen walked out in high heels. "I'll go with you." Zhou Siqing came here to help Wen Shen. What was he doing alone in the office? Playing with wool? Wen Shen didn't say anything, and Zhou Siqing followed her as he pleased. We came to a conference room where 6 or 7 people were standing, including Chu Shengyan from that day. "Wen Shen, you are here. I am your translator today. I come here specially to help you," Chu Shengyan said confidently, showing a smile that he thought was very handsome. When he saw Zhou Siqing, the smile on Chu Shengyan's face disappeared in an instant. "You can speak German?" Wen Shen obviously didn't believe it. "I can. I stayed in Germany for 2 years." Chu Shengyan said proudly, as if studying abroad was a very cool thing. "Thank you." Wen Shen responded politely. At the moment, she could only try her best to save the situation. So easy. Zhou Siqing tried hard to hold back his laughter. "You're playing with the reading machine? It's so easy." Work is the most important thing, and Chu Shengyan did not take Zhou Siqing seriously. Because he will let Wen Shen take a good look at her own strength later. A mature and strong man is much better than a useless gigolo. "Mr. Charleston, this way please." When Wen Shen saw the young man next to Charleston, she breathed a sigh of relief. This type of international translator basically knows several languages. Besides, he was the only one present at the scene, so if nothing unexpected happened, he would be the translator for this trip. Wen Shen took the group to the next office. After sitting down, Wen Shen said with a smile, "Thank you Mr. Charles for coming to our company. I believe our cooperation will be very smooth." After Wen Shen finished speaking, the situation became awkward for a moment. Because no one translated it. Who? Shuas Cek Vu Dites? Was Sagan C? The foreigner looked confused. Wen Shen was stunned and looked at the young man. The young man looked embarrassed. "Mr. Wen, you misunderstood. I am not the translator. The translator just had a heart attack and has been sent to the hospital. I thought your company had a translator ready, so I didn't prepare one. Mr. Wen, do you have an interpreter here? If not, cooperation may require." The young man's meaning was very clear. Wen Shen suddenly had a headache. Usually, even if there was no translator on her side, there would be one on the other side. It's not like today, there is not a single translation, it's really strange. K. Nen were UNS unterhalten? Xu Shengyan said in the German he had practiced for 2.5 years. Wen Shen couldn't help but look at Xu Shengyan. She didn't expect that the second-generation rich man, who she once thought was uneducated, actually knew German. But in fact, Xu Shengyan didn't know much. He could barely handle basic communication, but not when it came to more in-depth stuff, especially since he had a strong local accent. Immediately, Charleston added another sentence. Xu Shengyan stopped pronouncing. After hesitating for several minutes, he finally uttered an irrelevant sentence. Charleston and the foreigner next to him looked at each other in confusion. After a few minutes, Xu Shengyan's face turned red, but he still couldn't say it. Even if he did, the meaning would be completely different. Seeing that communication was hopeless, Charleston shook his head and prepared to leave. In the eyes of foreigners, the dragon country is almost as big as the entire Europe. If this company doesn't work out, choose the next one. Wen Shen felt a little helpless. She didn't know any German or French, and she only knew the basics of English. Seeing Charleston about to leave, everyone present felt helpless. They can't even speak English clearly, let alone French, German, and Spanish. At this time, Zhou Siqing stood up and reached out to stop Charleston. Xiao Chang. Wen Shen said softly, not understanding what he was going to do. Young man, what are you doing? German. Zhou Siqing stood in front of Charleston and spoke in very standard German. Hello, Mr. Charleston, don't leave in a hurry, I am the translator for this time, I think we can continue chatting. Are you a translator? I am. Charleston looked at Zhou Siqing carefully and was shocked. If it weren't for his appearance, Charleston would have mistakenly thought that Zhou Siqing in front of him was a German. His German is so standard, both in pronunciation and intonation. Have your parents ever lived in Germany? No. Oh. My God, your German is perfect. Charleston immediately took a liking to Zhou Siqing. Afterwards, Zhou Siqing greeted the other two foreigners in French and Spanish respectively. Oh, young man, you said it very well. Your Spanish is better than anything I can say. Wen Shen's beautiful eyes widened. Xiao Chang could actually talk to this group of foreigners. There was no barrier in their communication, just like fellow villagers meeting each other. Wen Shen's heartbeat quickened. Zhou Siqing just stood there chatting and laughing. He switched back and forth in fluent language without any lag, and it sounded very smooth. For a moment, Wen Shen was mesmerized. Chapter 59. Is it okay? The key is that this child is still a college student. Wen Shen began to admire Zhou Siqing more and more. He not only has good looks, he also has inner talent. French, German, Spanish, and probably English, too. For a college student to be able to speak 4 international languages is not just a result of hard work, it also shows talent. This was exactly the child of her dreams. Wen Shen smiled gently. Xu Shengyan, who was sitting on the chair, had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it! This kid got lucky. Originally it was an opportunity for me to stand out, but now I have become an invisible person. Xu Shengyan hated himself for opening champagne at halftime. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have done it myself. I would have just arranged for an interpreter to come. The reason why Wen Shen couldn't find a translator today was Xu Shengyan's masterpiece. He knows German and wanted to personally rescue the situation in order to win Wen Shen's favor. The other thing is to establish relationships with foreign customers and cut off Wen Shen's company's customer resources, making it easier for them to cooperate with their own company in the future. Xu Shengyan's mood hit rock bottom as he failed to achieve the best of both worlds. Antoine, Mr. Charleston told his friend that he can continue to communicate with us. Wen Shen, who was immersed in a beautiful fantasy, came back to her senses with a start. Xiao Chang, you? Okay. Wen Shen reacted and couldn't help but touch his head. If this cooperation is successful, the company can directly earn more than 10 million yuan, equivalent to $1.5 million. And this is just the first round. Wen Shen didn't care about anything else and hurriedly invited Charleston and the others to sit down again. Zhou Siqing smiled slightly, came to where Xu Shengyan was, and said, "Please make way." Xu Shengyan cursed in his heart. Usually, others gave up their seats for him, but this time he had to give up his seat for others. He was really not used to it. Chu Shengyan suppressed his anger and gave up his seat unwillingly. The rest of the day went as smoothly as usual. Zhou Siqing showed off in front of everyone present. Not only German, but also French and Spanish, and at the end Zhou Siqing spoke a word in Japanese. Wen Shen was stunned. Not to mention the others, although they couldn't understand what Zhou Siqing said, they could clearly feel that he was really strong. Even Chu Shengyan couldn't help but be stunned. I have studied German for 2.5 years, but my level is still not as good as his. At this moment, Chu Shengyan finally realized that the gap between the ace player and the colored pen player was not just on the surface. A deep sense of loss swept over him. Zhou Siqing felt extremely happy. It's really pleasant to pretend once in a while. He likes this feeling very much. Half an hour later, the contract was successfully signed. After seeing off Charleston and the others, Wen Shen took Zhou Siqing back to the office. As soon as she stepped into the office, Wen Shen couldn't stop shouting with joy. Wen Shen hugged Zhou Siqing excitedly and cheered, "Xiaocheng, you are awesome. Tell me quickly, who did you learn foreign languages from?" Wen Shen's cheeks turned red with excitement. It felt good to be hugged, and Zhou Siqing stretched out a hand and climbed onto her waist. "Pinch it. I taught myself in my spare time at school. It's nothing, just luck." Zhou Siqing responded modestly. "Ah?" Xiaocheng Wen Shen's face was filled with disbelief. It was too good for him to have learned to this level on his own. He seems to be very strong in every aspect. "And one, don't be surprised," Zhou Siqing said calmly. "Thanks to you today, otherwise the company would have suffered great losses." Having said that, Wen Shen let go of Zhou Siqing. She came to the table, opened the drawer and took out a thick stack of craft paper. "Xiaocheng, this is for you. Thick craft paper has at least one W. And one, you are so generous. Here." Zhou Siqing retracted his outstretched hand and said meaningfully, "And one, can your money also be used as the 100,000 yuan?" Wen Shen was stunned. If the child hadn't mentioned the 100,000 yuan, she would have almost forgotten about it. "No, the money Auntie gave you is for you. What you earn yourself is your own. Auntie wants to see what you earn, not what I give you." "Oh, okay." Zhou Siqing nodded thoughtfully. He did not refuse and took the brown paper. Thick and heavy, cash really gives people a sense of security. It was really worth it to earn so much money in exchange for an afternoon of class. "Antoine, why does Chu Shengyan appear in your company? It just so happens that you are the translator again," Zhou Siqing asked. Wen Shen said distastefully, "Xiaoyu couldn't find a suitable translator, so he volunteered to come here. I don't know how he knew about this, but he probably saw the advertisement for translators. Let's not talk about him. My little Cheng is still the best." Wen Shen's eyes changed from admiration to worship. His handsome appearance coupled with his inner talent is truly admirable. Zhou Siqing couldn't help but laugh when he thought of Chu Xingyan's embarrassing look just now. "What other reward do you want? Auntie can satisfy you," Wen Shen said after taking a sip of coffee. She liked Zhou Siqing so much today. Really? Zhou Siqing glanced around the office. Normally, there is a secret door in the boss's office. "And when I want to kiss you," Zhou Siqing said honestly. "Ah?" Wen Shen was stunned. She had never expected this kind of request. "Auntie, are you okay?" Zhou Siqing asked expectantly. Chapter 60 Office. Wen Shen didn't want to refuse, but she couldn't get over it. "And when we have kissed quite a few times." Wen Shen's face immediately turned red. "Don't talk nonsense. We did kiss, but not many times." Wen Shen sounded somewhat guilty. She didn't know whether the so-called number of times was based on daily or single day. It is indeed a lot on a single day, but relatively less every day. But no matter which one, more than twice is too much. Seeing Wen Shen hesitate, Zhou Siqing sighed inwardly and said, "Then I can rub Auntie's legs." Wen Shen thought of the last time in the car, and her face turned red again. "Let's kiss. I was wearing long trousers and my legs were not exposed. According to his habit, he would definitely ask me to roll up my trousers. Who knows what will happen then?" Hearing this, Zhou Siqing raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. Seeing Zhou Siqing laughing, Wen Shen snorted, "It's okay to kiss, come on. Considering that this kid is helping me win back clients, it's okay to let him kiss me. It's worth spending more than 10 million just to get a kiss from him." And he had kissed her before, so it was nothing. Zhou Siqing was secretly happy in his heart. Aunt Wen was right. What was wrong with a kiss? Okay, Aunt Wen, but let me massage your legs first before I kiss you. Zhou Siqing said. No, you can only choose one. Wen Shen glared at Zhou Siqing. What's the difference between pressing and kneading? Don't get me wrong, I'm just massaging you through your pants, it won't hurt anything. Zhou Siqing said seriously, and when you walk a lot every day, your legs and feet must be sore. I just want to relieve your fatigue. So it was through the pants. After hearing his words, Wen Shen relaxed her guard. Okay. Wen Shen agreed because of Zhou Siqing's enthusiasm and filial piety. What puzzled Wen Shen was why he didn't make some other requests. For example, asking for more money, or a big meal, a car, a house, etc. Did he think it was unrealistic to say it out loud? Or did he not think about it at all? Thinking of this, Wen Shen hinted, Xiao Chang, no matter what you say today, Auntie will satisfy you. Zhou Siqing understood what she meant. I don't want material things, they are too vulgar. I want you, Auntie. Wen Shen was helpless. It seemed that she had to be nicer to this child in the future. After working for a long time, work is the only thing in your eyes. If Zhou Siqing hadn't suddenly barged in, her life would have been just like everyone else's, dull and ordinary. Sitting on the sofa, Wen Shen stretched out her legs. Wearing a pair of pants outside makes her feel safe. Zhou Siqing put Wen Shen's legs on his legs. Wen Shen was a little nervous, but after waiting for a while, she didn't feel any movement. Why don't you press it? Auntie, please give me a kiss before you press it. Hearing this, Wen Shen had the urge to strangle him to death. Still want a kiss? Wen Shen felt that she should find him a girlfriend. Yes, you should find him a girlfriend. After he finds a girlfriend, his mind will no longer be on you. On the contrary, it will be easier for you to recognize yourself as a mother at that time. And one, you just said it yourself, there's nothing wrong with a kiss. Wen Shen said nothing and closed her eyes. Come on, now. The sooner the kiss ends, the sooner it ends, otherwise he will keep thinking about it. Auntie, please kiss me. Wen Shen was stunned. The feeling and taste of active kissing and passive kissing are different. When being kissed passively, there is more shyness and panic. Taking the initiative to kiss is based on the two, and the mood becomes even more difficult to describe. Zhou Siqing didn't say anything, as if giving her time to think. A minute later, Wen Shen leaned over and kissed Zhou Siqing on the mouth. Go ahead and kiss her. It's not like you haven't kissed her before. No matter how much we kiss, it won't cost me anything, and besides, I had already promised him. Wen Shen touched her lips lightly. The movement was so fast that Zhou Siqing didn't have time to savor it. Zhou Siqing asked in confusion, Aunt Wen, did you kiss me? I kissed her. Wen Shen calmed her beating heart. My heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of my throat. Why can't I feel anything? Zhou Siqing wondered, try it again, this time doesn't count. I kissed you before. Kissing you again would be the second time. Wen Shen emphasized. I didn't feel it, so it doesn't count. Zhou Siqing pretended to be confused. Wen Shen pursed her lips and remained speechless. I clearly kissed you, how could I not feel it? Wen Shen didn't understand Zhou Siqing's sinister intentions for a moment, so she had to kiss him again. Wen Shen slowed down this time. She was afraid that Zhou Siqing would not be able to feel it again, and what would happen if he didn't feel anything. They stayed there for 5 seconds, and when they were about to separate, Zhou Siqing kissed her back. Wen Shen's pretty face flushed. Damn it! I was tricked by this kid again. Zhou Siqing put his arms around Wen Shen and pressed her down on the sofa. Wen Shen closed her eyes and was petrified. 1 point, 3 points, 5 points, 10 points. It was not until Wen Shen felt the coolness under her neck that she suddenly came to her senses. It was just a kiss, but it turned into snake patterns. The outer suit had been taken off and thrown on the ground, revealing the silk suspenders underneath. Wen Shen's face flushed, and she reminded awkwardly, okay. Stop pressing Auntie, get up quickly. Hearing Wen Shen's lazy and soft voice, Zhou Siqing didn't want to get up anymore. From a high vantage point, one can see the bottomless ravine. Aunt Wen's arms are so majestic. Zhou Siqing's heart was beating fast. Lie down for a while. You. All right. After dozens of minutes, Zhou Siqing slowly sat up. At this moment, Wen Shen was still lying there, with messy hair, flushed face, and one of her suspenders had been torn off. Zhou Siqing felt a little embarrassed. He was indeed a little drunk just now. Wen Shen sat up slowly. Even though the air conditioner in the room was blasting, the two of them still felt unbearably hot. Wen Shen didn't know what to say. There's nothing wrong with just a simple kiss. There are many aunts and sisters out there who kiss often. But when I think about the fact that other people just kissed the face, while I kissed the mouth and other parts of the body. Although it was Zhou Siqing's request, it was ultimately my own initiative. Wen Shen felt that she was becoming less and less like an elder. Their behavior was more like that between a boyfriend and a girlfriend, or a husband and a wife. Wen Shen looked at Zhou Siqing, thinking that he would be shy and admit his mistake, but she saw him staring at her with a smile on his face. Don't do this again next time. Wen Shen angrily placed her legs heavily on Zhou Siqing's legs and said angrily, hurry up and press it. If you can't do it well, don't leave. Of course Zhou Siqing had no objection. He is the best at giving people massages, but he would like to try an essential oil massage and an essential oil back massage. Chapter 61 Turning Corner. Aunt Wen, it's time for me to go. Zhou Siqing said as he put down Wen Shen's beautiful legs. Xiao Chang, there's a company dinner tonight, please come with me. Wen Shen persuaded him to stay. Most of the credit for the successful signing of today's contract goes to Zhou Siqing alone. I won't go as an outsider. I don't know anyone else except you, Auntie. Zhou Siqing also wanted to have dinner with Wen Shen, but he didn't like having so many people around. Besides, I wouldn't be able to fit in if I went there, and I would inevitably be envied and looked down upon by the petty people in the company. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Zhou Siqing politely declined Wen Shen's invitation. Okay, I'll ask you out alone this weekend. Thanks. No need to thank me, Auntie should be thanking you. Xiaoya is downstairs, I'll ask her to drive you there. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Zhou Siqing thanked her and left the office. Walking out of the office, Zhou Siqing felt hot all over. He thought to himself as he walked. He had a hunch that Wen Shen was a bit hypocritical. He just lay there motionless, without even a token resistance. He looks like he is at the mercy of others. Otherwise he wouldn't have acted so boldly. Although he resisted on the surface, he was not really like that in his heart. He looks serious on the outside, but he is actually extremely sultry on the inside. I have to say, this type of woman is the most charming and the coolest. Women in their 40s actually have needs too. Looking at the closed office door, Wen Shen let out a breath. Thinking back to what had just happened, Wen Shen's body couldn't stop feeling hot and uncomfortable. She also wanted to refuse, but her body could not help but cater to him unconsciously, instinctively, passively, mechanically, and reflexively. Then, Wen Shen's mind flashed back to the scene of Zhou Siqing communicating with Charleston. He looked really handsome and charming at that time. What surprised Wen Shen the most was that he could speak 3 languages. At that time, she concluded that this child must have been abroad. Because he spoke so naturally and fluently. To exaggerate a little, it feels like speaking my local dialect. Wen Shen was so confused that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to concentrate on her next work. The more she looks at Zhou Siqing, the more she likes him. It would be better if he could be less lustful. Speaking of lust, maybe he is not lustful. At his age full of vigor and vitality, some of his behaviors and thoughts are normal. Wen Shen has already decided to introduce a girlfriend to this boy so that he won't think about her anymore. It can also suppress desire. However, the next second, the scene just now appeared in Wen Shen's mind again. She tried hard to restrain herself from thinking about it, but her mind was full of Zhou Siqing's affairs. Recall the feeling of being suppressed just now. Wen Shen couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Are you going to take out the toys that have not been touched for many years? Zhou Siqing walked to the corner casually. At this time, he was still thinking about Wen Shen. How can I completely conquer her? Money? Charm? Just as I was about to turn, a beautiful woman in professional attire also came from the corner. The two collided with each other. Zhou Siqing just felt it was so soft and fragrant. A strong fragrance rushed into his nose, and Zhou Siqing sniffed it subconsciously. But this scent was so familiar, he seemed to have smelled it somewhere before. Ah! The woman screamed and sat down on the ground. Ouch, The documents in his hands fell to the ground and the glasses on his face also fell to the ground. The woman's screams sounded like a woman in distress, which made Zhou Siqing a little distracted. Are you okay? Zhou Siqing squatted down and helped her pick up the documents. Huh? Why is it you? When he saw the other person's face, Zhou Siqing was stunned. Who did I think it was? The woman on the ground was Liang Yu. Liang Yu rubbed her hips and complained tenderly, "Little brother, how do you see the road?" "Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Zhou Siqing picked up her glasses. Liang Yu put on her glasses and put her hands on Zhou Siqing's shoulders naturally. "Help me up, my butt is going to be smashed by you." "Can this be said openly?" "Sister Liang, what are you talking about? I didn't bump into you. At most we bumped into each other." Zhou Siqing forgot to help her. "What's Sister Liang? It's so ugly," Liang Yu said with disgust. "No, how do you know my last name is Liang?" Liang Yu became alert and stared at Zhou Siqing. "Well." Zhou Siqing held his mouth. He couldn't say it was the system. The system is good in every way, but knowing the other party's name in advance is the worst. After Li Yunting's questioning, Zhou Siqing said calmly, "Sister, your name is written on the clothes on your left chest. Sales manager, Liang Yu." Liang Yu looked down and saw her badge hanging on her chest. "Little brother, you have very good eyesight," Liang Yu said in surprise. "Average," Zhou Siqing said calmly. "Oof." Liang Yu had a strange feeling in her heart. She met him twice, and the second time she ran into love at the corner and bumped into him. Is this what they call fate? But he was so strong that not only did he not fall, he didn't even move back a bit. "Hurry, help me up, what are you looking at?" Liang Yu urged in a tender voice. "Oh." Zhou Siqing helped her up and brushed the dust off her clothes. "Are you taking advantage of me?" Liang Yu asked. "What advantage?" Zhou Siqing was puzzled. Helping her brush off the dust was taking advantage? Tell me what's your name and which department are you from?" "Sister, I'm a college student, not an employee of this company." "Student? No wonder you look so small." "Little?" "Sister, if you haven't seen it, don't talk nonsense, otherwise I will sue you for defamation." "Okay, then take it out and let me see it." Liang Yu licked his lips. Zhou Siqing frowned. This woman did not play by the rules at all. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to get busy first." Liang Yu looked at the documents and said to Zhou Siqing. "Well, okay." Zhou Siqing didn't say anything. He found it a little difficult to cope with the sudden fact that a woman was so open to him. Normally, girls and women are all very serious, and even if they are a little bit flirty, they won't show it. Liang Yu gave Zhou Siqing a charming smile, patted her hips and left. Zhou Siqing exhaled a breath of hot air. What a goblin! "Liang Yu, don't let me meet you again." When they arrived on the first floor, the lady at the front desk nodded at Zhou Siqing and smiled. Zhou Siqing responded to her politely. Secretary Zhu Xiaoye came over at this time. "Mr. Zhou, wait a moment, I'll drive the car over." "Good." Just as Zhu Xiaoye turned to leave, another boy with a crossbody bag came over. Brother, wait a minute," the boy said, handing over an A4 paper, or to be more precise, a resume. The boy was very polite and handed his resume with both hands, which was too formal. Zhou Siqing looked at the boy with confusion, not understanding what he was doing. What is going on? Chapter 62 Fun. The boys acted too formally and dressed too formally. He was wearing a suit, and if you didn't know him, you would think he was a volunteer salesperson. Zhou Siqing took his resume in confusion. "His name is written on it, Yang Wei." The boy was very polite. When he saw Zhou Siqing taking the resume, he took the initiative to start a conversation. "Brother, are you from our company? Who was that lady just now?" Yang Wei asked. "She is a secretary," Zhou Siqing said. "Oh." Yang Wei seemed to understand something, and then smiled and said, "Then you must be a boss or a manager, right?" "Boss, you are really young. I am from Jinling University. I would like to interview for a computer position in your company. Do you think I have a chance?" "Ahem," Yang Wei. After all this time, he thought he was the boss. Zhou Siqing didn't want to hide it from the other party, after all, he was his senior. Yang Wei was very ambitious. Before Zhou Siqing could speak, he continued, "It may not be polite for me to ask you this, but I really want to join your company. This was my dream when I was in school. Also, this is the website I made in recent years, take a look. Yang Wei couldn't wait to take out the computer from his school bag and opened it to show Zhou Sicheng. Yang Wei looked at Zhou Sicheng with sharp eyes, as if waiting for his approval. No. Zhou Sicheng didn't explain the matter clearly in the end. He patted Yang Wei on the shoulder and said, "Believe in yourself." Okay. Yang Wei was overjoyed and thanked Zhou Sicheng many times. Zhou Sicheng felt embarrassed. He didn't say anything because he was afraid of discouraging his enthusiasm. Anyway, there is a high probability that we won't meet in the future. Afterwards, Yang Wei didn't ask any more questions. He put away his school bag and thanked Zhou Sicheng. "Thank you, boss. If I succeed in the interview, I will repay the company well. Come on." At this time, Zhu Xiaoye walked in from the front door. "Mr. Zhou, it's time for us to leave." Zhou Sicheng nodded at Zhu Xiaoye. Then he looked at Yang Wei, whose face was flushed, and nodded slightly at him. "Come outside and get into the business car. Huiku Jia supermarket." Zhou Sicheng planned to come here to buy something to fill his stomach. With a consumption card, the main feature is that you don't have to spend any money. When he arrived at the supermarket, Zhou Sicheng picked up a small loaf of bread and a bottle of yogurt. "Eh? Zhou Sicheng, why are you here?" Behind him, Zhao Ruizi's voice sounded. She was wearing a white tank top with a floral skirt and her usual slippers. The camisole makes her chest look fuller. The narrow cracks in the mountains are fascinating at first sight. At this time, Zhao Ruizi was holding a broom in his hand. "Sister, I'm here to buy something." Zhou Sicheng shook the bread in his hand. Zhao Ruizi glanced at the snacks in his hand and said, "Are you hungry?" "Well, a little bit." Zhou Sicheng said. "I have some leftover soup dumplings from lunch and some side dishes. If you don't mind, I can heat them up for you and you can have some." "Okay." Afterwards, Zhao Ruizi brought Zhou Sicheng into the cabin. "I opened the refrigerator, took out the food, and put it in the microwave for a few minutes. There were a lot of things, including spare ribs, cold dishes, pickles, eggs, and small buns with vegetarian fillings." Zhou Sicheng took out his cell phone and took a photo. Looking at the food on the table, Zhou Sicheng was originally just a little hungry, but now his stomach started to growl. "It looks good, but I don't know how it tastes." "Sister, that's a lot. Just eat until you're full." Zhao Ruizi did not forget to hand him a pair of chopsticks. "Try it now. I made these myself. I wonder if they suit your taste." Zhou Sicheng nodded, took the chopsticks and picked up a piece of spare ribs. He put it in his mouth with a look of surprise on his face. The appearance is exaggerated but not deliberate. Seeing this, Zhao Ruizi asked expectantly, "How is it? Is it delicious?" "It's delicious." Zhou Sicheng picked up the bun and took a bite. "The buns are delicious too. Sister, your cooking is so delicious." He originally planned to eat half and leave the other half, but the other party actually gave him a surprise. Zhou Sicheng started eating with big mouthfuls. "Just treat it as afternoon tea." Zhou Sicheng didn't care about his image and started eating with relish. "Slow down, you didn't have lunch, did you?" Zhao Ruizi said lovingly, while bringing him a cup of lemon tea. "I ate, but I'm hungry again." Zhou Sicheng enjoyed the meal very much, mainly because it was so delicious. While eating, I chatted with her about things in the supermarket. The relationship between the two gradually became harmonious. After the meal, all the food on the table was gone. Zhou Sicheng took out his cell phone and took another photo. Zhao Ruizi cleaned up the garbage and washed the dishes. After packing up, the two walked out of the cabin. Of course, this meal cannot be eaten for free, so Zhou Sicheng helped Zhao Ruizi tidy up the things on the shelves. Zhao Ruizi was pulling a cart with boxes of drinks, snacks, and other things on it. "Sister, let me do this. After eating your food, I have to help you with some work." Zhou Sicheng picked up the box. Zhao Ruizi felt a little embarrassed. He invited him to dinner, not to ask him to help him with work. "Oh, it's okay. I can do it myself." "Fine." Zhou Sicheng helped her put it in place. Except for the box full of drinks, which is a little heavier, the rest are very light. If Zhao Ruizi really were to move, I don't know when he would move. The picture of the two people working is definitely like a wife accompanying her husband and a husband working. After moving the last box, Zhou Sicheng clapped his hands. "Let me see." Zhao Ruizi took the initiative to reach out and picked up Zhou Xiqing's arm and looked at it carefully. Zhou Xiqing was stunned. It was so white at such a close distance. The person is white and the clothes are white too. Zhou Xiqing raised his head unconsciously. Zhao Ruizi pinched Zhou Xiqing's arm curiously, looking incredulous. Sister, what are you pinching? Zhou Xiqing asked. I didn't realize you're so strong? Zhao Ruizi said with a smile. So, do you like it, sister? Zhao Ruizi blushed, didn't answer, put down his arm, and turned to organize the shelves. After tidying up the shelves and putting labels on them, the two of them went to the cashier desk. Li Feng was still standing outside the cash register. Ruizi, let me. Before he could finish his words, Li Feng saw Zhou Xiqing next to Zhao Ruizi. At this moment, Zhou Xiqing was smiling at himself. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to come here again? In an instant, the smile on Li Feng's face collapsed, and the words he said were a little impolite. Li Feng, what are you talking about? What do you mean by not letting him come? Zhao Ruizi understood what Li Feng meant, but still wanted to confirm it. Li Feng just laughed it off. If I mention what happened that day to Zhao Ruizi, she will think that I am a narrow-minded and short-sighted person. Nothing, I recognized the wrong person. Zhao Ruizi glanced at Li Feng coldly and didn't ask any more questions. But I completely felt resentment towards him in my heart. By chance an old man came over at this time. Sister Zhao, check out. Zhao Ruizi scanned with the scanner, then said with a smile, Uncle, the total is 46 yuan. Yeah. The old man took out a red $100 bill. Zhao Ruizi took the money in his hand, took a quick look at it, and put it directly into the cash box. Then he found some change from the cash box. I'll give you 54 yuan in change. Keep it. The old man didn't say anything. After receiving the money, he wanted to leave in a hurry. Zhou Xiqing on the side glanced at the old man strangely and said, Wait a minute. Chapter 63, Counterfeit Money Incident. Zhou Xiqing stood in front of the old man. Uncle, don't leave in a hurry. There is a promotion in the supermarket today and you can get eggs for free. Zhou Xiqing said with a smile. When the old man heard that he could get eggs, he stopped walking and said happily, Young man, take me there quickly. Hey, okay, I'll take you there. Zhou Xiqing took the old man to the cashier counter. Then he asked Zhao Ruizi to take out the 100 yuan again. It's easy to get the eggs. Just pay for your shopping first. What are you talking about, young man? Didn't I pay for it? You pay NMLG. Zhou Xiqing resisted the urge to swear, then smiled and said, Whether you did it intentionally or unintentionally, pay the money quickly. Young man, I don't understand what you are saying. The old man had a smile on his face, completely unaware of what was going on. Xiao Zhou, what's wrong? Zhao Ruizi asked. It's nothing, it's just that this bill is counterfeit. Zhou Xiqing asked Zhao Ruizi to take out the money that the old man had paid. Zhao Ruizi took it in his hand, looked at it and identified it. Xiao Zhou, there seems to be nothing wrong with this money. Zhao Ruizi knows how to identify it. Fake money has flaws, but this money is exactly the same as real money. Is it wrong? Zhou Xiqing took it and looked at it, then took out another 100 yuan note from the cash box and asked Zhao Ruizi to compare it again. It's real. After identifying the 200 yuan bills, Zhao Ruizi said again. Is the target wrong? Isn't it this old man? Zhou Xiqing felt a sense of guilt. Ruizi, this kid is looking for trouble. You should consider firing him. Li Feng deliberately fanned the flames. He stopped the old man and accused him of paying with fake money. This completely damages the image of our supermarket. Zhao Ruizi glanced at Li Feng and said nothing. Ruizi, you have seen the money, you know whether it is real or fake. Li Feng said, then turned and looked at Zhou Xiqing mockingly. Zhou Xiqing didn't say anything. He was recalling the information from the system. In his mind, he checked it again. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and now it's 4:09. The old man settled the bill 9 minutes ago, and the timing was exactly right. My money is hard-earned, so I can't go wrong. Young man, can I get the eggs? The old man said to Zhou Xiqing with a smile on his face. This time, Zhou Xiqing felt that the smile was a bit sinister. It made him very uncomfortable. Ruizi, quickly fire him on the spot. Li Feng came over and said to the old man with a smile, "I'm sorry, uncle, this kid is a little bit mentally ill, I apologize to you." "It's okay, just let the young man give me the eggs," the old man said with a smile. "Okay, I'll give you the eggs." Li Feng responded repeatedly, feeling very happy. He finally got the chance to make Zhou Siqing disappear forever. Li Feng's heart was numb when he saw Zhou Siqing for the first time. "I took his money, but he didn't keep his word at all. Since you don't keep your word, I'll kill you." Zhao Ruizi glanced at Zhou Siqing. She knew that he definitely wasn't trying to cause trouble. Something must have gone wrong or something. "Xiao Zhou?" Zhao Ruizi called out. Zhou Siqing took out the brown paper from his trouser pocket and in front of everyone, pulled out a brand new $100 bill. "Wow!" Zhao Ruizi exclaimed in his heart, surprised by him. How could a college student like him be so rich? He had so much cash on him. Li Feng was even more shocked and completely dumbfounded. The brown paper was like a bolt of lightning, striking Li Feng hard, leaving him burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. "No, isn't he just a poor college student? How did you suddenly become so rich?" Li Feng was used to online payment, so he couldn't take his eyes off such a large sum of cash. Even though this money is not his own. "Xiao Zhou?" Zhao Ruizi's tone turned into shock. Zhou Siqing decided to give it a try with his own money. If it was real money, the worst that could happen was that he apologized to the old man and compensated him with eggs. "Sister, use this one of mine to identify it." "Good." Zhao Ruizi took the 2 banknotes in his hand. After a few seconds, Zhao Ruizi said strangely, "It seems a little different." After saying that, Zhao Ruizi carefully identified it again. 5 minutes later, Zhao Ruizi's expression changed completely. She could no longer tell which was the real bill and which was the fake one. "Xiao Zhou, I don't know which one is real or fake." Zhao Ruizi's face was pale and ugly. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing directly chose to call the police. The police responded quickly and arrived in just 10 minutes. After professional identification by the uncles, it was confirmed that the note given by the old man was a counterfeit note. In addition, several other $100 bills in the cash box were also fake. For example, in the picture just now, Zhao Ruizi was dazzled for a moment when he was identifying counterfeit money. Zhao Ruizi was devastated. Most of the people who came to buy things paid online, and very few used cash. So she didn't prepare much cash, only 1,000 yuan bills, but she had a lot of other change in reserve. The police officers then retrieved 90 days of surveillance footage from their computers. The old man comes every 3 days, same time, same 100 yuan, same person to pay the bill. Based on this number of times, Zhao Ruizi had no idea how many counterfeit bills he had received from him. After the truth was revealed, Zhou Siqing teased the old man, "Old man, do you want more eggs? When you get old, you don't tell the truth much. You." The old man pointed at Zhou Siqing, his lips trembling with anger. Li Feng was also extremely embarrassed. He had just spoken for the old man, but he didn't expect that this old man was so vicious. "Ha, I think the old man doesn't understand. Should we just forget about it?" Li Feng said. Instantly, everyone present looked at Li Feng. There was confusion, anger, and ridicule. "Fuck you." Zhou Siqing cursed. "Why are you scolding me? You are being unreasonable. Why should I spare others when I am right? Are you crazy? Li Feng. If you are bored, go out and find something to do. Don't be an eyesore here." Zhao Ruizi said with a grim expression. Li Feng shut up in embarrassment. Zhao Ruizi was furious at this time. He knew the old man in front of him. He would greet and talk to him every time he came to buy something. Over time, she also got to know the old man. After they got to know each other, Zhao Ruizi would hardly go out of his way to verify the authenticity of the money the old man gave him every time he paid the bill. He gave, and she took. "I thought he was a kind old man, but I never expected him to be a bad-hearted old man." It is true that the people who hurt you are often the ones closest to you. Chapter 64. A car. Finally, the old man was taken away by the police to assist in the investigation. Zhao Ruizi was in a terrible mood. "I don't even know how many counterfeit bills I have received, so I have to check them carefully when I get back." Thinking about the smile that the old man had shown him every time, Zhao Ruizi felt extremely disgusted. She decided in her heart that she would never be kind to those old ladies and old men again, or to anyone else. Keep a calm mind. Sister, don't be angry. Zhou Siqing comforted her. Thanks to you, Xiaocheng. Zhao Ruizi expressed his sincere gratitude. If he hadn't been there, he didn't know how many more counterfeit bills he would have received. Zhao Ruizi felt more and more fond of Zhou Siqing. Every time he appears, he seems to be able to help me. He is simply my lucky goddess. Well, it's such a big supermarket, let's buy a money detector. He looked around and didn't see any money detector. Okay. Zhao Ruizi nodded. After this incident, she became more and more aware of the viciousness of human nature. We must always be on guard against others. The value of this sentence is still increasing. Li Feng stood aside awkwardly. No one paid any attention to him, as if he didn't exist at all. Zhao Ruizi threw the remaining counterfeit money into the trash can. From now on, she never wanted to see these counterfeit money again. Li Feng, please go away. Please don't come again. There is nothing for you to do when you come. Glancing at Li Feng, Zhao Ruizi continued coldly, even if you come, I can't take care of you. Zhao Ruizi made his words very clear, and Li Feng also heard them very clearly. After this incident, Li Feng's impression in Zhao Ruizi's mind dropped sharply. I thought he was a normal man and he knew what was going on in his mind. If we can't be lovers, being just ordinary friends is also good. But unexpectedly, he is a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. To see through a person, you can often tell from a small thing. Ruizi, I was thinking about that. Li Feng wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Zhao Ruizi before he could finish his words. You have the heart in the mouth, and I just need to use my brain to say what I see. As for what you really think in your heart, I'm not interested in knowing. Zhao Ruizi said, turned and entered the supermarket. Li Feng sighed. He could feel in his heart that he and Zhao Ruizi had completely broken up. Damn it! I shouldn't have spoken so much for the old man. Damn old man! Zhou Siqing came over and patted Li Feng on the shoulder. Thank you for the 1,000 yuan you gave me. The salmon is delicious. I just don't know if my money can equal several months' salary for you. The brown paper flashed before Li Feng's eyes. Li Feng was stunned in a trance. He suddenly understood why Zhou Siqing could leave the school freely, unlike other college students. He is not a rich second generation, but he is definitely not short of money. He may be pursuing Zhao Ruizi because he enjoys the process, including for himself. I am like the clown in the middle. Rich people think and do things completely differently from ordinary people. Li Feng felt a strong sense of frustration and didn't have much confidence. A counterfeit bill not only solved the supermarket shortage, but also solved the stumbling block of Li Feng. After today, it seems that Li Feng will not pursue Zhao Ruizi again. Even if I come again, it would be just asking for trouble and being rejected. Li Feng's existence is dispensable to Zhou Siqing. If he could have caught up with Zhao Ruizi, he would have done it long ago. If you pursue a woman for half a year but still fail to get her, you can imagine the result. If he was a smart person, he should have given up long ago. Because she never liked you from the beginning. Either I like you at first sight, or I never like you. Zhou Siqing stayed in the supermarket for a while longer. It was not until 6 o'clock that he received a call from Bing Jia and left the supermarket. Xiao Chang, where are you? Can you come to the store to help Auntie? Bing Jia's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhou Siqing agreed, okay. Auntie will send you the location. Zhou Siqing didn't expect that Aunt Bai would call him in person, which saved him a lot of excuses. Before going to the jewelry store, Zhou Siqing first went to the self-service bank and deposited the money into his bank card. It is inconvenient and unsafe to openly take so much money outside. Zhou Siqing counted the total amount and it was 30,000 yuan. The deposit has reached 200,000. Although he is not as rich as those wealthy men and women, he is very content. After all, he earned 200,000 in less than a month. Save the money well. Zhou Siqing posted a status on a certain audio platform, which was a photo he took before dinner this afternoon. There are 2 photos in total, before and after meals. After taking a taxi, Zhou Siqing came to the jewelry store to deal with Bing Jia's issue. The important things are left for later. That's a whole car, you can't miss it. All boys want to own a car, and he is no exception. No matter how much the car costs, it doesn't matter if it's second-hand. After all, it is a car that can accompany you to poetry and distant places. Go wherever you want, without any restrictions. When it came to owning a car, Zhou Siqing couldn't help but feel a little excited. Arriving downstairs at the jewelry store, Zhou Siqing walked in. "Welcome, handsome man, please come in." Zhou Siqing nodded and saw Bing Jia at a glance. Bing Jia walked towards him. "Aunt Bai, what happened?" Zhou Siqing asked knowingly. Bing Jia pulled Zhou Siqing out of the store. "Auntie, what happened?" Zhou Siqing asked curiously when he came outside. "Xiao Chang, you pretend to be my son and accompany me in. If someone asks you, just say that something happened at home and I need to go back urgently," Bing Jia said anxiously. "Okay, auntie, not to mention being your son, I can even pretend to be your husband." Zhou Siqing agreed immediately. Bing Jia blushed. "Well, auntie ran into some trouble." As for what the trouble was, Bing Jia didn't say, and Zhou Siqing tacitly didn't ask. After all, Zhou Siqing is just a child in her heart, and some things are inconvenient to say. It would be even worse if it caused any unnecessary trouble. Thinking of the recent series of troubles, Bing Jia felt tired again. "Aunt Bai, don't worry. I will listen to you and help you." Zhou Siqing gave him a reassuring look. Zhou Siqing had a hunch that he was about to get the beautiful woman in front of him. Bing Jia hummed, not understanding his hint. "Auntie, let's go in quickly." Zhou Siqing was worried about the car. "Okay." Bing Jia nodded. Before they had taken a few steps, Bing Jia suddenly grabbed Zhou Siqing. Zhou Siqing turned around. "Aunt Bai, let's go." "Xiao Chang, why don't you not go in?" Bing Jia suddenly felt a sense of guilt and self-blame in her heart. "Auntie, are you kidding me?" Zhou Siqing said a little unhappily. "No." Bing Jia shook her head. She suddenly felt very selfish. Why let a child interfere in matters between adults? "I was anxious when I called him just now, and I just wanted to leave the store as soon as possible." When Bing Jia thought of Wang Chong's disgusting face, a trace of fear arose in her heart. It would be bad if the child was frightened and left with a trauma. Wang Chong openly or secretly asked her to sleep with him in a hotel room, and he would magnify every small problem at work into something bigger and bigger. This is just the leader. Customers who come to buy things also give me hints from time to time. "Auntie, since you asked me to come here, I will definitely help you." "Hey, Auntie was anxious and shouldn't have let you come." "Aunt Bai, just trust me. I'm here now. If I don't do anything, you're just making a fool of me. Let's take a step back and at worst we can just call the police," Zhou Siqing said comfortingly. "Okay, alright." Bing Jia was conflicted at this moment. What she is most worried about now is not her own performance and salary, but Zhou Siqing. Bing Jia regretted it so much that when she encountered difficulties, the first person she thought of was not someone else, but Zhou Siqing. "Whenever he comes to my side, I always feel an inexplicable sense of security. Leave it to me." Zhou Siqing smiled brightly. Seeing his smile, Bing Jia felt relaxed unconsciously. Chapter 65, Surprise. After returning to the store, Zhou Siqing's eyes were still on Bing Jia. "My roommate's mother is really beautiful. It would be a pity if she was obtained by another man. The person Zhou Siqing cares about most is Su Kunji. It is better to recognize yourself as your father than to recognize a stranger as your father. After all, they both know each other. It doesn't hurt to call him dad." After entering, many people in the store looked at them. Female salespeople love gossip the most, and they immediately began to whisper to each other. Bing Jia brought Zhou Siqing to the office on the second floor and knocked on the door. She held the phone tightly in her hand, staying on the dialing screen so that she could call the police at any time. Bing Jia knew that if Wang Chong still refused to let her go, she would have no choice but to call the police and then resign. She had seen too many people like Wang Chong in her previous work. But at that time, I was in a high position and not many men dared to mess with me. But now, it's completely different. There is a gap between leaders and employees. Looking at Bing Jia, who looked nervous, Zhou Siqing gently held her hand and squeezed it to ask her to relax. The moment she was held, Bing Jia's pretty face flushed and her body became a little soft. Zhou Siqing held her soft and smooth hand tightly. There was no response from inside the door. Bing Jia said to Zhou Siqing, "Xiao Chang, let's go in." When they opened the door, the two people inside were instantly startled. In an ordinary office, the first thing you see when you open the door is the desk, and then the person on the desk. Zhou Siqing took out his cell phone in seconds and took a photo. The bald middle-aged man was startled and hurriedly pulled up his pants. Who? Who let you in? Get out! Wang Chong cursed angrily, saying that the reason the door was not locked was because no one dared to open the office door at will. The woman didn't scream, but lowered her head and hid aside. Bing Jia was a little dazed. She knew the woman in the room. She had an interview the day before yesterday and started working yesterday. Is it on the table today? Moreover, this woman has a husband. She saw the woman's husband pick her up after get off work yesterday. A layer of blush then spread across Bing Jia's face. The woman's ominous sign was still on the desk. Wang Chong is approachable at work and often goes to the first floor to joke with the female sales staff. It turns out that the ultimate purpose of joking is here. Relying on his status, he harasses women at will and destroys other people's families. Bing Jia went from disliking it to hating it. Wang Chong, what are you yelling about? Zhou Siqing sneered. Wang Chong pulled up his pants and suddenly changed his tone. Brother Zhou, why are you here? I'm sorry, Brother Zhou, I didn't know it was you who came in. Please sit down, please sit down. Wang said enthusiastically, like a completely different person. Then he quietly looked at Bing Jia. His eyes were filled with greed. But at this moment, his greed flashed by. Bing Jia, the girl in front of me, has been in my mind since I started working last month. This woman is so perfect, completely different from the other little women in the store. Not only is she beautiful in appearance, she also gives people a feeling of primitive desire. Whenever he saw Bing Jia, Wang Chong would unconsciously raise his pole and start fantasizing about it. When JS goes out to find girls, they all base their choices on Bing Jia's appearance and height, and imagine them to be Bing Jia. Brother Zhou, why are you here? Wang Chong said flatteringly. Why can't I come? I heard that you always make things difficult for my Aunt Bai at work. Zhou Siqing crossed his legs and acted like a big brother. Aunt Bai? Wang Chong turned his head and looked at Bing Jia. Wang Chong was frightened. Bing Jia is actually his eldest brother's elder. He thought that by putting pressure on Bing Jia with work matters, he would be able to get what he wanted and make this stunning beauty his own. Unexpectedly, it caused a big trouble. Thinking of the scene of Zhou Siqing fighting 1 against 5, Wang Chang's body shuddered subconsciously. It's over. If I don't handle it well, I will be beaten to death. Bing Jia stood there, speechless and stunned. From the day I met Zhou Siqing, I felt that he was a kind and obedient child, better than my own son. I let him come here because I just want to seek a sense of security and have him accompany me. She has a little selfishness. But now, it seems that is not the case. She had only seen Wang Chong serving tea and pouring water on TV. It is obvious that Wang Chong is afraid of Zhou Siqing. She didn't know what she was afraid of. Sister Bai, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were Brother Zhou's elder. It's my fault. Wang Chong slapped himself hard and said in panic, Sister Bai, you are my eldest sister, you will be the supervisor from now on. In 2 days, I will ask the store manager to leave, and you will be the store manager here. I was not well behaved a few days ago. I was horny. Sister Bai, please don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing was also stunned. He didn't expect that this big brother's identity was so awesome. Wang Chong said that he was his younger brother, but Zhou Siqing did not act too high profile. The change in the situation left Bing Jia speechless and confused. Now not only can I leave safely, but I also got a promotion. Zhou Siqing, who is he? Bing Jia thought of many possible outcomes, but she never thought of this one. Because this kind of result is simply unrealistic for her. Xiao Chang. Bing Jia looked at Zhou Siqing helplessly. We understand what you said. Don't forget the promotion ceremony tomorrow. Zhou Siqing stood up. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. I promise to do everything beautifully for you tomorrow. Wang Chong patted his chest. Without saying anything else, Zhou Siqing took Bing Jia's hand and left the office. The main purpose of coming here is to prevent Bing Jia from being troubled and harassed and to let her return home safely. The promotion was a complete surprise. After Zhou Siqing walked out of the office, Wang Chong wiped the sweat off his face and sat down on the chair, feeling relieved. Fortunately, I didn't use force, otherwise I would really die. Chapter 66 Fruitful Results. After coming outside, Zhou Siqing finally understood what it meant that beautiful women are the root of trouble. If I didn't have this system and this connection, I don't know what the situation would be like tonight. Maybe they will actually call the police. Many people born in the 1970s and 1980s spent more money on entertainment than young people today. Like Wang Chung just now, harassing his subordinates is only secondary. Who knows how much more perverted he could be behind the scenes. So it is not difficult to understand why women like Wen Shen, Zhao Ruizi, and Bing Jia have no shortage of suitors. In fact, they were born in the 90s and 95s, or even earlier. Their looks and figures are secondary. The combination of modern and traditional ideas is what makes them irresistible. Once it is stimulated and developed to the extreme, the result can only be described in one word: awesome. Every night, all night long. Xiao Chang, do you know him? Bing Jia recovered from the shock just now. She never imagined that the child in front of her would know her manager. An old friend. Auntie, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take you home. Zhou Siqing didn't use any reasons to explain, as it would be too difficult to explain. Whatever happens, as long as the result is good. Since the establishment of the intelligence system, Zhou Siqing found himself becoming more and more hypocritical. Thank you, Auntie. Bing Jia said gratefully. This child is much more reliable than her own son. Auntie, there's no need for us to say thank you to each other. Zhou Siqing said with a smile. Bing Jia's eyes were red. These days, she has been under pressure from Wang Chong and ridiculed by her colleagues. She can't eat or sleep well and has had the urge to resign several times. Resigning is easy, but I haven't figured out what to do next. The key point is that there are too many places to spend money now, and she really doesn't want to quit her job and go through all this trouble unless it's absolutely necessary. Auntie, you will be the supervisor tomorrow, so you can relax a little. Zhou Siqing said. Bing Jia nodded. In the darkness, it was Zhou Siqing who gave her hope and became the only life-saving straw in her heart. What Bing Jia didn't notice was that Zhou Siqing's hand holding hers turned into an interlocking of their fingers. The two bodies were also very close. Xiao Chang, come home with me. Auntie will cook for you tonight. Okay, I like eating food cooked by others the most. Zhou Siqing couldn't ask for more. He originally planned to go back to school, but it looks like he will have to delay it for another hour or two. Afterwards, the two returned home hand in hand. There are a lot of things placed next to the door. There are many boxes of different sizes. Auntie, did someone send you something? Zhou Siqing asked. Bing Jia shook her head. No, I don't have any girlfriends or friends around me. Bing Jia picked it up and took a look. Clothes, jewelry, accessories, cosmetics. These are all things that women like. The packaging looks really good. Bing Jia put down her things and pulled Zhou Siqing into the house. After coming here many times, Zhou Siqing no longer feels restrained. Aunt Bai, just keep it. No, someone probably put it in the wrong place. Let's not take advantage of it. Aunt Bai, you are wrong. How can it be considered as taking advantage if someone gives it to you? Taking something for free is considered as taking advantage. Zhou Siqing opened the security door and took the things in. Hey, Xiao Chang. Bing Jia wanted to stop him. Bing Jia didn't want to say anything, but she vaguely guessed who owned the thing placed at the door. Zhou Siqing brought the things in and said, Auntie, please open it and take a look at it in the evening. Eh? Bing Jia changed the subject. Xiao Chang, please sit for a while. I'll go change my clothes and cook for you later. Good. Bing Jia went to the master bedroom, and Zhou Siqing wanted to follow her, but he held back. After changing clothes, Bing Jia came out. Compared to last time, this time she changed into long pants and short-sleeved shirt, and covered herself tightly except for her arms. Bing Jia learned from the last lesson. Men and women should not touch each other, let alone you are such a grown-up, you should still be careful. Zhou Siqing took a look at her lei fruit. The twigs bear fruit. Bunny jumping. At dinner, Bing Jia saw Zhou Siqing eating so happily that the maternal love in her eyes was about to overflow. Auntie, your cooking is so delicious. Zhou Siqing praised. Really? You are the first one who says that Auntie's cooking is delicious. Bing Jia's eyes changed from surprise to gloomy. No way? Didn't Su Kunji say that? Zhou Siqing asked curiously. No. Every time her son came home, he would order takeout for 3 meals a day or go out to eat. Even when eating at home, it is not a proper meal. Xiao Chang, Auntie is so envious of your mother for having such an obedient and sensible son. Auntie, I envy Su Kunji too, for having such a beautiful mother like you. Zhou Xiqing's words eased Bai Mingjia's mood a lot. Chatting with Zhou Xiqing, Bai Mingjie was in a happy mood all night. After dinner, Zhou Xiqing looked at the time, 7:41. Bai Mingjie was bending over to pick up the garbage. Zhou Xiqing recalled the day when Bai Mingjie taught him how to kiss. Thinking of this, he asked, Aunt Bai, I haven't learned what you taught me last time. Xiao Chang, what are you talking about? Auntie doesn't understand. Bai Mingjie was puzzled. What did she teach him? It's just kissing. Zhou Xiqing said. Hearing this, Bai Mingjie looked shy and said, Xiao Chang, you have already learned what I taught you last time. Yes, I learned it, but I want to review it, and I also want to learn new things. Zhou Xiqing said innocently. No, you can't kiss your aunt. Why not? It worked last time, why not this time? Last time, Auntie taught you that if you wanted to review, you should go and talk to your girlfriend. Bai Mingjie said embarrassedly. I don't know what got me into this last time, but I actually taught a college student how to kiss. Although it is exciting, it goes against moral principles. In order to prevent such things from happening, Bai Mingjie rejected Zhou Xiqing. Zhou Xiqing was not in a hurry, and then he said, Auntie, can I touch your legs? By the way, I will give you a massage to relax you. Xiao Chang, Auntie's legs aren't sore. Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? Zhou Xiqing said disappointedly, forget it, I just want to help Auntie relax her muscles and bones, and hope you can sleep well at night, that's all. Since you think I'm taking advantage of you, Auntie, forget it. No matter how much I say, it won't change your mind. Zhou Xiqing spoke frankly, as if he was misunderstood and couldn't explain it. No, Bai Mingjie didn't expect it to be like this. What she was thinking just now was very simple, which was to guide the child to establish correct concepts. Kissing is something that is normal with girlfriends or wives, but I am his aunt and elder, and kissing him is not only taking advantage of him, but also immoral. Xiao Chang, you can give Auntie a massage, but you can't kiss her. Bai Mingjie thought for a moment and said, Auntie is older than you and is taking advantage of you. Auntie, you have taken such good care of yourself. Your complexion is rosy and shiny. You are 40 years old, but you look like you are 20 years old. Zhou Xiqing praised her and stood up, how can you be old? You are more fragrant than those girls in their 20s. Bai Mingjie blushed and became shy after being praised. She felt very happy when being praised by a child. Sometimes people praise me, but I don't feel anything. Bai Mingjie's joy reached its peak when Zhou Xiqing praised her so casually. Even if she was praised as a vixen, she would think it was a compliment. I'll go wash my hands first. Bai Mingjie walked into the bathroom. Zhou Xiqing glanced at the box that was brought in before the meal. He remembered that there was a short skirt inside, so he decided to let Aunt Bai change into it. Having already been massaged through his pants once today, he didn't want to experience it again. Zhou Xiqing opened the box containing the pants right away. When I opened the box, I found a short skirt and a top inside. 2 pieces of the same color should be 1 piece. Don't worry about the quality of the clothes or the fabric, the appearance alone is enough to give you a full sense of ceremony. Chapter 67, Filial Piety. Bai Mingjie walked out of the bathroom and returned to the living room. Looking at the clothes placed on the sofa, Bai Mingjie asked, Xiao Chang, whose clothes are they? They are pretty. Mini skirt, bow shirt. Bai Mingjie picked it up and took a look at it. The dress made her look younger. The age wasn't right, but her face was. Aunt Bai, it's in the box. Zhou Xiqing said. Hearing this, Bai Mingjie immediately threw her clothes on the sofa. Xiao Chang, forget it. Bai Mingjie said indifferently. Sure enough, a woman's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Zhou Xiqing picked up the clothes and said, Aunt Bai, you can't just forget about it. Try it on and see. I guarantee you'll be able to return to being 18 years old. No. Just wear shorts then. Bai Mingjie. After much persuasion from Zhou Xiqing, Bai Mingjie reluctantly put it on. The moment he put it on, Zhou Xiqing's mind began to wander. The short skirt that Bai Mingjie is wearing really suits her. It's not just a visual impact, but also a spiritual one. An ordinary short skirt gives people a different feeling when she wears it. It's better to have bare legs. After seeing too much black, I want to see something white. Bai Mingjie couldn't stop feeling shy. She really didn't feel anything about shorts and skirts, and she felt strongly ashamed of revealing so much. There is no other way but to wear work clothes. Therefore, she bought shorts and black stockings in advance and practiced at home for several days in order to dispel the shame in her heart. Now when she looked down, it was all bald. Bing Jia felt a little regretful that she had agreed to his request. Aunt Bai, don't take it off. There's no one at home anyway, and you look good in this outfit. Zhou Siqing said. Well, it's a bit unsuitable for me. Bing Jia said shyly. It's okay. We're at home anyway and no one will see us. Besides, it'll be convenient for me to give you a massage. Zhou Siqing counseled her. Hey, come here. She had already put on her clothes, so she couldn't take them off. Bing Jia lay on the sofa. Zhou Siqing came and sat down on the sofa. From a close distance, he could see that Aunt Bai's legs were really white. She has a petite and pretty figure, with long white legs and big white breasts, which is really rare. Don't look at it. Bing Jia said nervously. Auntie, you look so beautiful. I'm going to start massaging you. Zhou Siqing said. Yeah. Bing Jia nodded. At this moment, she was extremely shy. Although it was not my first massage, I was still very nervous. The moment you press it, a smooth and soft touch comes over you. This feels so wonderful. At this moment, Bing Jia seemed to have been electrocuted, and her body gradually went limp. Zhou Siqing was very serious about being filial to his elders and relieving his aunt's pain. Slowly, Zhou Siqing pressed on the waist. Bing Jia seemed to have come to her senses. She said nervously, Xiao Chang, we agreed to only massage your legs. Aunt Bai, you don't understand. The legs and waist are one. Only when the waist is comfortable can the legs be more comfortable. Aunt Bai, your waist is so thin and beautiful. It's okay to press it. Zhou Siqing said calmly. Seeing how serious he was, Bing Jia didn't know what to say. Maybe the kid was right. Okay, Bing Jia nodded. Okay. Zhou Siqing excitedly went to the waist and slowly lifted up the clothes. With the heart of a doctor, Zhou Siqing is very serious. Bing Jia's face was getting hotter and hotter. His massage skills have improved by at least 10 levels compared to before. More comfortable than those professional massage therapists. As Zhou Siqing massaged her, Bing Jia couldn't help but let out comfortable sounds. Aunt Bai, do you feel comfortable? While the massage is powerful, it is also very memorable, so addictive that you will want it again next time. 20 minutes later, Zhou Siqing finished the massage. Aunt Bai, how do you feel? Zhou Siqing withdrew his hand. Bing Jia sat up from the sofa. Xiao Chang, you are really amazing. Last time you helped Auntie massage her shoulders, and this time you helped her massage her legs and waist. Bing Jia said shyly, very comfortable. As long as you feel comfortable, Auntie. Zhou Siqing said with a smile, then Auntie, can you give me a reward? Zhou Siqing's face was full of desire. Bing Jia had a hunch that if she agreed to him, she would suffer a great loss. But thinking about how he had just given her a massage, Bing Jia finally softened her heart and agreed. You said, if Auntie can do it, I'll agree to it. Aunt Bai, can I feel your legs? Xiao Chang, didn't you already touch it during the massage? Massage is massage, they are two completely different sensations. Bing Jia. You. Bing Jia had no way to deal with him. Aunt Bai, we've already kissed each other, so it's okay to feel it, right? Zhou Siqing praised her again. Aunt Bai, your legs are so white and beautiful, even whiter and more beautiful than Su Kunji's face. In an internet cafe, Su Kunji sneezed, fuck. Who is talking about me? Bing Jia couldn't help but smile. Her legs are rarely exposed all year round, so it's normal for them to be a little white. Aunt Bai, is that okay? I'll have a girlfriend by then, and I'll thank you. Zhou Siqing put one hand slowly up the skirt. You said it's a feeling, but actually I want to check it again for Auntie. Zhou Siqing's words moved Bing Jia, and she said shyly, well, hurry up, don't take too long. After saying that, she lay back down again. Come on. Chapter 68 Shame. Aunt Bai, why don't you sit up? Zhou Siqing said. To be exact, he would rather have the other person sit on his lap, which would be even better. Let me lie down. Bing Jia was too shy. She closed her eyes tightly and tried not to feel or think. Okay, I'm going to get started then. Well, but you can only reach the thigh and knee position, do you understand? Bing Jia still reminded her. Yeah. While speaking, the hormones in Zhou Siqing's body were surging. Okay, come quickly. Bing Jia felt that she was really immoral and her words were obscene. Zhou Siqing massaged Bing Jia's legs again. His hand moved slowly to her calf and began to heal her M. Perhaps due to psychological reasons, Bing Jia no longer had any strength left at this moment. As he said, pressing and touching are really different. And don't be nervous, just think of it as me massaging you. Zhou Siqing's words not only failed to make Bing Jia relax, but made her more sensitive. In fact, she is very sensitive about things in her body. After looking at Bing Jia's achievements, Zhou Siqing came to her knee and started to treat her O. Then, starting from the knees, move forward slowly and tentatively. Seeing no response from the other party, he continued to move forward. When they were about to reach the root, Bing Jia immediately sat up in panic and grabbed Zhou Siqing's hand. Bing Jia's face was flushed, and she said in a panic, "Xiao Chang, let's just leave it like this for now. And I've come this far, I don't want to give up." "No, have you forgotten what I told you? I'm quick, I just want to explore. Auntie, I have a curious heart." Bing Jia was speechless for a moment, thinking of reasons to respond. "I won't look around, it's quick. Auntie, you are wearing a skirt, what are you afraid of? I didn't touch you much just now. I was helping you with the follow-up treatment, so it can't be considered touching at all. The thigh and the knee, you didn't say from the top or the bottom." Zhou Siqing said innocently. Bing Jia remained silent. What he said seemed to make sense. "Forget it, just satisfy him. It's okay for me to wear a skirt. Okay, just this once." After saying this, Bing Jia felt that she was really crazy and a little shameless at the same time. Deep down, she actually had a little expectation. After getting Bing Jia's consent, Zhou Siqing covered it up all at once. But Bing Jia had never expected that this would happen at home. She changed out of her trousers. Therefore, she usually doesn't wear safety armor anymore. Zhou Siqing did not expect that although the skirt looked thick, it actually had no defensive power at all. She attacked slowly attacking the crystal. Bing Jia's face was extremely red. The Pandora's box that had been sealed for many years was about to be opened. This child is really. Feeling the wonderful touch, Zhou Siqing leaned over and kissed her on the lips. Bing Jia's mind went blank. The remaining sanity was slowly extinguished, and he responded to him mechanically. They fell on the sofa together. Bing Jia made some sounds, and Zhou Siqing's words were also unclear. The minutes passed by. No one knew how long it had been, but Bing Jia pushed Zhou Siqing away as if in response to stress. "Xiao Chang, you." Bing Jia was so shy that she actually came to AB. It seems that no one has been there for decades. The clear feeling made her wake up instantly. It was really embarrassing tonight. It would have been fine last time, but I wanted to guide and educate him, so I decided to set an example by kissing him. But this time it's completely different, the whole nature has changed. You can't be too presumptuous. Bing Jia thought that she was too promiscuous. She actually did this to a child and kissed him for such a long time. If someone found out, it would be disgraceful. Zhou Siqing raised his head and said, "Aunt Bai, I'm sorry, you are too beautiful. If you want to capture the crystal, don't be too hasty, you still have to push the tower first." "I'm sorry, Aunt Bai, I've never been like this before, so I was a little excited, and I didn't know the skirt would be so short. I'm just curious, I don't have any other ideas." Zhou Siqing said sincerely. Bing Jia said sorry twice in a row, but she didn't feel much blame in her heart. She was just shy and regretted letting him massage her and satisfying his desire to explore. The key point is that he came directly to the resurrection point. Bing Jia was really about to collapse because of that tingling feeling. More of a shame. "Aunt Bai, you are so beautiful. I wanted you so much, I missed you so much that I couldn't help myself. Aunt Bai, I'm sorry." Zhou Siqing apologized to Bing Jia again. Bing Jia sighed softly, thinking that it was all her own fault. "If I hadn't taught him last time, there would never be a next time. It's not your fault. It's Auntie's fault. Auntie has led you astray." That is to say, he became familiar with Zhou Siqing, and a bond developed between the two. If anyone else dared to do this to her, she would be furious if they even touched her hand, let alone touched her. Moreover, Bing Jia subconsciously felt that Zhou Siqing was not the kind of person who was obsessed with lust. Any man and woman at that time would be attracted to each other. The forbidden area that had been hidden for many years was suddenly invaded, and she had a strong instinctive reaction. "Aunt Bai, your face is so red." Zhou Siqing looked at Bing Jia, whose face was flushed, and said with a smile, "It's really beautiful." Now his nose still has the scent of Bing Jia. "Aunt Bai, it's my fault. Let's just kiss each other." After saying that, Zhou Siqing kissed her greedily without waiting for Bing Jia's response. "You don't." Woo. Bing Jia had no time to resist, mainly because she didn't expect Zhou Siqing to be so bold. "I will come again if I come here." Zhou Siqing intruded until the phone rang, and then separated. "Auntie has taught you enough today. There is nothing more to teach you in the future." After they separated, Bing Jia said helplessly. She found that she had no way to deal with the child. He was obviously a very obedient child, but when it came to this, he became a completely different person. He is not obedient at all. Although I haven't known him for a long time, we have a deep relationship. Considering what I've been through recently, I really can't leave him. Even though Zhou Siqing treated her like that, she couldn't get angry. Bing Jia put aside her shame and began to educate Zhou Siqing. Zhou Siqing just nodded. He was thinking about what Bing Jia had just said. There is nothing left to teach. There is so much to teach. Next time when I teach, I won't sit on the sofa, but go to the room. I understand, Auntie. Please teach me the rest next time. Zhou Siqing said with a wicked smile. Hearing this, Bing Jia said angrily, Teach. I won't teach you anymore. Zhou Siqing chuckled and said, Aunt Bai, it's already 9 o'clock. I should go. Hearing that he was leaving, Bing Jia softened her expression and said, Well, drive slowly on the way. Okay, goodbye Aunt Bai. Before leaving, Zhou Siqing hugged Bing Jia again. But he didn't do anything excessive. Just a simple hug. Chapter 69 Untitled 1. After Zhou Siqing left completely, Bing Jia quickly got up and went back to her room and changed her skirt. The scene just now kept appearing in her mind. It felt like she wasn't going to be able to sleep well tonight. Not only kissed, but also touched legs, and even. It's exciting and a little crazy at the same time. Everything that happened tonight will take at least a week to digest and a month to forget. Oh, forget it. This is the last time. Bing Jia comforted herself. At this time, the sound of domestic violence came again, forcing Bing Jia to crawl into the quilt and cover her ears. The soundproofing is too poor. She really wants to move. After leaving the community, Zhou Siqing couldn't wait to open the system and check the rewards. Soon, the system reward arrived. The mission has been completed. Congratulations on winning a BMW 5 Series Premium configuration. Before the 10th, please go to the local Wanbaxing SSSS store to pick it up. Salesperson, Yang Chiroi, phone, 1766. Then a text message came on my phone. BMW Longwa Dear Mr. Zhou, the product you ordered. Zhou Si turned off his phone with full sincerity. He is very content, as long as it is not a 1 series. If he is really given a 1 series, he will really sell it for money. It's not that he looked down on it, he really only bought 1 label. Before returning to school, Zhou Siqing ordered some takeout and picked it up himself, then went to a convenience store to buy some things Jiang Yan needed. On the prestige page, Kimchi's sister complained about the hardships of military training. On the first day of military training, we have to hike 10 kilometers. Zhou Siqing comforted her and told her that he would treat her to authentic Jinling cuisine after returning from military training. After replying, Zhou Siqing came to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory with a bunch of things. Called Jiang Yan and asked her to come out. Zhou Siqing had his hands full of things. In the eyes of others, it was obvious that he was sending something to his girlfriend. There were many boys living downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Some were waiting for someone like me, while others were mingling with each other. After waiting for a while, Jiang Yan came out of the dormitory in pajamas. Jiang Yan had just finished taking a shower, her hair was wet, and in the dark, her figure looked slender. As she ran over, her big white rabbits bounced up and down. Zhou Siqing was afraid that she would be tired, so he went forward to greet her. Jiang Yan held a towel in one hand and a fruit box in the other. The 2 snow-capped mountains seemed to be free from restraints, standing tall and proud, even bigger than when they appeared during the day. Zhou Siqing took another look. You're back so late? What did you do all day? Zhang Yan asked curiously with a smile on her face. Personal matter. Zhou Siqing replied. Zhang Yan thought to herself, what private matters could a college student like her have? She would probably just surf the internet or do something bad. Just don't do anything bad. Zhang Yan's face turned pale and she stretched out her hand. Take it. Zhou Siqing took a look at what she gave him. It was fruit, and it was pre-cut fruit. It's hot in the summer, so this will help you cool down. It's delicious. Zhang Yan said with a smile. Yeah. Zhou Siqing also handed her what she needed. Have you eaten? Zhou Siqing looked at her and asked. I've eaten it. Zhang Yan looked at the things Zhou Siqing bought for her and nodded as she looked. Not bad, I didn't buy the wrong one. Zhang Yan smiled. My senior student told me to buy it, so how could I have bought the wrong one? Zhou Siqing said. At this moment, a cough was heard beside them. Zhou Siqing took a glance. The person who came was Song Tian. She held a basin in one hand and 2 cucumbers in the other. Zhou Siqing smiled. How hungry was she? Or how thirsty was she? But the most attractive thing is her model-like legs. So long and so white. Even in the dark, the light of the long legs cannot be concealed. Her hair was also wet and she was wearing a short sleeved-off shoulder top. Zhang Yan, what are you guys doing? Are you talking about yourselves? Song Tian asked curiously. Song Tian. Don't talk nonsense. He bought it for me. Zhang Yan explained. Oh, I'll go in first. Song Tian glanced at Zhou Siqing, then walked into the dormitory building in slippers. Well, don't be late for class tomorrow. I'll go in first. Zhang Yan said. The moment he turned around, Zhou Siqing grabbed her fair and tender little hand. Zhang Yan was subconsciously startled. It turned out that this was how it felt to be held by a boy. Zhou Siqing knew Zhang Yan stopped calling him Junior and started calling him Zhou Siqing instead. Zhang Yan had just taken a shower, and her wet hair exuded a fragrance. Zhang Yan turned around and looked at Zhou Siqing, not trying to free her hand from being held. Senior, I have something to give you too. Zhou Siqing let go of her hand and handed her 2 packs of floor ice. Zhang Yan. Today's takeout promotion is 80 off for 100 yuan, you'd miss it if you don't buy it. Senior sister, you go upstairs. I'll leave first. Zhou Siqing said. You have so many. Zhang Yan took it in her hand. I bought too much and can't finish it. There are 3 bags in total. He only eats chicken legs and chicken wings and doesn't like anything else. Instead of wasting the food you can't finish, it's better to give it away. Thanks. TSK, this is the first time I hear a senior say thank you. Hey, do you want to hear me say thank you? I'll keep yelling for you to hear. Goodbye, I want to hear you call me, but not thank you. You. Durian. Zhang Yan's pretty face turned red. On this romantic night, every corner of the school is filled with the scent of love. I won't tease you anymore. I'm leaving. Zhou Siqing smiled slightly. Looking at Zhou Siqing's receding back, and then looking at the flower in her hand, Zhang Yan's face showed a complicated expression. At the same time, I couldn't help laughing. Zhang Yan walked into the dormitory with 2 packs of walashi, and her roommates immediately surrounded her when they saw her. Oh my goodness, did you order takeout? So much? I didn't buy it, it was given to me as a gift. Zhang Yan put the things down. Which sister is so kind to give you so many things? It's a boy. Zhang Yan opened it and took out a chicken leg. A man gives you Wallace? That's too cheap. Zhang Yan rolled her eyes at Zhao Xiao, then turned to the other 2 roommates and said, Tian, Miao Miao, come over and have something to eat. If you don't want to eat, have a bottle of Coke. On the other side, Zhou Siqing just arrived downstairs of the boys' dormitory. A yellow dog appeared in front of him. 2 big eyes looked at him Wallace longingly, and the tail kept wagging. He is Senior Dai Huang, who often hangs out in the cafeteria area. Zhou Siqing opened the package, took out the chicken wings and threw them to Da Huang. Da Huang barked twice, bit the chicken wing, and walked into the night wagging his tail. Alas, dogs have the easiest time. Chapter 70. Pick up the car. When I returned to the dormitory, everyone was there. Zhao Gang walked over with his phone and asked, Lao Zhou, what did you do this afternoon? Going to work part-time? Or going on a date with Xiaomei? Nothing, personal matter. Zhou Siqing replied. Open Douyin, and Zhou Siqing commented on Zhao Ruizi's new video. After turning off his phone, Zhou Siqing put the flower basket on the table. Wow! Lao Zhou, you've made a fortune. I'm welcome. Zhao Gang couldn't wait to open it. Well, let's eat. Zhou Siqing sat on the chair, looking at the empty table, always feeling that there was a computer missing. There are 4 people in the dormitory, and only Su Kunji has a computer. The 3 of them only have mobile phones. It's time to buy a computer. Zhou Siqing thought. Lao Zhou, why are there only snacks but no hamburgers? Buy more hamburgers next time, otherwise I won't be full. Zhao Gang said with a smack of his lips. Ha, next time I'll feed it directly into your mouth, what a problem. Zhou Siqing glanced at Su Kunji, who was lying on the table, and asked curiously, what's wrong, brother Jie? He's fine. He just came back from surfing the internet in the afternoon. He arrived 2 minutes earlier than you. Zhao Gang said. Hey. I don't know what happened. My chest hurts so much tonight. It's so uncomfortable. Su Kunji sat up and said with a painful face. If you don't know, you might think his girlfriend ran away with someone else. What's wrong, brother Jie? Did your girlfriend run away with someone? Bah! I don't even have a girlfriend, why am I running off with someone else? That means your mother ran away with someone else. Get lost, do you believe I will cut you? You try it. CMN. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Kunji pounced on Zhao Gang and the two started fighting. Thinking of the scene of kissing by Bing Jia, Zhou Siqing did not respond. At this moment his cell phone rang. He waited for Zhao Ruizi's reply. Just as I was about to reply, the comment was deleted. Soon after, his own comments were also deleted. Zhou Siqing ignored her and clicked on the update that was published this afternoon. There is one more like on it. Seeing this like, Zhou Siqing's mouth corners slightly raised. Jinhe Mansion. Zhao Ruizi was lying on the spacious and soft bed, fiddling with her cell phone with her little hands. Tonight she was wearing a crossback suspender nightgown, revealing her entire beautiful back. A combination of pure desire and sweetness. The pajamas are designed in a sexy style, just enough to cover the snow-capped mountains above and the perky buttocks below. The white beautiful legs are exposed, and the whole posture is tempting. Zhao Ruizi was looking at her phone. When she opened Douyin just now, there was a new comment. There are also many private messages in the background. She basically replies to previous private messages or comments. Over time, it attracted a group of lecherous men. Later, she was so angry that she basically didn't reply, but she would still take a look. Zhao Ruizi clicked on the new comment and then clicked on the other party's homepage. For a moment, Zhao Ruizi was stunned. Looking at the familiar table and food, an intriguing smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After thinking for half a second, Zhao Ruizi took the initiative to reply to the message. Where did this little pig come from? It eats so much. After sending the message, Zhao Ruizi couldn't help but smile. In the dormitory, Zhou Siqing saw the message. As expected, you still like to chat in the dead of night. However, Zhou Siqing did not reply in a hurry. He put down his phone and went to the balcony with his toiletries. By the time I finished washing up, one message had turned into 3. Zhou Siqing's smile deepened, but he still didn't rush to reply. On the other side, Zhao Ruizi's beautiful eyes scanned the phone from time to time. To watch a video, just tap the message bar. Still no reply. She waited for a long time but received no reply. The other party didn't even read it. This guy doesn't play by the rules, or is he doing this on purpose? Okay. You win. Zhao Ruizi typed a few words and sent it back. Zhou Siqing also replied to Zhao Ruizi later. Before going to bed, Zhao Ruizi still had a lot to talk about. She really could talk. Zhou Siqing couldn't hold on any longer, especially since he had to wake up at 8 a.m. the next day. After simply ending the topic, Zhou Siqing fell into a deep sleep. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it is the day for Zhou Siqing to pick up the car. September 10th, Saturday. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Siqing dressed up simply. Lao Zhou, what are you going to do today when you look so handsome? Go home. Zhou Siqing didn't tell the truth. Okay, can you help me ask that Xiao Lily now? What can I do for you? It's okay. I just want to work part-time with her. How do you know that he is working part-time today? Intuition, quick, help me ask. Zhou Siqing had no choice but to send a message to Chiu Lily and ask about Chen Yaido's location. Wake up, I've gone to the library early in the morning. I have an appointment in the afternoon. Zhou Siqing patted Zhao Gang on the shoulder. Okay, Zhao Gang's face was full of disappointment. Zhou Siqing walked out of the school and took a taxi to the SSSS store. Now that I have money, I take a taxi every time I go out. Unlike before, the things I consider most are buses, subways, and bicycles. When I arrived at the SSSS store and just got off the car, the system refreshed today's information. Intelligence Information 1, Su Zhizhi joined the physical education class. Intelligence Information 2, at 2 p.m., Tang Ming drove aggressively in the city and rear-ended someone else's Maybach S480 sedan. Intelligence Information 3, Su Kunji was defrauded of 5,000 yuan because of fake orders. Intelligence Information 4, since Chen Yen couldn't secretly take private photos of her roommate, she took a photo of herself and posted it on the Black Material website. The website address is www. Intelligence Information 5, a music company is for sale on the east side of Xichang Road for 100,000 yuan. Task 1, buy a music company. Task reward, 50,000 yuan. Note, after buying the company, the system will automatically upgrade the company's equipment and environment. After the upgrade is completed, the monthly net profit income will not be less than 10,000 yuan. Selling it for 100,000 yuan, you can imagine how unprofitable this company is. But it's different when a system takes over. You can just hire a professional and then just be a hands-off manager. Zhou Siqing believes that the system will not deceive him. 10,000 plus 15,000, you don't have to do anything and 20,000 yuan will be deposited into your account every month. This is still the lowest case. Spend $100,000 and get your money back in a year, or maybe even less than a year. Zhou Siqing felt that this project was feasible and could be regarded as his own career. After calming down, Zhou Siqing walked into the store. Entering the hall, the female saleswoman in blue work clothes walked towards him and said, "Welcome, handsome guy, are you here to look at the car? Do you have a sales appointment in advance? If not, I can arrange one for you. Handsome guy, please register first." "Thank you, I'm here to pick up the car." Zhou Siqing said the salesperson's name. "It's Sister Rue." "Handsome guy, please wait a moment." Zhou Siqing nodded, saving himself the trouble of making a phone call. Soon, another female salesperson in work clothes came over, her high heels making a clicking sound. She waved at Zhou Siqing. Oval face, long brown hair, delicate lips, and slim figure. Because of the hot weather, she was not wearing stockings and her legs were bare. Apart from her slightly poor temperament, she is also a very beautiful beauty. Yang Chorue 29169 c 50 kilograms. The bound object desires money and will not sell its body while making money. Is this Mr. Zhou? You're finally here. Yang Chorue spoke in her standard queenly voice. The sound is very nice. Yang Chorue came to Zhou Siqing and said, "Why didn't you call me so I could meet you in advance? The one in front of me is obviously much more beautiful than the one just now." Chapter 71 Encounter with Yulan. I just received several bank transfer text messages on my phone. Zhou Siqing responded. After hearing this, Yang Chorue's eyes lit up. She was capturing the details of the sentence. "Where's the car? Let's pick it up first," Zhou Siqing said. Yang Chorue smiled brightly. "You have already paid for the car a week ago. You just need to show your ID card and I will help you register it." The ID card was handed to her. "So young? And you drive a 500,000 yuan car?" After getting the ID card, Yang Chorue took a look at it subconsciously. This is the youngest person she has seen picking up a car in recent years, and he bought a top-of-the-line 5 Series, not a 3 Series. He is probably still in school, either his family is rich or he is capable himself. Yang Chorue recalled the bank text message he mentioned. Thinking of this, Yang Chorue said kindly, "Yes, please wait for me for a few minutes." Then she took Zhou Siqing to the rest area. Before leaving, Yang Chorue brought a cup of coffee for Zhou Siqing. "Thanks." "You're welcome." Zhou Siqing's politeness also impressed Yang Chorue. After a while, Yang Chorue brought Zhou Siqing to the delivery area. The car was covered with red cloth. Zhou Siqing lifted the cloth and Yang Chorue immediately presented him with a flower. It was just an ordinary car delivery ceremony, without that exaggerated sense of ceremony. The first time Zhou Siqing sat in it, he was really excited. It gave him a different feeling. After all, it is the first car in my life. Zhou Siqing glanced inside the car and was about to close the door when Yang Qiurui opened the passenger door and got in. Mr. Zhou, I'll take you to inspect the car and register it, and by the way, explain to you the functions of the car. Yang Qiurui looked enthusiastic. Okay. Zhou Siqing agreed. Yang Qiurui sat in the passenger seat and leaned forward. A faint scent of perfume wafted through the air, and Zhou Siqing glanced at her. We turn the air conditioner on and off by just tapping the screen. Before driving, turn off the automatic start-stop. That's it. Yang Qiurui took Zhou Siqing's hand and placed it on top of her. When she separated them, she rubbed them gently with her fingers. He felt that this woman was a bit disgusting. I just bought a 5 series, it shouldn't be that serious. If it was the 7 series, she would have already started taking it off. Yang Qiurui pursed her lips and asked, how have you learned it? I've learned it. Let's go. Zhou Siqing remained calm and unperturbed. Okay. Yang Qiurui glanced at Zhou Siqing. Before ordering the car, she had never even met the other party. It was the manager who found her and assigned her the customer resources. She is so young. This is the deepest impression in Yang Qiurui's mind. By the time the car was inspected and the license plate was registered, it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Siqing had a quick bite outside and then drove to Xichang East Road. After leaving, Yang Qiurui called her best friend and shared the interesting things that happened this afternoon. Music Huiyin. Zhou Siqing looked around and found that only this door had some musical elements, with a sign saying for rent on it. At first he thought he was in a square, a building, or an office building. I didn't expect it to be a small door. Zhou Siqing parked the car and walked in. As soon as he entered, he heard a familiar voice. Li Huodian boss Zhang Hang was complaining to Tang Ming's mother Yulan, "Aunt, I can't do it anymore. I really can't hold on any longer. We don't make a cent, but we lose money every month. Not to mention the equipment, I can barely afford the electricity, water, rent, and manpower. I regret it. I shouldn't have trusted those people on the internet." Thinking about the tens of thousands of yuan in tuition fees, Zhang Hang felt bitter. Yulan felt helpless, as she had already told him not to go with the flow blindly. Anyone who teaches you how to make money wants to make money from you. Wait and see, I posted a post for you online. I'll call and ask for you this afternoon. Yulan was speechless. She really didn't want to take care of her nephew anymore. After I finish dealing with the company, I will send him back to his hometown. Tang Ming alone is enough to give me a headache, let alone adding him to the mix. Aunt, I only want 100,000. Whoever is willing to pay 100,000, I will give him the company immediately. Yulan didn't say anything. It was hard to find anyone to take over for 100,000 yuan. The original plan was to sell it for 300,000, but then the price dropped to 100,000. The total cost of rent and various equipment was 600,000 or 700,000. It lost more than 500,000 yuan in less than half a year. Do you know anything about music? Just start one. I told you long ago that it would be better for you to start a small media company than a music company. Yulan couldn't help but give a lecture. Other music companies are run by the bosses themselves, who love and adore music. He is so good, he just finds a few people and leaves them alone. The people we recruited are all a bunch of half-baked people. They don't even understand basic copyright. Zhang Hang didn't say anything. After hearing this, Zhou Siqing, who was outside, suddenly had an idea. Although both are entertainment in nature, he also feels that the media company is better than music and has greater room for development. Thinking of this, Zhou Siqing asked the system with his mind. Yes, the two are not contradictory. With the system's affirmation, Zhou Siqing was full of confidence. Then Zhou Siqing came inside, pretended to knock on the door, and said, "Hello, are you selling the door? If you sell it, I'll take 100,000 yuan." Hearing the voice, Yulan turned her head and froze on the spot. This person seems to be Zhou Siqing? How could he be? Isn't he a student? Where did he get the 100,000 yuan? Yulan was stunned for a moment. If you spend 100,000 to buy such a piece of junk, you will definitely lose it. Wouldn't it be better for him to use the 100,000 yuan to buy a car or find a wife? No. I have to persuade him myself. Music is a popular industry now, but not everyone can do it. Either you are strong yourself, or you recruit strong people. The main reason why my nephew can't make money is that he is a newbie and the people he recruits are not talented. In short, whoever accepts it will lose money, unless you understand this business. Having met Zhou Siqing twice, one of which was when he saved her, Yulan felt that this kid was a good one. So I don't want him to lose money in vain. Yes, brother, come on, take a seat. Zheng Hang welcomed him warmly. Boss, please have some tea. Have some tea. Zheng Hang had finally waited for this enemy to come, so of course he had to take good care of him. But he looks a bit young, could he be a joke? Aunt Lan, you are here too. Zhou Siqing said surprised. Zhou Siqing couldn't imagine that this music company would be connected with Yulan. Xiao Zhou. Yulan responded. Do you know each other? Zheng Hang said as he sat down, he was a little surprised. This is better, at least did one tea be fun. Well, go outside and buy 2 cups of milk tea. Yulan said to Zheng Hang. Milk tea? Don't we have tea? Zheng Hang thought, why drink milk tea when we have tea? But seeing Yulan's serious look, Zheng Hang still did as he was told. After sending Zheng Hang away, Yulan turned around and said seriously, Xiao Zhou, do you understand music? Do you know anything about this industry? Auntie, what do you want to say? Zhou Siqing replied. Auntie means don't buy it. If you buy it, you will lose money. Yulan advised, trust your aunt and go quickly. Her tone was urgent. Chapter 72, Brainlessness is the happiest. Compared to her useless nephew, Yulan's heart leaned towards Zhou Siqing. Another point is that Zheng Hang has already suffered losses, and she doesn't want the people around her to be cheated again. Besides, Zhou Siqing had saved me, and this alone was enough. Auntie Lan, what is your relationship with him? Zhou Siqing asked. He is my nephew, don't worry about it, I will take care of it. Yulan said. Well, I had thought it through before I came here. I can run this music company well. Yulan's kind reminder surprised Zhou Siqing a little. It seems that saving her was not in vain. Even after she said this, he still didn't believe it. Yulan felt somewhat helpless. Do you have that much money? Yulan didn't believe that a student like him could easily take out 100,000 yuan. Yes, I can translate and I can do massage. Recently I have been doing translation during the day and massage at night, and I have made a lot of money. At this point, Zhou Siqing smiled evilly and said, Auntie, do you want to try my massage? It's very comfortable. Yulan. Yulan was confused after listening to Zhou Siqing's speech. Translation? Massage? How could a college student like him have so many skills? Yulan didn't believe it and she suspected that she had heard it wrongly. She could still believe it a little bit when it came to massage, but translation was absolutely impossible. You can translate without even graduating from university? Then let me hear you say something in English. Yulan planned to test Zhou Siqing to see whether what he said was true or false. Okay. Zhou Siqing was full of confidence and blurted out, Auntie Lan, I really like you. Yulan was stunned. She roughly knows the meaning of this English sentence. Like you means I like you. Lan, I like you. That's pretty much what it means. Yulan's pretty face flushed, and then she found some English passages on the internet and asked him to translate. Not surprisingly, all of them were translated successfully by Zhou Siqing. Yulan now believed it completely and was so shocked that she was speechless. This kid actually can do it. His English skills are really excellent. Simply put, it is extremely powerful. In contrast, my son can only speak hello, bye-bye, sorry and thank you in English. Sometimes I can't even memorize the 26 most basic English letters. The gap between the two is too big. There is no comparison at all. Compared with him, his son is just a waste. In her eyes, anyone who goes to school is still a child. So from this moment on, Yulan began to truly examine the young child in front of her. He is only 20 years old, but his English level is so strong. Thinking about what he said about massage and the money he earned, Yulan began to believe him a little. Auntie, I'm right? I really can translate, not just English, I can also translate daily life, German, and French. Zhou Siqing said calmly. Really? Yulan was shocked. Yes, it's true. Before I bought this music company, I had already planned what to do and how to run it. I won't lose money if I buy it, Zhou Siqing said confidently. Besides, I don't have to work in the music industry if I buy it. I can work in the media, supermarkets, or milk tea shops. All of these are fine. Even though Zhou Siqing said this, Yulan still wanted to persuade him. Let him understand that doing business and learning are not the same concept. At this time, Zheng Heng came in from outside with 3 cups of milk tea. Milk tea is here. Brother, please drink. It's hot. Zheng Heng considerately inserted a straw into Zhou Siqing's hand, because he was really afraid that Zhou Siqing would run away. After running away from this one, I don't know when the next one will appear. Well, let's talk about business first. I don't like sweet food recently. I prefer salty food. Zhou Siqing took the milk tea and put it on the table again. After saying this, Zhou Siqing glanced at Yulan. When I was a child, I liked to eat sweet things, but when I grew up, I liked to eat salty things instead. Come, take a look around. The interior space is very large, and there is a second floor. Boss, it will not be a problem for you to hire 100 people in the future, Zheng Heng said exaggeratedly. Zhou Siqing took a look around. There is enough space, and together with the space on the second floor, it is as big as a small internet cafe of more than 200 square meters. The musical instruments and equipment inside look quite new and are generally pretty good. The only thing I can complain about is the slogan on the wall: if you don't understand music, it means you don't understand life. It looks weird. Boss, what do you think? I have already paid the rent for this year. Including the rent, I only sell it to you for 100,000 in total. I am making a loss, a huge loss, Zheng Heng said with a painful feeling. If you really want to buy it, we can go through the formalities now. Zhou Siqing nodded in his heart. He was right. He was indeed selling at a loss. 100,000 is already the limit. If it is lower, he might destroy the store and choose to close it directly and wait until the rent is paid. But if that happens, the loss will be more than just 100,000 yuan. Seeing Zhou Siqing didn't say anything, Zheng Heng asked nervously, "What do you think?" "Sign the contract and make the payment," Zhou Siqing said. Hearing this, Zheng Heng was overjoyed. "Okay. Boss, please wait for me for a minute. I'll go get the paperwork now." Zheng Heng ran to the private office on the second floor without stopping. Yulan, who was standing by, was too late to stop it. Seeing Zhou Siqing buy such a hot potato so mindlessly, she really didn't know what to say. Yulan was so angry. Learning knowledge and skills are completely different from opening a store and doing business. Even if you study well and learn deeply, you may not necessarily do well or succeed. The same principle applies in reverse. Besides, you are still a college student, you are young. Unless you are really a business genius. Otherwise, she had already imagined what Zhou Siqing would look like after suffering a loss. After that, sign the contract, put your fingerprints on it, and transfer the money. Zheng Heng felt completely relieved when he saw the extra 100,000 yuan in his bank card balance. Everything will be easy once the money arrives. But for some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss and emptiness in his heart. After finishing the job, Zheng Heng rode away on his electric scooter. However, before leaving, Zheng Heng mysteriously handed Zhou Siqing a bunch of keys. "Brother, office." Zheng Heng gave a look. Zhou Siqing looked at the key in his hand, then looked at Zheng Heng's malicious eyes, feeling incredible. When he returned to the office on the second floor, Yulan was already waiting for him inside. "Xiao Zhou, I won't say anything anymore," Yulan said with a headache. "Auntie Lan, just say whatever you want to say." Zhou Siqing sat in the boss chair. It feels so comfortable. Even though Zheng Heng is not good at running a company, he is enjoying this business and is not doing himself any favors. If you buy it, aren't you worried about losing money? And you're just a student, how would you have the time and energy to run a company? Yulan stood up from the sofa next to him and sat opposite him. Are you confident in handing the company over to someone else to manage? Or are you just impulsive and buying it just for fun because you have the money? If that's the case, just pretend I didn't say anything, Yulan said in a tone like she was lecturing her son. Auntie Lan, how about you help me take care of it? Zhou Siqing said jokingly. Zhou Siqing didn't care about how to take care of it. Since the system says that the purchase will be profitable, then my only goal is to recruit good people. As for the subsequent development, as long as you don't act rashly, there will basically be no major problems. After all, money and skills can be given to yourself, so there is no need to worry about this. Zhou Siqing feels that brainless things are the most joyful. Don't have to care about or worry about anything. Chapter 73 3 Days Girlfriend. Don't worry, Aunt Lan. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Zhou Siqing said, sitting up straight. What do you want to bet on? Yulan asked curiously. Zhou Siqing looked at Yulan with ulterior motives. Bet on you. Bet on me? What can I bet on? Yulan was confused. Because you are the best, and the only one worth a gamble. Zhou Siqing simply flattered her, and then said, but before the gamble, I would like to ask you if you are single. This is a question he really wants to know. Hearing this, Yulan thought of her ex-husband, whom she had divorced less than a week ago. I'm single. That's awesome. What's so great about it? Auntie, if you lose the bet, you can be my girlfriend for 3 days. Zhou Siqing said bluntly. TSK. Kid, how can I be your girlfriend? I'm more like your mother. Yulan blushed when she heard that. So this was the bet he was talking about. This is not a good place to gamble. Mom again. Zhou Siqing wondered why these women always like to be mothers. I don't lack maternal love, and I already have a mother. If it's just flirting, it's fine, but if you really want to do it, forget it. Before National Day, if I can make a profit, I win. If I can't make a profit or make less, I lose. Zhou Siqing held up 5 fingers. The minimum profit is 5 figures. If it's not, I lose. Okay, if you lose, just take it as a lesson for you. I don't ask for anything else. Yeah, but I won, and you get to be my girlfriend for 3 days. Yulan was silent, she was thinking. After a few seconds, she said, okay, I promise you. She didn't think Zhou Siqing would win. Yulan has run a business, so why would she share the monthly profit of more than 5 figures? For people like Zhou Siqing, it is a blessing that they don't lose money in the early stage, and they still think about profits. If you want to make a profit, you have to wait until the later stage for a big return. Okay. Zhou Siqing took out red ink, pen, and notebook from the drawer. What are you going to do with these things? Yulan's heart was pounding. Write down our bet, and the key point is at the end, you have to write the sentence, if I Yulan lose, I will volunteer to be Zhou Siqing's girlfriend for 3 days. Zhou Siqing looked at her meaningfully and said, is it necessary to do this? Yulan felt it was too formal and a bit weird. Yes, I'm not afraid that Aunt Lan will not admit it. I'm just afraid that I will forget it by then. Zhou Siqing dispelled her doubts. Yulan took a look at it, then wrote it down obediently, and finally pressed her fingerprint. The moment she pressed the fingerprint, Yulan had a bad feeling. I won't fall into his trap, will I? Why would I bet with him? What if he really made a profit? Yulan suddenly felt a little regretful. But thinking about it, it's unlikely. He might be too confident, and I am also too confident. Zhou Siqing couldn't stop smiling as he saw Yulan put down her fingerprints, feeling as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Yulan? Zhou Siqing looked at the balance on his bank card. The 50,000 yuan reward from the system has arrived. He spent 50,000 yuan to buy it. Zhou Siqing raised his lips, Aunt Lan, just be my girlfriend, I will succeed. Yulan said with a smile, okay, Auntie, wait. If you can't do it, please contact your aunt as soon as possible so that I can get someone to help you earlier. As she spoke, Yulan picked up a phone call. In just a second, her face turned ugly. Yulan hung up the phone, and a hint of anger appeared on her originally calm face. Yulan frowned, Xiaozhou, Auntie suddenly has something to deal with, so I'll leave first. Auntie, can you tell me something? Alas, Tang Ning rear-ended someone else's Mercedes-Benz. Auntie, I'll go with you. Zhou Siqing took Yulan's hand and walked out. Ah? Yulan was confused. Why did this kid look more anxious than me? After coming outside, Zhou Siqing got into Yulan's Cayenne. On the way, Yulan looked very disappointed. Tang Ming's grandson, doesn't his child use insurance? Zhou Siqing was sitting in the passenger seat. Who knows? The owner of the car across the street detained him and refused to let him go no matter what. This child is such a worry every day. The more Yulan spoke, the angrier she became. Compared to Zhou Siqing, her son was nothing. Others have become translators before they even graduate from university. As for Tang Ming, he was still living a life of debauchery like a second-generation rich kid. All the way to the city. After parking the car in the parking space, they came to the place shared by Tang Ming. Fortunately, there were not many people at this time and there was no congestion. "Mom, you're finally here. All the flowers I'd been waiting for have wilted," Tang Ming shouted. He was in a very good mood and didn't look like he had been in an accident at all. "It would be best if you thank me," Yulan responded coldly. Then he walked up and talked to the traffic police and the car owner. Tang Ming looked embarrassed, but in the blink of an eye he saw Zhou Sicheng. Tang Ming rubbed his eyes hard. After making sure that he had not seen it wrong, he felt sick all over. "Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Why are you here?" "Oh, I was just discussing something with your mother in the office. It's not normal to come together." Tang Ming immediately exploded. "Who told you to be with my mother? Believe it or not, I will kill you." Zhou Sicheng shrugged and said, "Not only have I been with your mother, I've also drunk her milk, tea." When he mentioned the word milk, he deliberately dragged out the last syllable. Then he added, "But I don't like sweet food, so I ate more salty food." Chow! Tang Ming was about to take action but was stopped by Yang Yu next to him. "Don't embarrass yourself." Tang Ming was furious. He pointed at Zhou Sicheng and said, "If you have the guts, go back to the dormitory tonight. I'm waiting for your visit." Zhou Sicheng smiled at him. Tang Ming decided to teach Zhou Sicheng a lesson tonight. The main thing is that this kid is too damn arrogant and deliberately approaches his mother. "I let it go last time, thinking it was an accident, but what about this time? Could it still be an accident? Even if not for myself, then for my mother." Yang Yuza glanced at Zhou Sicheng. At this time, Yulan came back after dealing with the accident. "What did you do with the insurance money I gave you? Why does the car only have compulsory traffic insurance?" After all the trouble, it turned out that Tang Ming's car only had compulsory traffic insurance, and none of the other three. Yulan suddenly understood why she was asked to come over. Because the compulsory traffic insurance was not enough to cover the repairs, the owner of the car detained him and wouldn't let him go. "It seems like I came all the way here just to pay. Mom, I spent the money on other things," Tang Ming said fearfully. But it was definitely not wasted. Tang Ming's face turned purple. Yulan sneered. If her son had the same expression as he does now, she would block him permanently. "Go home." She couldn't afford to lose face in the street, so she was too lazy to curse. Tang Ming nodded quickly, glanced at Zhou Sicheng and drove away. Because he also needs to repair his car. When she got back into the car, Yulan's clothes were soaked with sweat. Zhou Sicheng went to a nearby convenience store and bought 2 bottles of drinks and handed one to Yulan. Chapter 74: Recruiting People. "Auntie Lan, it's okay. Tang Ming is at an age where he loves to play." Zhou Sicheng comforted her. "You're already a sophomore. How long are you going to play?" Yulan became even angrier when she said this. "Xiao Chang, I wish Tang Ming was half as obedient as you." Yulan sighed. Zhou Sicheng smiled and didn't respond. He took out a few tissues from somewhere. "Auntie Lan, let me help you wipe the sweat off your face." Yulan looked at her phone and replied to Tang Ming's message. He said he needed to repair his car too and asked me to transfer some money to him. Yulan found that she was just an ATM in Tang Ming's eyes. The tissue came to Yulan's forehead. Go down, to the neck. But he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He just wiped it briefly and stopped wiping. At this moment, there was a faint blush on Yulan's pretty face. With the air conditioner on in the car, it gradually became much cooler. After Yulan replied to the message, she glanced at Zhou Sicheng lazily. "Oh, I'm so tired. Is it because of Tang Ming?" Zhou Sicheng didn't say anything else. After all, it was someone else's family affair. It's not appropriate for me to interfere in their mother-son relationship. No matter how rebellious or disobedient Tang Ming is, he is still her son after all. Besides, Tang Ming hasn't made any big mistakes yet. When he makes a mistake of principle, that will be your chance. Afterwards, Yulan sent Zhou Sicheng back to the company. "Aunt has something to deal with at the company, so I have to leave first." "Well, Auntie, please slow down." "Good." After watching Yulan leave, Zhou Sicheng returned to the store. I briefly familiarized myself with the environment inside the store. The first floor is basically a working place, and the second floor is more like a place where only VIPs can go. Stay until 5 p.m. When Zhou Xiqing was about to return to school, Zhao Ruizi called him. Zhou Xiqing, where is he? Outside. Not in school? Without. Can you come to my shop sometime? I need your help. Okay, I'll go now. Zhou Xiqing hung up the phone. Hey, I haven't finished yet. Zhao Ruizi in the supermarket couldn't help but say with a smile when he heard the busy tone. Before leaving, Zhou Xiqing closed the door and looked at the system prompts. It will take about 3 days to upgrade and renovate. In fact, he can wait even for a week, let alone 3 days. Thinking about becoming a small boss soon, Zhou Xiqing was naturally very happy. When I arrived at the supermarket, Zhao Ruizi happened to be standing at the door. She was still wearing the white tank top. White arms and plump breasts. Zhou Xiqing made a deliberate sound. The defenseless Zhao Ruizi looked back. Then she saw Zhou Xiqing sitting in the driver's seat, smiling and waving at her. This time, Zhao Ruizi was not stunned, but simply stunned. It feels incredible at the same time. Zhao Ruizi vaguely remembered how Zhou Xiqing came to the store to work part-time. At that time, he seemed to have fallen on hard times. He looked rather depressed and sad, and did not look like a rich man. But now every time I see him, he looks sunny, cheerful, smiling and full of confidence. The wad of money that was accidentally revealed last time can now be used to drive a big BMW. Zhao Ruizi really suspected that he was hiding his identity. Zhou Xiqing got out of the car and asked, "Sister, is there anything I can help you with?" Zhao Ruizi came back to her senses and asked in disbelief, "Is this car yours?" Zhou Xiqing nodded and explained, "I made a little money recently, and I couldn't help but buy one." "How about it? This car is not ugly, right?" Zhao Ruizi shook his head gently, "It's not ugly." Zhao Ruizi wanted to ask him what he did to earn his money, but he held back. Zhou Xiqing also saw through Zhao Ruizi's thoughts. She just wanted to ask him how he bought the car. Rely on your family or on yourself. This is not difficult to see. I am young and still in school. I have worked part-time here before and received a salary. It is indeed difficult to understand why someone suddenly drives a BMW. Zhou Xiqing said, "Sister, let me help you first. I'll tell you about the car later." Zhao Ruizi smiled and said okay. Then she pointed to the delivery box on the ground and said a little embarrassedly, "I bought a lot of express delivery, and I want you to help me take it home." "Sister, where is your car?" Zhou Xiqing asked. "There was a problem with the car's central control screen, so I took it to the 4S shop for repair." Zhao Ruizi responded. Zhou Xiqing, "I won't let you help me for nothing. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Zhao Ruizi added. Zhou Xiqing was not greedy for a meal, and said, "It's okay, put the things in the trunk." Hearing this, Zhao Ruizi immediately smiled, "Okay. Then I won't be polite." Zhou Xiqing? After the move, the trunk was filled to the brim. Zhou Xiqing looked at her strangely. Luckily he drove here. If I hadn't driven here, I wouldn't be able to hold it with both hands. Zhao Ruizi looked embarrassed. Some of them are not express deliveries, but other things, very light. I saw you driving, so I thought of taking more. You won't blame me, right? No, let's go. Zhou Xiqing opened the passenger door for her. Okay. Zhao Ruizi glanced at him. To avoid being hit on the head, Zhou Xiqing deliberately placed his hand on the doorframe. The thoughtful little details made Zhao Ruizi feel warm inside. When we got back to Zhao Ruizi's place, it took us 2 trips to move all the things. Thank you for your hard work, Zhou Xiqing. After putting down the last box, Zhao Ruizi wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "It's not hard. The house is a bit messy, just find a place to sit down." Zhao Ruizi took out a can of ice cola from the refrigerator and handed it to Zhou Xiqing. Zhao Ruizi's house is only about 80 square meters, or even smaller. But it's enough if she lives alone. Such a small and cozy house makes people feel at home. "Sister, are you alone at home?" Zhou Xiqing asked. "Of course. I have been solo since I was born, and I have been alone every year." Zhao Ruizi opened several packages. The express box is full of food. In addition, there are boxes of drinks. The empty refrigerator was filled up by her in an instant. This scene made Zhou Sicheng understand why she opened a supermarket. Even though he is already 30 years old, he still loves to eat snacks like a child. I'm going to take a shower. You can eat the snacks and drinks on the table first, Zhao Ruizi said and walked into the bathroom. Sitting on the sofa, Zhou Sicheng thought about the company's affairs. The first step is to recruit people. As for who to recruit, he really hasn't decided yet. We can't hire people who are just idiots, nor can we hire people who know nothing. It's a bit difficult. Those guys in the dormitory are definitely not suitable for recruitment, and the girls in the class are not suitable either, mainly because we haven't had in-depth communication yet. Zhou Sicheng thought for a while, thought of Jong Seo, and remembered the voice that night. Although I can't reach the point of true love with this woman, it's okay to play with her occasionally and keep her in captivity. Deep down, he also has a possessiveness towards beautiful girls. Furthermore, Jong Seo is from the Conservatory of Music, and her voice was pretty good that night, so she probably shouldn't have any problems with her singing skills. If she doesn't know anything, then just recruit her to be a vase and a facade. Chapter 75 Blowing Hair. Thinking about this, Zhou Sicheng picked up his phone and wanted to send a message to Jong Seo. By chance, a sound was heard from the bathroom at this moment. Zhou Sicheng. Zhou Sicheng, he shouted twice. Hearing the voice, Zhou Sicheng put down his phone and walked over. There is also a door curtain outside the bathroom. Zhou Sicheng didn't lift the door curtain. He asked in front of the door curtain, "What's wrong?" "I forgot to take my bath towel. It's in the closet in my room. Can you help me get it?" "Sister, which room is your closet in?" "It's right across from me. Just open the curtain and come in." "Can I?" "Yes." Zhou Sicheng lifted the door curtain. The room directly opposite the bathroom door is the master bedroom. Zhao Ruizi leaned against the bathroom doorframe, with only her beautiful face sticking out. Her hair was wet and dripping with water. She looked aggrieved. Seeing how aggrieved and pitiful she looked, Zhou Sicheng had to help her even if he didn't want to. Zhou Sicheng calmed himself down. He knew what Zhao Ruizi looked like at the moment without even thinking about it. Bald. "What are you looking at? Hurry!" Zhao Ruizi urged. "Sister, I helped you a lot today. One meal is not enough," Zhou Sicheng joked. Hearing this, Zhao Ruizi pouted and acted coquettishly. Then Zhou Sicheng pushed open the door and walked into the room. The room was very tidy, except for the bed. There was nothing extra in the room. There was a laptop on a computer desk, some messy books, and some snacks and drinks. Pink sheets, mahogany floors, and all kinds of clothes on the bed, which probably haven't been tidied up yet. Zhou Sicheng opened one of the wardrobes. The first thing that caught my eye was the black hood. Not only black, but many other colors are available. Colorful. Zhou Sicheng. The closet smells great, has a wide variety of clothes, and even QQNY. Isn't she a sullen slut? Zhou Sicheng thought to himself. Find the bath towels, which come in several colors. Zhou Sicheng picked a color he liked and gave it to her, pink. "Sister, your bath towel." Zhao Ruizi controlled the angle of his body very well, and except for his head, no hair could be seen. Zhao Ruizi took the towel and said, "Thank you." "So you like pink?" "I like both white and pink ones," Zhou Sicheng said with a smile. Zhao Ruizi chuckled, "Wait a moment, I'll dry myself." Then the bathroom door was closed. When he came to the living room, Zhou Sicheng felt confused. She could obviously go get the towel herself. Why did she ask me to go? Deliberate? Intentional? The layout of her room is also very interesting. The bathroom and toilet are separated. The bathroom is adjacent to the master bedroom. There is a separate bathroom and a separate kitchen. It looks like the second bedroom has been turned into a bathroom. Just when Zhou Sicheng's thoughts were in a mess, there was a light click sound and the bathroom door was opened. The door curtain was lifted and Zhao Ruizi walked out. Zhou Sicheng turned his head and saw Zhao Ruizi wearing a pink halter dress with floral patterns. The dress looked tight on her, showing off her plump beauty. Her wet long hair fell on her shoulders, but fortunately it was no longer dripping. A few strands of hair draped over the collarbone added a touch of charm. Perhaps it was because of the heat in the bathroom, but Zhao Ruizi's pretty face was flushed at this moment. "Come with me." Zhao Ruizi hooked his finger. "Is that right?" Zhou Sicheng followed. Coming to the bathroom, Zhao Ruizi wiped his face with a face towel. Bending down unintentionally, he could see the beautiful scenery of the entire snow-capped mountain. Not wearing? Empty. Please help me blow dry my hair, Zhao Ruizi said to the mirror. Actually, it was said to Zhou Sicheng. Hearing this, Zhou Sicheng put one hand on her hair and touched it. Sister, I've been moving the express for you, handing you the bath towel, and now you're asking me to blow dry your hair. Have you thought about how to reward me? Zhou Sicheng came behind Zhao Ruizi. Zhao Ruizi turned around, looked at Zhou Sicheng with a smile and said, "Don't be so stingy. I will agree to whatever reward you want." "Okay, I'm a good person after all," Zhou Sicheng replied with a smile. Zhao Ruizi smiled and handed the hairdryer to Zhou Sicheng. "Come on, good man." Zhao Ruizi smoothed the hair on his forehead in front of the mirror and pushed it back. Zhou Sicheng took the hairdryer, plugged it in and started blowing her hair. "A fragrance wafts into my nose." Zhou Sicheng's movements were gentle, lightly playing with Zhao Ruizi's hair. Zhao Ruizi looked at the mirror quietly, with an imperceptible smile on his lips. "Zhou Sicheng, no one has ever blown my hair for me since I was a child. You are the first," Zhao Ruizi said in a soft tone. She already had a good impression of Zhou Sicheng. She didn't know whether it was love or not, but she just wanted to be close to him. For example, when moving things tonight, she could ask employees in the store or friends and relatives, but she chose Zhou Sicheng. Zhao Ruizi trusted Zhou Sicheng, so he went to find him. "This is also my first time blow drying a girl's hair," Zhou Sicheng replied softly. "Girl? You're quite good at chatting. I'm 30 years old, I'm an old woman. How can I still be a girl?" Zhao Ruizi had just finished taking a shower, and her delicate skin was slightly red, still warm and moist. The whole body carries a pleasant fragrance. The white shoulders make people want to get close to them. "Sister, you're joking. How can 30 be old? And you look like you're in your 20s. You don't look old at all," Zhou Sicheng said. Zhao Ruizi felt a little strange, but still said, "Although I know you are saying comforting words, I like to hear them." Then she turned around and took the hairdryer. Zhou Sicheng thought Zhao Ruizi didn't want to blow dry her hair, so he asked, "Sister, your hair is still wet. If you don't blow dry it, you'll get a headache and catch a cold at night." "I know, but you are playing it wrong. I have to teach you again," Zhao Ruizi said. "There are techniques for blowing hair?" Zhou Sicheng became curious. "Then sister, please teach me how to blow it." "Of course." Zhao Ruizi put down the hairdryer. "Come on." Zhao Ruizi took his hand and put it into her hair, then picked up the hairdryer. "Do you understand?" Zhao Ruizi looked at Zhou Sicheng. What could happen?" Zhou Sicheng was confused. "Put your hands in my hair so the hairdryer will blow it out faster. You just blew only the surface. The inside cannot be dried at all." As he spoke, Zhao Ruizi demonstrated it himself. "Will it happen this time?" "I understand." Zhou Sicheng nodded. "Hey, who would have thought that fingers would be the first to experience it? Come on." Zhao Ruizi returned the hairdryer to Zhou Sicheng. With a grunt, Zhou Sicheng took the hairdryer and did what Zhao Ruizi taught him. Chapter 76 Dormitory Outbreak 1. As the flute was blowing, Zhou Sicheng's gaze moved downwards. The skirt squeezes the buttocks into a beautiful curve. The waist is straight and the backline is perfect. While the collarbone is exposed, the shoulder blades are slightly raised, adding a bit of cool beauty. Damn! Which cadre can withstand such a test? Beautiful and sexy woman standing in front of the mirror, with a faint fragrance blowing. The light in the restroom was yellowish. In such an ambiguous environment, Zhou Sicheng's mood was inevitably unstable. Another person who was equally erratic is Zhao Ruizi. She wasn't feeling very calm and peaceful at the moment. Being in the same room with the boys, he was still blow-drying his hair. She seemed to have seen this scene in a movie. After the male and female protagonists take a shower and blow-dry their hair, the next step is to go to the room. Thinking of this, Zhao Ruizi blushed, his heart beat fast, and he became dazed. "What are you looking at? Blow it." Zhao Ruizi's heart was trembling with fear when she was looked at by Zhou Sicheng's fiery gaze. "Sister, I didn't watch it. I was just appreciating it." Not only did Zhou Sicheng not restrain himself, but he moved closer. "I don't believe it. Blow it quickly, and then I'll go cook." Zhao Ruizi spat. "Okay, I'll blow it. Zhou Siqing pushed aside her hair behind her ears and blew it gently. Subconsciously, Zhao Ruizi's body trembled. She whispered, I asked you to blow dry your hair, not your ears. Zhou Siqing pulled her into his arms and rested her head on his shoulder. Zhao Ruizi tensed up and tried to hold back her shyness. What are you going to do? I'm not doing anything. Didn't you say you would blow it away? There is a hair on your ear. I'll blow it away for you. Zhou Siqing let go of her. When Zhao Ruizi saw him let go, he looked sad but happy at the same time. This shows that he is not a person who uses a small head to control a big head. Zhou Siqing smiled bitterly. It's not that he is really a gentleman, he is also testing the other party's bottom line. He didn't dare to go too far, as that would be vulgar. But as it stands, there is hope. However, Zhou Siqing didn't want to go any further, so he stopped at that point and left her with the impression of a gentleman. After drying her hair, Zhao Ruizi entered the kitchen. By the time we finished our meal, it was already past 8:30. Zhao Ruizi asked Zhou Siqing to stay overnight. He wanted to stay overnight, but he also wanted to see if there was a place to lie down. You can't really sleep on the sofa. I'll give you the room and sleep on the sofa. Zhao Ruizi blinked. Zhou Siqing has become immune to the temptation. No, I'll wait for next time. Before leaving, Zhao Ruizi brought Zhou Siqing a lot of snacks and drinks. Zhou Siqing didn't hesitate and returned to school carrying 2 large bags of snacks. The car stopped inside the mall. Zhou Siqing plans to go to the mall to rent a parking space temporarily tomorrow. In addition, he wanted to rent a separate house outside, which would be more convenient. At least there is a safe place to park, and I don't have to go back to the dormitory late at night. It's not very convenient to go back to my sister's place at the moment. Anyway, with the money I have now, if I can't afford to rent a villa, I can rent a small apartment. While thinking, Zhou Siqing entered the dormitory. Seeing Zhou Siqing coming back with 2 large bags of snacks, Zhao Gang asked curiously, Old Zhou, did you rob the supermarket? And why do you always leave early and come back late recently? Are you doing something bad? Yeah, I also feel that you are doing something bad. Su Kunji followed. But he didn't seem to be in a good mood and had a sad expression. Surprisingly, Su Kunji did not play computer games this time. Instead, he kept staring at his mobile phone. He felt anticipation, excitement, but more importantly, disappointment and anger. Nothing, I just found a part-time job. Putting down the snacks, Zhou Siqing divided them one by one. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou, do you want a membership? Ma Lu came closer and said, holding the potato chips given by Zhou Siqing in his hand. Zhou Siqing drank a mouthful of electrolyte and said, what membership? Ma Lu gave a wicked smile and took it out stealthily. Permanent VIP. Number of views today, unlimited. Length, infinite. Short, infinite. With just one glance, Zhou Siqing gave him a thumbs up. This is too authoritative. It's a good thing to have such a good thing taken out earlier. But Zhou Siqing lost interest at this moment. If it were a month ago, he might have been eager to let Mala share it. Now, I don't feel anything. Because women in real life are already charming and beautiful enough, from 40 to 18, there are women of all ages. These are all waiting for him to taste. So his energy was not on the film, so I didn't feel much. Please save it well, in case the URL disappears one day. Zhou Siqing reminded kindly. Brother Zhou, don't you want it? Ma Lu felt surprised and a little surprised. No. Zhou Siqing said. The women he knew were much prettier than the ones in the video. Ma Lu seemed surprised. He actually didn't want it? Is this something a boy can refuse? From the beginning to the end, he firmly believed that no boy could refuse him. But now it has. Just as a few people were eating snacks, chatting and gossiping, the dormitory door was suddenly opened. A group of people walked in from outside. After entering, the dormitory door was politely closed. The leader was a tall and strong young man wearing a red vest, deliberately showing off the muscles on his arms. The people behind seemed smaller than the young man in the lead. They also exposed their arms and wore shorts, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know they had muscles. Including him, there are 6 people in total. The small dormitory was packed in an instant. Minister? Why are you here? Zhao Gang, who was eating snacks, recognized the young man in the lead. The Minister of Physical Education, Wen Shen, is also a domineering figure in the school. He has a good relationship with the president of the student union and often uses his status to pressure others. Except Zhou Siqing, the other 3 people in the dormitory all knew Zhao Wenxiang, because they have all participated in club recruitment. You mean I can't come? Zhao Wenxiang said, then he pointed at the trash can and said sternly, why is there so much trash in the trash can? Do you believe I will deduct your credits? Clean up quickly. Zhao Gang didn't dare to be negligent. After all, he was a member of the sports department and would have to follow the minister in the future. Then Zhao Gang happily picked up the garbage bag and walked out. After cleaning, Zhao Wenxiang continued searching. Why are you hanging your underwear on the balcony? It would be embarrassing if the girls across the street saw it. Throw it away immediately. Why is there trash on the table? Pick it up now. Why is there trash in this trash can? Clean it up for me. Finally, Zhao Wenxiang pointed at Zhou Siqing's bed and said sternly, who told you to put the power strip on the bed? What if it causes a fire? Throw it away now. After one round, Zhou Siqing was so angry that he laughed. He finally understood that this bitch was deliberately looking for trouble. The routine inspection is just a perfunctory formality and will not cause any trouble to anyone. Besides, most of the people checking are the dormitory manager and the student union. Why are you, a person from the sports department, acting so high and mighty here tonight? Why don't you hang the washed underwear on the balcony but on your head? What do you put in the trash can if you don't put trash in it? In your mouth? Ever since he acquired the self-defense skill, Zhou Siqing has never been afraid. And it was obvious that Zhao Wenxiang was targeting him. There is a separate trash can under the table, an extension cord on the bed, and unfinished snacks on the table. Chapter 77 Dormitory Outbreak 2. Classmate, how can you talk to me like that? I am here to conduct a routine inspection of your dormitories on behalf of the student union. I'm doing this for your own good. If you have no manners now, how are you going to survive in society when you get out? As Zhao Wenxiang spoke, he moved closer to Zhou Siqing, trying to suppress him with his body. But when I got closer, I found that he was not only not as tall as Zhou Siqing, but a little shorter. Zhao Wenxiang was embarrassed for a moment, then asked sarcastically, your name is Zhou Siqing, right? Zhou Siqing hummed. He does look like a pretty boy. Zhao Wenxiang teased. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing remembered what Tang Ming said this afternoon. He was so eager to cause trouble tonight, maybe he was instructed by Tang Ming. Thinking of this, Zhou Siqing would naturally not indulge him, not to mention that he said he was a gigolo. Are you a J7+1? Do you lift your left leg or your right leg when you pee? You can bark like that. The other 2 people in the dormitory, including Zhao Gang who had just returned from taking out the trash, were stunned. They didn't expect Zhou Siqing to be so brave and to fight directly. Zhao Gang immediately acted as a peacemaker. Old Zhou, just say sorry and it will be over. He is our minister Zhao Wenxiang. Zhao Gang winked at Zhou Siqing. Seeing Zhao Gang's cowardly look, Zhou Siqing ignored him. Minister, have some snacks. Lao Zhou bought them for me. Zhao Gang said flatteringly. Zhao Wenxiang didn't respond to Zhao Gang's words. He stared at Zhou Siqing and said, no wonder others say you are crazy. You are indeed crazy. Eat snacks? Zhao Wenxiang glanced at the snacks on the table and pushed them to the ground. I told you to eat them. Afterwards, Zhao Wenxiang pretended to take action. With this action, the 5 people at the door took a step closer to Zhou Siqing. Zhao Gang stepped aside. Seeing this, Zhou Siqing picked up a bottle of drink on the ground and hit Zhao Wenxiang on the head with the bottle. Then followed by a slap. Bang! Bang! Zhou Siqing's 2 quick attacks made Zhao Wenxiang's head dizzy. Are you fucking serious? Zhao Wenxiang didn't expect that he would actually dare to do it. I originally wanted to scare him, but he chose to play it for real. Zhao Wenxiang touched the left side of his face that was slapped and felt a pain in his flesh. Zhou Siqing just felt extremely happy in his heart. He hadn't done anything for a while and was itching to do it. Now that the big fool took the initiative to do it, it gave him a perfect opportunity. You bastard, come at me together. Zhao Wenxiang's anger rose all of a sudden. You have to fight even if you don't want to. At least you have to fight back the slap that just happened. The most important thing is that I lost face. If this gets out, I will become a laughingstock. He hasn't had enough of the days of showing off his power and acting tyrannically. The first person Zhou Siqing attacked was Zhao Wenxiang. Your fucking name is Wen Shen, right? Do you think you are Su Wenxiang? Zhou Siqing punched Zhao Wenxiang in the face again and again. Muscles all depend on protein powder. The body looks strong, but it is actually weak. Zhao Wenxiang was beaten so hard that he ran away with his head in his hands and sat down on the balcony. Seeing the remaining 5 people rushing forward, Ma Le rushed forward with loyalty and hugged one of them with his body. Su Kunji and Zhao Gang remained indifferent. One was afraid of being beaten, and the other didn't want to cause trouble and was cowardly. CMN after beating Zhao Wenxiang, Zhou Siqing picked up a basin on the ground and threw it over. Then he started fighting with the rest of the people. Zhou Siqing got so angry that he even took out the 19th move of the Black Dragon, which he had never used before. The noise in the dormitory was so loud that it quickly attracted the attention of other dormitories. When the boys outside the door saw the 2-on-5 situation, they howled in excitement. This is so intense that they all want to go up and warm up. Some people wanted to rush forward to stop the fight, but were beaten back. The dormitory was in chaos, with even stools being thrown at people. Some people saw that something was not right and trying to stop the fight was futile, so they simply ran straight to the dormitory manager's office, waiting for the dormitory manager to come over. The fight in the dormitory just ended. Except Zhou Siqing, no one was standing. What was jaw-dropping was that apart from some sweat on his forehead, Zhou Siqing was otherwise intact. Not a single scratch. Even the clothes were only slightly wrinkled. You are so disobedient. The dormitory manager pointed at several people's noses and gave them a severe scolding. After writing down their names one by one, the dormitory manager said unhappily, "I can't control you. I don't have the right to control you. Go and explain to your teacher tomorrow." They only dare to do this in school. If it happened in society, their behavior would be considered as gang fighting and they would be put in jail. After giving the lecture, the dormitory manager left the dormitory. Then the onlookers dispersed one after another. "Get out of here," Zhou Siqing said coldly, but in fact he hadn't yet completely killed her. If they really want to kill them, they will all have to stay in the hospital tonight. Including Zhao Wenxiang, the 6 people supported each other, and their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Zhou Siqing. Not only is he more handsome than them, he's also such a good fighter. "Brother, let's go now, right away," Zhao Wenxiang said weakly. "From now on you are my big brother." Zhao Wenxiang suddenly said this. Hearing this, Zhou Siqing said expressionlessly, "I don't want a little brother like you." It was obvious that Zhao Wenxiang was here to cause trouble tonight, and he wouldn't believe it unless there was someone behind him. However, Zhou Siqing was too lazy to ask who it was. Zhao Wenxiang's disdain for Zhou Siqing turned into admiration, and at the same time he secretly cursed Tang Ming for not telling the truth. When Tang Ming approached Zhao Wenxiang, he didn't want to help. Because Zhao Wenxiang didn't want to fight. After all, this is a civilized society, and with his identity in school, he didn't need to fight to prove himself. Using status to pressure others is much more satisfying than taking action. Besides, they are in college, not junior high school or high school. I fought in middle school and high school, it was nothing. But fighting in college is different. Either the other person is more ruthless than you, or you can call the police directly. No matter which one it is, it's enough to make people drink a lot. But Tang Ming couldn't afford to pay so much. The money he gave was almost as much as Zhao Wenxiang earned in half a year. You can earn 20,000 yuan just by beating up one person. This money is too easy to make. Zhao Wenxiang couldn't resist the temptation of money and took the order. Although he accepted it, he still mainly used it to scare people. If we really fight, it will not be good for anyone. So tonight he deliberately showed his strong side in order to make the other party give in. But unexpectedly, Zhou Siqing didn't buy it at all and did what he said. "Go away. No fight, no acquaintance. My name is Zhao Wenxiang, and I'm from the School of Media. Who wants to get to know you?" Zhou Siqing didn't give any face at all. He picked up the snacks on the floor and put them on the table. Zhao Wenxiang endured the severe pain in his body and helped pick up the snacks on the ground. Only after picking up the items did Zhao Wenxiang walk out of the dormitory. Even so, Zhou Siqing would not look up to him or anything. What surprised Zhou Siqing the most was Ma Lu. This guy is so low-key that he has no sense of existence on weekdays, but he is very loyal when it comes to critical moments. Zhou Siqing handed him a bottle of Red Bull and thanked him. "You're welcome. I ate your snacks and drank your happy water, so naturally I have to help you." Ma Le touched his forehead, which was already red and swollen. You helped me just because of this? Zhou Siqing was surprised. Well, the main reason is that they went too far. 6 against 1. Ma Lu opened the Red Bull and took a sip. They lived in the same dormitory and Zhou Siqing was nice to him on weekdays. So when it's time to help, he won't stand idly by. But what should we do tomorrow? Ma Lu asked worriedly. Remembering what the dormitory manager said, I will inform your class teacher tomorrow. Ma Lu couldn't stop feeling scared, and even more terrified. It has never been revealed whether the new counselor has a good temper. If she's hard to talk to, she'll be punished severely and have credits deducted, and that'll be the end of her. Compared to Ma Li's fear, Zhou Siqing didn't care too much. The only thing that worried him was whether he would face Jian Shuang tomorrow. Other than that, he had no concerns. Since he had the system, he gradually felt more confident. However, he still felt a little regretful about involving Ma Lu. Chapter 78 Night Chat. Tomorrow is another day of tribulation. Ma Lu said worriedly. Zhou Siqing comforted him and told him that it was okay, and if anything really happened, he would take it all on himself. Zhao Gang and Su Kunji returned to the dormitory. While they were fighting, the two men took the opportunity to slip away without even closing the door. This led to people watching and alarmed the dormitory manager. The two felt a little awkward when they came back. After all, they really don't have enough loyalty. Not to mention helping, they don't even try to mediate. Lao Zhou? Are you okay? Zhao Gang broke the awkwardness. What could happen? You'll just have to go to the counselor's office tomorrow to get criticized. Ma Lu said from the side. So serious? Zhao Gang was stunned. Old Zhou, I just had a stomachache and went to the toilet. Su Kunji also followed up. Zhou Siqing replied that it was okay. In his heart, he did not blame or bear any grudge against the two of them. Even couples can run away when disaster strikes, let alone ordinary roommates. When he was a freshman, Zhou Siqing had already figured out their personalities and characters, and was very familiar with them. Living under the same roof, they are just ordinary roommates, and there is no such passionate, loyal, or righteous brotherhood. Even if there are, they are rare unless that person is a leader or has high emotional intelligence. So as long as there aren't any major conflicts, you can love whoever you want after graduation. The relationships between people are all superficial. Su Kunji is a face-loving person, a little scheming. Zhao Gang likes to take advantage of others, only does things that benefit himself, and on the surface he's a brother to you, but he just laughs when danger comes. Ma Lu has always been a loner and likes to watch anime. I'll take you to do a part-time job tomorrow. I found a good part-time job recently. Zhao Gang came to Zhou Siqing and said. No, I have to go to the office tomorrow. Zhou Siqing put the remaining snacks away. Oh, okay. Zhao Gang felt inexplicably embarrassed. He thought Zhou Siqing was still angry with him. He deliberately mentioned the office, and it was obviously referring to himself. Zhao Gang thought to himself, he doesn't even think about who he has offended. Besides, I asked him to say sorry, but he didn't say it. Thinking of this, Zhao Gang felt that he was not wrong. It's not like I haven't helped before. It's just that Zhou Siqing didn't know what's tactful. Who else can I blame? Returning to his seat, Zhao Gang started browsing on his phone. Of course Zhou Siqing didn't know what Zhao Gang was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After packing up his things and returning to bed, Zhou Siqing turned on Douyin. The first video is from Zhao Ruizi. She just posted it an hour ago. Moving parcels is so tiring, luckily I have a man. 2 accompanying pictures. The first one is my profile, and the second one is my back and half of her face. Zhao Ruizi's photography skills are quite good. She took photos of herself looking like Wu Yanzu and photos of herself looking like Lu Yifei. Zhou Siqing raised the corners of his mouth and smiled like a big bad wolf who found a little white rabbit. The other part.S video seems to be a signal. Zhou Siqing opened the message bar and found a new message. Have you returned to school? Are the snacks delicious? Zhou Siqing replied to the private message. Already lying in bed. A few seconds later, the other party responded. You men are so lazy. It's only a few hours since you went to bed. I am a boy, not a man. If I want to evolve into a man, I still need your help, my sister. Zhao Ruizi hesitated for a minute before sending the message. Where do you need my help? Tell me. I'll help you. On the other side, Zhao Ruizi was lying on the bed. After seeing the message, he was a little confused. Hee, I'm just worried that you won't agree. Zhou Siqing briefly joked with her and then turned the topic to business. Tomorrow is Sunday, if you are bored at school, you can come to me. Okay, but I don't like staying in supermarkets. Where do you like to stay? Waiting in your heart. Zhao Ruizi chuckled and invited. Next Friday, my bestie is inviting me to dinner, please come with me. It's not good for me to go. There's nothing wrong with that. She made some money today and insisted on treating me to a meal. I said I'd bring someone with me and she said that was fine. Zhou Siqing thought to himself, the fact that she invited me is a big step forward in their relationship. However, Zhou Siqing still tried it. Is there any hospital that is better for treating shoulder? Jinhe Mansion. After seeing this message, Zhao Ruizi suddenly sat up from the bed, and some parts of his body shook slightly. She was shocked. Could it be that he was tired from moving things this afternoon? Crossing her beautiful white legs, Zhao Ruizi asked anxiously, is it because of me? I'm sorry. What do you mean because of you? The things I asked you to move this afternoon. No, I have an old problem. My shoulders get sore at night. I want to go to the hospital for a checkup. Although he said this, Zhao Ruizi was still filled with guilt. Patting the soft chest, Zhao Ruizi recommended a hospital. Tomorrow is Sunday, I will go with you. Zhou Siqing's smile did not diminish. Please make an appointment first. I may not be available tomorrow. Okay, tell me in advance when you go. After sending the message, Zhao Ruizi breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, am I caring too much about him? She didn't even notice it just now. Looking back now, I think I was a little too enthusiastic. But he has helped me so much, so it's okay for me to be a little more enthusiastic. Zhao Ruizi convinced himself with just one sentence. The two chatted until after 1 in the morning. Feeling gradually sleepy, Zhou Siqing ended the topic. He was indeed sleepy, and one must be careful when chatting with a woman like this and take the initiative. Talking more does not mean attraction. Take the initiative to end it, maybe she will look at you with admiration and still be interested in you. The girl is simple, she chats and teases casually, and she doesn't think too much. But my sister is different. She won't feel it at the time, but she will review it carefully afterwards. After the conversation ended, Zhao Ruizi realized that he had been talking to him for so long. She hasn't chatted with a boy for a long time. So I became addicted after chatting about it tonight. Tonight's chat made her feel like she was back in the days when her hormones were released. Even Zhao Ruizi didn't realize that the initial fall often starts with ambiguity. Coming to the bathroom, Zhao Ruizi stared at the mirror. She looked at herself in the mirror, with her curvy figure, snow-white skin, plump breasts, and slender waist. Everything you need is here. Although she is 30 this year, her temperament and figure are not inferior to those of young girls. Even stronger than them. Thinking of Zhou Siqing standing behind him, Zhao Ruizi's body temperature rose a lot. Touching his cheek, a burning desire, a primitive longing, surged in his heart. After living for decades, I don't even know what a kiss tastes like. Only seen it in movies. Back in bed, Zhao Ruizi tossed and turned, unable to sleep, with all kinds of strange thoughts in his mind. Finally, her hand went towards the dark mystery.